that same thing again, but could you kind of, I guess, clarify what that means?
When making my comparison to the evidence DNA profile, I was not able to visually exclude Hipólito Torres as a possible contributor to the mixture, and so I ran the statistic for his comparison. And the result of that comparison is in support of the first scenario. The DNA profile is approximately 10 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Hipólito Torres contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture. So it's just tilting that seesaw 10 in that direction.
Okay, we have 2 cuttings left from the shirt. Item 19.12 is a cutting from stain I. Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
19.12, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 1.3 nonillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
And then item 19.13, a cutting from stain J of the defendant's shirt.
For item 19.13, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 1.5 sextillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. So this is one where I was not able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor, so I am comparing each person individually. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 24 quintillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 29 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And like before, because there are multiple individuals who were included as contributors when compared individually, I have to calculate the statistic for them together. For that comparison, the DNA profile is approximately 260 quindecillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And similarly to that other item where there was an individual with a lower likelihood ratio, there is that statement about the recommendation to put more weight on the results of Proposition Set 3, which was the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, rather than the results of Proposition Set 4 when considering Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a possible contributor to the mixture.
All right. So in addition to this shirt being analyzed for DNA, Agent Wynn told the jury a little bit about it being tested for blood. Can you explain what you did to test this shirt for the presence of blood?
I was asked to perform a hemotrace test on the cuttings from the shirt. As Ms. Wynn described, it's our confirmatory test for blood. It works similarly to a pregnancy test or a COVID test. One line in the control area is a negative result, a line in the control area and the test area would be a positive result.
as testing with hemotrace?
Yes.
And what were the results of the hemotrace testing on all of the items that you just discussed to the jury?
For items 19.2 through 19.13, the result was no human blood identified.
And could you explain that to us? We had presumptive testing for blood, and then some other testing, and then the hemotrace, which says there was no blood. So what does that mean?
So presumptive tests are sensitive but not very specific. Like discussed earlier, there are possible false positives for presumptive tests. If we're requested to, we can perform a confirmatory test, which is more specific but is less sensitive.
So in your opinion, if there was blood on that shirt, could testing such as with LCV have diluted any blood on the shirt?
I am aware of some studies that have been performed on hemotrace testing after LCV that suggests that there is a possible interaction with the LCV and the hemotrace test, and it is possible for there to be amounts of hemoglobin that would not be detected by the test that would give a negative result. But the results of my testing were negative.
And as we've discussed, testing for blood and testing for DNA is different.
Yes.
All right. You also tested the...
We are going to take our final break here of this hour. For some of you right here on Live Now from Fox, stay right here with us. We have the White House briefing coming up in the next couple of moments. We are also waiting for an update from New York City Police on this situation that we have been watching now for quite some time in Brooklyn.
Excuse me, Exhibit 460 and 461. Your items 20.2.
Sorry, wrong report. Okay.
So I guess as briefly as we can, let's discuss some of the results from the cuttings from those pants. Item 20.2 is a cutting from the front left interior pocket of the defendant's pants. Were any individuals included?
So for item 20.2, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. This was one where I calculated his likelihood ratio to see if I could condition on him as a contributor. So the result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 140 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And so then for the comparisons to the other individuals, Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture, and the scenarios are Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the person being compared, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture, versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 5.1 sextillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 25 quintillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And for the comparison of all those individuals together, the DNA profile is approximately 2 quindecillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
The next cutting is item 20.3, a cutting from stain A on the defendant's pants.
For 20.3, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 94 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right, 20.4, cutting from stain G from the defendant's pants. You could tell us if any individuals were included in that analysis.
For 20.4, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 24 sextillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Was that the only comparison for that item?
That was the only
Inclusion?
yes for that item.
Let's move to the next one. I think that would be 20.5, a cutting from stain C from the defendant's pants. You can please tell us if any individuals were included.
For 20.5, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 4.1 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
And I think we have 3 left. Item 20.6, a cutting from stain D from the defendant's pants.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. This was one where I was not able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor, so I'm making the comparisons to each person individually.
And you can't assume him. Why?
When making that comparison, it seems that his DNA may be present but at a low level, so I cannot assume him as a contributor. So I would run his likelihood ratio to see if I could condition, but in this case it was not high enough to meet our threshold to condition, so I'm just comparing him to the profile like every other individual. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 930 quintillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual, the DNA profile is approximately 930 quintillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 38 quintillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, The DNA profile is approximately 190 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then we're calculating the statistic for all of those individuals together. The DNA profile is approximately 8.7 quindecillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And there is that same statement about putting more weight on the individual likelihood ratio for Richard Alexander Murdaugh when considering him as a contributor rather than the combined.
Item 20.7, hopefully that should be an easy one.
For 20.7, a DNA profile was developed. Due to the inability to determine the number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered.
And then lastly, item 20.8, a cutting from stain F of defendant's pants. Or shorts.
For 20.8, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. I calculated the likelihood ratio for Richard Alexander Murdaugh to see if it met our threshold to condition on him as a contributor. The result for his comparison is the
And as that DNA witness expert is on the stand, continues a testimony, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We want to take our as many breaks as we can ahead of the 2 big events that we will be featuring for you this hour. An update from New York City on the situation there in Brooklyn, and then we will also have the White House briefing for you, all within this hour here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break.
Murdaugh. The DNA profile is approximately 2.66 sextillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 17 quintillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then once again, we're calculating the likelihood ratio of all of those individuals contributing to the mixture together. The DNA profile is approximately 93 quattuordecillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right. Now, as far as the shorts or defendant's pants go, did you do any confirmatory testing on those with Hematrace?
No, I did not.
Exhibit 419 is the defendant's shoes, which is item 21. And in Exhibit 460, I believe it's up here in some of this.
Might be
460.
okay.
Can you tell us what is contained, if a cutting from the left shoelace of the defendant's shoes is contained in that exhibit?
Yes, 21.2 is part of this container.
And did you analyze the cutting from that shoelace?
Yes.
Okay. And were any individuals included in your results there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source for the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. The result is the DNA profile is approximately 410 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And did you also get some swabs from a raincoat?
Yes, I did.
That would be case exhibit 462. 2 swabs from a blue raincoat. Your items 173.2 and 173.3.
Yes.
And you analyzed those items?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Item 173.2 from the raincoat appears to be swabs from the interior cuffs, collar, hood, and interior zipper areas and zipper pull of the blue raincoat. Could you tell us the results of your analysis of that item? Or
No.
swab?
Sorry. No DNA profile was developed.
And then item 173.3, swabs from the side opening, zipper area, and both interior portions of exterior pocket of blue raincoat.
A partial DNA profile was developed due to the limited information obtained and the inability to determine the number of contributors. No further interpretation will be offered.
Okay, Agent Zapata, thank you so much for going through all that with us. We have no further questions for you at this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch now and resume at 2:30.
All right, you just heard it there. They are going to now take a break there, lunch break at the Alex Murdaugh Day 16 double murder trial. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. Here is what we have coming up in this hour. White House briefing, highly in-demand briefing. All this coming as the U.S. has shot down 4 flying objects in the last 8 days. You know, a lot of questions will be taking place about that. And we will wait and see when President Biden will make more remarks on that situation as well. We are also waiting for a highly in-demand news conference out of Brooklyn, where police will be giving the latest update on the situation that happened with a U-Haul truck driver slamming into people in Brooklyn. Here's the latest coming from the mayor's office right now, as the mayor's office says that the New York City mayor has been briefed and has been following developments regarding the U-Haul truck that struck multiple pedestrians this morning in Brooklyn. While the suspect is in custody, the NYPD is still investigating. There are no additional credible threats at this time. Let's take a quick 2-minute break before these big events start right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here. We are moments away from a White House briefing. We will bring that to you right here on Live Now. We are also keeping an eye on the breaking news situation live in Brooklyn. A U-Haul truck driver slamming into multiple people, sending them to the hospital. And we are waiting for a police update. It should be happening at any moment right now. We will wait and see as soon as officials get to the podium, and we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox while we keep an eye on those two big events. I want to go out live now to Houston. We do have the Houston mayor there talking about the homeless issue in Houston. Let's bring that to you here coming up in right now, right here on Live Now from Fox.
Housing units available for people to move into. And that is why I am asking landlords throughout our region to partner with these groups and with these individuals, with the city, by providing apartment units to our nationally recognized housing effort. We will take, but are not asking for free units, as rent will be covered and support services provided to the tenants. Rather, we are just asking you to be willing to rent to our clients. And for more information or to get involved, you can contact the Coalition for the Homeless. Homelessness affects all of our communities, and it will take community-led response from all of us to further reduce homelessness. That said, I want to thank the Prince Square neighborhood for stepping up and doing its part to respond to homelessness. And we will be looking at all communities throughout the greater Houston region to also step up and be a part of the solution. I want to recognize the true all-stars that made this project possible. The city's Housing and Community Development Department for leading the investment of capital development and operational funding that made the project happen. Coalition for the Homeless, who is leasing this facility from us, oversaw the construction and will continue to oversee its success. This is your first capital development project, and although I know it wasn't easy, you've done a great job. Harmony House. There aren't many organizations willing to do the hard work of running this facility day in and day out, and to do so with such professionalism, high standards, and compassion is truly extraordinary. Harris Health, for a new on-site health clinic that will serve the facility's clients and the entire community. The Harris Center, for your amazing on-site team of behavioral health experts. Last but certainly not least, my Community Advisory Committee, comprised of community and business leaders from the Prince Square area. Your input has and will continue to be invaluable. I've heard you loud and clear. You just don't want this facility to be located in the neighborhood. You want it to be, quote, part of the neighborhood. We understand, and you have the city's commitment. Besides the advisory committee, there will be more opportunities in the future where we will be engaging with the greater community. And once the community health clinic is open, we will be inviting community members to come and see the life-changing work happening right here. The collective work we are doing to reduce homelessness is setting a standard for cities across the world. And over the past 6 months, we have worked with leaders from New York, LA, Chicago, Spokane, Tacoma, Albuquerque, San Diego, Pittsburgh, and even the state of Delaware, who want to learn about the Houston model. In fact, the mayors of Denver, Aurora, and Pensacola have already toured this facility. As an article in the New York Times noted in July, Houston has not solved homelessness, as there is more to be done, but we are on the right path. And when I go to bed at night, and I'm sure Councilmember Gallegos can say the same, I don't think of all the people we have housed. I think of our mothers, uncles, sisters, and sons who are still on our streets that need this housing navigation center and the housing it will lead to. I think it's a bright day for the city of Houston. but the future is even brighter for our city. So again, let me thank all of the partners who are here, all the community leaders, all of our stakeholders, Harmony, Harris Health, Harris Center, Housing and Community Development, but most importantly, let me thank the Fifth Ward community.
All right, everybody, we do want to go out to the White House briefing, just getting underway right here on Live Now from Fox.
President Biden has made clear that the United States is prepared to provide any and all types of aid to the people of Turkey and Syria in response to the ongoing humanitarian crisis there, and we continue to take steps to do so. I'm sure you all saw during the Super Bowl yesterday to donate to earthquake relief efforts, and I want to point out some resources just for that. There's a page on USAID's has a list where they have a list of vetted organizations responding to this crisis should individuals want to contribute. You can find that at CIDI.org. In Turkey, our urban search and rescue teams continue their efforts assisting in live rescues over the weekend. We also continue to support the Turkish teams on the ground. U.S. military helicopters are providing critical lift for U.S. and international responders. Our teams also continue to conduct structural damage assessments of buildings with the hope of being able to clear as many as possible. To date, they have assessed more than 5,500 buildings, allowing thousands of people who are currently displaced to be able to return home. In Syria, cross-border aid shipments have increased. Yesterday, a fourth UN convoy of 10 trucks from a U.S.-supported humanitarian partner successfully crossed into Syria from Turkey. That brings the total to 52 UN trucks, but more needs to be done. It's critical for the Security Council to authorize 2 additional crossings to help deliver life-saving assistance. We cannot delay any longer. Again, I want to emphasize that any U.S. or international sanctions include exemptions for humanitarian, medical, food, and other aid. And one last thing before I turn it over to the Admiral, I just wanted to make sure we address this from the White House. I know there have been questions and concerns about this, but there is no indication of aliens or extraterrestrial activity with these recent takedowns. Again, there is no indication of aliens or terrestrial activity with these recent takedowns. Wanted to make sure that the American people knew that, all of you knew that, and it was important for us to say that from here because we've been hearing a lot about it. I'm not.
Would you tell us?
I'm just, I loved E.T., the movie, but I'm just going to leave it there. With all seriousness, I know there's a lot of questions about the flying objects. Admiral John Kirby is here with us today, and he's going to have a couple things to say at the top about it, and then take your questions, okay?
Thanks for clearing that up. It makes my job easier. I do have quite a few comments here at the top, so I do hope that you'll just bear with me and then be happy to take whatever questions you might have. So I'd like to begin today by updating you on our efforts to recover the debris of several objects that the United States Air Force shot down over the last few days, as well as that of the spy balloon belonging to the People's Republic of China. And I'd like to put into some context for you how we have worked and are still working to better understand the issue of high-altitude, low-speed craft. Now let me start with the Chinese program. When President Biden came into office, he directed the U.S. intelligence community to do a broad assessment of Chinese intelligence capabilities and to ensure that we were working to detect and to protect against them. I think for reasons that you will all understand, we cannot publicly go into many details about how we discover and counteract foreign intelligence collection efforts, because much of what we have done and are doing is, of course, sensitive. But we were able to determine that China has a high-altitude balloon program for intelligence collection that's connected to the People's Liberation Army. It was operating during the previous administration, but they did not detect it. We detected it. We tracked it. And we have been carefully studying it to learn as much as we can. We know that these PRC surveillance balloons have crossed over dozens of countries on multiple continents around the world. including some of our closest allies and partners. We assessed that at this time, these balloons have provided limited additive capabilities to the PRC's other intelligence platforms used over the United States. But in the future, if the PRC continues to advance this technology, it certainly could become more valuable to them. The President also instructed the intelligence community to take a broad look at the phenomenon of unidentified aerial objects. Indeed, President Biden conducted the first ever daily intelligence briefing session devoted to this phenomenon back in June of 2021. He was briefed that this is not just an issue for the United States, but one for the rest of the world. And as I said, our friends and our partners are dealing with this as well. We worked on a bipartisan basis to stand up an office at the Pentagon to study this, in partnership with the intelligence community, academic institutions, and the private sector. These unidentified aerial phenomena have been reported for many years without explanation or deep examination by the government. President Biden has changed all that. We are finally trying to understand them better. Now, in light of the Chinese balloon program and this recent incursion into our airspace, the United States and Canada, through NORAD, have been more closely scrutinizing that airspace, including enhancing our radar capabilities, which, as the commander of NORTHCOM and NORAD, General Van Herk, said just last night, may at least partially explain the increase in the objects that have been detected. Slow-moving objects at high altitude with a small radar cross-section are difficult to detect on radar. Even objects the size of the Chinese spy balloon, which had a payload the size of roughly 3 school buses, were not picked up by previous administrations or other countries. We also know that a range of entities, including countries, companies, research, and academic organizations, operate objects at these altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious at all, including scientific research. That said, because we have not yet been able to definitively assess what these most recent objects are, we acted out of an abundance of caution to protect our interest, and flight safety. In Saturday's case, we acted in consultation with the Canadian government, the President speaking personally with Prime Minister Trudeau. The spy balloon was, of course, different because we knew precisely where that was. As we have said, we do not assess that these most recent objects posed any direct threat to people on the ground, and we are laser focused on confirming their nature and purpose, including through intensive efforts to collect debris in the remote locations where they have fallen. In each instance, we have followed the same basic course. We assessed whether they posed any kinetic threat to people on the ground. They did not. We assessed whether they were sending any communication signals. We detected none. We looked to see whether they were maneuvering or had any propulsion capabilities. We saw no signs of that. And we made sure to determine whether or not they were manned. They were not. We did, however, assess that their altitudes were considerably lower than the Chinese high-altitude balloon and did pose a threat to civilian commercial air traffic. And while we have no specific reason to suspect that they were conducting surveillance of any kind, we couldn't rule that out. That is why the President, at the recommendation of the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the NORTHCOM NORAD commander, gave the order to shoot them down. These missions were completed successfully and safely. Efforts are actively underway right now at all sites to find what is left of those objects so that we can better understand and communicate with the American people what they are. I think it's important to remind the objects in Alaska and Canada are in pretty remote terrain, ice and wilderness, all of that making it difficult to find them in winter weather. The object over Lake Huron now lies in what is probably very deep water. So outside of recovery operations, what are we doing? Well, first, we are continuing to monitor. There are no active tracks today, but the professionals at NORAD will continue to do their important work. Secondly, we are consulting with allies and partners on the challenge of identified aerial phenomenon and how we can all work together to deal with that challenge. The President has directed the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and the Director of National Intelligence to engage with their relevant counterparts to share information and to try to gain their perspectives as well. Again, this is an issue that affects everybody around the world. Third, we will continue to brief members of Congress and relevant state leadership on what we are doing and what we learn. The President has made this a very top priority. We have, over the course of just the last few days, and certainly over the course of last week, reached out to inform and brief members of Congress and relevant state governors of the operations that we were conducting and of the recovery operations that are underway. We've also kept Congress briefed generally on this issue of Chinese surveillance balloons, including classified briefings last August. And last week, administration officials provided classified briefings for all senators and all members of the House of Representatives on the PRC surveillance balloon. We fully expect and anticipate and support the ability to continue these briefings in the days ahead. And fourth, the President, through his National Security Advisor, has today directed an interagency team to study the broader policy implications for detection, analysis, and disposition of unidentified aerial objects that pose either safety or security risks. Every element of the government will redouble their efforts to understand and mitigate these events. And I'm happy to take some questions.
John, if the objects don't pose a military threat and they don't pose a threat to anybody on the ground, why shoot them down? Particularly because the military is routinely monitoring radar blips.
I kind of covered that in the opening statement. Two real reasons here. First, there was a very real potential risk to civilian air traffic. The one shot down on yesterday was about 20,000 feet, and the two shot down Friday and Saturday were at about 40,000 feet. And as you know, transcontinental air traffic is roughly around 30,000 feet. It depends, of course, on weather. And so because we assessed that they weren't manned and weren't being controlled, therefore left to atmospheric conditions, the real risk to safety of flight was a problem. The second purpose, and I talked about this earlier too, was even though we had no indications that any of these three objects were surveilling, we couldn't rule that out. And so you want to err on the side of safety here in terms of protecting our national security interests, and the fact that these objects could have and likely did at some point in their path transit over potential military sites of ours or sensitive sites. So again, out of an abundance of caution for those two reasons, the President, with the recommendation of his military leaders, directed them to be taken down.
Because it's so unprecedented, should the public be hearing from the President directly on this?
We have been, I think, as transparent as we can be. I won't speak for the President's personal speaking schedule, but I mean, he has been deeply engaged in every one of these decisions. He's been kept informed, including as of this morning, on what's going on with recovery efforts, and he's very much staying on top of the issue and directing his team to make sure we are properly consulting and briefing not just members of Congress, but state leaders as well. And of course, we're also doing what we can in the public sphere.
Can you give the European countries?
Wait a second, sir. Excuse me. Thank you, John.
What is the President's standard going to be going forward about when he orders an unidentified object shot down?
It comes down to one simple formulation, and that's if at the recommendation of his military leaders he believes that the safety and security of the United States, the safety and security of the American people, his prime responsibility, warrant that kind of a decision.
So it's possible we could see these shoot downs on a regular basis like we saw over the weekend?
I don't think it's useful for me to get ahead of where we are right now. The President will always side on preserving and protecting the safety and security of the American people.
You said we're not flying any surveillance balloons over China. Are we flying any other kind of surveillance craft routinely over China?
We are not flying surveillance balloons over China. I'm not aware of any other craft that we're flying over into Chinese airspace.
And then finally, can you tell us anything more about this octagonal object? How big was it?
We're still trying to assess what that was. I'm not going to get into a description. I've seen the press reports about what it looked like. I think we all need to be humble here in terms of what our ability is to positively identify stuff from fighter aircraft that are going several hundred miles an hour past essentially, in terms of relative motion, a stationary object that was not very big. So we don't know what this exactly looked like, and again, we're still not sure exactly what the purpose of it was or who owned it, but we hope to be able to find out more once we can recover the debris from that one and from the other two as well.
Just a few minutes ago, Prime Minister Trudeau said that there's some sort of pattern to the objects over the last few days. Is that something you could elaborate on, what sort of pattern the White House has seen?
I'm not familiar with the Prime Minister's comments, so I don't know if I should take a swing at that. I would just tell you that, going back to what I said before, these objects were not being maneuvered. They did not appear to have any self-propulsion. So the likely hypothesis is that they were being moved by the prevailing winds. And maybe perhaps that's what the Prime Minister is talking about. I don't want to speak for him, but certainly as the prevailing winds, particularly at that altitude, go west to east across the North American airspace, I mean, there was a general common movement in that regard.
And you spoke at the top about kind of reassessing radar given what happened with the initial balloon. Can you give us a sense, can we expect, should we assume that this is the regular number of these objects over the United States, that they've always been there and they just haven't been looked at the same way? Or is there any reason to expect that this is more than usual that are flying over?
So two thoughts there. I mean, I think we can all get our heads around the fact that there are sometimes things floating at high altitudes for various purposes. As I said, scientific research, weather balloons, all manner of innocuous craft can be aloft at high altitudes. I don't think that that's necessarily unusual here. It's difficult for me to say exactly what you can expect going forward. One of the reasons that we think we're seeing more is because we're looking for more. As you heard General Van Herk mention last night, they have modified the filters and the gains, as we call it, of the radar capabilities to look more discreetly at high altitude, small radar cross section, and low speed objects. And so if you do that, anybody that's operated a radar will know you can set the parameters, and if you set the parameters in such a way that to look for a certain something, it's more likely that you're going to find a certain something.
Given all you've discussed here and the actions the administration is taking and what people have learned, Chinese spy balloon this year and previous years, these unidentified objects that we shoot down, they might have a question. When it comes to these higher altitudes, are America's borders secure?
The president takes, as I said earlier, he takes our national security extremely seriously. He has no higher responsibility than the safety and security of the American people. And I don't think you need to look any further, quite frankly, than the decisions he's made in just the last week to 10 days to evidence that.
But it feels like he's plugging holes. Like these are vulnerabilities that we are discovering in real time.
You're making an assumption there that I don't know that the analysis will actually bear out.
Brian in the back.
Thank you very much. The president gave the order to shoot down the object over Lake Huron yesterday. Where was he? What kind of information did he have when he gave that order? What was briefed to him? And how did he anticipate the outcome of that?
He was here in the White House. He was kept constantly informed by his national security team and certainly by the military. He made that decision. I couldn't give you the exact time on the clock, but it was, I believe, mid to late morning, and then it was executed in the afternoon.
Were there contingencies in place in case there was a reaction from a foreign government in reaction to shooting that object down? Was the president anticipating the one yesterday? Yeah.
Well, it was shot over. I mean, it was shot over Lake Huron and landed in what we believe to be the Canadian side of the lake. So we were obviously in constant communication and consultation with our Canadian counterparts, and they are, rightly because of where we think it splashed down. I mean, they're sort of in concert with the U.S. Coast Guard, but they are also involved in trying to locate the debris right now. But there was good communication with our Canadian allies.
Signs of a foreign government taking a special interest in that object from yesterday?
No.
Reacting in an unusual way?
No.
Good. SB in the back.
Thanks. John, two questions. One, you mentioned early on that the China balloon might have been giving limited additive capabilities. I assume you're meaning onto their satellite surveillance. Can you specify what exactly it's getting from a balloon that they're not getting from orbiting satellites that go over us like dozens of times?
With the caveat that we haven't fully recovered everything, though we have recovered some things from the bottom of the Atlantic, and we're analyzing that. But with that caveat that we don't know exactly what this balloon was surveilling or what its capabilities were. So just in general, and that is an important caveat that I'd like you to remember. When you are at a lower altitude than space, you could perhaps get a better fidelity of imagery, for instance, of things on the ground. When you are not moving at the speed of a satellite, and therefore, only getting seconds over a site, when you can maneuver left, right, slow down, speed up, like this thing could, then you can loiter. If you can loiter, you can soak in a little bit more. You can spend more time over a sensitive site.
But some of their satellites are in geostationary orbit. I mean, they're just sitting there gathering signals intelligence, right? So what is the benefit? I mean, is it just to see what kind of fidelity?
We're going to learn more. I'd rather not go into any more detail than that right now. We're going to learn more. And frankly, I think that's a terrific question you should be asking Beijing.
And one last one. You said that the other objects shot down were not able to transmit, or were not transmitting signals, that they did not have any propulsion. Did the China balloon, did that have any, was it emitting signals back?
I'm not going to go into more detail about the capabilities of that. We are going to be studying it and analyzing it. There is no question in our minds that that system was designed to surveil, that was an intelligence asset. I'll leave it there.
Has there been any outreach from anywhere in the administration to the kinds of companies that produce weather balloons or other craft that would fit these descriptions that might be from the commercial or corporate world to say, is this yours, or any kind of outreach? Or have you been hearing from anyone who might say, we have ours, they're in this area? Is any of that going on now?
I don't know of any conversations right now, Kelly, but one of the reasons why the president directed Mr. Sullivan to put together an interagency effort is to take a long look at that and try to learn a little bit better about who is up at that altitude doing what for completely legitimate purposes. I think we all recognize we need to probably have a better sight picture on that, and that's why the president wants this interagency effort to take a look.
And what kind of intelligence might be happening in terms of the diplomacy that's going on or whatever, if these are state-owned objects?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Is there a network of conversations that might be happening where someone might be able to say, based on this octagonal description, that, hey, that sounds like the so-and-so? I mean, is there some conversations that are happening that might be able to give us some descriptions?
I mean, the short answer to your question is yes, and I talked about that in my opening statement. The president also directed Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, Director Haynes to have these kinds of conversations with our allies and partners around the world, to share with them what we're learning, but also to get their perspectives.
The Chinese were quick to say it's ours, but it was for commercial purposes.
Yeah, again, we're going to have those kinds of conversations with our allies and partners to see what kind of experiences that they have had, what we can learn from them, what perhaps they can learn from us.
And are we still with object, or can we call them balloons?
Still with object.
And just to follow up on Kelly's question,
I won't mess that up today.
On the corporate angle, is there any expectation that this is going to affect the executive order on surveilling the U.S. companies and what they're doing in China and their
I know of no
operations
such
there?
change to that executive order.
Okay, and then is there, and just you said a moment ago that there's no knowledge of a U.S. balloon or other craft over Chinese territory. Just being cognizant of the fact that China has a different definition of what their territory is than the United States, is there any U.S. surveillance aircraft over Taiwan, over the South China Sea that would fit into that?
There is no U.S. surveillance aircraft over Chinese, in Chinese airspace.
Okay, even Chinese claimed airspace.
There is no U.S. surveillance aircraft in Chinese airspace.
Okay, and then just finally, is there any new formal approach that's being developed as far as how you're going to deal with these things on a systematic basis going forward? Is there?
Well, again, that's exactly what the president wants Mr. Sullivan to run as a process, an interagency process, to help us, as I said in my opening statement, get around the policy implications here, and whether or not there needs to be any policy changes going forward.
Thanks, John. There's no precedent for U.S. fighters taking down objects over U.S. territory, as far as I'm aware of. I guess my question is, you talked about the tweak in the radar systems.
Yeah.
Has there been a tweak in the threshold for the Pentagon presenting to the President signing off on military action related to anything over our airspace?
I'm not sure I'm following what you mean.
In the wake of the Chinese spy balloon,
yeah,
the radars were tweaked, which is why you think you're seeing some of these things.
Right.
Has the decision about, or has the threshold for the use of fighters to take down objects also been tweaked? Has it been lowered? Has it been changed? We've never seen this before. All of a sudden, we've seen
No, actually, I'm sorry, I didn't understand it at first. No, I mean, and you heard General Van Herk talk about this last night. He's using established protocols to engage craft in the air, aircraft in the air, that can be legitimately brought down. And as he said last night, the best way to do that, certainly in a timely and efficient, effective way, was through fighter aircraft and through these Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. And they looked at, and he talked about this, they looked at other options to try to bring them down, to include gunfire, but that would have presented a greater risk to the pilots themselves. So this was the safest, most effective way to do that. Now, where we go from here, I think we just don't know right now in terms of whether there needs to be threshold changes, as you put out. I think it's important to just take a step back here, and remember what the president did was ordered these actions with the safety and security of the American people foremost in his mind, and there were very good reasons to do it. The military then, once given an order, determines how they're going to execute that order. General Van Herk decided that the best way to do this was with Sidewinder missiles and fighter aircraft.
And just to quickly put a sharper point on it, this isn't reactive to the Chinese spy balloon in the sense of there was political pressure, and so we are going to act quickly to take down any objects over our airspace because of the pressure that came from, say, Republicans.
These were decisions based purely and simply on what was in the best interest of the American people.
Good job. Thanks, Green. Thanks, John. John, does the U.S. government have video or imagery of these latest intercepts, and will you guys be releasing it?
You'd have to talk to DOD about that, Jackie. I don't know what kind of imagery might exist, and they'd be one to talk about whether they're releasable or not. Obviously, certainly with respect to the spy balloon, we want to make sure that we are gleaning what we can from this imagery, so that we can answer your questions better. And so to what degree there is or will or will not be public release, I do want to stress that, you know, we're going to want to make sure that we have had a chance to analyze that imagery for ourselves as much as possible.
Following up on Phil's question, I mean, I guess what we're trying to discern is, you said earlier, you know, we're looking for these more, so we're finding more. And
I said that could be one reason why we're finding more.
Could be one reason, but what we're getting at is, you know, why are we all of a sudden shooting them down? And to add to that, you know, the NORAD commander, for instance, said that when the first spy balloon was crossing over American and Canadian airspace, one of the reasons that he couldn't take action was because his assessment was that it didn't pose a military threat or have hostile intent, and so he couldn't take action there. It seems like maybe that protocol has changed, or his ability to make that call where there is not an imminent threat militarily or physically might have changed. So can you explain to us what changed? Why are we shooting them down all of a sudden?
I kind of feel like I took care of that in my opening statement, but I'm happy to revisit it. I mean, really two reasons here. And these are certainly in both cases, they're different. I mean, I think we need to separate the Chinese spy balloon. We knew what it was. We knew where it was going. We knew what it was trying to do. And by not taking it down, I mean, that was also a huge payload. Like I said, the size of 3 school buses. So really the option of shooting that down over land wasn't a legitimate option because somebody really could have gotten hurt. And we used the time available to us, knowing what this thing was all about. We used that time to study it, to learn from it, to collect on it. Then taking it down at the earliest opportunity in the water. And we have retrieved some of that debris off the bottom, and we're studying that. Hang on a second, I'll be right there. So let's separate that from these other 3. And these other 3, what are some of the differences? Altitude's a big difference.
Is that the threshold now? A risk to civilian aircraft?
Let me get through this. And then altitude's different. The Chinese spy balloon was at 60,000 plus, well outside commercial air traffic concerns. These 3 were right on the border of it. So there was a legitimate concern there. Chinese spy balloon, we knew exactly what that thing was. And we knew what it was trying to do. And we saw it, Jackie, as it slowed down, sped up, maneuvered a little bit, trying to get a look at what we believe to be sensitive military sites. These other 3, they didn't have propulsion, they weren't being maneuvered, it was basically they were being driven by the wind. We don't know for sure whether they had a surveillance aspect to them, but we can't rule it out. So there was enough uncertainty there that, again, out of an abundance of caution, doing the prudent thing, the president directed that they get taken down. And I get where you're going. Is this the standard going forward? And we're gonna dive into this. We're gonna learn from these 3 events. We're gonna continue to study what happened. We're gonna have an interagency effort that helps us get around the policy implications here, and we'll see where this goes. But bottom line for President Biden is, you got to do the right thing for the American people, for our safety and security.
Is it strange that no one's claimed these yet as theirs?
I can't say whether that's strange or not, since we're sort of in uncharted territory here, no pun intended. But we don't know, and I suspect that Go ahead. I'm basically done. I'm basically done.
Sir, what's your name, sir?
Bo from CBS.
Okay.
Has the payload been recovered from South Carolina yet?
The
large so-called payload that's...
Yeah, as I said, some of the debris, certainly they were able to take things off the surface like the next day, actually that afternoon, some of the balloon fabric. And in the days since, they have been able to recover some, not all, of the payload that sank to the bottom of the Atlantic. It's in about 45 feet of water. Weather conditions are pretty tough off the coast right now. Like today, for instance, they have not been able to get into the water and dive on it. But over the course of the weekend, they were able to raise some of the debris, including some of the electronics and some of the structure.
Do you have an expectation of when all that payload is going to be collected?
I don't. I wish if I could tell you that, I'd be a very wealthy man. I mean, it could take a long time, given the sea state and weather conditions and the degree to which we have to protect the safety of the divers.
And one last question. You said you were unsure of the surveillance capabilities of these latest objects. Last week we were told several times that every precaution was taken to ensure that the sensitive installations were covered. We don't know exactly what you all did, but has there been a...
Nor are you going to find out.
Well, has there been a posture change nationwide regarding all of these sensitive sites?
If you're
proactively?
If you're... let me just put a fork in this. If the implication is that there's some sort of blanket now security policy for every base on the continental United States, the answer is no. We do have protocols, particularly when we know that surveillance is going to occur, like in the Open Skies Treaty with Russia, for instance, when all that's scheduled and laid out, and when you know that there's going to be an open skies flight by Russia, you take the appropriate actions. And that's what we did in the case of the Chinese spy balloon, and we'll always do that. I will never talk about what precautions we're going to make at any given base at any given time, but we always do what we need to do to protect our nation's secrets. I won't talk about it any more than that.
Okay, we have to move on. Way in the back.
Oh, thank
Way in the
you.
back.
Thank you very much.
Iraq's? Okay. Admiral, you started the briefing by talking about the president's involvement in this. The report from ODNI recently that goes over this. In that ODNI report about unidentified aerial phenomena, it says there were 247 unidentified aerial phenomenon reports since March of 2021, some of which have, quote, demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. So can you say why the president just recently, within the last couple of weeks, started ordering some of these objects to be shot down, and why there weren't any orders throughout 2021 or throughout 2022?
It's very simple. It comes down to what sort of safety and security threats and risks we're talking about, and also it comes down to a lot to our ability to track, detect, and engage. Having come from the Pentagon, I can tell you that some of these UAPs, while we may not be able to know what each and every one is doing, some of the big concern there was that many of those reports were happening around our training ranges, were happening around air training ranges. So combat pilots were seeing these things, and there was a potential impact to the safety of flight of our pilots. But you may not have but a fleeting moment on some of these things to see it, and so it's different in these cases. We had time to detect, time to analyze, time to engage, time to make those kinds of decisions. But it all comes down to safety and security, first and foremost.
So is the time, though, is a matter of capability? We have better capabilities now than we did back then?
We are certainly improving our capabilities now, and as I said, the president has directed the national security team to dig into this deeper from an interagency effort and to see what, if other improvements might need to make. I mean, look, just by adapting the way the radar parameters are set, we have improved our ability to detect. And again, I said that could be one reason why we're seeing more.
Thank you so much. So you said that the debris fell on frozen waters or in remote areas, and these are also not huge objects, and they were shot down by missiles. So how optimistic are you that you will be able to collect enough debris to really get an idea of what these objects were?
We won't know until we get on site to see. How much damage was done, not just by the missile strike, but by the fall from a very high altitude, and as you said, in one case on sea ice. So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, thank you, John. Does Secretary of State Blinken plan to meet with his Chinese counterpart this week at the Munich Security Conference?
I'd refer you to the State Department for the Secretary's schedule. I don't have visibility on that.
Okay, and have you been able to, what have you been able to learn more, or not you, but the government, since these objects were shot down? I mean, you just alluded to the fact that that you've not been able to get on site yet. I mean, has there been any additional information since one was shot down Friday and then over the weekend?
Because these are just happened over the last few days and we haven't found the debris, there's still a lot more we expect to be able to learn. And I think once we can get to the debris, and I'm not forecasting how easy that's going to be. They all three have fallen into some pretty remote, difficult areas to reach. But we're going to do everything we can to find them, and that will tell us a lot. Since I know you didn't ask about this, but in the case of the Chinese spy balloon, we have been able to recover some debris and some of the electronics and even some of the structure from the bottom of the Atlantic, and that will also tell us a lot. And we are we're learning from it right now.
No, we gotta get everybody. No, everybody.
These Chinese spy balloons have been flying over U.S. military.
When do you think that you'll have all the debris, or as much debris as you can get from all the sites?
I'm sorry. When do we think?
When do you think you'll be satisfied that you've gotten as much debris as you can from all the sites?
I wish I could give you a date certain on the calendar. I can't do that. We're working to surveil them right now. In fact, there's an AVP-3 that's flying over the site in Alaska. The Canadians are in charge, obviously, of the one in the Yukon. And now the Coast Guard is in Lake Huron working with the Canadian Coast Guard to do the same thing there. So we're working this as hard as we can, and we will keep you informed as we learn more. As I'm telling today, divers in the water over the weekend. We have recovered debris off the coast of South Carolina. We'll keep you informed.
Will you brief Congress this week?
There have been briefings as early as late last week, and we do fully expect that there will be additional briefings this week, perhaps even later today.
We're running out of time, guys. Just on Beijing's response, they've been very harsh. They said the first balloon was an accident and the last 3 objects were not theirs. How do you respond to that? Has the White House had conversations with Beijing about this, and can you share a little bit about that?
We know the first one was Chinese. They admitted it. They claimed it was a weather balloon. We know it's not. These 3, we don't have attribution for right now. We don't know who owns them. So I'm not going to take anybody's word at face value here until we can get a chance to take a look at them.
Who else could have been?
Are we in touch with the Chinese? We have an embassy in Beijing. We maintain routine diplomatic conversations, and we have had over that spy balloon incident, we did have private discussions with senior Chinese leaders.
Thanks. Thanks, Admiral. I know you just said that, are you in touch with the Chinese? Is there any effort to arrange a call with President Xi at all?
I'm not aware of any plans for that.
If I could just ask a question on Israel, does the president plan to speak with PM Netanyahu about the moves his government is making to try to weaken the Israel judiciary?
I have no calls or conversations to read out, but we are deeply concerned by some of the moves here with respect to settlements.
The
Moldovan president just recently has said that there was a Russian plot to sort of overthrow her government and break Moldova's path to Europe. It was something that President Zelensky himself had also warned about. What is the U.S.'s assessment of this possible plot, and more broadly, what is the concern about Russia's attempts to sort of influence these pro-European governments in the region, even though it's right now focused on Ukraine, about other countries in the region?
So what I'll say about that is deeply concerning reports, certainly not outside the bounds of Russian behavior. And we absolutely stand with the Moldovan government and the Moldovan people.
But you have no confirmation from the U.S. side of intel?
I know of no independent confirmation, but we're certainly not questioning the capacity, the will of the Russians and Mr. Putin to try to do that. It's perfectly right up page right out of his playbook.
First,
Yes, I was going to ask you a question. just one quick question. Have you established whether these are lighter than air or heavier than air?
We have not.
Okay, but we have to get to everyone, okay? You already had a question. Go ahead.
All 3 shoot downs in the U.S. occurred offshore, but the one in Canada occurred over land. So is it effective U.S. policy to not shoot down these objects over land for safety concerns?
I wouldn't read into this some kind of policy decision. We will always, in deciding whether something should be taken down or not, consider the impact on the ground.
When the Chinese balloon came down, the Chinese Foreign Ministry indicated that they would respond in a way that they were prepared to. If it turns out that the other objects are also Chinese in origin, is there a menu of options prepared to the president for how we would react?
Terrific hypothetical. We're just not there yet.
Yeah, so more like a relationship issue. You have the Chinese spy airship that went through. You've got China buying more oil from Russia. You've got China, opening up cases in the U.S. trying to steal U.S. technology from universities. President Xi is going to be meeting with the Iranian president. At what point do you review a big review of the U.S. relationship with China? And at what point does the president ask for a call from President Xi?
Again, I don't have a call to talk about today. Let me just, again, level set here, and I know I'm running close on time, but sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
But the president met with President Xi at Bali at the G20. The whole purpose of that discussion was to move this relationship forward in a better way. Most consequential bilateral relationship in the world. The president knows that. And he wanted to move that relationship forward in a better way. And Secretary Blinken was dang near wheels up, trying to head to Beijing to have those kinds of conversations, to get some of these communication vehicles and venues back on track, whether it's climate change or military to military. We were willing to do that. We were looking forward to doing that. And then the Chinese decided to fly a surveillance balloon over the continental United States, and it wouldn't have been appropriate to have that meeting. When are those discussions going to get back on the calendar? I couldn't tell you. As Secretary Blinken has said, it'll happen at the appropriate time. Now is not that time. It doesn't mean, and people shouldn't take away from this, that all communication has been severed between the United States and China, that Beijing and Washington aren't talking. We still have an embassy there. We still have an ability through Secretary Blinken's good offices to communicate with senior Chinese leaders. Unfortunately, the Chinese military is not interested in talking to Secretary of Defense Austin, but there are still ways to communicate. And the president would tell you that now's exactly the time to at least preserve some of those lines of communication so that we can avoid miscalculation.
Has it set back the relationship?
What's that?
Has this list of things set back the relationship?
It has certainly not helped us move forward in the way that we wanted to move.
All right, last question in the back, and that's going to be the last question for the briefing. No, sir. No, sir. No, right here.
James, okay. Me? Oh, thank you. Last Friday, you answered my question about President Biden's message during his trip to Poland. But I'm wondering why he specifically chosen Poland for this trip, since so many countries are helping Ukraine, and he visited Poland 11 months ago.
The president's really looking forward to this trip. Certainly not lost, I'm sure, on any of you that it's timed around what sadly is going to be a year of war in Ukraine. Poland has been a strident ally, a tremendous supporter of Ukraine, and a generous host, not only to American troops, but millions of Ukrainian refugees who have fled there in safety. The Poles are, pardon the pun, but they're punching well above their weight, and we very much appreciate all the support. The President wants to thank President Duda in person. He wants to thank the Polish people in person. He wants to make broader points about how it's important for the kind of courage and unity we're seeing out of Poland and so many NATO allies continues sadly into what will now be a second year of war.
What's the message to the people of Poland?
Okay,
James,
thank you very much.
We actually have to end the briefing.
Thank you, Karine, and thank you, Admiral. Naturally, I have two questions. One on the unexplained aerial phenomena, and the second will be on the Russia-Ukraine war. My understanding is that the top officials in the Pentagon, when asked explicitly if they were ruling out any kind of extraterrestrial presence, said they weren't ruling anything out, and yet at the beginning of today's briefing, albeit with her usual winning smile, Ms. Jean-Pierre seemed to rule out any extraterrestrial activity.
I don't think the American people need to worry about aliens with respect to these craft, period. I don't think there's any more that needs to be said there.
On the Russia-Ukraine war, as we approach the anniversary, in the days immediately after the commencement of the conflict, we heard from senior U.S. officials such as the CIA director in congressional testimony that President Putin had been observed by U.S. officials to have constricted his decision-making circle during the pandemic, that he was making erratic decisions, and these were seen to have played out in what happened on the battlefield. As we approach this year anniversary, what do we observe about President Putin's decision-making now, the caliber of his decision-making, and also his grip on power in his own country? Has any of that changed over the course of the year?
I can't speak to the way Mr. Putin gets advised and how he, who's advising him and what they're saying. I couldn't begin to get inside Kremlin decision-making processes. Clearly, Mr. Putin is not making good decisions. Shouldn't have invaded in the first place. This is a country that posed no threat to anybody, let alone Russia. Clearly, he hasn't made sound decisions, nor has his military, with respect to their performance on the battlefield. They're still suffering some of the same problems they were a year ago. Logistics, sustainment, integration of joint fires, manpower personnel, unit cohesion. I could go on and on. The Russian military is still struggling. They have not surmounted these problems, and it's borne out by the fact that he continues to change generals the way I change socks. So I mean, he's still struggling.
Sorry, guys, we have to end the briefing. I got to go into the Oval, but I will see you tomorrow. And thank you for the compliment on the smile. I appreciate that. But I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Have a great one.
All right, a heavily in-demand briefing there at the White House, all having to do with the objects that have been shot down, the 4 in the last 8 days, and we were bringing that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here worldwide as we bring you these live feeds coming in from all over the country. When we come back, we are going to take you out to New York City, getting an update from police officials on the U-Haul truck driver that slammed into people, was arrested. We'll bring you the full update coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. And we're back here on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to New York City here. This is a live look here at the scene of the U-Haul truck that slammed into people. In total, 8 people injured in this attack there that happened earlier this morning and continues on into the afternoon. What we want to do before we go out to the police update, I want to show you just some tweets that were sent by a New York City councilman, Justin Brannon, saying that a man driving a U-Haul went on a rampage in Bay Ridge. He was just apprehended in Sunset Park. Several people were hit and badly injured. We have no idea of motives at this time, but this wasn't an accident. Thank you to New York Police Department 72 precinct as well as the 68th precinct. I will share more info when I can. Also saying that the suspect was actually arrested near the BK Battery Tunnel. We think he hit at least 6 people with the truck, and 2 are in very bad shape. Please pray for the victims. All victims are currently being treated at a New York City hospital. Thank you to the entire team there. As stated earlier by the New York Police Department, while the driver was clearly running people down intentionally, there is no intel saying that this was any kind of coordinated terrorist attack. First call came into my office a little after 10:30 in the morning. Witness saw a person driving U-Haul violently. Now let's go to the latest briefing just happened moments ago right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. We are here on Columbia Street and Hamilton Avenue in Brooklyn, where behind us is a U-Haul truck stopped successfully by the NYPD, ending a violent rampage through Brooklyn that left at least 8 people injured. Those victims are now in area hospitals. Our best wishes are joined by those of the entire city for their speedy recovery. The early details are as follows. At approximately 10:50 this morning, officers responded to a single male driving a U-Haul truck in the Bay Ridge area of Brooklyn. The vehicle struck a number of people, ultimately being stopped here near the entrance to the Battery Tunnel into Manhattan by our highway patrol units. We are still constructing the events. This information is preliminary and subject to change as we continue to learn more. Right now, reportedly, we have 8 people struck. 2 are in critical condition, 2 are in serious condition, and 4 sustained minor injuries. 7 of those people are civilians. 1 of them is a police officer who is taking police action during this incident. We have 7 different locations to process, including the one behind us. At this time, we have no indication that there is any terrorism involvement in this incident. However, as always, we will continue to investigate this incident with the full resources of the NYPD and our partners. What we saw today is a clear example why every moment of every day, the NYPD must be prepared for every possibility. I want to thank our NYPD officers, our partners in law enforcement for jumping into action this morning. If anyone has any information that may aid in this investigation, we encourage you to contact us at 1-800-577-TIPS. You may do so anonymously. Again, this information is preliminary. I will take some questions.
Let's start off with Donald Miles. Guys, don't call out.
Commissioner Sewell, good morning.
Good morning.
2 things. What was the cause for the initial stop? Why was the vehicle suspicious and pulled over to begin with? And what can you tell us about the suspect?
The vehicle that was stopped as a result of it hitting several people. It came to rest here behind us.
So he hit people before?
That is correct.
Okay.
We're going to go to Ayanna Harry.
Good afternoon. It appears that there are some videos that are circulating that seem to show an NYPD car on the sidewalk following behind the U-Haul. Can you talk to us about, I guess, tactically why that might be? Some people felt it seemed dangerous.
That's the subject of our investigation as well. That'll all be part of our investigation.
We're going to here to the front.
Yeah, can you tell us about some of the other locations and also what do we know about the suspect?
We know a very limited amount about the subject at this time. As part of our investigation, there are approximately 7 scenes that we have to process at this time. They're all in Bay Ridge along the way to here.
Can you just give us a name and age?
Of the subject? We're not releasing that at this time.
Adam Harding, could you just, about the suspect, any ties to New York? He may have only been in the area, we understand, for a couple of years, and it also being the beginning of sentencing for a similar case on the west side. Is there any correlation, link there in dates, similar type of crime scene?
As it stands, this is very early in the investigation. That will be part of what we are looking at this time. Whether this person has a nexus to New York or out of state is part of that as well.
All right, we're going to do 1 or 2 more. We're going to do Aaron Katersky.
Hey, Commissioner.
Hello.
When you say 7 scenes, does that mean people were struck in those 7 different locations? And is there anything that indicates that it's intentional?
We don't know that at this time. There are 7 scenes, 8 people are struck, and that will be determined as we go through the scene with our crime scene.
All right, last question, Rocco.
Commissioner, a couple of elected officials have already tweeted out that the suspect has said something to the effect that he wanted to die. Can you talk about what he may have said to police at any point?
Again, it's very early for us to be able to say that, Rocco. That'll be released when we have that information.
Was the initial call about a U-Haul truck driving recklessly or had hit pedestrians, or were all the pedestrians hit after police engaged the vehicle?
The preliminary information is that the U-Haul struck people first, and then we engaged after that.
Right. Last question, Joe Marino.
Do we know the status of the U-Haul stolen, where it was rented from?
It's part of our investigation now. Thank you
all
all
right,
for your time.
everyone.
I appreciate
Thank
you coming
for your
out.
time
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. That was the latest update that we brought to you right here, bringing you always top feeds and top stories. And, of course, breaking news just like this right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break. We'll be back in 2. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now. We are awaiting a State Department briefing. Will be happening at the bottom of the hour, and we will bring it to you as soon as it gets going. Of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to take you out to the Super Bowl handoff between Arizona and Las Vegas as the Super Bowl 57 wrapped up, and now the new host committee, Las Vegas, taking over. Just a year from now, it will be in Sin City.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. The commissioner said we're on the clock. We know that, and usually that is a term that the commissioner uses at the draft. And if we had a draft choice right now, I think we'd pick Jay. We would.
She's available.
Yeah, that's good to know.
For the right price.
Yeah. The job that Arizona has done over the past week is hard to appreciate until you start to try and plan a Super Bowl in a city. Everything that it takes, and it was mentioned here, but when you're actually doing that work, when you're actually thinking about all the different aspects that it takes in order to put on a spectacular Super Bowl, we now appreciate that in Las Vegas, and so we have a heightened level of appreciation of what Arizona has accomplished over the past week. We come into these things pretty confident. We, as the commissioner says, we know how to do events in Las Vegas. We'd feel a little more confident if you hadn't done quite as good a job. You set the bar exceptionally high. We wanted to acknowledge that. If you haven't had an opportunity to pick up the Arizona Republic today, please do. Our acknowledgement of both the help that Arizona has provided to us and the job that they did this week is recognized there. We also want to invite you to be at a Las Vegas-style reveal here at 9 o'clock. I don't know if you noticed the truck out front, but it's hard to miss, and we'd like to invite you to come out there at 9. We are very cognizant, and I've said this often publicly, that we have one opportunity to get the first Super Bowl in Las Vegas right. We are going to work very hard. We have an exceptional team. We've been working to do this for 60 years. So we are excited about the opportunity. We're excited about the team that we have put together in Las Vegas in order to make this happen. And I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce you to the CEO of Allegiant Airlines, who is also the chair of our host committee, Murray Gallagher.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. And Jay, congratulations. I'm a novice at this. I've been in business many years, but this is not business. This is an event. And one-off events are amazingly interesting to watch from afar, so to speak. Unfortunately or fortunately, I'm going to be right in the middle of it next year, and I can't be more excited about the team that's going to be putting this together. You see a number of them up here. It's a tough act to follow, but I put these guys up against it. Competition's a wonderful thing. It brings out the best in all of us. I personally want to thank our host committee already. They've been here for over a week, observing and doing the things needed to learn the steps that go into such an incredible event. On a personal note, we were fortunate enough to work with the Raiders to put our name on the stadium, Allegiant Stadium. It was a big bite for us at the time, but it's paying dividends, I can say that honestly. The Raiders have been a great partner for us. We look forward in the coming year working much closer with them as a Super Bowl host committee. They're going to be an exceptional host as we go forward, and they have a tough act to follow, but my money's on those guys. Lastly, I want to thank the NFL for giving us this opportunity. Las Vegas is, I think, entering a new era. It's always been known as a destination for entertainment. It now can arguably claim the best sports destination as well. We have to live up to that marker, but my money's on this group. Steve and his team, the host committee, all of those are going to be great. Well, with that, I want to turn it over to Sandra Douglas Morgan. Sandra is the president of the Raiders and my vice chair on the host committee. Sandra?
Well, good morning. It is so exciting to be here, not only to represent the Las Vegas Raiders, Mark Davis and the entire Raiders organization, to welcome the Super Bowl to our home at Allegiant Stadium. I would definitely start by thanking Michael Bidwell, the Bidwell family, and the Arizona Cardinals organization for being such gracious hosts to us as we transition the Super Bowl to Las Vegas. You know, the Silver and Black has had a long history of fight in our blood, of passion, and putting our hearts on the field for our incredible fans. And I know that Las Vegas will do the same as a first-time host city for Super Bowl 58. I'm incredibly proud of my hometown of Las Vegas and to see it transform into one of the sports destinations in the world. Our ability to host a global audience, provide the highest level of hospitality, and infuse all of that with excitement, glitz, and glamour that naturally comes from being in Las Vegas and one of the greatest new football facilities in the NFL will be an unforgettable experience. So we look forward to working with the Commissioner, with Peter, and so many of the great people at the NFL to make sure that Super Bowl 58 will be an unforgettable experience. And with that, I'd like to announce and introduce you all to the great governor of the state of Nevada, Joe Lombardo.
All right, it's always a great honor to go last. So, what a fantastic day. It's such a quiet crowd, right? You got to build up. We just came off a fantastic Super Bowl, and we should be celebrating. You guys are really stoic. So, Governor Hobbs, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And Commissioner, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. What a great honor to host Super Bowl 58. And similar to what Mr. Hill said and the Commissioner said, we know how to do it in Las Vegas and the state of Nevada. So I have a few comments, and then we're going to get on with the ceremony here. So I can tell you, you're going to be dazzled by the lights of Las Vegas Strip, that you're going to be amazed at the world-class entertainment, that you're going to be impressed by the natural beauty of Nevada, and that you're going to enjoy the unforgettable Super Bowl experience at Allegiant Stadium. Thank you, Maury. But I can also tell you, you're going to enjoy a welcome like no other. Our whole city is excited to welcome you to open arms and to make sure that you have an experience that brings you coming back to Las Vegas even after the Super Bowl. And with that, it's an incredible honor to say to the host committee, to the NFL, and to the devoted fans from across the country and the world, welcome to Las Vegas. We can't wait to host you the Nevada way. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have the very first Las Vegas Super Bowl 58 football, so we have that over here. I think you're passing it over. Okay.
Come on, Fitz. Yeah, we got it. There you
Can you do it?
So if you guys please have forward with the Commissioner in the center for Arizona Forum.
We want that.
You're right here on the side. You're okay.
Big smile. I know this can be hard.
Thank you. You guys have commissioned the center.
And we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come. Kansas City Chiefs champions a little bit earlier this morning, giving their post Super Bowl win news conference the day after. Head coach Andy Reid right here.
A great tribute to the National Football League, a great tribute to the Kansas City Chiefs. That game last night was a heck of a game. I know Philly's hanging their head a little bit, but nobody really lost. I mean, it was two great teams playing each other and two great cities. So I'm fond of my time there, and I'm fond of my time that I've had in Kansas City. The people have been phenomenal. The organization that Clark Hunt's put together has been tremendous. The coaching staff, the players. We've got Pat Mahomes over here that's going to talk to you. Phenomenal leadership in the front office with Mark Donovan, Brett Veach. So it's a good, solid organization, and with good, solid people. And I appreciate that. Having been kind of the elder statesman, I appreciate all that they do to keep me young. Anyways, that's time yours. Are we opening this up to questions?
Yes, we are. We'll
Okay.
begin here in the front with Adam Puncher, ESPN.
All right,
Microphone. You answered the question last night about next season, but what about longer term? What's your, not holding you to it, but what's your longer term plan?
Yeah, you know what, Adam? I know I got asked that a lot, and I wasn't really expecting to, but I haven't put much thought into all that. I'm enjoying what I'm doing, and I've got this guy over here that is a pretty good player. So I mean, we're doing okay.
Other questions? We have handheld mics. Raise your hand, please. Go over here in the middle. Name and outlet, please.
Hi, Andy. Sunny Upel from The Sun in the UK. Andy, you had two players yesterday who became fathers. Obviously, one's not here. Have you spoken to them at all, how they handled the emotion of the day?
Yeah, my sons, you're saying?
No. Two players on the offense who became fathers yesterday.
Oh,
so Nick
yes.
in the morning.
No, I did. Yeah, fathers. Yes. Yes, I did talk to them. They're very happy, and congratulations to them and their girls there. Yeah.
Question in the back. Ruby.
Good morning, Coach. I'm going to stand up for you since you told me to stand up yesterday.
All right, Herbie.
How much transition, I mean, obviously you're going to transition to the business side of football here after you get back to Kansas City, but how much transition are you anticipating with your coaching staff, maybe Eric Bieniemy moving on?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Eric Bieniemy's been tremendous for us, and I think is tremendous for the National Football League, and I'm hoping he has an opportunity to go somewhere and do his thing where he can run the show and be Eric Bieniemy. And then after that, I don't know. I mean, I don't know who is going to go. I always wish our guys the best of luck and opportunity. That's what all of them deserve. They work hard, and if they can get a promotion somewhere that I can't give them, more power to them.
We'll go with a couple more. Mitchell Brock.
Morning, Coach. Mitchell Brock, KCAA. First of all, congratulations on number 2.
Thank you.
Secondly, on the final drive last night, what went into the decision to play for the field goal as opposed to just punching it in?
Yeah, so we term that church mode, and Patrick relays that. We relay it to Patrick. Patrick relays it to the huddle. We knew they didn't have timeouts. We knew we could run the clock down to 8 seconds if we did it right, and still stay within that 5-6 yard area where your field goal percentages are 99%. And we've got a good field goal kicker. So, and then you don't really give them much of an opportunity to get the ball back. So we practice this. We practice it every Friday. You don't get to use it very often, but on the biggest stage, we were able to use that, yeah.
Okay, we have one more question. We'll go back to Adam from
Andy, it seems like you enjoy the grind of your job, for better or for worse, more than you ever have. The X's and O's, the dealing with young men. Is that true? Do you feel that way, and why or why not?
Yeah, well, I do enjoy that part of it. That's the fun part of it. I enjoy having the coaches that I have that I can interact with on both sides of the ball, and but I spend more time with the offensive guys, and to be able to come up and create things with them, and they're as much of the creating process as I am. So the Joe Blameyers, I mean, the names go on, Greg Lewis, David Girardi, Corey Matei. I mean, these guys love getting in and going. And Tom Melvin, who's been with me since he was a player at San Francisco State, I mean, always comes up with one or two things, a week. And so, and then the phenomenal job that Andy Heck does with the offensive line. And if I'm missing somebody, it's a great group of young guys, and they're smart, and I enjoy being around them.
Okay, thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Okay, to the Pete Rozelle Trophy winner, MVP, Patrick Mahomes, all the incredible accomplishments. Beyond the accomplishments on the field, he's one of those great young men that you're so proud of. The things he does off the field even exceed the amazing things he does on the field. He's joined an incredibly elite group. He is among a very small group of quarterbacks or players that have won the Super Bowl MVP multiple times. I think he's now in a very elite group with respect to winning the Super Bowl MVP and the MVP of the NFL in the same season. I believe all of the other winners of those two in the same season are all Hall of Famers, which tells you a little bit of where Patrick Mahomes is going. And he's only 27 years old. So we are just extraordinarily proud of him, and he deserves his trophy and deserves a Super Bowl championship. So Patrick, come on up. Got that? Not as heavy as the
Yeah, I just want to first off, taking in this whole year and everything that's came with it, man. I just wanted to thank my teammates. It was a heck of a run. We started out in OTAs in Dallas, Texas, then went to Kansas City, to St. Joe's, and then we ended up back here in AZ, man, winning the Super Bowl. And so I just want to thank my teammates, all the hard work they put in. My coaches, Coach Reed, and all the coaches that helped me be who I am, the Chiefs organization, and my family for supporting me every day. It's been an amazing run these last 5-6 years, and let's keep it rolling. So with that, it's y'all.
We have questions, handheld mics. Let's go front, Adam again.
Hey, Patrick, take us through what your offseason might look like because of the ankle. Are you going to be able to do a Texas thing again, or OTAs? You feel like you'll be ready to go? Take us through the offseason in that regard.
Yeah, I think I'll for sure be ready for OTAs and everything like that. Obviously, we'll have to continue the rehab, continue the treatment that we were doing, and just give it some rest. I mean, I think the best thing for it is going to be rest, and just try to make sure that when we get to OTAs, I'm ready to go. The only thing that might take a hit is my golf game, so I'll have to take a few weeks off of that.
We have a question in the middle.
Hey, Patrick, at what point did the ankle bother you the most? And was there a play that, afterwards you were saying, I don't know if I can go the next time?
The only time that it had the real I got like, I don't even know what to say. The real hurt of the ankle was when I got tackled, it kind of rolled to the outside a little bit. And once you have that high ankle sprain, when any little tweak like that happens, it just really magnifies it. So that was, I mean, coming into the game, I felt way better than I did in the Cincinnati game, and obviously that happens there, and we were able to luckily we were able to get in at halftime and get some new tape on there and some movement to try to get some mobility back. And then I think we talked about my offensive line. They protected me enough where I was able to sit in there and make the throws. So it was something that I was going to play through, but I'm glad I get a little bit of rest on it now.
Sam Farmer.
Patrick, Sam Farmer, LA Times. Can you walk us through the touchdowns to Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore, just that fake motion and what made that so effective?
Yeah, I think Coach Reed and Coach Bieniemy and all the offensive coaches, they had a good feel for how they passed off their motions. They're really good at passing off motions going across the field, and so we knew that since they didn't have that guy staying in man coverage on the guy did motion, that we would have a chance of maybe getting a little outflank where we could get it to the guy in the end zone. And the first one, it was a great call. It wasn't even set up for that situation by Coach Reed and Coach Bieniemy, and calling in that situation to get the touchdown. And the second one, we actually messed up the formation a little bit, but we were able to still utilize the play, just to how the play worked. And I think y'all saw me look to the right first, then look back to the left because Sky was probably supposed to be on the other side, but he was able to do the motion and get in the end zone. And so at the end of the day, touchdown, his first touchdown is going to be in the Super Bowl. So, I mean, that's going to be a memory he can have.
Center.
Mike Brodsky, Florida National News. Congratulations, Patrick. I know you have a lot of responsibilities in terms of appearances you're going to have to make, including a trip to Disneyland. What's the first thing you're going to do, though, once you get back home?
Yeah, once I get back home, I'm supposed to spend that time with my family. I haven't got to even see my son yet because he was asleep by the time I got home yesterday. So spend that time with them and my daughter and enjoy it with them. And then it's going to be Parade Wednesday, and we'll enjoy it as a team, I'm sure. And I'm sure the Chiefs Kingdom will be out there. So I'm always excited to be there with them. It'll be a heck of a run, man. Drafts in Kansas City as well. And so we'll get to really enjoy this Super Bowl win.
We'll go two more. Carlton.
Yeah, so one of my favorite storylines through the whole Super Bowl here has been the two black quarterbacks and then two black fathers. So can you talk about the principles, the morals that your father instilled in you to help you get to this stage, and also what morals and principles you'd like to pass on to your kids? Yeah, I think the biggest thing my dad instilled in me was to follow your dream. He said, no matter how it looks, follow your dream and work your tail off and have no regrets on how you work to get to that dream. And then I think second would just be a great man. It was those two things that he always talked to me about was how can you follow your dream to achieve that dream, and how can you be a great man while you do it. And so that was something that was instilled in me at a young age by my dad, and it's something that I want to instill in my daughter and my son is how can y'all be great people that make this earth a better place whenever y'all leave it.
Last question. Bring us home, Irving.
Hey, Patrick, congratulations on the MVP award and also winning the Super Bowl. Last night you mentioned that you were aware of some of the critics during the offseason about the Chiefs team. How often do you keep receipts, of that kind of stuff, like a Michael Jordan, and how much of that stuff pushes you?
Yeah, it's hard not to hear that stuff, especially in today's age and social media and everything like that. And so you hear how not good we're going to be, and all you can do is prove it on the football field. I'm not a guy that's going to respond and say stuff back to people or anything like that on social media. I'm just going to go out there and prove it on the football field, and once you do that, there's nothing they can really say. And so we had a new team, man. A lot of young players. Brett Veach did a great job of getting a lot of great players that contributed for us in this game, especially. And I said it before the year, and I'll always say, as long as Andy Reid's coaching us, we're always going to have a chance. So I'll keep the big guy around a couple more years at least, and we'll try to be back in this game as many times as possible.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, everyone. Safe travels.
And we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. What we will do is take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
their blood, or there'll be lots of their blood present. And so if you're looking for touch DNA from maybe an individual, we would need to know the specific area of interest to attempt to gather that touch DNA from, because the potential blood from the victims would be on the clothing. So we need to be able to isolate a specific area. If that information is not known, then there's not very much that we can do with that clothing, because there's just no specified area for us to test.
What about their hands? Would their hands always be an area of interest?
Again, it depends. If there is evidence of a struggle, then perhaps, which is why we would take the fingernail clippings. If we don't know, then sometimes you take the fingernail clippings just to see if you can get some DNA from the fingernail clippings. But
and the one time something was taken from them, it revealed unknown, unidentifiable male DNA.
a very partial low-level profile for and to Margaret.
And you found Maggie Murdaugh's DNA on the 300 blackout shell casings that were recovered, is that correct?
Are you referring to item 7.1?
Yes.
She was included as a contributor to that item, yes.
And your report doesn't separate between individual shell casings, does it?
No.
And is your report consistent with one of those shell casings being found in physical contact with her body?
I believe there was information from the crime scene that one of the shell casings was recovered from underneath her body.
And is your report consistent with that DNA could be transferred by physical contact?
That's possible, yes.
And for the shot shells found in the feed room that had a presumptive blood test positive, you found Paul's DNA on those, is that correct?
Paul was included as a contributor to that item, yes, 10.1.
And is that consistent with those being found in a room soaked with his blood?
It would not be unexpected.
And for the steering wheel of the Chevy Suburban, there was a positive human blood test, and I believe you found Maggie and Alex Murdaugh's DNA on the steering wheel.
For item 56?
Yes.
For item 56, which was a mixture, was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals, both Margaret and Richard Alexander Murdaugh were included as contributors.
So, yes.
They were included as contributors.
Yes. And is that consistent with someone who has handled Margaret Murdaugh's deceased body, which is unfortunately covered in blood, and then driving the vehicle?
I can't ever tell you exactly how the DNA was deposited onto an item. I can just tell you what the DNA profile is.
And I'm not asking you to, I'm just asking, is it consistent? Is there anything in your report that would exclude that explanation?
It's a possibility.
And for the two shotguns, neither one of those had Paul's DNA, is that correct?
Can you give me an item number,
I
please?
can. Sorry, just a sec. The first one is item 15.
Item 15 were swabs from the Camo Benelli 12-gauge shotgun from receiver forward of the loading port, and Paul Murdaugh was excluded as a contributor to that item.
And the other shotgun was item 22.
For 22.4, which was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals, Paul Murdaugh was excluded as a contributor. For item 22.5, due to the relatedness of the contributors, I was not able to offer a conclusion regarding Paul Murdaugh. So that's a situation that we talked about earlier, where sometimes if there's a small amount of DNA present, we cannot distinguish between related individuals, and so I was not able to make any comparisons to Paul to that item.
But you're not able to say for either one of those shotguns that Paul's DNA was detected?
He was excluded as a contributor for 22.4. For 22.5, I couldn't make any comparisons to him either way.
And again, is there anything in your test results that would be inconsistent with somebody who, with Alec Murdaugh, having Maggie Murdaugh's blood on his hands, having just visited the crime scene, and handling those two weapons?
Again, I can't really say exactly how the DNA was deposited onto an item.
And then later you did some DNA testing on the white T-shirt he was wearing, correct?
Yes.
Did anyone ever tell you why you were being asked to perform those tests?
Which tests do you mean?
On his white T-shirt.
The DNA analysis on the T-shirt?
So the DNA one. DNA.
It was submitted with a request to for DNA for blood, and so when items come in with a request for DNA blood, we will test it. If it is presumptive positive, then we'll move forward with DNA analysis on that item.
So did anyone say, we believe he's wearing this shirt that night? Is that why you're testing it for blood? Just to see if that, right? Someone's asking you to do this work. Did anyone say, we think he was wearing this shirt that night during these murders, let's test it for DNA and for blood?
I know that the shirt was removed from his body when it was collected. Mm-hmm. As far as when he was wearing the shirt, I don't have any information about that.
We pull up what's been previously admitted as the Defense Exhibit 32. Okay. You recognize this, correct?
Yes.
And this shows where the cuttings were made from the shirt, right? The A, B, C, D, E.
Yes.
And just kind of going through very quickly, cutting A down here in the bottom, did you find Maggie or Paul's DNA in cutting A?
Cutting A is item 19.4?
Yes.
For 19.4, Margaret Murdaugh was excluded as a contributor, and Paul Murdaugh was included as a contributor.
So we have Paul in A. In B, did you find Maggie or Paul?
For item 19.5, Paul was excluded as a contributor, and Margaret Murdaugh was included as a contributor.
And for C, which is going up a bit, so now we're off the bottom of the shirt, did you find Maggie or Paul?
For item 19.6, again, I was not able to make any comparisons to Paul due to the relatedness of the contributors. but Margaret was included as a contributor to that mixture.
Okay. For cutting D, now we're up at the right shoulder. Did you find Maggie or Paul there?
For item 19.7, I could not make any comparisons to Paul due to the relatedness of the contributors. And Margaret was included as a contributor to the mixture.
And did you also find Nolan Tootin in D?
He was also included as a contributor to the mixture.
Going over to the other shoulder, did you find Maggie or Paul in E?
For 19.8, Paul Murdaugh was excluded as a contributor. And Margaret Murdaugh was included as a contributor to the mixture.
So no Paul but Maggie there. Now coming down all the way to the bottom, G. Did you find Maggie or Paul there?
Paul was excluded as a contributor to the mixture.
Now finally, for both F and H up here, did you get any results for either one of those?
For 19.10, Margaret was also included as a contributor. Sorry, just to finish that result.
Sorry.
You were asking about?
F and H, did you get any results for either one of those?
For F, which was our item 19.9, a DNA profile was developed, but due to the inability to determine the number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered. For H, which is our item 19.11, Paul was excluded as a contributor. And for Margaret, the comparison to Margaret, an uninformative statistical result was obtained. No conclusion can be made regarding Margaret Murdaugh as a possible contributor to the mixture under the listed propositions, which in this case the propositions were Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture. And that's a situation I described earlier where the seesaw is balanced, so it can't tell me in either direction which scenario is a better explanation of the DNA profile.
So the only part of this shirt that we see right here, the front, where you can say that you did find Paul's DNA is down here at A, the bottom right part of the shirt, correct? Don't see.
For item A, I did have an inclusionary likelihood ratio for Paul. For several of the other stains, there was, I could not distinguish between him and other related individuals, so I could not make comparisons to him.
But the only place you definitely did find Paul was A, is that correct? On the front of the shirt.
That was the only item where there was an inclusionary likelihood ratio for Paul.
You're just listening into this double murder trial there in South Carolina. Alex Murdaugh, the now disgraced lawyer from South Carolina. As you can see, witnesses continuing to take the stand here as we continue to watch it here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, you can watch it in full on our YouTube stream on YouTube at Live Now Fox. It's our second stream as we also highlight the top headlines of the day. And I just want to get us out right now as Ned Price stepped to the podium at the State Department briefing here on Live Now from Fox. So let's listen in to this live on Unfiltered here on this Monday.
Sorry, we are starting both later than usual and later than the advertised time, but sure feels like a Monday. It is a Monday. A few things at the top, and we'll take questions from there. Let me start by saying that first, we are deeply troubled by Israel's announcement that it will reportedly advance thousands of settlements and begin a process to retroactively legalize 9 outposts in the West Bank that were previously illegal under Israeli law. Like previous administrations, we strongly oppose these unilateral measures, which exacerbate tensions, harm trust between the parties, and undermine the prospects for a negotiated two-state solution. During his recent trip to Israel, Secretary Blinken was clear that all parties should refrain from actions that heighten tensions and take us further away from peace. Israel's decision on settlements and outposts runs directly contrary to those objectives. As Secretary Blinken has said, anything that takes us away from the vision of 2 states for 2 peoples is detrimental to Israel's long-term security, its identity as a Jewish and democratic state, and to our vision of equal measures of security, freedom, prosperity, and dignity for Israelis and Palestinians alike. We call on all parties to avoid additional actions that can further escalate tensions in the region and to take practical steps that can improve the well-being of the Palestinian people. Next, as we continue to see the death toll rise, I want to again offer our sincere condolences to the people of Turkey and Syria. The images of this tragedy are profound, and we are working to assist those in need day in and day out. This earthquake has affected not only Syria and Turkey, but also the world, as we see the devastation and loss of human lives it has wrought. The United States continues to support search, rescue, recovery, and relief efforts and to mobilize additional equipment and resources to assist with recovery and humanitarian response efforts in both Turkey and Syria. We commend the incredible dedication of humanitarian responders and rescue workers who are working around the clock under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. The international community has a moral obligation to do everything in its power to get aid into affected areas of Syria. That includes urgently coming together in the United States Security Council to authorize additional crossing points from Turkey. As we saw this past week, having only one crossing means there's a single point of failure. We echo the repeated calls of UN officials for the UN Security Council to authorize additional border crossings to help deliver life-saving aid to people in the northwest of Syria. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield put it well in her statement last night. As she said, people in the affected areas are counting on us. They are appealing to our common humanity to help in their moment of need. We cannot let them down. This is not a political issue, it is a human one. To our friend and ally Turkey, we will be with you every step of the way. To the people of Syria, we are sending you precisely the same message. The United States is continuing to mobilize assistance through U.S.-funded humanitarian partners, and will be pushing for a resolution in the Security Council that authorizes those additional crossings as soon as possible. More border crossings will save more lives. It is that simple. Next, we are deeply concerned by the Cambodian government's abrupt decision to revoke Voice of Democracy's media license. A free and independent press plays a critical role in functioning democracies, providing the public and decision makers with facts and holding governments to account. The decision is particularly troubling due to the chilling impact it will have on freedom of expression and on access to information ahead of the national elections in July. For more than 20 years, VOD has provided objective, fact-based reporting on issues that serve the interests of the Cambodian people. We urge Cambodian authorities to reverse this decision. And finally, as Secretary Blinken said in 2021, human trafficking is an affront to human rights. It's an affront to human dignity. This afternoon, Secretary Blinken chaired the Biden-Harris administration's second meeting of the cabinet-level President's Interagency Task Force to monitor and combat human trafficking. Today's event is an opportunity for 20 agencies across the federal government responsible for coordinating U.S. government-wide efforts to combat human trafficking to highlight key federal anti-trafficking work and to announce upcoming initiatives to the public. This meeting underscores the administration's strong commitment to combating human trafficking and is an opportunity to reinforce the priorities set forth in the updated National Action Plan to combat human trafficking, which we released in December of 2021. The Secretary also presented the Presidential Award for Extraordinary Efforts to Combat Trafficking in Persons to 2 recipients selected by the President. honoring their incredible work to fight human trafficking in our own backyard. A member of the presidentially appointed U.S. Advisory Council on Human Trafficking spoke about the council's work and recent recommendations. This event, which is ongoing, is being live streamed from the White House's YouTube channel, and there will be a recording available at our website, www.state.gov. With that.
Great. Thank you, Ned. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Since I'm prepared to wager a significant amount of money that you don't have anything new to say about the Chinese balloon and/or these shoot-downs of whatever these things were, objects. Let me start where you started.
Yep.
Am I correct on that?
Matt, I would never encourage wagering or gambling from the podium, but that would be a safe bet.
Yeah. Okay. Let me start where you started then. When the Secretary was in the Middle East, when he was in Israel specifically, did he specifically tell Prime Minister Netanyahu that you would object and strongly oppose these kinds of these moves, and in particular these ones that were just announced yesterday?
So Matt, when we were there, before we were there, after we were there, last week, again today, our message on this has been clear and consistent. We oppose any unilateral steps that exacerbate tensions. We've run through, you probably know our litany by heart at this point. And certainly among the steps that are unilateral, that have the potential to exacerbate tensions, is settlement activity and the legalization of outposts. It is no surprise to our Israeli partners precisely where we stand on this. It's no surprise because we've made this very clear and private, in very direct terms, but it is also no surprise because we consistently make this clear in public. This administration has been clear and consistent on that front. We did not want to leave any room for ambiguity whatsoever.
Well, then what's your takeaway from the fact that they went ahead and did it anyway?
Yeah. So look, Matt.
What are you going to do about it?
So Israel, of course, is going to make its own sovereign decisions. We have made our opinion, our very strong opinion on this, very clear. A number of other countries, including countries in the region, countries well beyond the region, have made their opinions on this clear as well, and I expect that will continue. So we're doing a couple things. We are having intensive discussions with the parties. That includes Israel. We're registering our deep concern over what we heard within recent hours. We're engaging with the Palestinians. We're engaging with other regional partners as well. And as I alluded to a moment ago, a number of regional partners have already spoken out about the announcement that has emanated from Israel. We are doing this bilaterally. We are doing this multilaterally. With a much broader group of partners, including a number of partners who share the concerns that I just outlined and the concerns that you heard from Secretary Blinken in the statement that he issued just a few minutes ago. When it comes to our regional partners, this was part of the reason Secretary Blinken thought it was so important to travel to Israel, the West Bank, and Egypt now last month. This is a regional effort in which we are engaged to do everything we can to de-escalate, to support the de-escalation of tensions. Now, ultimately, it is incumbent on the parties themselves to take steps that serve that purpose. And the reason we're voicing such strong concern and such deep trouble over what we've heard from Israel in recent hours is because it does precisely the opposite. This is a unilateral step that certainly does not de-escalate tensions. It has the potential to do quite the opposite. Beyond that, Matt, the Secretary's statement and the topper that I just ran through, it made a reference of encouragement to all parties to take additional actions that can further de-escalate tensions in the region and take practical steps to improve the well-being of the Palestinian people. Since the earliest days of this administration, we have been focused on those practical steps. We were in a position to have to restart the relationship with both the Palestinian Authority and the Palestinian people essentially from scratch. That was an early priority of ours. We resumed those relationships, and we've resumed the humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people. Over the past 2 years now, we've contributed more than $900 million to the Palestinian people as part of an effort to improve their well-being in very practical ways. We are committed to a two-state solution. You've heard that in the Secretary's statement today. You heard that when he spoke to J Street a number of weeks ago now. You heard this from the President when he was in the region, from Secretary Blinken when he was in the region more recently. We are going to continue to work with the parties, with Israelis and Palestinians in the first instance, but parties in the region, parties in some cases well beyond the region, to do everything we can to keep the prospects of a two-state solution alive.
The thing is, though, that Ned, you had intensive discussions. You just said, what are you doing in response? And you said you were engaged in intensive discussions with the parties and with our friends and allies in the region, whatever. But you had just had intensive discussions with the Prime Minister, with President Abbas, you know, less than 2 weeks ago, less than 10 days ago. And it certainly looks like the Israelis just don't care. Because as you said, you made clear that these kinds of moves run counter and hurt one of your main priorities for the region. So the question again is, what are you going to do about this, if anything? I mean, are you going to drop your opposition to the Palestinians taking these issues to international forum?
So, Matt, this is something we are going to continue to discuss with the parties themselves, with parties in the region, with countries, in some cases, well beyond the region. Our guiding principle, in the first instance, is to oppose any steps that have the potential to exacerbate tensions. The corollary to that is to support those steps that can serve to de-escalate tensions. We are calling for both. We are calling on the parties to refrain from additional steps that could exacerbate tensions. We're calling on the parties, the Israelis in this case, but countries in the region, countries well beyond the region, to take practical steps that would improve the well-being of the Palestinian people. We have, over the course of the past 2 years, attempted to lead by example. And there are any number of metrics that you can use. $900 million in humanitarian assistance is just one of them. We are going to continue with that. But right now, the first order of business is to tend to what is a very delicate situation, a situation that was made even more delicate over the past 24 hours by the announcements that have emanated from Israel. We are working to do all we can to support a de-escalation of tensions. Over the longer term, we want to support this vision of a two-state solution. Right now, our focus is on quelling the potential for additional violence, and we've already seen far too much violence over the course of recent months. But over the longer term, again, this is a vision that is predicated on two states for two peoples, with equal measures for Palestinians and Israelis of security, of prosperity, of freedom, of democracy, of dignity. That remains our intention over the longer term. Saeed.
Can I follow up on that? Now, you said that at the beginning that you are deeply troubled. I mean, in the past, you're deeply concerned. What's the difference? Is there a difference between deeply troubled and deeply concerned? You know, do you think it carries more weight?
I wouldn't try to parse this statement beyond what we've said. We are deeply troubled. We are deeply concerned by what we have seen out of Israel.
And at the same time, you said that is an Israeli, of course, it's an Israeli sovereign decision. That's what you said. So if Israel tomorrow says, I'm going to annex half of the West Bank, I want to annex some more, that is also a sovereign decision. You agree? That is a sovereign Israeli decision? That will not prompt you to take any action beside or beyond expressing how deeply troubled you are?
Saeed, that's a hypothetical, and it's a hypothetical that you know as well as I is not going to happen tomorrow. It's also a hypothetical that is inconsistent, would be inconsistent with everything that we have said about the strong urging we have put forward to both parties, to Israelis and Palestinians, that they should refrain from steps that serve only to exacerbate tensions and to put even further distance between where we are now and an ultimate two-state solution.
Well, why call it a sovereign decision if they don't have sovereignty?
Can I finish, please, Bob? Don't jump, Hannah. Okay. So, I mean, you're also saying that, you know, we don't want to compromise the effort towards a two-state solution, right? Although knowing full well that every time, you know, there's a new settlement, that really compromises that outcome. Not only that, if you are unable to persuade the Israelis to backtrack on settlements that they have termed as illegal, how are you going to force the Israelis to remove 700 settlers and maybe 300 and some settlement? How will you do that? If you know, there's nothing wrong with the strength of your tone. The problem is that you are not utilizing any of the tools to press upon the Israelis to take action to fulfill those words that you are saying.
Said, I think what is especially powerful is the fact that this is not a vision that the United States has and has alone. This is a vision of two states for two peoples that has been put forth by this administration, successive American administrations of both political parties, but of countries around the world and by Israeli governments themselves, not to mention a vision that is shared by the Israeli people. The dynamic that we're talking about today, not only the steps that were announced today, but the dynamic that we've seen in recent years, steps that include settlement activity, that include legalization, that include annexation. The reason there's such opposition to that is because it is entirely inconsistent with what Israel is. It is entirely inconsistent with Israel's identity. Its identity as a Jewish state, but also a democracy, a democratic Jewish state. We are going to continue to use our voice. We are going to continue to engage with the parties. We are going to continue to engage in diplomacy bilaterally, multilaterally, to take steps that, one, would serve to de-escalate tensions, but two, over the longer term, to protect and ultimately advance the prospect of that two-state solution.
Also, Israel's identity is an occupying power, you know, of the West Bank, of the Palestinian territories. And, you know, you're a signatory to all the international protocols that term, you know, that have a very clear definition as to what a war crime is. Settlement of occupied territory is designated as a war crime. Do you consider settlement in the West Bank to be a war crime?
Said, I'm not even going to entertain that question. We believe in a two-state solution, a two-state solution in which Israelis and Palestinians are living side by side in states of their own, where they can enjoy equal measures of prosperity, of democracy, of dignity, of security, and stability in their own states. That is the vision we put forward. That's the vision that countries around the world share. That's the vision that Israelis and Palestinians also share.
And my last one. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister said that this was in response to Palestinian terrorism or the uptick in violence and so on. Isn't that a form of collective punishment? Do you agree that this is a form of collective punishment when you seal homes, demolish homes, arrest mothers and fathers and daughters and sons and so on, and banish them and so on? Is that collective punishment?
I'm not going to characterize.
It's very simple. Do you consider that to be collective punishment?
I'm just not going to characterize the way any individual Israeli official has explained this. What I will characterize is our position on these moves. Our position is that we're deeply troubled. We're concerned. We oppose these moves precisely because they serve to move us away from that vision of a two-state solution, that has been the guiding principle of successive American administrations, that has been at the core of the vision of countries in the region, and frankly is one that is shared by those in the region. Yeah, Simon.
Just to sort of put this another way, during the trip last week, you mentioned this desire to rebuild the relationship with the Palestinians, with the Palestinian Authority. The Secretary in meeting with President Abbas, specifically mentioned legalization of outposts, right? Is there a credibility issue here for Palestinians if you're asking them to, you're asking them to do things in this meeting, and you're coming after meeting Israeli officials, and days later, this ends up happening. So what are Palestinians who you're trying to rebuild the relationship with? What are they supposed to take from them?
Well, if they listen to our statements not only today, but again, over the course of this administration, over the course of successive administrations, just as to Matt's earlier question, our Israeli partners know where we stand, our Palestinian partners also know where we stand. There's also an important note that I've already alluded to in the statement that the Secretary issued earlier today. He called on parties, countries, to take practical steps that can improve the well-being of the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people have, in many ways, been deprived of opportunity, they've been deprived of prosperity, they've been deprived of hope. As we seek to maintain the viability of a two-state solution, a vision of two peoples and two states living side by side, part of our focus right now is to instill and engender more hope, to give them the hope that there is a brighter future on the horizon. We are trying to mitigate the damage, and we're trying to preserve the viability of that vision, a vision that they want, a vision that we want, a vision that the region, by and large, wants.
Is it fair to say that there was this Fenzil plan, U.S. security coordinators plan, and you had some officials stay behind after the trip to try to sort of work something out? Is it fair to say that that has no fruit? There's no fruit from that, given this move now. Can we say that anything was achieved by that work?
Well, if your question is if we're giving up hope on efforts to de-escalate tensions, the answer is an unequivocal no. Two senior State Department officials did remain behind when we were in Israel and the West Bank last month. I suppose it was earlier this month now, to hear ideas from the parties about steps that they themselves would have to be in a position to take to de-escalate tensions. Now, the step that was announced from Israel yesterday now, that was not a step in that direction. It was a step in the opposite direction, unfortunately. But our commitment to engage with the parties, to work with the parties, to support the parties as they seek to de-escalate tensions, to end this cycle of violence, our commitment is steadfast. We are doing that, and we will do that with the parties themselves. We will do that with our partners in the region. It's one of the reasons why Secretary Blinken thought it important to go to Egypt before we traveled to Israel and the West Bank. There are other countries in the Middle East who have and will continue to play a constructive role with both parties, and we're going to continue to engage with them
At the
too.
risk of being repetitive, there is no consequence in terms of you're not looking at various U.S. aid to Israel, for example. A country so openly defying Secretary of State in this way. Would you consider any consequences beyond deeply troubled and intensive discussions?
So I'll make a couple points. One, Israel is a partner of the United States. It is among the closest partners we have. It is not only shared interests, but it is the shared values that have long been at the core of the relationship between our two countries since 1948, when President Truman recognized the state of Israel, I think 8 minutes after Israel declared itself independent. Part of that relationship is a rock-solid commitment to Israel's security. There is no question that Israel faces threats to its own security. We have seen examples of that, just horrific examples of that in recent days alone. At the same time, and this goes back to what I was saying about the shared values being at the core of our relationship. We have the United States, over the course of 70 plus years now, has supported a two-state solution as the only viable means by which to preserve Israel's identity as a Jewish state and a democracy. So we are going to continue to support that. We're going to continue to stand by Israel's side when it comes to the security threats that it faces, even as we use our voice and we coordinate with other parties and partners in the region to oppose these sorts of steps that actually undermine the prospect for that very two-state solution. Camilla.
Just one follow-up on Israel and then one on China. I think it's fair to say that Israel faces a threat from within. You've seen the protests in Tel Aviv over the weekend, and even more protests, tens of thousands marching in Jerusalem today. Do you have any new comment on Netanyahu's government's continuing intention to limit Israel's Supreme Court powers?
These are decisions for the Israeli people. I am sure all of you remember what the secretary said when he was standing next to Prime Minister Netanyahu in Jerusalem. I'm sure all of you read what the president told the New York Times yesterday as well. Standing next to Prime Minister Netanyahu, the secretary noted the recognition that we have in this country, but that democracies around the world have, that building consensus for new proposals is the most effective way to ensure they're embraced and that they endure. Similarly, President Biden told the New York Times yesterday that the genius of American democracy and Israeli democracy is that they're both built on strong institutions, on checks and balances, on an open, independent judiciary. Building consensus for fundamental changes is really important to ensure that the people buy into them so they can be sustained. Ultimately, these proposals are not a question for the United States. They're a question for the Israeli people. What we have shared in public now a couple times and in private as well is the experience that we have in this country, is the experience that democracies around the world have had about the process by which proposals are tabled and debated and taken up and advanced or not. That's what we've commented on.
And can I pivot to China?
Anything else on Israel?
On China.
Go ahead and go ahead, Camilla, and then we'll come back.
Is the secretary going to, or is there an active intention to meet with Wang Yi in Munich later this week? And have you had, since last week, since these objects have been shot down, have you had any interaction with Chinese counterparts in DC?
So the answer to that second question is yes. We believe in keeping lines of communication open. We think that is important. It's especially important in some ways at times of tension. But we are going to do everything we can as a responsible country to see to it that we have the ability to communicate with one another, to speak directly, candidly, with one another. To the first part of your question, we're always assessing options for diplomacy. I'll have to let the PRC speak to Wang Yi's potential travel. We'll have an opportunity to speak to Secretary Blinken's potential travel, but I can tell you at the moment there's no meeting on the books between Secretary Blinken and a senior PRC official. John, go ahead.
And so the U.S. is open to it, though?
Look, John, first of all, we are open and we are committed to keeping lines of communication open. There are different ways to do that. We can pick up the phone. We can see officials in our respective embassies in Beijing or Washington. We can see officials in third countries. We can, as we were planning to do, travel to the PRC to engage in those face-to-face discussions. We'll take a look at all of those options, and if they make sense, given where we are in the bilateral relationship, and if it has the opportunity to be constructive and useful, of course, that's something that we would take a look at.
And on the same time, we heard from Kirby that there was no indication that this was that the crafts were surveilling anything, the recent crafts. Is there any indication or evidence that the craft belonged to a nation state?
My colleague at the White House just gave quite a long briefing on this. I think the bottom line, as he conveyed, is that these recovery operations are ongoing. And the first order of business here is recovering these objects, and from there, getting a better sense of just what they were and to whom they might have belonged. Jenny?
Thank you. A whole lot China about the human trafficking in China. There's North Korean defectors are being human trafficked in China. What actions will the United States take to China for the human trafficking?
Well, as you know, Jenny, we're intensely focused on this, and it's the very reason why all of the cabinet departments and agencies that are involved in combating the scourge of human trafficking are assembled, or have been assembled together today to not only to herald those who have made tremendous contributions to this, but to plot out the next steps of our efforts to prioritize this challenge and to take it on. Our annual trafficking in persons report includes sections on countries around the world. There's a section in there on the PRC, so I would refer you to that for details.
One more, Chinese President Xi Jinping and Iranian President Raisi, they're meeting today. Then they said that they announced that they will discussing a united anti-American front. How do you respond on this?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question.
They're gonna say they announced that they will discussing both Iran and China, united anti-American front. So how will you respond on this?
I would leave it to those two countries to characterize the purpose of their meeting. I would just make a broader point that there was a time not so long ago where the United States made a concerted effort to engage with the PRC on the issue of Iran's nuclear program, precisely because we recognize it to be a challenge to both of our countries. Our bilateral relationship with the PRC is complex, it is consequential, it is the most complex, probably the most consequential bilateral relationship we have. There are different aspects to that relationship that is primarily competitive. There are some aspects that are adversarial, potentially conflictual, which is why, again, we focused on maintaining those open lines of communication. But there are areas that have been or have the potential to be collaborative, where we do share interests, where it is in America's interest to engage with the PRC. In the context of Iran, we demonstrated that over the course of many years, working with the PRC in the context of the P5+1, first the talks, and later in the context of the Iran deal after it was implemented in January of 2016, precisely because Iran's nuclear program poses a challenge to the United States. It poses a challenge to the PRC as well. There are other challenges to the international system that Iran poses that also implicate the PRC, just as there are challenges to the international system that the PRC engages in that are of profound concern to us. So I will leave it to these countries to discuss the point of this meeting. Each country is going to have to determine the nature of its relationship with the PRC. But when it comes to Iran, we think it is important that the rest of the world make very clear that Iran's nuclear advancements, that its efforts to export terrorism and malign influence throughout the region and potentially beyond, that is not something that any country should tolerate and certainly not support.
You're just listening in here to the State Department briefing there. Ned Price, the spokesperson, giving an update there. We're going to shift gears just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox as we're getting an update on that fourth object being shot down. And we're hearing remarks now from the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. He was in Brussels as he's meeting with the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, also NATO Defense Ministry as well over there in Brussels. He held a press conference or just a few remarks here earlier, and I want to give you just a little bit of a taste from our Lucas Tomlinson, our Fox News correspondent. Says Secretary Lloyd Austin tells reporters that, quote, no debris has been recovered from the three objects shot down recently in Alaska. Canada, and Lake Huron. So those are the three most recent ones since that February 4th shootdown of the Chinese spy balloon. Of course, Defense Secretary Austin was in Brussels today. We want to take you out to these remarks as he potentially takes questions from reporters as well. So let's listen in to this here on Live Now from Fox.
Operate in these altitudes or at these altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious, including legitimate research. That said, because we've not been able to definitively assess what these recent objects are, we've acted out of an abundance of caution to protect our security and interest. And that's why we have teams working hard to track down the debris from over the weekend. We have extensive efforts in South Carolina, Alaska, and Lake Huron, and we're supporting our Canadian partners in their efforts there. Each of these recoveries are unique, and each pose their own challenges, as you know. In South Carolina, crews have collected a fair amount of debris from the site, and weather permitting, continue to search. In Alaska, the object landed on sea ice, and because of the wind chills and other weather impacts in the area, safety concerns are partially dictating recovery timelines. In Yukon Territory, Canada is leading recovery operations in the very remote area where the debris landed. And the FBI continues to liaison with Canadian officials, and U.S. Northern Command is ready to offer additional support as requested. In Lake Huron, U.S. Northern Command and the U.S. Coast Guard and the FBI are beginning operations to locate debris in close partnership with the Canadians. Because the recovery efforts are unique, the timelines will be unique as well. I want to be clear, the three objects taken down this weekend are very different from what we were talking about last week. We knew exactly what that was, a PRC surveillance balloon. And as we have said, we do not assess that the recent objects pose any direct threat to the people on the ground, and we will continue to focus on confirming their nature and purpose. So I'll stop there and take a couple of questions.
Mr. Secretary, have you been able to recover any part of the most recent three objects, and why continue to call them objects? Are these not balloons?
Well, we're going to confirm what they are once we have collected the debris, but to answer your question, we've not recovered any debris from the three most recent shootdowns.
Oh, sure. Sir, as far as policy is concerned, is it American policy to now shoot down these unidentified objects on site? And is there been a delegation of authority from President Biden to yourself on making decisions on when to take down these objects?
Thanks. Our policy hasn't changed. We will evaluate each and every event on its own merits, and we'll make decisions based upon the recommendations of the NORTHCOM NORAD commander, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and they'll make recommendations to me, and I'll evaluate and make recommendations to the president. Again, these three events each of them presented a risk to safety of flight. And we don't know if they were actually collecting intelligence, but because of the route that they took, out of an abundance of caution, we want to make sure that we have the ability to examine what these things are and potentially what they were doing. So with that, I'll stop and we'll go ahead and move out to the hotel. But thanks a lot.
You were just listening in there to Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, giving us a little bit of a recap on what they know. And you'll see this map quite a bit, as this was the 4 different locations of those 4 different objects. Of course, February 1st, the first object was a Chinese spy balloon. Of course, we heard a lot about that, but those Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the 3 most recent days where the second, third, and fourth objects were shot down. The most recent one just to the east of Michigan in Lake Huron in the Great Lakes area. So we're learning a lot more about this here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, it was good to hear from the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin as President Biden gave the go-ahead to shoot down those objects over United States airspace. Of course, we also learned more from different representatives out of Michigan yesterday on Sunday on that fourth object. We want to take you out to an event from earlier today with Congresswoman Slotkin out of Michigan as she was making some remarks as well, a former CIA person employed by the CIA there, so she certainly has some experience in the intelligence field. Let's listen into these remarks from earlier today out of Michigan.
Different objects that have been traversing North America. We had NORAD based out of Colorado Springs, which has the mission of protecting the United States, is paying extremely close attention now to anything that's flying in our skies. They've really lowered the threshold of what they're looking at, and this pinged on the radars early, about 24 hours ago. They determined that it wasn't a threat to national security. The NORAD commander has the ability to shoot down anything they want that's over the U.S. homeland if they deem it an immediate threat. We obviously watched it, you all watched it on open source media, but we watched it traverse from the Lake Michigan side to Lake Huron, and they chose to shoot it down over Lake Huron so that we could have a chance of collecting what it was. We do not know what it is right now. I've seen all kinds of speculation from another Chinese object to an academic who put up some sort of, sensing device. We don't know yet. That's why we like to collect things. As a former CIA officer, we like to exploit things that we find, and so that's the recovery effort that's going on right now in Lake Huron. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know that there's lots of talk about UFOs and all of that. Let's let our military do their job, collect the information. I have no reason to believe this is a UFO. And I noticed that the general's wording left open the door, so I know that's gotten all kinds of excitement. But the chances are this is just a normal run-of-the-mill thing that we and the intelligence community know how to exploit. That's what I expect to learn in the next couple of days.
Congressman, last night the NORAD commander, he described it that it was shot down 15 miles east of the UP in Lake Huron. Mm-hmm. That sounds like South Detroit to me because it's not exactly, that's land. Do you have a more approximate location for this shoot down? Have you been briefed by DOD on that?
No, I don't have anything more to add other than it was shot down over water, and Lake Huron has been choppy, so it's been difficult to recover. There's a joint U.S.-Canadian effort to make sure we keep eyes on that equipment and pick it up, but they're hampered by choppy water. So I don't know anything more about the exact GPS coordinates of the location, but they wanted to shoot it down over water. They shot it down over water, and they're trying to collect the gear.
Could you break down where it floated over Michigan? Like, was it the entire UP? What was the path?
So this is actually, this is the interesting thing about having threats over our homeland. I'm sure our media in the back can tell you there were a lot of amateurs watching. There was a lot of folks online who could see the flight path. Certainly, the Wisconsin National Guard was mobilized and put up F-16s. The folks from the local base saw them go out. So there was a lot of unclassified information. The flight path is available through a simple Google. But I know that from our perspective, because it was coming from the Wisconsin side across Lake Michigan, that's when we got involved as Michiganders, and you can look the path up.
Once the object is recovered, can you explain the process in terms of going through it and learning more about its origin and role?
Yeah, well, it's similar to what we're seeing now with the Chinese balloon, right? We recovered the information, we take it to a facility, a classified facility, we start looking at everything from how it mobilized, what maybe surveillance packages are on it, just everything about it, the origin of some of the equipment on there. You've heard that story breaking, so that's a normal process of exploitation, and I'm sure we're going to do the exact same thing with these objects that we've more recently shot down. Yeah, so you saw the Chinese government today, I think, still on the defensive and flailing about when it comes to reacting to the fact that a Chinese produce balloon traverse our homeland, and they made false accusations that we have balloons all over China. The National Security Council has already come out dismissing that and saying this is just a Chinese government reaction to being caught, frankly. So I have no reason to question when the White House puts out a statement that we have no balloons over China.
You're just listening in there to Representative Slatkin out of Michigan as she was detailing some of those information around that fourth object being shot down on Sunday. Of course, this is, again, the map that will show you quite a bit here on Live Now from Fox, from our Fox team, as they show the 4 locations of it, including dating back to that February 4th Chinese spy balloon. Of course, a lot of people on Capitol Hill, including senators like Mitch McConnell, the Republican from Kentucky, were making remarks here. First, they were talking about other things, as it was just a general speech, but he does get into this fourth object being shot down. So let's listen in to what Mitch McConnell, the Republican, says here just a little bit ago on Live Now from Fox.
Losing thousands of its people to lethal drugs produced by China and shipped in by Mexican cartels. Since the Biden administration has ignored a functionally open southern border, every state in America has faced border state problems. Last fiscal year, Customs and Border Protection apprehended more than 2.7 million illegal immigrants. That was far and away the highest annual count they had ever seen. Without a coherent, coordinated response from the Biden administration, frontline states from Florida to Texas to Arizona have had to take the response to catch and release into their own hands. These states have dealt with soaring arrivals by busing illegal immigrants to so-called sanctuary jurisdictions in the interior. Colorado's Democratic governor followed suit. By setting aside the record-shattering numbers of illegal immigrants who were met and processed at the border, CBP estimates that 1.2 million more people have crossed the border and got away since President Biden took office. 1.2 million gotaways. That's 2 times the population of my hometown of Louisville, just disappearing into our country. So, Madam President, 98 of the illegal immigrants CBP apprehended last fiscal year were watch list terrorists. 98 of them were watch list terrorists. Thousands were convicted criminals. And along with them, as Kentucky narcotics officers understand all too well, came millions upon millions of lethal doses of fentanyl. I'm proud of the Commonwealth's first responders who are fighting back against this truly devastating killer. But until the Biden administration decides to address the border crisis by unfolding on its watch, my fellow Kentuckians will continue to fight a steep uphill battle. Now, on an entirely different matter, there's something unusual going on in our nation's skies. President Biden needs to communicate and level with the American people. About 2 weeks ago, the American people learned that a Chinese spy balloon had crossed into our airspace and was taking its time surveilling our homeland. We watched it tour a big chunk of the country before the administration finally, belatedly, took it down. Since then, the public has seemingly heard about another new unidentified flying object, seemingly on a daily basis. Yesterday, one of our F-16s shot down something they still have not identified near Lake Huron. The day before that, in consultation with Canada, an American F-22 shot down something else over the Yukon. The day before that, we took out something else over Alaska. The administration has still not been able to divulge any meaningful information about what was shot down. What in the world is going on? Has the Biden administration just dialed the sensitivity of our radars all the way up? If so, what are these objects that we are just now noticing for the very first time? Are they benign science projects and wayward weather balloons, or something more nefarious that we've somehow been missing all this time? President Biden owes the American people some answers. What are we shooting down? Where did they come from? whether they are hostile or not? Is there coherent guidance about when to shoot them down? If the administration knew all along about China's surveillance efforts, why did it not have options to shoot that balloon down before it maneuvered itself all across the country? Did the right people in the government know about this surveillance threat? Did ODNI and DOD not adequately share intelligence about the growing threat? How did we get into a position where the greatest nation in the world doesn't know what is traversing our own airspace? How long has the domain awareness gap that NORTHCOM Commander General Van Herk has identified existed? And what has the department done about it? The Commander-in-Chief owes the country some answers. Now, on one final matter, this morning I was saddened to learn of the passing of my good friend Ted Lerner, the only person I'll recognize as an even bigger fan of the Washington Nationals. When Ted bought the Nationals franchise in 2006, he helped a hometown team plant deep roots in our nation's capital for the first time in 33 years. And season by season, his leadership built the team that would bring home Washington's first World Series title in nearly a century. True Nats fans consider ourselves lucky to have been here for the historic run that Ted orchestrated. But even in a transient place like Washington, the whole city has been fortunate to be touched by the Lerner family story. Ted, of course, was a Washingtonian from the beginning, kindergarten through law school. After serving in the Army during the Second World War, he met his wife Annette here, and at every step of the way, Ted's success was a family affair. He got a front row seat to the hardworking, enterprising spirit of his immigrant parents. He got his start in real estate with a loan from none other than Annette, who at the time had the only paid job between them. And the family Ted and Annette built together has been involved in every facet of the venture that transformed the D.C. skyline and put the Capitol Dome squarely over left center field. So today, my prayers are with the Lerner family as they mourn a truly distinguishing life.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Illinois.
Madam President, I don't know what's up in the skies, what's going around, flying around, being spotted. And I think there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. If it's a threat to the United States in any way, shape, or form, it's absolutely unacceptable, and I think we all agree, both political parties. But when we start giving advice to this President and Department of Defense in these matters, we got to stop and reflect on the manager of my local car wash in Springfield, Illinois. I went there about a week ago when the first balloon was spotted, and he said, "Senator, what's going on up there?" I said, "I don't know. I think China's responsible for it." And he says, "What are they trying to tell us?" And I said, "Whatever it is, we better answer them and answer them decisively. We don't need anybody from China or any other country flying in our airspace and endangering Americans in the process." And then he said to me, "But what about those cowboys in Congress who want to shoot it down wherever it is? Are they thinking about what's going to happen if the debris from that, whatever it is, falls on a city, hospital, school playground? They don't want to do that, do they, Senator?" Well, I hope they don't. But I wonder, when I listen to the comments of some people here who argue that we should have shot down that balloon when it was going across the United States, if they reflect on what might have been the collateral damage. We didn't know what was on that balloon. We knew it was the size of 3 school buses. That is not a small operation. And whether it included anything that was dangerous to us, radioactive or some sort of explosive, we just didn't know. I think we did the right thing. We waited until it was off the coast, the Atlantic coast, still near our own territorial waters, and shot it down, and now we're recovering what was in it. As for the other elements, We're going to be briefed this week on China, and I believe those questions are certainly going to be asked and should be asked. I'll be there on a bipartisan basis as I was last week. It's serious, and we ought to take it seriously. But the notion that we would shoot this down over Louisville, Kentucky, or Springfield, Illinois, or Chicago, that's not responsible. I trust our military to make that decision and to understand where the debris field might be that would endanger people. Madam President, on a separate topic, I want to talk about a friend of mine.
You're just listening in there to several senators there, including Dick Durbin, out of Illinois, the Democrat. You also heard from Mitch McConnell, the Republican from Kentucky, talking about a variety of topics, including that fourth object that was shot down on Sunday, of course, over Lake Huron. We also heard from the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, as well as a representative from Michigan, Slotkin, as well. We continue to cover this main story here on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue to watch as the State Department continues to take questions. Ned Price at the podium. Let's listen in here.
Last week, the broader point is that the Department of State is committed to safeguarding national security while facilitating legitimate travel to the United States for both immigrant and non-immigrant travelers. We know that timely visa processing is essential to the U.S. economy and to the administration's goal of family reunification. We are quickly lowering visa interview wait times worldwide. This is certainly true in South Asia. This is a direct result of our hard work by our consular teams in the field and an embrace of innovation and efficiency in our processes. But we're also using new tools to not only address interview wait times, but to introduce efficiencies and customer service improvements. In this fiscal year, in FY22, embassies and consulates processed 90% of their pre-pandemic 2019 non-immigrant visa volume and expect to exceed that in this year, in 2023. As part of these efforts, to your question, we're working in earnest on plans to restart domestic visa revalidation for applicants who are physically present here in the United States and renewing their visa in certain petition-based non-immigrant visa categories. And we hope to have a pilot up and running later this year. This, when it is up and running, would eliminate the need for these applicants to travel abroad to renew visas, all part of the effort to eliminate inefficiencies. We can't comment at this point on how many visa holders would be initially eligible, but the pilot, we hope and expect, would begin with a small number of cases before scaling up in the coming 1 to 2 years.
Thank you.
Yes.
Questions on China. Number one is there was a train derailment in Ohio a couple of days ago, and there were a lot of chemicals that were loaded on that train. I asked your colleague since morning. They were very kind, message back and forth. But my question is, would it be correct to say that if these chemicals were to be imported from China, and after these balloons incidents are happening, would it be correct to say that China has started espionage activities in the U.S.? Can you say anything about that?
So the train derailment, that is something I would need to refer to the Department of Transportation and others who are responding. Of course, I've seen the imagery of this derailment in Ohio, just the plumes of smoke and destruction that's surrounding it. It's just...
I'm not focused on. I'm focused more on the chemicals that were on it.
I couldn't speak to what chemicals might have been on a train in Northwest Ohio.
Okay, one more question. Again, a few weeks ago, I had used the term compromising on U.S. values. You know, in this country, one of the values is the freedom of religion. And being Muslim, you know, I go for Friday prayers every week. But one of my colleagues who just recently went to China, he informed me that the Islamic and the Muslim people over there are being treated so much worse than what the U.S. has even informed the public about it. And after getting that report, I checked with your former colleagues as well, and it has come into the notice that whenever things are good with China, then the Muslims who are treated there the way they're treated there, you guys do not take action about that when there is good relations. But when there's bad relations, then the Uyghur Muslims issue raises up and stuff. But can you confirm that can you at least confirm that the Muslims in China, beside the Uyghurs, tons of Muslims in different states are being treated very horribly, and it is in the notice of the State Department, and you guys don't talk about it?
Well, I would dispute the premise of your question. Regardless of the state of bilateral relationship with any other country around the world, our values are immutable. Our values don't change. And we are always going to speak out when we see systemic persecution, certainly on the scale that we've seen in the PRC. You said leaving aside the Uyghurs. I think that is difficult to do given the scale of atrocities that we have seen and human rights violations that we've seen committed against the Uyghurs by PRC authorities. We've been clear and consistent that this is a genocide. It's an ongoing genocide directed against the PRC's Uyghur minorities. But to the broader part of your question, there are other elements and aspects to persecution based on religious identity in the PRC. And going back to what your colleague asked just a moment ago, we have an office that is very focused on this. Every year, we produce a report that has quite detailed information on what we see in the PRC and countries around the world. Michelle?
Yeah, thank you. What does the U.S. delegation visit to Saudi Arabia mean? Did the administration finish its review? And did you open a new page with the Saudis? And I have one more question.
So Michelle, as I mentioned a moment ago, they are traveling to Saudi Arabia. They are in Saudi Arabia now to meet with the GCC, to take part in the important working group, these important GCC working groups. When it comes to Saudi Arabia, we are grateful to the kingdom for hosting these critical meetings. We do believe they're valuable opportunities to discuss shared concerns with all of our GCC partners. And when it comes to our relationship with Saudi Arabia, we have multiple interests. We have important work to accomplish with our Saudi partners. We are focused on pursuing and forging and crafting and operationalizing a bilateral relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that serves the interests of the American people, that serves the interests of the United States, and that serves the purpose of a more integrated, more stable, more prosperous, more opportunity-filled Middle East. The security relationship we have with Saudi Arabia remains strong. We witnessed just a few months ago when our countries worked together to deter and to disrupt a threat emanating from Iran towards the kingdom. There are other examples of that. We are always looking at ways to optimize each and every one of our bilateral relationships around the world. And at the center of that work is one simple question. Is this relationship most effectively serving the American people, serving our interests? And that's work that's going to be ongoing in all of our diplomacy.
And
yes.
do you have any updates on the U.S.-Qatari strategic dialogue being held in Doha?
I don't have an update on timing for you. Of course, when we were in Qatar in November of last year, we discussed plans for the upcoming strategic dialogue, but we'll let you know when we have dates to announce. Yes?
Last time you claimed, quote, "We follow the law in every instance." But Archbishop Desmond Tutu's last article was an admonition to this administration, headlined, "Joe Biden should end the U.S. pretense over Israel's secret nuclear weapons." The subhead was, "The cover-up has to stop, and with it the large sums in aid for a country with oppressive policies towards Palestinians." The Archbishop noted specifically, amendments by former Senators Glenn Stewart Symington and John Glenn ban U.S. economic and military assistance to nuclear proliferators in countries that acquire nuclear weapons. He noted that Israel not only got nuclear weapons, but also, quote, "There is overwhelming evidence that it offered to sell the apartheid regime of South Africa nuclear weapons in the 1970s and even conducted a joint nuclear test. The U.S. government tried to cover up these facts." The Archbishop added, quote, "The U.S. government should uphold its laws and cut off funding to Israel because of its acquisition and proliferation of nuclear weapons. Are you not, in fact, in violation of this U.S. law, which is part of the Arms Export Control Act, as the late Archbishop charges?"
This administration follows the law. We have an ironclad relationship with Israel, as I mentioned before. We are committed to Israel's security. That, of course, remains the same. We've spoken a lot about Israel and that bilateral relationship today, but that security partnership is strong, and we're committed to preserving that and to strengthening that.
But
Yes.
I just cited a specific law. Will you reply to the law? Are you not in violation of the Glenn Symington amendments to the Arms Export Act?
We follow the law in all instances, yes.
You have to specify, you have to give me more information than that. It says that there should be a cutoff of U.S. aid to a country that proliferates nuclear weapons, or the president can issue a waiver. There has been no information of any sort of waiver. Have there been any waivers?
I'm not familiar with the details of this law, but I can tell you that we follow the law
I'm talking about
in
the
every
core.
in every instance. Go ahead.
I'm talking about the core
Okay.
of the law. I'm citing a law, and you're not responding to any specifics on this specific law.
Again, I'm not familiar with the details
Will you
of
get
this
back
law.
on this
I'm
with
not
us,
familiar with
to
the
us?
details of this law, but
Will
of
you
course
get back
we've,
on this specifics here?
if we have anything to share on this law, we'll let you know. Yes.
Thank you, Ned. I hope you are familiar with what's going on in Ethiopia. I'm asking you, I present this question to you not only as a correspondent, but also as an Orthodox Christian. The unity of the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, one of the oldest in the world, and which accounts for about 40% of the country's 120 million population, is under threat after the move by the breakaway bishops who created their own synod. There should be no other synod in Ethiopia, one holy synod, one patriarch for the whole Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Ned, unless there is a peaceful solution for the current religious crisis in Ethiopia, it is difficult to imagine the magnitude of the dangers the current development in Ethiopia is posing, not only to one of the most ancient churches of 1,007 years, but also to the peace and stability of the whole nation and the region. My question to you, Ned, what is the State Department's position regarding the current very dangerous situation in Ethiopia?
So this is something that we have not only addressed, but something that we have worked on intensively. And as you know well, as a result of that diplomatic effort that we have put forward, and our partners in the African Union and across the African continent have put forward, there's been a cessation of hostilities agreement that has been in place since early November of last year. We recently marked 3 months of that cessation of hostilities agreement being in effect, but most importantly, for that cessation of hostilities agreement being respected by the parties themselves. We've seen a significant diminution of the violence. We are aware that Eritrean forces are withdrawing from Ethiopia. We are going to continue to attempt to build on the progress of that cessation of hostilities agreement, but to attempt to build on the progress of greater levels of stability, greater levels of security for the people of Ethiopia, all of the people of Ethiopia. Yes.
But I'm going to have, hold on 1 second, Ned. My question to you is not about the Tigray. I give a credit to the United States for bringing a peace deal between the Ethiopian government and TPLF. But the question has nothing to do with TPLF. Right now, there is another very dangerous situation which involves politics, religion, and race. It's like a coup d'etat to get rid of the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church. That is my question. If there is no peaceful solution, we are going to see more dangerous situations than we see in Tigray. So that's my question. What is the State Department's position right now, what we have in Ethiopia regarding this religious conflict, religious crisis?
So we are a partner to the people of Ethiopia. We're a partner to the government of Ethiopia. We've worked with stakeholders across Ethiopian society. We want to be there not only to help build on what's been achieved in Tigray, but when it comes to reports of instability in other parts of the country, we've spoken of Oromia, for example. You're raising other issues. We want to be a partner to the government of Ethiopia, to the people of Ethiopia, and we'll do what we can to support that. Yes?
Yeah. Thank you, Ned. I have two questions. One question about Rob Malley's meeting with the Iraqi foreign minister.
this meeting came after the Iranian foreign minister called Iraqi foreign minister on Friday. Then after that day, he had a meeting with Rob Malley at the hotel. Then what I've learned, they discussed JCPOA, and also they discussed what Iranian foreign minister talked to Iraqi foreign minister. Do you have any indirect talks with Iran? And if the JCPOA is not on your agenda, why it's been discussed with the Iraq, then they will go back to Iran. My second question about Iraq, there's congressional lawmakers are trying again to repeal the 2002 law authorization for use of military forces against Iraq. Are you in their book to repeal this act now?
On the question of the AUMF, this is something that we spoke about during the last Congress. We do support the repeal of the 2002 AUMF. As you know, there are two AUMFs that are currently in existence. The 2001 AUMF provides us with the authority that we deem necessary to take action that we deem prudent when it comes to the threats posed by terrorist groups, for example. On Rob Malley's discussions, I'm not going to characterize any particular engagement he has had, but I will just reiterate that there's been no discussion of resuscitating the JCPOA. That is not on the agenda and hasn't been on the agenda when we've engaged with partners, and it hasn't been on the agenda when we've engaged indirectly with the Iranians. When it comes to what we're conveying to the Iranians, we have means by which to convey those messages, and they really boil down to three simple messages. Stop killing your people, stop providing UAV technology to Russia, and release the wrongfully detained American citizens. Yes. Go ahead, and last question in the back.
Okay, thank you for taking my question. So today, Deputy Secretary Sharman had a joint press meeting with US, Japan, and ROK. In that meeting, was there any conversation or discuss about joint sanction due to recent Chinese behavior, like a Chinese spy balloon?
So I wasn't in on those discussions. I also haven't had a chance to speak with the deputy, but fortunately, you all had a chance to hear from Deputy Sherman herself and from her ROK and Japanese counterparts. Let me just say broadly, when it comes to the DPRK, we've consistently called on responsible stakeholders the world over to uphold UN Security Council resolutions. That, of course, applies to permanent members of the UN Security Council, the countries that themselves negotiated and formalized these Security Council resolutions. It is incumbent on all countries, including the PRC, to follow the letter and the spirit of the Security Council resolutions that have been implemented. The DPRK's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs pose a threat not only to the United States, to our deployed forces, to our citizens in the region, but to our allies, the ROK, and Japan, and it is certainly not in the interest of any country in the region, and that includes the PRC. Elizabeth?
Going back to Syria real quick, time is of the essence. So why did the U.S. wait until yesterday, 6 days after the earthquake, to formally call for a UN Security Council resolution that would open up more crossings?
We've been formally calling for more cross-border openings, cross-border checkpoints consistently. We have done this every single time there has been a vote at the UN. You have heard us twice a year now call for not only longer duration of these cross-border transit points from 6 months to a year, but we've consistently made the point that one is not enough, and one is not enough precisely because of what we saw in the earliest days following the earthquake, when the one crossing that Russia would agree to in the Security Council was made inaccessible after the earthquake. It was a stark reminder to the rest of the world of the need for redundancies. Hopefully, it was a stark illustration to not only the regime in Damascus, but also to the Russian Federation of the moral imperative of putting aside politics, putting aside petty relationships, and doing what is right for the people of Syria. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're putting forward in the UN. That's what we've heard a lot of support for in recent days from our UN partners.
Just a very quick follow-up. Just in the past, during the briefing, there's a statement from Secretary General Guterres saying that Assad has agreed to 2 more border crossings. Do you have any information on that or any reaction to that?
Well, certainly hope Assad is serious about this. Of course, it hasn't been only Russia that's been opposed to this in the past. The Assad regime has consistently argued against additional humanitarian crossings. But if the regime is serious about this, and if the regime is willing to put those words into action, that would be a good thing for the Syrian people. Thank you. Thanks.
You were just listening in there, Ned Price providing an update at the State Department briefing here on a variety of topics. You also heard him there at the very end talk about the crisis that is taking place in Turkey and Syria after that 7.8 earthquake shook the region. We are learning that about 33,000 people have died in the rubble caused in the damage following this very tragic and heartbreaking earthquake. We also want to give you an update on just a humanitarian crisis that's taking place as people are trying to help, but rescue is hard to come by with the amount of destruction there in Turkey and Syria. Here's more from Fox on that.
It's been a week since 2 massive earthquakes hit the Turkey-Syria border region, and the situation is getting worse. The death toll now passing 35,000, and survivors are doing their best to cope with homelessness and a lack of basic supplies. We took a tour of the hard-hit city of Iskenderun. You can see the near total devastation. There's no water or sewage, little electricity, and widespread looting. Thousands of homeless residents now camping out as they wait for more help to arrive.
Our children are here. We sleep in the car. We'll try to survive till spring.
We sleep in mud, all together with 2, 3, 4 families. There aren't enough tents, so we all stay together.
The recovery effort has gotten off to a slow start so far. The Turkish government has been criticized for the delays, but now the international community is stepping up with emergency health care, food, and security. But the situation is different in Syria, where the ongoing civil war is still causing major logistical problems.
There's the risk of infectious diseases, again, because of the overcrowding, because of this disruption of water and sanitation. We already had pre-existing outbreaks of cholera and measles.
Governments on both sides of the border are promising to speed up their response, but for now, thousands are left and waiting and pleading for help.
For God's sake, anyone who has a conscience, take a look at this. What happened to being a world leader?
Officials here in Turkey have started to arrest contractors linked to buildings which collapsed during the earthquakes. In Iskenderun, Turkey, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that latest report. Certainly a heartbreaking scene taking place in Turkey and Syria. 35,000 people now have died from that tragic earthquake. Of course, we're following all the top stories here on Live Now from Fox. It is just past 4 o'clock on the East Coast. Of course, we're getting updates. We heard from Mitch McConnell. We heard from Dick Durbin, senators there. And we're also potentially going to hear from this man, Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader there, as he is speaking on the floor right now. I want to put up this tweet, though, as our Chad Pergram says, there's another all-Senate classified briefing tomorrow on the objects shot down. Of course, we'll learn more, hopefully, in the coming days after that 4th object was shot down on Sunday in Lake Huron. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, though, first, and catch our breath, and then get back into all the top headlines next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us on this Monday, and we have a busy lineup of headlines coming at you. We want to give you a quick roundup of what we're looking at here on all of our feeds here in this side of this studio here at Live Now from Fox. Of course, following all of the proceedings taking place in Walterboro, South Carolina, as the Alex Murdaugh trial continues on day 16. The disgraced lawyer facing 2 counts there in a double murder trial. Certainly, you can watch it on our Live Now from Fox stream on YouTube. You can see Alex Murdaugh there getting emotional as well. So you can watch that in full from gavel to gavel on our second stream on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're also following a big breaking news story out of New York City. We're going to hopefully hear an update from our reporters out there in the coming hour or so as a U-Haul hits 8 people, pedestrians in Brooklyn, New York. 2 are in critical condition. A U-Haul truck hit several pedestrians while leading the NYPD on a chase in Brooklyn on Monday morning. Of course, this is just a live look there, but we want to give you another look of what we saw earlier today, the culmination of this, as at least 8 people were hurt at 2 locations, including 2 people in critical, 2 who were serious condition, and 4 who suffered minor injuries. One of the injured was an NYPD officer. It's unclear right now the extent of the officer's injuries. Of course, there were 2 scenes in this incident, so hopefully we'll have an update in a little bit. We did hear from police providing a quick update at a press conference there in Brooklyn, New York. We'll hopefully hear more in the coming hour or so from our reporters on the ground there as well. Another story we're following is President Biden deciding to shoot down yet another object, the 4th object shot down over U.S. airspace, U.S. and Canada airspace, including since that February 4th Chinese spy balloon. So we're learning new details as we're going to hear an all-Senate classified briefing tomorrow. This according to our Chad Pergram. We also want to get out to Chuck Schumer as he was speaking on the floor at the Senate about this, making some remarks. Let's listen in to him here.
Another subject. Over the weekend, U.S. forces shot down 3 unknown objects that entered U.S. and Canadian airspace that were deemed to pose a potential threat to civilian aviation. At the moment, we only have preliminary details. I have scheduled for senators to receive a briefing tomorrow on what we know and do not know about where these objects come from and what threats, if any, they pose to the United States. So that's tomorrow. I believe, and my office can check me on this, it would be at 10 a.m., but we'll send a notice out so people check the time. I commend President Biden and all our service members who acted quickly to shoot these objects down before they endangered American aircraft or civilians. Unlike the balloon shot down last week, these objects demanded a swift response to ensure they didn't get in the way of commercial jets or pose any other risk on the ground. The American people can rest assured that our defense and intelligence agencies are focused like a laser to determine where these objects came from and what their capabilities were. And while there's still plenty that we don't know about this past weekend's events, in the case of the Chinese balloon, we do know now that it was not the first time Chinese surveillance balloons entered United States airspace. It has been confirmed that 3 balloons flew over the United States during the previous administration without detection. China's deployment of these balloons is brazen. I bring this up to emphasize that this issue is bigger than any one administration and should be free from partisan sniping. Congress is going to conduct a careful bipartisan examination at these various incidents and also look into why U.S. authorities didn't find these Chinese surveillance balloons sooner. My friend, Senator Tester, has been taking the lead in this effort. I want to commend him for his leadership. And so as we recover the items shot down over the weekend, I once again commend the President. And I fully support the Senate taking a thorough look at finding out why it took so long to find these balloons. It is something we must do because, as I mentioned, 3 of them occurred during the Trump administration, and the authorities knew nothing about them. I finally want to thank our service members for their excellent work, and Congress is going to work in the coming weeks to get the full story of what happened and how we keep the American people safe. Now on the debt ceiling.
You were listening in there as Chuck Schumer detailing the briefing that's going to take place tomorrow for all senates on both sides of the aisle, as they'll have a briefing on the objects shot down. Certainly something we're going to continue to follow here on Live and Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Of course, we're detailing that very closely as the three most recent ones coming Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Right now, they do not say there's any other objects that they're monitoring right now, but we want to continue to follow this story here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of people paying attention to it over the weekend on Super Bowl weekend. So we want to take you out to the White House briefing from just a little bit ago from John Kirby as he gives an update again on all of these objects here in front of the reporters and takes quite a few questions. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
I do have quite a few comments here at the top, so I do hope that you'll just bear with me and then be happy to take whatever questions you might have. So I'd like to begin today by updating you on our efforts to recover the debris of several objects that the United States Air Force shot down over the last few days, as well as that of the spy balloon belonging to the People's Republic of China. And I'd like to put into some context for you how we have worked and are still working to better understand the issue of high-altitude, low-speed craft. Now, let me start with the Chinese program. When President Biden came into office, he directed the U.S. intelligence community to do a broad assessment of Chinese intelligence capabilities and to ensure that we were working to detect and to protect against them. I think for reasons that you will all understand, we cannot publicly go into many details about how we discover and counteract foreign intelligence collection efforts, because much of what we have done and are doing is, of course, sensitive. But we were able to determine that China has a high-altitude balloon program for intelligence collection that's connected to the People's Liberation Army. It was operating during the previous administration, but they did not detect it. We detected it. We tracked it. And we have been carefully studying it to learn as much as we can. We know that these PRC surveillance balloons have crossed over dozens of countries on multiple continents around the world, including some of our closest allies and partners. We assessed that at this time, these balloons have provided limited additive capabilities to the PRC's other intelligence platforms used over the United States. But in the future, if the PRC continues to advance this technology, it certainly could become more valuable to them. The President also instructed the intelligence community to take a broad look at the phenomenon of unidentified aerial objects. Indeed, President Biden conducted the first ever daily intelligence briefing session devoted to this phenomenon back in June of 2021. He was briefed that this is not just an issue for the United States, but one for the rest of the world. And as I said, our friends and our partners are dealing with this as well. We worked on a bipartisan basis to stand up an office at the Pentagon to study this, in partnership with the intelligence community, academic institutions, and the private sector. These unidentified aerial phenomena have been reported for many years without explanation or deep examination by the government. President Biden has changed all that. We are finally trying to understand them better. Now, in light of the Chinese balloon program and this recent incursion into our airspace, the United States and Canada, through NORAD, have been more closely scrutinizing that airspace, including enhancing our radar capabilities, which, as the commander of NORTHCOM and NORAD, General Van Herk, said just last night, may at least partially explain the increase in the objects that have been detected. Slow-moving objects at high altitude with a small radar cross-section are difficult to detect on radar. Even objects the size of the Chinese spy balloon, which had a payload the size of roughly 3 school buses, were not picked up by previous administrations or other countries. We also know that a range of entities, including countries, companies, research, and academic organizations, operate objects at these altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious at all, including scientific research. That said, because we have not yet been able to definitively assess what these most recent objects are, we acted out of an abundance of caution to protect the security, our interest, and flight safety. In Saturday's case, we acted in consultation with the Canadian government, the President speaking personally with Prime Minister Trudeau. The spy balloon was, of course, different. because we knew precisely where that was. As we have said, we do not assess that these most recent objects posed any direct threat to people on the ground, and we are laser focused on confirming their nature and purpose, including through intensive efforts to collect debris in the remote locations where they have fallen. In each instance, we have followed the same basic course. We assessed whether they posed any kinetic threat to people on the ground. They did not. We assessed whether they were sending any communication signals. We detected none. We looked to see whether they were maneuvering or had any propulsion capabilities. We saw no signs of that. And we made sure to determine whether or not they were manned. They were not. We did, however, assess that their altitudes were considerably lower than the Chinese high-altitude balloon and did pose a threat to civilian commercial air traffic. And while we have no specific reason to suspect that they were conducting surveillance of any kind, we couldn't rule that out. That is why the President, at the recommendation of the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the NORTHCOM NORAD commander, gave the order to shoot them down. These missions were completed successfully and safely. Efforts are actively underway right now at all sites to find what is left of those objects so that we can better understand and communicate with the American people what they are. I think it's important to remind the objects in Alaska and Canada are in pretty remote terrain, ice and wilderness, all of that making it difficult to find them in winter weather. The object over Lake Huron now lies in what is probably very deep water. So outside of recovery operations, what are we doing? Well, first, we are continuing to monitor. There are no active tracks today, but the professionals at NORAD will continue to do their important work. Secondly, we are consulting with allies and partners on the challenge of identified aerial phenomenon and how we can all work together to deal with that challenge. The President has directed the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and the Director of National Intelligence to engage with their relevant counterparts to share information and to try to gain their perspectives as well. Again, this is an issue that affects everybody around the world. Third, we will continue to brief members of Congress and relevant state leadership on what we are doing and what we learn. The President has made this a very top priority. We have, over the course of just the last few days, and certainly over the course of last week, reached out to inform and brief members of Congress and relevant state governors of the operations that we were conducting and of the recovery operations that are underway. We've also kept Congress briefed generally on this issue of Chinese surveillance balloons, including classified briefings last August. And last week, administration officials provided classified briefings for all senators and all members of the House of Representatives on the PRC surveillance balloon. We fully expect and anticipate and support the ability to continue these briefings in the days ahead. And fourth, the President, through his National Security Advisor, has today directed an interagency team to study the broader policy implications for detection, analysis, and disposition of unidentified aerial objects that pose either safety or security risks. Every element of the government will redouble their efforts to understand and mitigate these events. And I'm happy to take some questions.
John, if the objects don't pose a military threat and they don't pose a threat to anybody on the ground, why shoot them down? Particularly because the military is routinely monitoring radar blips.
I kind of covered that in the opening statement. Two real reasons here. First, there was a very real potential risk to civilian air traffic. The one shot down on yesterday was about 20,000 feet, and the two shot down Friday and Saturday were at about 40,000 feet. And as you know, transcontinental air traffic is roughly around 30,000 feet. It depends, of course, on weather. And so because we assessed that they weren't manned and weren't being controlled, therefore left to atmospheric conditions, the real risk to safety of flight was a problem. The second purpose, and I talked about this earlier too, was even though we had no indications that any of these three objects were surveilling, we couldn't rule that out. And so you want to err on the side of safety here in terms of protecting our national security interests, and the fact that these objects could have and likely did at some point in their path transit over, potential military sites of ours or sensitive sites.
You're just listening in there. John Kirby there at the White House podium providing an update on those fourth object being shot down over Lake Huron. Of course, we're following all those top headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up after the break, we'll have more top stories from around the country in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We turn our attention now to Louisiana, where a nonprofit is helping law enforcement agencies all over the United States with criminal surveillance. With fewer officers on the street, the organization using security cameras to put more eyes on high crime areas. We're going to be joined right now by Rebecca Castor with Fox, who is in New Orleans to show us just how this system works. Hello, Rebecca.
Good evening, Andy Mack. It is quite the operation. Inside the building behind me, over 10,000 video feeds from communities across the country are all streaming here instantly. And we got to look inside this nonprofit to see how it's filling in the gaps for police agencies that are still struggling for manpower.
This, of course, is one of our monitoring rooms. You're currently seeing cameras from different parts of the country, California, Florida, New Jersey, and then many points in between.
Former New Orleans police officer Brian Lagarde is the brains behind Project NOLA, the largest network of community crime cameras in the U.S.
The job's tough. We see a lot of bad things. We see some of the worst that humanity has to offer. Part of what makes it worth it is knowing that we're helping justice be served.
Using AI, the cameras alert Project NOLA if they pick up illegal activity, and law enforcement can review video. Any homeowner, business owner, school, or church can request a Project NOLA camera for free, only paying a fee of about $300 a year for cloud storage.
Business owners, residents are realizing the importance to help their local law enforcement. It is a community effort that you cannot, especially with manpower issues right now, law enforcement, it's virtually impossible for them to do it alone. They need the public's assistance.
These are cameras Project NOLA is allowing us to show publicly for this story, but oftentimes their team is in this room watching cameras in crime-ridden neighborhoods with gang violence and drug deals.
We get to know them pretty well by, watching what they're doing, who's controlling them, as we're helping to work up cases on them.
This year alone, Lagarde says the cameras have helped law enforcement on hundreds of cases. And with violent crime spiking in New Orleans, business owners say the cameras are crucial.
If every business in the French Quarter had a camera on the street, that is incredibly valuable.
There is no American dream if you don't feel safe. I absolutely think it's one of the best solutions possible.
Now, Andy Mack, when we talk about video surveillance, people often wonder about privacy. Well, because Project NOLA is a nonprofit, they do not sell any of their data to companies, and they only provide their video to law enforcement. Back to you.
Thank you. That was going to be my question, because obviously the privacy concern, maybe in a public realm, not so much, but that is certainly a concern. Are they getting any pushback from people worried about privacy, or is that non-existent with it being a nonprofit?
Because they are a nonprofit here in the New Orleans community, they have the public's trust because they know that, you know, they're not making a dollar off of this. The price that people have to pay is simply for at-cost value to get that cloud storage, and Project NOLA is not making a buck off of that at all.
All right. Thank you so much. It's a very important story, and I appreciate your time and joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, we always see some stories and sometimes those Ring doorbell videos, so important for law enforcement. So that was a great story there from Rebecca Castor in New Orleans. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox and shift gears just a little bit. We're going to take you out to Houston, Texas. This is a tweet from Ben Crump from earlier today saying that Ben Crump, the civil rights attorney, will join families of inmates who have recently died at Harris County jails to call on the Department of Justice to investigate the significant trend in deaths. We want to take you out to just some of these remarks here on Live Now from Fox from earlier in the day. Ben Crump there alongside some of the families impacted, some families that have lost loved ones as they were inmates who have recently died at Harris County jails. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
So, Attorney Paul Grinke, by investigator Arthur Reed, we have the honor of representing the families of Jacoby Pillar, Kevin Smith, Gary Smith, and Kristen Smith. From Jacoby Pillar family, we're going to have his sister Octavia Wagner address you, as well as Ari Pillar address you. Then we're going to have Kristen Smith's mother, Deborah Smith, address you.
No, she said it right. You know what they're doing?
Deborah Smith.
Yeah.
We have Deborah Smith, who is unrelated to Kevin Smith and Gary Smith. Gary Smith's brother, who is also the father of Kevin Smith, is going to address you on his behalf, and his mother, Tracy Woodson Smith, is going to address you on behalf of her baby boy, her youngest son, Kevin Smith. And it is really tragic when you think about Miss Tracy Woodson Smith and Kevin Smith Sr. They lost 2 family members in the Harris County prison within a month's time. And so we're here to ring the alarm because it is appalling. It is appalling that you will have 32 detainees die in the Harris County jail in a 14-month period. I mean, nobody really would believe it unless you had these bodies that showed you it was really happening. On average, it's 2 people a month dying in the jail here in Houston. I mean, I can't even fathom what excuse they can come up with to try to explain or justify losing so many detainees in the county jail. We are here to announce this morning that we are making a formal request to the United States Department of Justice to open up an investigation into what is going on in Houston, Texas at the Harris County Jail. I had the pleasure of speaking with Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who is the ranking member of the Criminal Justice Committee in the United States House of Representatives, who is joining us in making this request to the Department of Justice, because Houston, we have a problem in the Harris County Jail. And we cannot continue to look the other way, because how many people have to lose their sons and daughters, their brothers, their sisters, their husbands? How many more before we say we have to do something? I mean, when you think about the fact that Miss Deborah Smith's daughter had diabetes, she had medical issues. They talked about it. And the fact that they would deny her daughter medical assistance and medicine that they knew she needed, that he was not, his death was not due to natural causes. And as we all know, recently there was a guard who was charged with manslaughter in the death of another detainee in the Harris County Jail. You're going to hear from Ari Pillar, who is a sister to Jacoby Pillar, who's going to talk about when she worked at the Harris County Jail in 2021, how she witnessed altercations between guards and detainees that tells you that this is a pattern, this is a practice, this is a culture in the Harris County Jail. And so we know in 2023, in the technological age that exists in American society today, that there is video surveillance throughout that jail. What we're demanding is transparency, so we can get to the truth and we can get to justice. Because as his mother said, Kevin Smith Jr. was in good health. There was nothing wrong with him, as his father says. So it's inexplicable why their son is dead. And so these are the things that we're grappling with. We are going to get to the answers of it. We are not going to continue to let these detainees, who are disproportionately black and brown detainees, be killed at the very hands of the people who swore oath to protect and serve them and give them their constitutional right to due process. The guards can't be the judge, the jury, and the executioner. I know Warren Randall, who's also here, lost his son, is going to talk about the brutality of black people being detained by law enforcement officials, whether they're in the jail or they're out the jail. It seems to be this pattern and practice of brutality that's happening with the Harris County Sheriff's Department. And so we have to get to the bottom of it. We can't have two families dead in 1 month in one jail. Unacceptable. We can't have people who have contusions and abrasions on their body, but yet they say we can't explain the death. Well, if you look at your video, you can explain the death. You don't need to say no more, just release the video. At this time,
you're just listening in there, Ben Crump calling on the Department of Justice to investigate those deaths in jails. We're going to continue to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Of course, this is a live look at a tweet posted last night by the Kansas City Chiefs. You watched it on Fox as the Chiefs hoisting the Lombardi Trophy once more. They take down the Philadelphia Eagles in a thriller there at State Farm Stadium, Glendale, Arizona. Certainly a very big game taking place on Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday, culminating a very busy week between two of the top teams in the NFL. Certainly a storybook ending for the Kansas City Chiefs, as they also played at State Farm Stadium in Week 1 against the Arizona Cardinals. So we're following that here on Live Now from Fox, and I know a ton of people, millions of people around the country were tuning in. We want to take you out to what happened earlier, just a little bit ago, as Patrick Mahomes, the MVP there, celebrating at Disneyland. The tradition there, as you can see up next to Minnie and Mickey, you can see Patrick Mahomes, the MVP from the game, waving to the crowd. A lot of excitement around the game. I don't know how much sleep he got last night, just celebrating this victory, his second Super Bowl championship there with Kansas City Chiefs. It was a thriller, but I don't know how much more thrilling this could be for him. I'm just kidding, because obviously he, as the top of the game in the NFL, but now confetti there in his face at Disneyland. Of course, we'll have much more on this from our Fox 11 team in Los Angeles in the coming hours, as certainly a fun time for him and his family, his two little kids, likely enjoying it. He said he didn't get to see them last night because they were already tucked into bed, so he got to celebrate with them this morning and also right now at Disneyland. So certainly an exciting time for the quarterback and also the father, Patrick Mahomes. We want to continue on here on Live Now from Fox, as the handoff was also completed this morning between Glendale, Arizona and Las Vegas, Nevada, the site of the Super Bowl next go round. And we want to take you out to this press conference with the commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell, as well as the governor of Nevada. So let's take you out to these remarks here on Live Now from Fox from earlier today.
With that, I'd like to introduce Steve Hill, who is the president and CEO of the Las Vegas. That would be a mistake. We are not going there yet, just to be clear. Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Bureau. So, Steve, we look forward to working with you.
Likewise, Commissioner. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. You know, the commissioner said we're on the clock. We know that, and usually that is a term that the commissioner uses at the draft. And if we had a draft choice right now, I think we'd pick Jay. We would.
She's available.
Yeah, that's good to know.
For the right price.
Yeah. The job that Arizona has done over the past week is hard to appreciate until you start to try and plan a Super Bowl in a city. Everything that it takes, and it was mentioned here, but when you're actually doing that work, when you're actually thinking about all the different aspects that it takes in order to put on a spectacular Super Bowl, we now appreciate that in Las Vegas, and so we have a heightened level of appreciation of what Arizona has accomplished over the past week. You know, we come into these things pretty confident. We, as the commissioner says, we know how to do events in Las Vegas. We'd feel a little more confident if you hadn't done quite as good a job. You set the bar exceptionally high. We wanted to acknowledge that. If you haven't had an opportunity to pick up the Arizona Republic today, please do. Our acknowledgement of both the help that Arizona has provided us and the job that they did this week is recognized there. We also want to invite you to be at a Las Vegas-style reveal here at 9 o'clock. I don't know if you noticed the truck out front, but it's hard to miss, and we'd like to invite you to come out there at 9. We are very cognizant, and I've said this often publicly, that we have one opportunity to get the first Super Bowl in Las Vegas right. We are going to work very hard. We have an exceptional team. We've been working to do this for 60 years. So we are excited about the opportunity. We're excited about the team that we have put together in Las Vegas in order to make this happen. And I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce you to the CEO of Allegiant Airlines, who is also the chair of our host committee, Murray Gallagher.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. And Jay, congratulations. I'm a novice at this. I've been in business many years, but this is not business. This is an event. And one-off events are amazingly interesting to watch from afar, so to speak. Unfortunately or fortunately, I'm going to be right in the middle of it next year, and I can't be more excited about the team that's going to be putting this together. You see a number of them up here. It's a tough act to follow, but I put these guys up against it. Competition's a wonderful thing. It brings out the best in all of us. I personally want to thank our host committee already. They've been here for over a week, observing and doing the things needed to learn the steps that go into such an incredible event. On a personal note, we were fortunate enough to work with the Raiders to put our name on the stadium, Allegiant Stadium. It was a big bite for us at the time, but it's paying dividends, I can say that honestly. The Raiders have been a great partner for us. We look forward in the coming year working much closer with them as a Super Bowl host committee. They're going to be an exceptional host as we go forward, and they have a tough act to follow, but my money's on those guys. Lastly, I want to thank the NFL for giving us this opportunity. Las Vegas is, I think, entering a new era. It's always been known as a destination for entertainment. It now can arguably claim the best sports destination as well. We have to live up to that marker, but my money's on this group. Steve and his team, the host committee, all of those are going to be great. Well, with that, I want to turn it over to Sandra Douglas Morgan. Sandra is the president of the Raiders and my vice chair on the host committee. Sandra?
Well, good morning. It is so exciting to be here, not only to represent the Las Vegas Raiders, Mark Davis and the entire Raiders organization, to welcome the Super Bowl to our home at Allegiant Stadium. I would definitely start by thanking Michael Bidwell, the Bidwell family, and the Arizona Cardinals organization for being such gracious hosts to us as we transition the Super Bowl to Las Vegas. You know, the Silver and Black has had a long history of fight in our blood, of passion, and putting our hearts on the field for our incredible fans, and I know that Las Vegas will do the same as a first-time host city for Super Bowl 58. I'm incredibly proud of my hometown of Las Vegas and to see it transform into one of the sports destinations in the world. Our ability to host a global audience, provide the highest level of hospitality, and infuse all of that with excitement, glitz, and glamour that naturally comes from being in Las Vegas and one of the greatest new football facilities in the NFL will be an unforgettable experience. So we look forward to working with the commissioner, with Peter, and so many of the great people at the NFL to make sure that Super Bowl 58 will be an unforgettable experience. And with that, I'd like to announce and introduce you all to the great governor of the state of Nevada, Joe Lombardo.
All right, it's always a great honor to go last. So, what a fantastic day. It's such a quiet crowd, right? You got to build up. We just came off a fantastic Super Bowl, and we should be celebrating. You guys are really stoic. So, Governor Hobbs, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And Commissioner, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. What a great honor to host Super Bowl 58. And similar to what Mr. Hill said and the commissioner said, we know how to do it in Las Vegas and the state of Nevada. So I have a few comments, and then we're going to get on with the ceremony here. So I can tell you, you're going to be dazzled by the lights of Las Vegas Strip, that you're going to be amazed at the world-class entertainment, that you're going to be impressed by the natural beauty of Nevada, and that you're going to enjoy the unforgettable Super Bowl experience at Allegiant Stadium. Thank you, Maury. But I can also tell you, you're going to enjoy a welcome like no other. Our whole city is excited to welcome you to open arms and to make sure that you have an experience that brings you coming back to Las Vegas even after the Super Bowl. And with that, it's an incredible honor to say to the host committee, to the NFL, and to the devoted fans from across the country and the world, welcome to Las Vegas. We can't wait to host you the Nevada way. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think we have the very first Las Vegas Super Bowl 58 football, so we have that over here. I think you're passing it over. Okay.
Come on, Fitz. Yeah, we got it. There you
Can you do it?
Thank you.
So if you guys could step forward with the commissioner in the center for Arizona forum.
We want that.
You're right here on the side. You're okay.
You were just listening in there as they were discussing the handoff ceremony between Arizona and Las Vegas. Of course, you can see Commissioner there, Roger Goodell, alongside the owner of the Cardinals there, Michael Bidwell, as well as some officials from the Las Vegas Raiders. So next year, Super Bowl 58 will be taking place in Las Vegas, Nevada. They certainly know how to put on a show. So, of course, we'll keep our eye on that next year. But also, we're also watching here on Live Now from Fox, of course, a live look at Disneyland. Patrick Mahomes there celebrating that Super Bowl championship, that MVP award as the tradition continues on. You can see the kingdom there as we'll potentially hear some remarks from them in the coming moments. We also have a live look right now out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as Philadelphia returning home, and I imagine a lot of Eagle fans maybe a little bit subdued excitement, but still excited to see their team finishing runner-up to the Kansas City Chiefs. An excellent season nonetheless after just coming up just 3 points shy of that Super Bowl championship. They won one in the recent years, but they wanted it again. But this team certainly has all the firepower that you might want to expect that they'll be back in this scenario hopefully sometime soon. So we'll get you out to all of these live events here on Live Now from Fox as soon as we get them. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. The Kansas City Chiefs certainly celebrating a Super Bowl championship. You're looking at a live picture from Disneyland as the MVP, Patrick Mahomes, set to make an appearance there. You saw him atop a float with Mickey and Minnie. The tradition after winning the Super Bowl MVP to go to Disneyland certainly continues on. Patrick Mahomes, and we saw pictures today from him and his family, his 2 little kids celebrating there, as he did not get to celebrate with them last night. A little bit past their bedtime, you might imagine, to youngsters there, but this morning, now getting a trip to Disneyland, I think that might be better than winning the Super Bowl for them. Anyways, we're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox as we're hearing new remarks out of Kansas City as the rest of the Chiefs head back to Kansas City and city officials prepare for that Super Bowl parade. Let's listen in here to some of these remarks on Live Now from Fox.
Kansas City running each and every day who are helping us build these special events. With that, and with a hoarse voice, because I got back from the Super Bowl just today, I will turn it over to my good friend that I also had the chance to see in Arizona, Kathy Nelson, to give us details, who's done great work in making sure not just that this event is well planned, but so many others that are helping Kansas City grow each and every day. Kathy, please take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. I also have a little bit of a rasp voice after cheering last night like all of you, so thank you, Mayor Lucas. As he shared, my name is Kathy Nelson, President and CEO for the Kansas City Sports Commission and for Visit KC. And wow, I'd like to really thank the Chiefs for yet another exciting season and yet another opportunity and a reason to celebrate. So on Wednesday, as you all know, we will host a Chiefs Kingdom Champions Parade presented by Kansas City. The parade will begin at 12 noon at 6th and Grand Boulevard. The parade route will then head south on Grand all the way to Pershing, ending up at Union Station with the backdrop of the National World War I Museum and Memorial. Immediately following our Chiefs Kingdoms Champions Parade, we will then host a victory rally in front of Union Station at approximately 1:45 p.m. or shortly after the end of the parade, once those last few buses have arrived. For fans attending the parade, be sure and dress warm or at least weather appropriate. Hopefully it's a little bit more like today. Be sure to try and carpool or use the KC ATA park and ride options and arrive early to find a spot to view the parade or rally. As Mayor Lucas shared, this is a family-friendly event. Fans are reminded that public consumption of alcoholic beverages is prohibited. We will offer designated space inside of Crown Center Square for wheelchairs and ADA accessibility. Please be advised that space is limited as is first come, first served. The parade and rally will also be televised within the Crown Center area, and ASL interpreters will be present. Union Station will be closed to the public that day. Of course, we need that to celebrate. We expect mobile phone reception will be impacted due to large crowds, and please make a plan should you be separated from your friends and family. We will have police up here in a minute to talk about the 7 child reunification locations, and please do not bring drones. Federal law prohibits the use of those drones over parade crowds. The Kansas City Police Department has been working in tandem with us to create a very safe and secure parade route. Please welcome Chief Stacy Graves to share plans on street closures and child reunification locations.
Hi. The Kansas City, Missouri Police Department is ready to facilitate people having a good time and celebrating at the Chiefs Victory Parade. The parade route will shut down at 2 p.m. Tuesday, February 4th, and will remain closed until 7 p.m. on Wednesday, February the 5th. As Kathy said, the parade starts at 11:30, February 5th, followed by a celebration at Union Station. And I want you to know there will be hundreds and hundreds of officers along the route and at the Union Station. 19 local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies will be assisting KCPD with the celebration. Don't worry, this will not detract from police protection in the rest of the city. Our patrol divisions will also be staffed and ready to respond to calls for service citywide. But I want you to know that KCPD has brought in so many of not only our partners, but also our own members, everywhere from investigative units, from also to Academy, and we'll also have some of our new Academy recruits also helping us keep the security what it should be on the route on Wednesday. Otherwise, please need your help to make sure that the parade is enjoyable and safe for everyone. And on that, I just want to note that during the Royals Parade, we had about 100 kids that were lost. We will have 7 reunification locations along the route. Those will be posted on our social media and some of our websites. We just want you to make sure that you have a plan when you bring your kiddos with you. Like the mayor said, we want a safe family event. Make sure that if your kid is of the age where they could possibly run off and kind of get lost in the crowd, that they have some kind of maybe a wristband or maybe even write their name on their hand. That way when they come across an officer, we can make sure that they get reunified with their family as soon as possible. I just want to let you guys know that we're excited. The men and women of the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department look forward to helping Kansas City celebrate this historic victory, and we thank the Kansas City Chiefs for making this possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Graves. One note of clarification. The parade start time is actually 12 noon. We did move it back this year, so we hosted it at 11:30 in 2020, yeah, now it's 2023, okay. So 12 noon start time. Next, I'd like to ask Jimmy Walker from the fire department to highlight how they will be handling medical services. Jimmy?
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so like Chief Graves was saying, Kansas City Fire Department has invited numerous mutual aid partners that we have throughout the region to come in and assist us with emergency medical services. We're not only providing emergency medical services, but rest assured that we are also working with the National Guard to provide air monitoring, as well as we'll have suppression units in case a fire were to break out along the route. So during the parade, we'll have numerous mobile foot crews working along the parade route with about eight areas where ambulances will be staged. Some of these ambulances might not be Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department ambulances, but rest assured they're part of our mutual aid partners, and they'll be there. We have approximately 200 firefighters from our department and from other departments that will be working medical. At the rally site, there will be 2 medical tents that will be ER, emergency room tents, set up, one on the east side of Union Station, one on the west side of Union Station. And if you go to the parade's website, you can see a map that will show exactly where those locations are. That pretty much sums up what the fire department's doing. Like I said, about 200 folks on our staff that day that are dedicated just to this event.
Thank you. The Kansas City streetcar will cease operation starting at 12:01 a.m. on Wednesday. There is limited parking downtown. Be prepared to find time to park and walk to your viewing locations. And next, please welcome Chuck Ferguson with the KCATA to speak on our park and ride locations. Chuck?
Thank you, Kat.
You're just listening in. City officials there in Kansas City, Missouri await the arrival of the Chiefs. Of course, they're awaiting the arrival of a lot of Super Bowl champions, including this man, Patrick Mahomes. This is a live look at Disneyland celebrating the Super Bowl MVP. Let's listen in here live on LiveNOW from Fox.
Next question. Where are you from?
Hi, Sean with KMBC. Congratulations. It's only been about like 10 hours or something, and I'm sure you partied last night. This has been a whirlwind. Can you describe what the past 10 hours have been like for you?
Yeah, it's not a lot of sleep, but I enjoyed it with my teammates last night. I mean, you win the Super Bowl, you put in so much hard work, and to enjoy it with my teammates, and then to be out here today with all the fans. I'm glad y'all got to celebrate with me. It's been an amazing experience.
All right, next. Who's next?
How's it going? Joseph with Spectrum News. What's it like for you when people are already comparing you to Brady?
Yeah, I got a long ways to go. Obviously, I've had a great start to my career. I've been blessed to be in a great organization with a great team. But what made Brady so great is how he was consistently great for a very long time. And I'm still 27 years old. I have a lot of years left ahead of me. So all I can do is focus on today, trying to get better to bring back as many rings as I can.
Thank you. Next.
Daniel for LA Time en Español. Recently there was a poll in the Latino community and your name became the most popular for the fans outside of the team. What are your thoughts about that and any message for the Hispanic community?
Yeah, I appreciate all the support. We were blessed to go down to Mexico City and play in Azteca Stadium, and the support we got there was second to none. So I appreciate all the support from the Latina community. I'm from Texas, and I love being out here in LA. So it's always great to be out here with everybody and celebrating together.
All right, Haley, there you go.
Thank you. Hey, Haley Winslow, Fox 11. Congratulations.
Thank you.
MVP, you've been named one of the most influential people in the world, quite a philanthropist. At 27 years old, what's left for you to accomplish?
Just want to keep becoming a better man and winning more Super Bowls. If I can do that, I'll be proud of where I'm at the end of my career. Yeah, the advice to the kids out here is just to follow your dreams. You can achieve anything you want if you work hard and follow your dreams, so make sure you do that every single day.
Thank you, everybody. Those are great last words from Patrick Mahomes. Thank you. Thanks, Patrick.
You're just listening in there. Patrick Mahomes, Super Bowl MVP, celebrating at Disneyland. We saw that video just a little bit ago, as you could see him enjoying this as well from a little bit ago. So as we continue to follow this here on Live Now from Fox, that's Patrick Mahomes with Mickey and Minnie as the Super Bowl MVP. The tradition continues as the MVP continues to celebrate there. People are, though, excited to have them return to Kansas City. He made a quick flight from Phoenix to Los Angeles for this trip, but then also back on to Kansas City. Let's continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox from city officials as they continue to plan their second Super Bowl championship parade in as many years. Let's listen in here.
Again this year.
Thank you. No, I think we're good.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, well, that just wrapped up there, as well as they are planning a parade again in Kansas City, Missouri, as they are also awaiting the arrival of all of those players, Super Bowl champions, in a thriller last night. You watched it on Fox. Kansas City Chiefs taking down the Philadelphia Eagles at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Of course, they are awaiting the arrival, probably lots of fans there in Kansas City, Missouri to greet them. Also expecting a large crowd at that parade in the coming days. It's expected to be on Wednesday, I believe. So Kansas City is going to still be rocking for the next few days. And I don't think Patrick Mahomes is going to get much more sleep. He said that at that podium in Disneyland as well. Well, also a live picture in Philadelphia. The Eagles also returning home after a slight disappointment in this game, but certainly a great season for the Eagles. Jalen Hurts, the quarterback, put on a show, put up 35 points, but it just was not enough against Patrick Mahomes, arguably one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, as he's just 27 years old. You heard right there talking about it, and certainly a lot of accolades for him already, and still quite a career ahead of him. So we're going to continue to follow all of this here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. That's a live look in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as the Philadelphia Eagles returning home after a disappointing Super Bowl defeat to the Kansas City Chiefs. We were just watching Disneyland with Patrick Mahomes, Super Bowl MVP there. Philadelphia Eagles, certainly a little sad, but you might imagine there's quite a few fans there after a great season, and it's no doubt they'll have a chance to get back to the Super Bowl potentially again next year in Las Vegas, Nevada. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, we want to cover all the top headlines of this day, including that new fourth object that the U.S. shot down over Lake Huron. This is a look at what we were mentioning earlier today as Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now the fourth object shot down over Lake Huron. We're learning new information about all of the details dating back to February the 4th and that Chinese spy balloon. So, of course, there are 4 separate incidents, but we want to talk about the February 4th one right now, as we're also having a tweet from our Fox News correspondent, Lucas Tomlinson. As you can see, posted by the Department of Defense, a potentially large piece of Chinese spy craft fished off the bottom of the Atlantic after being shot down on February the 4th. That was last Saturday at about 2:30 in the afternoon. It was shot down some 60,000 feet in the air. It was some 3 school buses long, and we're talking about just the size of it. It also came down off the coast of South Carolina, still in U.S. waters, but they shot it down over there to make sure everything was safe, and it was only about 50 or so feet of water in the Atlantic Ocean, but as you can see now, they are fishing it off the bottom. Of course, we're continuing to follow all of it, including on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, with those 4 objects being shot down. We continue on here on Live Now from Fox, showing this graphic one more time. Friday, Saturday, and now Sunday, closer to home off Lake Huron. We're also learning from Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin as he was making remarks from Brussels, as he's over there talking with Ukraine and NATO about the war in Ukraine. But he also talked about this and took reporters' questions on this latest object being shot down. Let's listen in to the Defense Secretary here on Live Now.
Operate in these altitudes or at these altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious, including legitimate research. That said, because we've not been able to definitively assess what these recent objects are, we've acted out of an abundance of caution to protect our security and interests. And that's why we have teams working hard to track down the debris from over the weekend. We have extensive efforts in South Carolina, Alaska, and Lake Huron, and we're supporting our Canadian partners in their efforts there. Each of these recoveries are unique, and each pose their own challenges, as you know. In South Carolina, crews have collected a fair amount of debris from the site, and weather permitting, continue to search. In Alaska, the object landed on sea ice, and because of the wind chills and other weather impacts in the area, safety concerns are partially dictating recovery timelines. In Yukon Territory, Canada is leading recovery operations in the very remote area where the debris landed. And the FBI continues to liaison with Canadian officials, and U.S. Northern Command is ready to offer additional support as requested. In Lake Huron, U.S. Northern Command and the U.S. Coast Guard and the FBI are beginning operations to locate debris in close partnership with the Canadians. Because the recovery efforts are unique, the timelines will be unique as well. I want to be clear, the 3 objects taken down this weekend are very different from what we were talking about last week. We knew exactly what that was, a PRC surveillance balloon. And as we have said, we do not assess that the recent objects pose any direct threat to the people on the ground, and we will continue to focus on confirming their nature and purpose. So I'll stop there and take a couple of questions.
Mr. Secretary, have you been able to recover any part of the most recent 3 objects, and why continue to call them objects? Are these not balloons?
Well, we're going to confirm what they are once we have collected the debris, but to answer your question, we've not recovered any debris from the 3 most recent shoot-downs.
Oh, sure. Sir, as far as policy is concerned, is it American policy to now shoot down these unidentified objects on site And has there been a delegation of authority from President Biden to yourself on making decisions on when to take down these objects?
Thanks. Our policy hasn't changed. We will evaluate each and every event on its own merits, and we'll make decisions based upon the recommendations of the NORTHCOM NORAD commander, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and they'll make recommendations to me, and I'll evaluate and make recommendations to the president. Again, these three events each of them presented a risk to safety of flight. And we don't know if they were actually collecting intelligence, but because of the route that they took, out of an abundance of caution, we want to make sure that we have the ability to examine what these things are and potentially what they were doing. So with that, I'll stop and we'll go ahead and move out to the hotel. But thanks a lot.
You were just listening in there, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin discussing this fourth object being shot down. So certainly something we're continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for continuing to join us as we continue on. Certainly a very busy day here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to set up this other shot real quick as we continue on, as it's a very, very busy day here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to show you a live look, Philadelphia, as the Eagles returning home after a disappointing showing there in the Super Bowl. Certainly a great year, but not the finish they wanted, as they come up just short of that Lombardi Trophy. So we're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. I want to bring in another reporter as we cover all the top stories of this day. As this Valentine's Day, scammers are giving love a bad name. Americans lost a record amount of money to romance scams last year, and those threats can be hard to identify. We're going to be joined now by Fox's Jake Carolexis in Seattle tonight. Jake, what do we need to know, and what do people need to look out for ahead of February the 14th?
Well, Andy, cybersecurity experts say that a lot of these scams are happening on social media and dating apps, and scammers are getting a lot smarter at picking their targets.
This, of course, is one of our monitoring rooms. You're currently seeing
It was heartbreaking.
Last year, Yvonne Harlan met a man on an online dating site. She ended up falling for him.
It didn't seem like, a terrible mismatch. He was nice looking, athletic, and he had a really nice profile.
But it turns out he was trying to scam her out of money. She saw the signs, but was still emotionally invested in him.
Your mind plays tricks on you, It doesn't take that much to become attached to someone, even though you haven't met them.
The Federal Trade Commission says nearly 70,000 people were victims of a romance scam last year. Scammers made more than $1 billion, an all-time high.
I think that's a lot of just more people being online, more people being socially connected, more people looking for love on dating apps and on social media. It just creates a much more richer field for these scammers to operate.
Paul Bischoff with cybersecurity company Comparatech says people need to look out for warning signs when talking to someone online. These include asking for money, refusing to meet in person, and misleading profile pictures.
Scammers are looking at what other scammers are doing to make money, and if they see other scammers making money off a particular type of scam, then they'll emulate that and copy it, and you'll see that type of scam expand.
And Andy, according to Comparatech, people in Arizona lost almost $25 million in romance scams last year. Andy?
Thank you so much. Obviously, February the 14th for all those husbands and boyfriends out there. Don't forget, but also don't be scammed if you are single. So we appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, thank you so much as we continue on. Certainly a big deal as February 13th right now, February 14th. Again, reminder to all the husbands and boyfriends out there to make sure you get your significant other a gift or something special this time of year. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox and take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack as we just passed 5:30 on the East Coast. We'll get to all the top headlines in just a little bit. I want to give you out a Live Now look out of Philadelphia, as this is a look as the Eagles return home, get on the bus after coming up just short in the Super Bowl 57 in Glendale, Arizona. Of course, a lot of fans still on site on the ground there as they were hoping to celebrate with a Lombardi trophy, but alas, not this year, potentially next year. They have a lot of young pieces to try to win it next year, next go round. Of course, we're following all the top headlines on this day. I want to take us out right now to the Alex Murdaugh double murder trial in South Carolina. The disgraced lawyer, as you can see him, getting emotional today on this day 16 or so of this trial. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox as we continue on.
5 wounds, but if we count the left wrist as separate, but if the left wrist was connected to the other one, to one of the others, then it's there's only 4 shots to the body.
And then finally, states 498.
Okay, so this is also a very ugly shot, and this is the back of her head. And is a routine matter. She had hair there, but it wasn't apparent what kind of a wound she had back there. There was blood, but I'll cut away the hair and to display the entrance wound, and you can see how long it is. It's long. It's not just a hole going from back to front. It's going in a downward direction like that, and this ammunition breaks up into fragments, and we have these fragments basically coursing along the top of her back, going through the skin and the fatty tissue beneath in her upper back. So, and this one, before it actually hit the back, it went through the skull at the back right side of the back of her head, as well as the brain stem and cerebellum.
Thank you, Dr. Reamer. We're almost done. If you could have a seat real quick, and we will conclude the examination. Your Honor, also at this time, I would move in to evidence states 501, which is the diagram that Dr. Reamer did of the injuries to Maggie.
Defense.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Dr. Reamer, you mentioned that there was a slight difference or a difference in the stippling between the abdominal and the thigh wound, and which one seemed to be a little bit farther away according to your review of the evidence?
Yes, the gunshot wound to the abdomen was slightly further away than the gunshot wound to the left thigh.
And that could be consistent with Maggie and the shooter changing their positions in relationship to one another.
Yeah, people aren't completely just standing still. It could be that the shooter was moving closer toward her or moving a little bit back or she could have been moving, or a combination of the two. So I don't know what happened there, but I do know that the barrel of the gun was closer at the time it struck her left thigh, because the stippling is more tight concentrically and doesn't cover as wide an area as the one to the right side of the abdomen.
You've described the injuries to the front, and then the injury to the breast and to the head, and then this final injury to the back of the head. Could that be consistent with the shooter circling his victim?
Yeah, I think that only makes sense if there's some movement on the part of the shooter. We know the gunshot wound to the front of the body that's going up. If Maggie was bent over, either in air or on the ground, the shot would have been fired from behind her, right? From behind her, that's the only way it's going to go up and through the base of the chin area into her head, right? She's bent over. That's the way that it logically makes sense. Nobody's sitting on the floor, and you couldn't do that. And after that shot was sustained, the one that went through the front side, the vertical one, okay, it's vertical through her body, but most likely occurred while she was bent over, or then that's going to be an incapacitating shot because it went through her brain and caused her to fall to the ground. She's bent over, she gets that shot, she's going to fall face down, and then the last shot to the back of her head is going in the other direction. So that's going downward. So we have one going, so that only can occur if the wound to the left side of the front is somebody shooting from behind her, and then the gunshot wound to the back of the head is going downward while she's on the ground, indicating somebody's standing at, like, you know, at the top of her.
Was there a lot of blood accumulated in Maggie's abdomen?
Not that much. The thing about these wounds is there's so much tissue destruction that blood is just basically in all the tissues. So it's not like sometimes with even a small caliber bullet, you know, there's a single clearly defined wound path, and I can take out blood from the abdomen. But in this case, there was so much tissue destruction. There was a lot of blood in the soft tissues, but not necessarily something I can scoop out and measure.
Did the lack of a lot of blood in the abdomen tell you anything about how rapidly these all occurred together?
Yeah, so if the wound stopped there to the abdomen and somebody walked away, you know, she would have had more bleeding out of those tissues into the abdominal cavity.
In both Maggie and Paul, did you make any observations about their stomach contents?
Yes, so part of the autopsy, I'm not just looking at the wounds, I'm examining all of the internal organs, and this is how I knew it went through the pancreas and the kidney, because remember, I'm not just looking outside of the body. I do everything, look at all.
You're just listening in there to the Alex Murdaugh trial as it continues out of South Carolina. We're, of course, following that very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on. We want to give you an update on a scene, and I want to give you some helicopter videos from
near Fifth Avenue.
On this as we continue on. As you can see, the U-Haul from earlier today, we want to give an update because it has slammed into some people, some pedestrians on the side of the street. We heard an update from New York police. We want to bring in right now Lisa Evers from our Fox 5 team. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What do we know in the latest details on this driver and possibly the motive behind it?
Well, Andy, right now detectives are working on that, but I can tell you from police sources, he is a man in his early 60s. He has a Nevada license, driver's license, and he also has ties to private residences here in Brooklyn in his past. He's currently at our NYPD 68th precinct behind bars while they draw up charges and also see what other situations he may have been involved in, who he may have been involved in. They're definitely ruling out terrorism. But let me show you what's going on here, because I think they're going to take the van away in just a moment. That's the beeping you see. That is the U-Haul truck that he was driving. You see how big it is, and we're in an industrial area that was on the sidewalk. It went onto the sidewalk in multiple Brooklyn locations, more than half a dozen of them. And police were right after him. They followed him for more than 3 miles before they ended up here blocking the truck right outside the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. Now, here's a report that I filed earlier. In this video, you see the U-Haul truck run a red light at 72nd Street and 3rd Avenue in Bay Ridge, hitting a moped driver. Without slowing down, the truck then jumps a curb and drives on the sidewalk in the busy shopping area, right past store manager Tariq Mustafa.
I live here 35 years. I didn't see something like that before.
This was one of 7 Brooklyn locations where police officers followed the truck, trying to control the danger, says NYPD Commissioner Keishant Sewell. At least 8 people were injured, including 1 police officer. 2 of the injured are in critical condition.
The vehicle struck a number of people, ultimately being stopped here near the entrance to the Battery Tunnel into Manhattan by our highway patrol units.
The rampage began at a time when stores were open, but fortunately school children who fill the sidewalks in the morning were already in class. The NYPD is investigating the motive.
At this time, we have no indication that there is any terrorism involvement in this incident. However, as always, We will continue to investigate this incident with the full resources of the NYPD and our partners.
Now, we just learned a short time ago that a man who says he is the son of the driver told the Associated Press that the man is his father, that he suffers from mental illness, and that he had actually been arrested several times in Nevada for various offenses. That's all not official yet. The NYPD has not even officially released charges yet. That's because the detectives are going through their intelligence files, looking to see what connections this man may have, if there's any other motives whatsoever. But I have to tell you, it was a scary scene here in Brooklyn, because when they did stop that truck that you just saw right behind me, they had to call in the bomb squad. They had to sweep it. They had to make sure that there were no dangerous devices inside, but it turned up at least to be clean. So that's the latest here from Brooklyn, New York. I'm Lisa Evers from Fox 5 New York. Back to you, Andy.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Great reporting there. And I want to put up some video again, just what you saw in the package, because it is certainly striking video of this going through some sidewalks in front of businesses. Maybe how shaken are people by this, because they were just walking there on the sidewalk and a U-Haul van comes powering toward them.
Well, Andy, the crazy thing is that particular neighborhood, like anywhere else aside from that one avenue, it's heavily residential. There's several schools within 1 block of where he first jumped onto the sidewalk there. Now, this happened around 10:15 or so this morning. So luckily, if it had happened even an hour or an hour and a half earlier, there would literally have been hundreds of school children in their uniforms on the sidewalk going to their schools to start their classes for the day. But that wasn't the case. But you can see how big the truck is. It's a pretty big truck on these small sidewalks, and that particular neighborhood in Brooklyn is much there aren't a lot of big buildings. There's like 3- and 4-story brownstones. There's private homes. So it was very, very scary for them. But for people, residents who saw it, the store owners and the shopkeepers who saw it told us that they were terrified. And of course, they were just basically at some point running for their lives to get away from this, from the mayhem.
Yes,
Andy?
For sure. Thank you so much for reporting another scary scene there in New York City. We hope those people that are in the hospital are well eventually. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you so much. As we continue on, I want to put up the video one more time. Just striking, scary image there in Brooklyn, New York. Those 8 people injured, or hit 8 people and 2 in critical condition. Just a scary sight here on Live Now from Fox. I want to continue on here and pull up the full press conference. It was just about 4 minutes or so, but from earlier with New York police, as we can listen to it live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. We are here on Columbia Street and Hamilton Avenue in Brooklyn, where behind us is a U-Haul truck stopped successfully by the NYPD, ending a violent rampage through Brooklyn that left at least 8 people injured. Those victims are now in area hospitals. Our best wishes are joined by those of the entire city for their speedy recovery. The early details are as follows. At approximately 10:50 this morning, officers responded to a single male driving a U-Haul truck in the Bay Ridge area of Brooklyn. The vehicle struck a number of people, ultimately being stopped here near the entrance to the Battery Tunnel into Manhattan by our highway patrol units. We are still constructing the events. This information is preliminary and subject to change as we continue to learn more. Right now, reportedly, we have 8 people struck. 2 are in critical condition, 2 are in serious condition, and 4 sustained minor injuries. 7 of those people are civilians. 1 of them is a police officer who is taking police action during this incident. We have 7 different locations to process, including the one behind us. At this time, we have no indication that there is any terrorism involvement in this incident. However, as always, we will continue to investigate this incident with the full resources of the NYPD and our partners. What we saw today is a clear example why every moment of every day, the NYPD must be prepared for every possibility. I want to thank our NYPD officers, our partners in law enforcement, for jumping into action this morning. If anyone has any information that may aid in this investigation, we encourage you to contact us at 1-800-577-TIPS. You may do so anonymously. Again, this information is preliminary. I will take some questions.
Let's start off with Dollar Miles. Guys, don't call out.
Good morning.
Two things. What was the cause for the initial stop? Why was the vehicle suspicious and pulled over to begin with? And what can you tell us about the suspect?
The vehicle that was stopped as a result of it hitting several people. It came to rest here behind us.
So he hit people before?
That is correct.
Okay.
We're going to go to Ayana Harry.
Good afternoon. It appears that there are some videos that are circulating that seem to show an NYPD car on the sidewalk following behind the U-Haul. Can you talk to us about, I guess, tactically why that might be? Some people felt it seemed dangerous.
That's the subject of our investigation as well. That'll all be part of our investigation.
We're going to go right here to the front.
Yeah, can you tell us about some of the other locations and also what do we know about the suspect?
We know a very limited amount about the subject at this time. As part of our investigation, there are approximately 7 scenes that we have to process at this time. They're all in Bay Ridge along the way to here.
Can you just give us a name and age?
Of the subject, we're not releasing that at this time.
Adam Harding, could you just, about the suspect, any ties to New York? He may have only been in the area, we understand, for a couple of years, and it also being the beginning of sentencing for a similar case on the west side. Is there any correlation, link there in dates, similar type of crime scene?
As it stands, this is very early in the investigation. That will be part of what we are looking at this time. Whether this person has a nexus to New York or out of state is part of that as well.
We're going to do 1 or 2 more. We're going to do Aaron Katersky.
Hello.
When you say 7 scenes, does that mean people were struck in those 7 different locations? And is there anything that indicates that it's intentional?
We don't know that at this time. There are 7 scenes, 8 people are struck, and that will be determined as we go through the scene with our crime scene.
All right, now, last question, Rocco.
Commissioner, a couple of elected officials have already tweeted out that the suspect has said something to the effect that he wanted to die. Can you talk about what he may have said to police at any point?
Again, it's very early for us to be able to say that, Rocco. That'll be released when we have that information.
Was the initial call about a U-Haul truck driving recklessly or had hit pedestrians, or were all the pedestrians hit after police engaged the vehicle?
The preliminary information is that the U-Haul struck people first, and then we engaged after that.
Right. Last question, Joe Marino.
Do we know the status of the U-Haul stolen, where it was rented from?
It's part of our investigation now. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate you coming out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, as that was New York Police providing an update on that. We also heard from Fox 5 out of New York, Lisa Evers, as she was providing an update, but certainly some striking video that we watched here on Live Now from Fox that we just got into our little studio here of that U-Haul that barreled onto a sidewalk, struck 8 people, including a New York City police officer. 2 people are in critical condition. We do not know any details beyond that, as it was a very quick press conference. We're going to continue on, though, and take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. This is a look at State Farm Stadium, the calm after the storm. That was Super Bowl 57. Kansas City taking down Philadelphia in a very, very close game for Super Bowl 57. The Chiefs bringing home the Lombardi Trophy one more time, so certainly a lot of excitement around that. Of course, we're following here on Live Now from Fox. We saw Patrick Mahomes, the quarterback of the Chiefs, and also the Super Bowl MVP in Disneyland. He went from Phoenix to Los Angeles. He'll be soon heading back to Kansas City for that championship parade. We're also learning new information about that parade that's coming out. It should be on Wednesday. We're also seeing the arrival of the Kansas City Chiefs, and you can see they have returned home with the Lombardi Trophy as head coach Andy Reid stepping off the plane just a few moments ago, raising that Lombardi high, the second time in as many years, Kansas City claiming the Super Bowl victory. Of course, we followed it here on Fox. You watched the game on Fox, and many millions joined in watching that. Certainly a very, very good game. Patrick Mahomes certainly showcasing his abilities as the NFL MVP. You also see the mayor there of Kansas City alongside some city officials grabbing the Lombardi Trophy. Very exciting time for everyone in the NFL in Kansas City, Missouri, and elsewhere as they are just enjoying this. You see people, coaches getting off the plane. A long night after the Super Bowl 57. Not a lot of sleep probably being had, a lot of celebration from the players, from the coaches. They get on buses, head back to the team facility. So a very exciting time. Andy Reid, certainly former coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, now a coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, claiming that title against his former team. We saw a lot of storylines and a lot of talent on the field yesterday at State Farm Stadium as all the players, coaches getting off the plane to a ruckus crowd there on the ground in Kansas City as we follow this here on Live Now from Fox. We want to take you back out to a press conference from earlier today. Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes stepping to the podium in Phoenix one last time before returning home. So let's listen into this here on Live Now from Fox.
Now just for coach. You need the ribbon.
Well, listen, it never gets old standing right here. This is a great tribute to the National Football League, a great tribute to the Kansas City Chiefs. That game last night was a heck of a game. I know Philly's hanging their head a little bit, but nobody really lost. I mean, it was two great teams playing each other and two great cities. So I'm fond of my time there, and I'm fond of my time that I've had in Kansas City. The people have been phenomenal. The organization that Clark Hunt's put together has been tremendous. The coaching staff, the players. We've got Pat Mahomes over here that's going to talk to you. Phenomenal leadership in the front office with Mark Donovan, Brett Veach. So it's a good, solid organization and with good, solid people. And I appreciate that. Having been kind of the elder statesman, I appreciate all that they do to keep me young. Anyways, but that's time yours. Are we opening this up to questions?
Yes, we are. We'll
Okay.
begin here in the front with Adam Fleischer, ESPN.
All right, Adam.
Microphone.
You answered the question last night about next season, but what about longer term? What's your, not holding you to it, but what's your longer term plan?
Yeah, you know what, Adam? I know I got asked that a lot, and I wasn't really expecting to, but I haven't put much thought into all that. You know, I'm enjoying what I'm doing, and I've got this guy over here that is a pretty good player. So I mean, we're doing okay.
Other questions? We have handheld mics. Raise your hand, please. Let's go over here in the middle. Name and outlet, please.
Hi, Andy. Sunny Upel from The Sun in the UK. Andy, you had two players yesterday who became fathers. Obviously, one's not here. Have you spoken to them at all, how they handled the emotion of the day?
Yeah, my sons, you're saying?
No. Two players on the offense who became fathers yesterday. So Nick
yes.
in the morning.
No, I did. Yeah, fathers. Yes. Yes, I did talk to them. They're very happy, and congratulations to them and their girls there. Yeah.
Question in the back, Herbie.
Good morning, Coach. I'm going to stand up for you since you told me to stand up yesterday.
All right, Herbie.
How much transition, I mean, obviously you're going to transition to the business side of football here after you get back to Kansas City, but how much transition are you anticipating with your coaching staff, maybe Eric Bieniemy moving on?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Eric Bieniemy's been tremendous for us, and I think is tremendous for the National Football League, and I'm hoping he has an opportunity to go somewhere and you know, do his thing where he can run the show and be Eric Bieniemy. And then after that, I don't know. I mean, I don't know who is going to go. I always wish our guys the best of luck and opportunity. That's what all of them deserve. They work hard, and if they can get a promotion somewhere that I can't give them, more power to them.
We'll go with a couple more. Mitchell Brown.
Morning, Coach. Mitchell Brown, KCAA. First of all, congratulations on number 2.
Thank you.
Secondly, on the final drive last night, what went into the decision to play for the field goal as opposed to just punching it in?
Yeah, so we term that church mode, and Patrick relays that. We relay it to Patrick. Patrick relays it to the huddle.
You're just listening in there. Head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, Andy Reid, celebrating a Super Bowl championship as they brought home the Lombardi Trophy. We saw that video here on Live Now from Fox. This is a live look at the stadium one more time, State Farm Stadium, as they are celebrating that Super Bowl championship after claiming it in Glendale, Arizona. Of course, here on Live Now from Fox, we cover all the top headlines. We're kind of bouncing back and forth between some of the top headlines of the day. And we want to continue on with another big story that we're following out of Florida as the man arrested for killing the Microsoft executive Jared Bridegan last year appeared in court today. Court records say the suspect had been plotting the murder with at least one accomplice. The murder happened last February. We're going to be joined right now on the ground there in Florida by Austin Westfall. Thank you so much for joining us. What did we learn today from the family and from those court proceedings?
The widow of the young Microsoft executive had seen the man who possibly murdered her husband. She said that this was a tough pill to swallow, seeing him in person today. Take a look at some footage. This is the suspect. He is 61-year-old Henry Tenon. He's entering court, as you can see there. During the short hearing today, he pleaded not guilty to charges including second-degree murder and child abuse. Bridegan was gunned down in front of his then 2-year-old daughter after police say that he was lured from his car by a tire placed in the middle of the road near Jacksonville. Court papers say that Tenon planned the killing with at least one accomplice for 6 weeks. Police have not said how they know that there was an accomplice in this case. Now, Bridegan's widow, Kirsten, was in court watching today. We spoke with her after, and she made a point to say that Tenon is only one piece of the puzzle here. She made a direct plea to him to give information about other people who may be connected to the crime.
Please help us receive justice sooner than later and allow us and your own family to move forward and focus on healing as quickly as possible. Please help us in this nightmare that we are living every single day.
Now, Fox News Digital reports that Tenon has a connection to Bridegan's ex-wife. That's the woman who was married to him before Kirsten. That woman's current husband owned a home that Tenon lived in. Tenon's next court appearance is scheduled for next month. Andy?
Thank you so much there, Austin. Certainly a case that we're following here and at the court as they appeared in court there. What are some other things that she was talking about? Because we know there was a press conference or quite a short media availability. What else did she say, the widow of Jared Bridegan?
She said ultimately, and there were a lot of questions swirling around the 2-year-old daughter, really a toddler at the time of the murders. This was technically the only witness to the crime was Bridegan's 2-year-old daughter. The media was curious, just how is that toddler doing? So far, from what Kirsten was able to tell us, it sounds like they're moving along. The 2-year-old is aware of what happened to the best of their ability, and ultimately it appears that they are okay and they are moving forward and looking to seek more justice as the days and months go on.
Thank you so much, Austin Westfall, for the reporting. Certainly an interesting case, an interesting trial with a lot of different pieces here. Well, we appreciate it, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, thank you so much. As we continue on, I want to continue with this story here as Jared Bridegan, the Microsoft executive, killed in this, and they're also asking the widow of Jared Bridegan, asking for help potentially to see an accomplice from the suspect, Henry Tenon. We want to take you out to those full remarks from earlier today with the widow of Jared Bridegan. So let's listen into these remarks in full. A short statement here on Live Now from Fox.
This. Please choose now to do the right thing. Please help us receive justice sooner than later and allow us and your own family to move forward and focus on healing as quickly as possible. Please help us in this nightmare that we are living every single day. Thank you.
How are y'all? I'm sorry. How are y'all doing? I mean, it takes a lot of strength to go through this. And you have what looks like a pretty good support system. And that's going to come in handy, as this is going to be a long process.
Yeah, we know this is going to be a long process. This is just the very beginning. Thankfully, we've got a lot of support, a lot of prayers, and we're just going to brace ourselves for what's ahead.
Was that the first time you saw him in person?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that was like for you and for his?
Honestly, I think it's still sinking in. You know, they kind of opened the door and I saw his profile before he walked out, and just to think that that might have been one of the last people my husband saw is kind of a hard pill to swallow.
And if you don't mind, I know you may not be able to give as many details. I know you guys are going through an active investigation, but is there any details that you're learning about any other possible arrests that investigators are working on? Can you give any comment to that at all?
Yeah, no comment on that today. Thank you.
Have you been able to talk to Bexley that someone's been arrested for hurting her dad?
Yeah, I did speak to her when we got home from the press conference because I know she's going to hear about it. So I told her, you know, she talks about bad guys. I said, one of the bad guys that hurt Dad is not going to hurt anybody else, and he's in jail. And she, in her own toddler mind, said, so he's in a long timeout. And I said, yes, he's in a timeout that's not going to end. So she understands a little bit about that.
And another question you may not be able to answer, which we totally understand, but when your family sat down with News for Jax, you all let us know that Jared knew he was in danger. Can we talk a little bit about that? What was he in danger of? Is there any indication, anything that you can reveal on that?
Yeah, unfortunately we can't comment on that today.
Understood.
You were just listening to some remarks there from Jared Bridegan's widow. Certainly a very heartbreaking scene and tough to watch as she's talking about the toddler that was there potentially as the only witness, like you heard Austin Westfall say, in the killing of this Microsoft executive, Henry Tenon, in court, the suspect. And they're asking for help potentially and accomplices for this case. A lot of pieces to this case and the connections that they're trying to figure out what happened that day. So we're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox and take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Here's a live look in Glendale, Arizona, as we continue to cover some of the top headlines on this day, certainly bouncing back and forth between top headlines out of New York, out of Florida, out of California, Kansas City, Phoenix, Arizona. A lot of different top stories that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. We want to get back into our kind of Super Bowl coverage. We watched the Super Bowl yesterday on Fox, and certainly a lot of people watching for the game, others watching for the halftime performance from Rihanna, as well as the Super Bowl ads. I want to take us out to Ashley Dvorkin as she breaks down the best and the worst ads of Super Bowl 57.
Who won the game of the Super Bowl ads? Your top 5.
Well, I have to definitely start off with Tubi. I don't think most people knew what Tubi was heading into the game, and so they had one very clear mission: introduce the audience to Tubi, and I think they did that with that bizarre rabbit hole ad, and then the TV takeover had America freaking out. Amazon is interesting because they typically go with that celebrity-heavy spot, a lot of press beforehand, and there was none, and it pretty much surprised everybody with a very charming ad about a dog. And so that one was very well received by the ad meter, the USA Today ad meter. The Farmer's Dog, I don't even know the brand, which maybe doesn't bode well for their memorability, but that was also a very well received ad during the game.
I gotta do me, Missy.
Doritos with Jack Harlow, Missy Elliott, Elton John. Was really strong. And then I'll give a shout to one regional ad, and I'll say the Sam Adams spot that ran mostly in the Northeast.
I like it. Yep. Not every ad scored a touchdown.
The Temu ad, I didn't really understand the strategy there, running the same ad twice during the game and then twice more after the game. I think a lot of the beer brands fell short throughout the game. Planters, we get the idea of roasting Mr. Peanut, but the jokes just really fell flat.
There were standouts in star-studded commercials.
Popcorners nailed the Breaking Bad spot. I think it's worth noting that, some of the best ads of the game didn't have celebrities.
Gonna be a good boy. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Thank you so much. A lot of people were watching for the ads themselves, so a little good, bad, and the ugly there in a recap from Ashley Dvorkin. Of course, we're following all this here on Live Now from Fox. This was the scene earlier as we saw Kansas City arrive back at home, but Patrick Mahomes returning to Disneyland, celebrating with Minnie and Mickey there. Of course, a very joyous moment for him as he wins his second Super Bowl there as the quarterback. I want to take us out to some remarks he made as giving kids some advice as he continues on his prolific career. So let's listen in to some of his remarks in Disney in Los Angeles.
All right, Patrick, you can stand here. I'm going to give the microphone to Brady McDonald from the Orange County Register.
Congratulations. You've been to Disney World and Disneyland as a Super Bowl MVP. You said Disney is going to have to build more parks so you can do a world tour. Disney has parks in Shanghai, Hong Kong, Tokyo, and Paris. Where would you like to go next, and where should Disney build a new park for you?
Man, that's a hard question. I think I've heard Shanghai is a great park, so maybe there. But I would like to travel to them all at some point. So I'll have to get to work and win some more Super Bowls. But as far as where they should build next, I don't know, man. I don't think Kansas City wouldn't be a bad place. So that'd probably be a good one. All right, next question. Where are you from?
Hi, Sean with KMBC. Congratulations. It's only been about 10 hours or something, and I'm sure you partied last night. This has been a whirlwind. Can you describe what the past 10 hours have been like for you?
Yeah, it's not a lot of sleep, but I enjoyed it with my teammates last night. You win the Super Bowl, you put in so much hard work. And to enjoy with my teammates, and then to be out here today with all the fans. I'm glad y'all got to celebrate with me. It's been an amazing experience.
All right, next. Who's next?
How's it going? Joseph with Spectrum News. What's it like for you when people are already comparing you to Brady?
Yeah, I got a long ways to go. Obviously, I've had a great start to my career. I've been blessed to be in a great organization with a great team. But what made Brady so great is how he was consistently great for a very long time. And I'm still 27 years old. I have a lot of years left ahead of me. So all I can do is focus on today, trying to get better to bring back as many rings as I can.
Daniel for LA Time en Español. Recently there was a poll in the Latino community and your name became the most popular for the fans outside of the team. What are your thoughts about that and any message for the Hispanic community?
Yeah, I appreciate all the support. We were blessed to go down to Mexico City and play in Azteca Stadium, and the support we got there was second to none. So I appreciate all the support from the Latina community. I'm from Texas, and I love being out here in LA. So it's always great to be out here with everybody and celebrating together.
All right, Haley, there you go.
Thank you. Hey, Haley Winslow, Fox 11, congratulations.
Thank you.
MVP, you've been named one of the most influential people in the world, quite a philanthropist. At 27 years old, what's left for you to accomplish?
Just want to keep becoming a better man and winning more Super Bowls. If I can do that, I'll be proud of where I'm at the end of my career.
Thank you.
Yeah, the advice to the kids out here is just to follow your dreams. You can achieve anything you want if you work hard and follow your dreams, so make sure you do that every single day.
Thank you, everybody. Those are great last words from Patrick Mahomes. Thank you.
Is that okay with you? Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack as we continue on covering all the top headlines of the day. You just heard from Patrick Mahomes there, Disneyland. Certainly a lot of excitement around Kansas City as they brought home the championship as well. But we want to hear the other side of that coin, because obviously the Philadelphia Eagles, a great season coming up, just 3 points short against a very prolific quarterback in Patrick Mahomes. We're going to be joined now by Hank Flynn on the ground in Philadelphia as you watch the Philadelphia Eagles arrive there. A little dejected, but certainly a great season. What was the arrival like? And give me a little bit of breakdown on what fans' reaction was, Hank.
Well, it's a great question, Andy. By the way, I want to thank you again for leading in all that great Patrick Mahomes coverage. Appreciate that. Maybe you can have Fox Weather go ahead and rain on me as well. But, listen, I don't know how it felt for the football team getting off the plane. My guess would be that they're exhausted and probably disappointed themselves. The fans did show up. Now, Andy, I would remind you that we won the Super Bowl 5 years ago, and when that happened, they shut down the avenue leading up to Atlantic Aviation, which is the private corner of the airport where private planes come and go, where the Eagles land, and there were thousands of fans down here for that. It's not fair to expect that kind of a reception when your team does not win the Super Bowl. All the same, there were a ton of Eagles fans down here today. All of them, yes, disappointed, yes, playing Monday morning quarterback, yes, questioning defensive decisions made or offensive choices made. That's what we do here in Philadelphia. People talk about hot stove baseball. We hot stove baseball too, but we hot stove the dickens out of football. We're already talking about how we're going to juggle the roster going into this season, who the core of this lineup is, how we're going to get dynamic rookies paid after they come off of their rookie contracts. But it's nothing but Eagles today, win or lose the Super Bowl. So, Andy, the Eagles the Eagles plane landed about a little more than an hour ago. It passed by us on the runway right back there, the way that plane is. They retreated to another corner of the airport where they met 7 Eagles buses. The Eagles got off, fans cheering at them from the fences. The Eagles got onto their buses, and then they drove right through this gate right here behind me, moving on by on their way to the Eagles practice facility and headquarters, which is called the NovaCare facility. That is in South Philadelphia. It's in a neighborhood called Packer Park. A lot of fans are able to just walk over to the facility, so it's always well attended. There's always lots of people around the gate as cars come and go, trying to get autographs or even just a quick connect with some of their favorite players. So, yeah, just a lot of frustration, a lot of disappointment, but more than anything else, Andy, and I mean this, a ton of gratitude for what was really just a spectacular season. Just no cherry on top this year.
Definitely. It's sorry to be a dark cloud on this day, this Monday after the Super Bowl for you, Hank, but obviously a lot of fans out there. And I know there's been a lot of heartbreak in Philadelphia sports this year. Is next year the year for the Eagles?
Well, I mean, listen, when you're talking about football, it's a great big who knows because, you know, it's like Mike Tyson used to say, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. You can stack your roster. Injuries are a massive factor in football. I would say that a lot of Philadelphia Eagles fans were hopeful for a playoff run this year, really hopeful for a Super Bowl, but kind of waiting and seeing. So the fact that we made it this year is a thing to be grateful for. We didn't necessarily know we'd get that far. And if you're referring earlier to disappointment for Philadelphia fans, the Phillies weren't even supposed to make it into the playoffs this year, and they made a decent World Series run. So again, that's all house money, Andy. When you're not supposed to be there and you get there and lose, as a sports fan, it's something to be grateful for. I'd rather get there and lose than not get there.
Definitely. That is a very good mentality. Hank Flynn, thank you so much for joining us. Any parting thoughts? Because obviously Philadelphia sports fans, they know how to vocalize things. Any parting thoughts for our audience here on Live Now?
Well, I'll start with the cliche and then I'll go to the real. There's a documentary out right now. It's a very Philly documentary. It's called There's Always Next Year. Now, next year happened 5 years ago. The curse is gone. It's off our back. We contend in every single sport now. Flyers are going to be pretty good. Once Tortorella gets a hold of things, they're going to be great. The Sixers are doing real well right now. All bets are payable at playoffs. But we're here to compete, and we're here to win championships. We don't win them all. That's why they play the games, Andy. That's what makes it fun and worth watching. If we knew we were going to win, who would have watched last night?
Definitely. Thank you so much. And the future is bright for Jalen Hurts and that Eagles organization. So thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And I'm sure we'll talk again soon on a brighter day. Hank?
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, a little bit of disappointment, but obviously, like you just heard from Hank Flynn there, as the Eagles arrived just a little bit ago, the sun was setting in Philadelphia, but the sun rising on this Eagles organization. They won that title in Minnesota, the Philly special. Nick Foles catching it, raising the Lombardi Trophy, so a lot of excitement around Philadelphia. Philly sports fans are just different, man. Plenty of excitement there in Philadelphia. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. A live look as we just approach 6:30 on the East Coast. This is New York City. Plenty of top headlines today, including out of Brooklyn, where that U-Haul slammed into some pedestrians on the side of the street on a sidewalk, including a police officer. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We want to continue on covering all of the top headlines and stay in New York, as Kathy Hochul was in place today as she was talking about making investments in housing, public safety, and more. as they continue to remain prosperous in the state of New York. The governor there at the podium. Let's listen in here from earlier today on Live Now from Fox.
Your Super Bowl. I have to confess, I just couldn't turn it on. I watched every down this year. I lived and rose and fell, as all of us did. So sorry, I was with the governor of Kansas and the governor of Pennsylvania as they left our national governors meeting in Washington early because they had to go somewhere. And but I will say that the rest of the governors, this is a true story, all said that they wish Buffalo had been there because Buffalo captured the hearts and minds of a nation. And so I thought that was really powerful. So let's give the Buffalo Bills a round of applause for an outstanding season. You'll be hearing from our extraordinary leaders from this region, and they've all become such good friends of mine. The mayor has such weighty responsibilities, but Malik Evans has stepped up with a sense of optimism and a confidence to be able to lead this community forward. So let's give another round of applause to our mayor, Malik Evans. Senator Cooney has been fighting for his district to bring money back, and I'll be talking about how successful he was in a few moments, but I know he believes in all the treasure of his district, and I know in particular he loves the Susan B. Anthony House, and so I want to thank him for being such a champion for his district. Let's give another round of applause to Senator Cooney. Some of you remember Harry Bronson and I have been friends since I was a member of Congress representing part of his district over a decade ago, and again, he just so loves the people he represents, and he wears it all the time. We know all of his major priorities are fighting for his district. I want to thank Assembly Member Harry Bronson for all he does for us as well. And you have a Dynamite County Executive in Adam Bello. Thank you, Adam Bello, for all you do. Tremendous partner for us, and it's always great to see former Lieutenant Governor, former Mayor, former Chief of Police, former everything, but now the leader of the preeminent Rochester Chamber, which represents all the businesses, and that is the one and only Bob Duffy. So let's recognize Bob Duffy is here. It's great to be back here again. I was here twice last month, but now I have a chance to talk about not just our state-of-the-state housing plans, but also so many initiatives that impact this area. We talk also about, we were here for GM's game-changing announcement to show that they're not making an announcement to leave, as had always been what the case was when I was growing up. Well, another headline about a big business leaving the area, but instead of reinvesting in this area. So electric vehicle production happening right here in Rochester, very exciting. And we are also here in Rochester to announce the $10 million DRI award to help clean up Main and Clinton, because that place is going to be spectacular. That area is going to be really achieving its full potential. So we're continuing to build on all the projects we've started downtown. We've come a long way. And I'm really proud to be able to be governor during the continuation of Rochester's rebirth and transformation. And you know, the potential is extraordinary. And we're here to recognize this seems to be the big birthday week. I'm aware of that. It's Black History Month, and we celebrate the 205th anniversary of Frederick Douglass, who of course made Rochester his home, and someone we're very proud of. You know, he lent his voice to so many causes, and I'll never forget that he was one of the most powerful voices in support of women's suffrage. Back when the women gathered at Seneca Falls, they let a couple of men in. They let Frederick Douglass in, and he was very eloquent in his defense of women's right to vote at the time. So happy birthday, Frederick Douglass. And also Susan B. Anthony's, his birthday is tomorrow? Wednesday. I knew, Deborah, you would know that. But also, you think about just, you know, how this region has become just a place where we talk about the fight for justice. And all that was brought home to realize we lost another great one. When you think about Rochester's great voices, and the loss of Reverend Franklin Florence was hard for everyone. What a life in our own time. We think about these people of the past, you know, Frederick Douglass, Susan B. Anthony, but to have lived among one of the greats that will be talked about, who will be talked about for generations to come, lost to his family, but what he did for civil rights in this area and making sure that marginalized voices were heard. And some people say, you know, he's one of the most notable individuals in this fight since Frederick Douglass, and I second that. So our condolences to his family, and let him know and his family know that his work continues through all of us. And I would also say that part of that is lifting up communities, and economic development is that catalyst. When you invest in communities, you invest in facilities and places and businesses that'll create jobs, you're also giving people that dignity to control their own destiny, that they don't have to be a captive to their own circumstances or the neighborhood they're born in or the school they went to. They can have a chance to rise up. So we're continuing to focus on making sure that communities have the resources they need. And that is an important part of bringing this community back. Again, the investments in the Sibley building, I mean, how many years did we go by that building and it just sort of mocked us, a reminder of what it had been. And now to see that place just full of life and energy, it's extraordinary, it's extraordinary. The Strong Museum of Play, which I came to with my children when they were younger, but then it's just developed into this world-class facility that we're all so proud of. And Rock the Riverway, I mean, to have the river here and have it not be taken advantage of the way we are and to unleash the potential. I mean, just the floodwaters of great things that are happening in that area. And of course, Innovation Square, where we find ourselves today, perfect example of the new Rochester being built in a place that the old Rochester once occupied, the legacy businesses like Xerox and Kodak. So here we are, finding ways to make this region more affordable, safer, more livable. And this is also an opportunity for us to have more young students live down here. I mean, it's the young people that we attract here. And when I was growing up in Western New York, we always were realizing that our greatest export were our young people. They were heading to places like Texas and North Carolina and everywhere else they could live their dream. And now that doesn't have to be the case. People are coming here. Young people are coming here and realizing there's an extraordinary quality of life and infusing this city and this region with their talent and their energy. So I want to thank the Galena family, Lauren and Evan and Rob and their entire team for executing this extraordinary vision, and also Natalie and Carl Stabenow for this beautiful renovated theater for hosting us here today. You also think about numbers sometimes. I think about places, I think about people. Numbers can also tell a story. And I judge myself as governor since I became governor in August of 2021. What's happened since then? And I look at numbers like the unemployment rate in the state of New York. At the time, it was 7.1% statewide. It is now 3.8%. I mean, those numbers are historic. Rochester, 3.2%. I mean, growing up in Buffalo, there was always a 1 in front of that. That would have been 13.2%. So it's still shocking to me as an upstater to see numbers that tell a very, very different story than we grew up with. And so those are great stories to talk about. The number of jobs created. Since I've been governor, 586,000 jobs have been created in the state of New York. Dramatic increase, even here in Rochester, over a 3% increase just in that short. We're talking since August of 2021. So the numbers are trending absolutely in the right direction, absolutely in the right direction. So I'm excited about that as well. And we're deeply committed to this region. This is an area that we're counting on to be an economic engine for the rest of the state to power us through a lot of our decisions, not just in building on the legacy of our former businesses, but also embracing the new technologies. So this is what we're talking about is, again, a more affordable, safer, livable region. And we have it all here. We have it all in this region. And what I want to talk about is an area I feel that the one place we could be held back is in the lack of housing for people. And I'm talking about everything from affordable housing to workforce housing to market rate housing to luxury housing. We don't have enough. And again, what a difference from a generation or two ago when there was plenty of housing, plenty of very affordable housing because people weren't living here. People would leave. There was plenty of housing on the market and a lot of abandoned houses. And now the value of those properties is just extraordinary. But the problem is, when you have a limited housing supply, high demand, what happens is for people in search of a home, you either can't find one or the price is out of your reach. And that could be a barrier to either the young people growing up here, educated here, want to stay here. If they can't find a place that they can afford, they won't stay here. And if we're trying to attract new businesses to come here and bring your corporate headquarters or bring CEOs and bring people at all levels of work, again, housing is the challenge. I wouldn't have said this 10, 15 years ago. It was not a problem for us. But I feel, as having studied this state and know it better than anybody, that this is the area that we have to do much better. So we have to keep up our housing supply. And I have a bold plan. 800,000 new homes over the next decade, I believe, will fill that need to, again, drive down the price, but also increase the supply. Part of it is affordable housing, a $25 billion investment in affordable housing to tear down the old blighted neighborhoods that are just a reminder of failed policies of the past, and building beautiful new housing for people. I've seen a lot of this in Rochester. I've been to many, many ribbon cuttings here. The buildings are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, whether they have supportive housing. I've been to places we built for veterans and places for people with substance abuse problems, mental health challenges, or people just looking for a place to start before they can earn enough money to get their own place, buy a home someday, which is still the American dream. Housing stock needs to grow. In upstate, we think it's a very modest goal to ask that housing grow 1% every 3 years. Many communities can do that easily. For some communities, that's one apartment building. And so let's not be frightened by the thought that we have this, oh my God, what does this mean? It means that we believe in our future so much, and we know that people want to be here, that we're going to offer them a range of affordable and market rate and all kinds of housing, because then they can live here. It's that simple. But also I know communities are going to say, well, we have additional costs involved. Well, how do I know so much about this? 14 years on a town board, planning board, zoning board, safety board, environmental board. I know all the ways that you can stop a project, believe me. But we let a lot in my town. We stood up against people who didn't support even group homes for individuals with disabilities because of such NIMBYism, such hatred in people's hearts. And we had to stand up against that and bring in affordable housing and break down the barriers. And everybody always said, even senior housing, well, we're not sure about, seriously? We had to overcome that. But once you do it, he'll say, oh, really, they're wonderful neighbors. It's great. It's fabulous. So just people have this, keeping the status quo is always better for a lot of people. And it's just not. That's not how you grow. That's how you stagnate. And we cannot live in a state that stagnates. And that is my fear if we don't lean into these bold objectives. So we're going to give money to localities for planning, to help cover the cost of sewers, if they need more roads, more schools. But again, I'm asking everyone to just see the possibilities of what this project will look like. And that's how we achieve our full potential. We also want to make sure that our neighborhood and rural preservation programs have the resources they need. So we're adding more money right here in the Finger Lakes to provide housing assistance, community renewal, and local rent subsidies for people as they try to get on their feet. But to build housing is great, but you also have to make sure that the neighborhoods are safe. I was just talking to the mayor about this again, and he can talk about some numbers that are trending in a very good direction. But it is still very much top of mind for a lot of our residents, particularly in our urban areas. And I'm committed as the governor to bring all the resources to bear that we possibly can. I've had Zoom calls with localities and bringing together U.S. attorney, district attorney, police officers, police chiefs, sheriffs, everybody, mayors, electeds, anybody he'll talk to you about it. And I say, what do you need? Tell me what you need. For the first time we have police officers from the state police force on the ground here in Rochester trying to help them, and creating community stabilization groups that help go out there and just reach out to people and be a supportive hand to our local police departments, because they have so much they're dealing with. I'm committed to doing it. We strengthened our gun laws. There's way too many guns still on our streets today that never should even have been crossing the borders to be in New York State. We banned ghost guns because, believe it or not, you could order a kit online and be able to have a gun manufactured at your kitchen table, a lethal weapon, until we ban them here in the state of New York. So we're starting to see results. We're going to continue to have a dramatic amount of money put toward gun violence disruption and help communities stabilize and give alternatives to young people so they have better options, alternatives for after school activities, and a lot of different ways that we can help people just find a different path forward and not feel like their identity has to be associated with a gang on the streets. That if they don't have a strong family structure at home, that family alternative cannot be a gang. It has to be other adults, whether it's through the schools or social services or through the churches, very powerful in our communities. So I'm going to continue to increase the funding we put toward these programs. We're also helping our district attorneys have the resources they need, helping our court-appointed attorneys. They've been making almost poverty wages right now, so it's hard to attract people to do that important work, so we're going to pay them more. And also asking judges to consider more when deciding if someone commits a crime, a serious crime, a violent crime, repeat offenders, whether or not they should be looking at more factors, as I believe they should, in deciding whether that person goes back home or is held until they have their court date or they have a higher bail. So those are all factors that I want to fix in our laws right now. I believe it can be done, and I appreciate the support of our local officials who really are joined with us in making sure we do everything we can to make our communities safer, because you want to be housing, that's great. You want to stabilize downtowns, you get the crime under control. And so those are all intertwined together as far as unleashing the full potential, which is so important to me. Another major area we're focused on is mental health. And this is one that has no partisan label to it. It's been everybody across the state, urban, rural, suburban. When we announced $1 billion of investment in dealing with the mental health crisis, which has always been there, under the surface, but what we saw during the pandemic was quite extraordinary, and no one could have foreseen this, even in the first year or two. But now the lingering effects of what the pandemic did to our young people in particular, they're just kind of unanchored during that time, 2 years, and a lot of them, teenage years are tough anyhow, but not to have a support system and to have that connection with an adult or have resources available to them through, even a school nurse paying attention to them. They didn't have that for a long time, and now they're a little bit adrift. And we're losing more young people to teenage suicide and other challenges, more going to treating, self-medicating with substance abuse. So fixing the mental health problem has to happen. So I declared in my State of the State that the era of ignoring the mental health challenges in the state is over. We're going to fund it. We're going to work on youth challenges. We're going to focus on the adults who need help, and also bringing more money to make sure there's more psychiatric beds and services online and dealing with the opioid addiction. You've heard me tell before, I don't know a single family that hasn't been affected by the opioid crisis, and now laced with fentanyl. It is so deadly. That's how we lost my nephew. We thought he was on a different path, and all of a sudden, the fentanyl was too much. And so this is personal for a lot of us, and we have to do so much more, but giving people better options, alternatives, just giving them hope can also make a big difference in their lives, and that's something I'm committed to. We're announcing more money for Finger Lakes, in particular, $45 million for this region to support the addiction treatment and recovery programs that you have going right here. I visited many of them, and I want to make sure that we have this in addition to $12 million in federal grants to support what's going on right here, but not just keeping the status quo, but really ramping up and doing much more in the outreach space. And foundation aid for our schools. The amount of money that we're investing in our schools is extraordinary this year. 10% increase overall. This year it's $34.5 billion, the largest ever. But I want to make sure that we're devoting some of that extra money to mental health services in schools, because there's too many schools out there that there's nothing available, nothing. And the teachers they're not trained. They shouldn't be expected to be, the parents, the teacher, the disciplinarian, the nutritionist, the mental health therapist, all the different things we ask our teachers to do. This is something that they should not have to worry about, that we should have support right in the schools. So we're increasing money for schools. Here in the Finger Lakes, there's an increase of 11.4% from last year alone. That is extraordinary, $267 million for this region, which I think will be well spent. I mean, this is an area we need to make sure that our city schools and our suburban rural schools all have the resources they need. So for the first time in history, we're going to have fully funding foundation aid and making sure that we invest in it. So here's why it all ties together. We have great opportunities in economic development. This is the place businesses want to be. How do I know that? Because they're coming. I can see them. I talk to them on the phone. They tell me they want to be here because they see, for example, the challenges out west with resources and water. You come to upstate New York, you have a factory that needs to be powered by energy and by water and have plentiful water and electricity. We have it here in New York State. That is something we took for granted. Now those are priceless commodities for businesses looking to expand. So making sure that we seize the opportunity. And the semiconductor industry, when you hear about Micron, that is not just Syracuse. that's led to an opportunity we have right in the Batavia stamp facility. A new company I've talked about on the phone, they're coming from all the way, it's a German company, they're in England. It creates 600 jobs in Batavia because of being a part of the supply chain for Micron. That's just one example of how all over the state of New York, our education foundation, getting smart people, getting them educated, making them ready for these jobs, because the jobs are coming. The jobs are coming. And whether it's building, we need a lot more people in the trades. We're going to be building for 20 years with Micron. And those are good paying jobs with great dignity. I want to get more young people interested in those careers as well, because the sky's the limit. If we can build it, they will come. And that's what we're understanding from them as well. So let's continue our upstate manufacturing success stories, creating all those great jobs. And we're going to continue focusing on investing in those facilities every single way we can. And I'm going to keep working with Bob Duffy. And I'll call anybody anytime. I call into other states. I'm always recruiting. And if you got someone you want me to, the live one on the wire, Bob, let me know, and I'll reel them in for you, okay? It's what I do. So, we're going to continue building the pipeline. And again, the semiconductor space, how do we make ourselves more competitive? We're establishing, the first time ever, the Office of Semiconductor Expansion, Management, and Integration. Coincidentally, all that sounds, if you abbreviate it, goes to OnSemi. So that's our semiconductor office. I literally spoke with the Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, in Washington 2 days ago. She said they are so excited about how New York State is creating this office, because when companies think about where they want to go, and they can come a one-stop shop and have support, finding out about the federal state incentives, where they're going to get the workforce development done, how they can partner with a local community college to teach young people the skills that they're going to be looking for. That's how it all ties together. That's how you corner the market. That's how you become the preeminent place in the nation, if not the world, for semiconductor manufacturing. And it's happening in upstate New York. So that's why we're doing it here. So I need our community colleges to step up, and that's why we're allocating $17 million from Monroe Community College for a new advanced technology center. That money is going to help us expand technical training and also lean hard into their nation-leading optics program, which is really important to this industry, to our region as well. So, and they'll also be creating technicians for the semiconductor industry. So when we landed Micron, and believe me, they were heading out the door to go to Texas. Really going to Texas? So we had a nice dinner in Syracuse. Unfortunately, it was January and it was bitter cold last year. I said, well, it's not always like this. But I described, I said, you know what? And I really leaned hard because I know this area so well. I said, you need to get down to like the Finger Lakes and go see what we have up in the St. Lawrence Seaway area and the beautiful downtown. I said, we got great museums in Rochester. And so I really was like doing this sell job on it. But I also said, but also I will make sure that our community colleges are your partners. And that's why we're investing in Monroe Community College, to make sure that they have what they need, so I can go back to Micron and say, remember I promised you 9,000 skilled workers and 50,000 part of the supply chain? I said, I'm working on that as we speak with our budget this year. So that's the direct connection between the funding we're putting on the table and making sure that they can upgrade their labs and their nurse training facilities as well, and so many other places, because we have a lot of work to do. Cornell Tech, food innovation. I was with all these other governors, and every one of them, I think most of them, they have this image of New York State as skyscrapers, subway, Statue of Liberty. It's all New York City. I said, oh, you have to expand your horizons. We are really an innovator when it comes to food processing, food growth. Food agriculture is one of our bread and butter industries. We're number 1, 2, or 3 in so many areas. And we have Cornell University, the Cornell Tech Food Tech Innovation Hub is extraordinary in what they're doing. So we're leading edge in this space. I want to continue investing in this to help create these opportunities to keep us positioned in leadership positions. So that's going to modernize their facility in Geneva, and that's going to help us have cutting edge technologies to increase our yield and make sure that we don't fall prey to the food insecurity, which is a problem in so many other parts of the world. I want to make sure that we are independent, not relying on food sources from other countries. Infrastructure sounds kind of boring to a lot of people unless you're in the field, but I always view infrastructure as a way to connect. It connects communities, it connects people to their jobs, it connects people in places. So I think that this is another great opportunity, not just for the great jobs that we're creating, but we're announcing over $96 million in DOT capital projects right here. We're going to replace bridges over the Erie Canal, and as someone who's gone on the Erie Canal, I can point to exactly where the bridges are that need a little extra help. But the Erie Canal, again, what a great resource this is. The Erie Canal is so beautiful. This is what I also talked about to Mike. I said, you need to take a boat, go along the Erie Canal, you need to get down to all the beautiful communities that are connected by the canal. So we're going to be paving, doing bridges over the Erie Canal. We're going to be paving Route 104, which I know is a mess, because I've been on a lot of times. Just so you know, I really hate potholes. I got this thing about potholes. Maybe it's because as Lieutenant Governor, I did so much time in the car. Bob knows about this. We traveled, I think we lost track, but maybe 14 or 15 times around the world, mile-wise. It's a lot. So I have a personal experience with every single pothole. So I'm really proud to announce that in the Finger Lakes alone, just since I've been governor, we filled over 101,000 potholes. You're gone. Goodbye. So I keep track of things like that. But we're going to continue investing, 418 miles already paved. And so I know how important it is. You also get a different image of a community when you are on potholes and the curbs look kind of run down. You kind of feel like it's, oh, this community doesn't have a lot of pride in itself. Look how, how crummy the infrastructure is here. So we can fix that. I also want to support our Monroe County's multimodal hub planning for $2.5 million to help them do what they need to do, because the freight industry is growing rapidly up here, and we need to be able to be ready for that. So we're working on that as well. And I'll tell you, and I keep referencing back to these governors I met. I had this one governor from Utah. He says, I went to this most beautiful place. He goes, there was like a bridge up there, and then there was this river and all these gorges and cliffs. And I said, I can't remember the name. I said, you're talking about Letchworth State Park. I said, that is, some people call it the Grand Canyon of the East. I actually call the Grand Canyon the Letchworth of the West. So he knew about this, and I grew up there. I have to tell you, I spent my childhood jumping off the cliffs before the signs went up that says you shouldn't do that. This is a long time ago. I swam in the river, and it is beautiful. Our natural resources here are so gorgeous. So we're going to continue investing $10 million for Letchworth State Park to keep making sure that it stays as spectacular as it is. $4.5 million for the running track bridge. We want to get that done, and also $3 million for the Genesee Valley Greenway, because these are our treasures. They're there for families to enjoy, but also, again, it's just part of that overall quality of life that's so important to all of us. So here's the Rock the Riverway. We're going to keep enhancing that as well, and also, so many other assets here as well. So, and one more thing I want to mention, honoring the legacy of an extraordinary Rochester native who has a birthday coming up, and what she meant to the advancement of women's rights is extraordinary. We are announcing $10 million for the Susan B. Anthony Museum. I have been there so many times. It is a jewel. The story is fabulous. It's inspiring. And the problem is, because she didn't grow up in a really big house, there's not a lot of space for people. So when you want to invite, the tour buses to come and make sure that this is part of the trail, that, people come from other countries and they go to New York, they go into Niagara Falls, they need to be stopping by the Susan B. Anthony House. And we'll be able to welcome a significantly higher number of visitors. Deborah and I have talked about this since my days in Congress. And I know this can be incredible, and I want to congratulate Deborah for your extraordinary work. I know you're going to be celebrating your gala Wednesday. I can't be there, but I'm there in spirit. But I also want a special thanks to Harry Bronson and Jeremy Cooney for their championing this money to make sure that this was in our budget, as well as the entire delegation. So let's give Deborah Hughes another round of applause for all your work. Yep. So, I love Rochester, I love my cities, but I also have a special place in my heart for the small towns. I actually spent some time in one of our tiny little communities. I used to work at a place called Patchen, New York. If you can find that on a map, God bless you. You have Buffalo, then you have Hamburg, then you have Boston, and And then part of Boston is this little intersection called Patch, and that's where I had my first job making pizzas for 5 years. So there was nothing there but a gas station and a pizzeria, but it was charming. Well, at least we thought it was charming. So it's the small towns that are also the heartbeat of our communities, the small cities, the small villages. And so I want to make sure that we continue to invest in our downtown revitalization, but also some of our communities are a little bit smaller, and where they could possibly spend $10 million when your community is that little is hard. So we started a new program just this year and listening to these mayors of these smaller regions, smaller communities, and we decided to put forth a project for allocating not just the $10 million, but also program where they could apply for $4.5 million. So we are continuing in my budget $100 million for the DRIs, the downtown revitalization, which can go to all sizes communities, but also our New York Forward program. And there's a little community called the Village of Perry. They're going to be receiving $10 million as part of our downtown revitalization. I want to recognize Mayor Rick Hauser. Mayor, stand up if you're here. Mayor Rick Hauser, thank you. Congratulations, Mayor. The downtown is so darn cute. It truly, truly is. The thriving arts scene, I've been there, it's on the historic register, and it's going to be a top hospitality hub in the Genesee region. You have some really forward-thinking business owners. I've met a lot of the restaurant owners, and I think it's extraordinary. People shouldn't worry about the proximity to the sea serpent and the Silver Lake sea serpent, because I tell that story all over the place. And I say people need to go up there and see if it's real. Everyone goes over looking for the Loch Ness Monster. There's a sea serpent in Silver Lake. I just want you to know that. So check it out. Check it out. Prove me wrong. Prove that there's not one in there. But it's a charming community, and I know I'll be back to Perry to announce the specific projects. But you are an award winner, and congratulations to all my friends from Perry. So. And we know you have plans for the bicycle routes and sprucing up the downtown businesses, and again, diverse housing options, because people want to live there, right? Got to be there. And refurbishing our historic buildings to make sure that they stay. So, and also there is something, the Chalk Art Festival. You still have the Chalk Art Festival? I went there one year. They asked me to draw something on the sidewalk. I was so embarrassed. I didn't know how to draw it all.
Okay, so listening in there to New York Governor Kathy Hochul talking about ways to make New York more affordable, also touching on mental health and some other efforts being made throughout the state in regards to budgeting and funding and a variety of different issues that they are focusing on in New York. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Want to give you a live look of this gorgeous view from South Bend, Indiana, courtesy of WSBT Notre Dame campus. Just a gorgeous shot there. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break. We still have a lot to get to here on Live Now from Fox. Stick with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Hope you all enjoyed your Super Bowl Sunday. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover all of these top headlines for you. I want to start with this. Today, President Biden fired the architect of the Capitol. That is the official who oversees the U.S. Capitol complex. Today, the White House said Brett Blanton's appointment was terminated, and it comes as House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he lost confidence in Blanton's ability to do the job. Last year, an inspector general report found that Blanton had committed administrative, ethical, and policy violations that included misrepresenting himself as a law enforcement official. The position is appointed by the president. And we're still continuing to follow all of the devastating news out of Turkey and Syria as more debris and rubble is cleared there. We're getting a better sense of the scope of the humanitarian crisis facing parts of that region. Now we know that death toll has climbed to more than 36,000 people who have died. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott has more from Turkey.
Rescue workers are busy clearing away debris as they look for more survivors from the deadly earthquakes. But after a week of searching, the rescue mission is slowly shifting to recovery mode. We visited the city of Iskenderun on Monday, where almost every structure suffered some kind of damage, including the hospital, which had to be moved to a high school across the street. Doctors there now treating secondary injuries like smoke and dust inhalation and bruises from aftershocks. But even with help from the Indian military, resources are stretched thin, prompting a new plea from the UN.
We are mobilizing funding, and we're trying to tell everyone, put politics aside. This is the time to unite behind a common effort.
The death toll here is now past 35,000, and the humanitarian crisis is growing. Homelessness and hunger are widespread. Looting is being reported in nearly every city.
Any kind of help can help. It's just chaos here. Just whatever you can help with. There isn't any much help. Not a lot of search and rescue teams.
Turkish government blaming at least some of the damage on developers and contractors who allegedly built unsafe buildings. Dozens of arrests have been made and more are expected, with angry residents looking for answers about who is to blame for the faulty construction.
If you ask people which building in Hatay wouldn't collapse, they'd all point to this one, but this is the one that's in the worst shape.
One early estimate puts the cost of damage in Turkey alone at $84 billion. In Iskenderun, Turkey, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
And we're also continuing to follow everything that's coming out of New York after a U-Haul truck hit several pedestrians while leading New York police on a chase in Brooklyn this morning. We know at least 8 people were hurt at 2 locations. That included 2 people who are in critical condition, 2 who are said to be in serious condition, and 4 who are suffering minor injuries. One of the injured was a New York police officer. It's unclear right now the extent of that officer's injuries. We do want to bring you the latest update from police. Before we do, though, here's an overhead view of some of the aftermath of this incident. You can see the U-Haul there in a police vehicle touching there from this overhead shot from our Skyfox chopper following this news this morning. So we do want to bring you out to the latest update from officials in New York as they gave us some sort of idea from what happened. We also had Live Now's Andy Mack spoke with a reporter, one of our colleagues at Fox 5 New York. She was talking about the suspect. We know that it's a man in his 60s, but police are only giving some information right now. So again, let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox to that police update.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. We are here on Columbia Street and Hamilton Avenue in Brooklyn, where behind us is a U-Haul truck stopped successfully by the NYPD, ending a violent rampage through Brooklyn that left at least 8 people injured. Those victims are now in area hospitals. Our best wishes are joined by those of the entire city for their speedy recovery. The early details are as follows. At approximately 10:50 this morning, officers responded to a single male driving a U-Haul truck in the Bay Ridge area of Brooklyn. The vehicle struck a number of people, ultimately being stopped here near the entrance to the Battery Tunnel into Manhattan by our highway patrol units. We are still constructing the events. This information is preliminary and subject to change as we continue to learn more. Right now, reportedly, we have 8 people struck. 2 are in critical condition, 2 are in serious condition, and 4 sustained minor injuries. 7 of those people are civilians. 1 of them is a police officer who is taking police action during this incident. We have 7 different locations to process, including the one behind us. At this time, we have no indication that there is any terrorism involvement in this incident. However, as always, we will continue to investigate this incident with the full resources of the NYPD and our partners. What we saw today is a clear example why every moment of every day, the NYPD must be prepared for every possibility. I want to thank our NYPD officers, our partners in law enforcement for jumping into action this morning. If anyone has any information that may aid in this investigation, we encourage you to contact us at 1-800-577-TIPS. You may do so anonymously. Again, this information is preliminary. I will take some questions.
Let's start off with Dollar Miles. Guys, don't call out.
Good morning.
Good morning.
2 things. What was the cause for the initial stop? Why was the vehicle suspicious and pulled over to begin with? And what can you tell us about the suspect?
The vehicle that was stopped as a result of it hitting several people. It came to rest here behind us.
So he hit people before?
That is correct.
Okay.
We're going to go to Ayana Harry.
Good afternoon. It appears as there are some videos that are circulating that seem to show an NYPD car on the sidewalk following behind the U-Haul. Can you talk to us about, I guess, tactically why that might be? Some people felt it seemed dangerous.
That's the subject of our investigation as well. That'll all be part of our investigation.
We're going right here to the front.
Yeah, can you tell us about some of the other locations and also what do we know about the suspect?
We know a very limited amount about the subject at this time. As part of our investigation, there are approximately 7 scenes that we have to process at this time. They're all in Bay Ridge along the way to here.
Can you just give us a name and age?
Of the subject, we're not releasing that at this time.
Adam Harding.
Could you just, about the suspect, any ties to New York? He may have only been in the area, we understand, for a couple of years, and it also being the beginning of sentencing for a similar case on the west side. Is there any correlation link there in dates, similar type of crime scene?
As it stands, this is very early in the investigation. That will be part of what we are looking at this time. Whether this person has a nexus to New York or out of state is part of that as well.
We're going to do 1 or 2 more. We're going to do Aaron Katersky.
Hey, Commissioner.
Hello.
When you say 7 scenes, does that mean people were struck in those 7 different locations? And is there anything that indicates that it's intentional?
We don't know that at this time. There are 7 scenes, 8 people are struck, and that will be determined as we go through the scene with our crime scene.
All right, now, last question, Rocco.
Commissioner, a couple of elected officials have already tweeted out that the suspect has said something to the effect that he wanted to die. Can you talk about what he may have said to police at any point?
Again, it's very early for us to be able to say that, Rocco. That'll be released when we have that information.
Was the initial call about a U-Haul truck driving recklessly or had hit pedestrians, or were all the pedestrians hit after police engaged the vehicle?
The preliminary information is that the U-Haul struck people first, and then we engaged after that.
Last question, Joe Marino.
Do we know the status of the U-Haul stolen, where it was rented from?
It's part of our investigation now. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate you coming out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was the most recent update from New York Police. We are hoping to get some more information here, and as soon as we do, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, some other stories that we're continuing to follow here. Classes today were canceled at Harding High School in St. Paul, Minnesota, after a stabbing left a student dead on Friday. Trauma teams are at all St. Paul schools to help students cope with this tragedy in the days ahead. St. Paul police confirming a 15-year-old student was fatally stabbed by another student at the high school on Friday. Sergeant Mike Ernster with the police department said the school followed its safety procedures and went into lockdown at approximately 11:45 in the morning on Friday. Police were called to the school, and when they arrived, they found school staff members providing aid to the 15-year-old boy who had stab wounds. It was the victim's first day at Harding High School. The victim was taken to a local hospital where he died. Officers located a possible suspect who is a 16-year-old student and took that person into custody. Criminal charges as of now have not been filed. The incident marked the first homicide in St. Paul this year. The St. Paul Teachers Union has planned a candlelight vigil for this evening outside of Harding High School. We're also continuing to follow all of the latest in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. Of course, a big story that we have been continuing to follow. And one of the big things with this today is that the coronavirus has now led to 2 jurors needing to step away. So they're bringing in some alternates now to help in this trial. And prosecutors do expect to wrap up their case this week. Let's bring you the latest from Fox's Jonathan Suri.
I'm not going to order any social distancing, and for the moment, we're going to encourage everyone here to mask up.
The double murder trial of disgraced attorney Alex Murdaugh will move forward into week 4, despite concerns from both the defense and prosecution of a COVID-19 outbreak. 2 jurors tested positive for COVID on Monday. 2 alternates were sworn in to replace them, and the jury is being encouraged to mask up. The health scare comes as prosecutors come close to wrapping up their case against Murdaugh, accused of killing his wife and son in June of 2021.
Item 56, which was swabs collected from steering wheel, had a positive result, which means blood was identified on this item.
On Monday, jurors heard testimony from SLED DNA analysis expert Rachel Wynn. She testified traces of blood were found on the steering wheel of Murdaugh's Chevy Suburban, the car he alleges he was driving on the night of the murders. Testimony comes as new body cam video is released showing the moment police arrive at the murder scene on the family's hunting estate in South Carolina. An emotional Alex Murdaugh is seen on camera talking with police.
It's bad. It's bad.
At one point, unprompted, he begins telling an officer about his son Paul getting threats after being involved in a boat wreck with friends.
Most stuff has been benign stuff we didn't take serious. I know that's what it is.
Murdaugh maintains he is innocent and has pleaded not guilty. The defense is expected to begin presenting its case later this week. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
So a lot of big stories that we're following on this Monday here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have the latest on the 4th object that was shot down by the U.S. military yesterday. We'll bring you that story. Plus, we're also going to be talking about the officer who was killed in the line of duty in Milwaukee last week. He was laid to rest today. We'll have all of the latest details on both those stories and more in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks again for being with us as we continue to follow all of the developments out of this now fourth object that the U.S. military has shot down, this time over Lake Huron yesterday. This comes following several similar incidents, the first being a spy balloon, Chinese spy balloon that was shot down over the coast of South Carolina earlier this month. Then just in a matter of days, another object shot down over Alaska. And so this is now the fourth object that has been shot down. And we're saying object because we still don't know exactly what it is. I want to pull up this tweet as our Fox correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has been covering all of this extensively. He says here in this tweet that he just put out here, scoop, U.S. Air Force F-16 that shot down an unknown object over Lake Huron yesterday missed on its first attempt, according to U.S. officials. It's not clear where that first missile landed. A second one was needed, and each of those missiles cost over $400,000. Also want to pull up another tweet from Lucas as well. It shows an image of a potentially large piece of the 2,000-pound Chinese spy craft that they found in the Atlantic after that was shot down February 4th. So that was the first incident, and we're now talking about the fourth. So there's a lot of questions that still remain here. And coming up around 7 o'clock Pacific time, we're going to be speaking with an attorney about this, someone who has a lot of knowledge on the topic, to get a little further insight as to what these objects are, why there are still so many questions, when we can learn more. So we will have that for you in just a little bit here. In the meantime, though, do want to bring you up to speed with the latest. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively reports from Washington.
U.S. military officials remain on heightened alert after shooting down 3 unidentified aerial objects over the weekend, including one that crashed into Lake Huron on Sunday.
The president, with the recommendation of his military leaders, directed them to be taken down.
Administration officials say the 3 objects likely traveled over sensitive military sites, and analysts couldn't rule out if they were conducting surveillance.
These objects do not present a military threat to anyone on the ground. They do, however, present a risk to civil aviation and potentially an intelligence collection threat.
They'll know more once recovery is complete.
There's a joint U.S.-Canadian effort to make sure we keep eyes on that equipment and pick it up.
This follows the downing of a much larger object thought to be a Chinese spy balloon off the South Carolina coast on February 4th after officials tracked it across the U.S.
It was 200 feet high. It had a payload bay and a surveillance bay. We've been told the numbers 2, 3, and 4 have none of those things.
Navy crews have been able to recover some of the payload from the Chinese balloon, which teams are now piecing together at the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia.
There's a lot of things that can be attached to a balloon. Electronic magnetic pulses, for instance. You see chemicals. There's a lot of things that can be attached to the balloon, so we need to take it serious.
U.S. officials say they have no reason to believe the objects downed over the weekend are from China. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
So again, we will be talking with an expert further on this in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. So we still have a lot to get to. In the meantime, we're also following this horrible story out of Milwaukee where an officer was killed in the line of duty last week. And today he was laid to rest. He is Peter Jerving, an officer with the Milwaukee Police Department who was fatally shot last week. He was just 37 years old. Here are some photos of him here that we're able to share with you. Also want to give you some images from earlier this evening of a procession that was held for Officer Jerving. You can see the police and fire vehicles here that guided Jerving's body to Elmbrook Church in Brookfield today. Law enforcement from across the state and country arrived to pay their respects for Officer Jerving, whose family has said the support from near and far has been overwhelming. Jerving was a lifelong Milwaukee resident and a decorated officer. He was honored by the police department in the fall of 2022, just a few months ago, for helping save someone's life in June. He was shot on the city's south side early last Tuesday, February 7th, during what police said was a struggle with a robbery suspect. We do want to play out part of his funeral here for you on Live Now from Fox.
difficult. Nothing's more emotional. Nothing tests our faith to such a degree as this does. It's been well documented that Peter Jerving was a beloved family member, he was a good friend, and he was a dedicated police officer. I was aware of his character last November when we presented the life-saving award to Peter that he earned. In recent days, we learned of even more. We learned that Peter was always there to lend a hand. We learned that he was always ready to play a friendly prank. We learned how much he wanted to be a Milwaukee police officer and what a good police officer Peter Jerving was. I can speak for the entire city in celebrating the life and service of Peter Jerving. He stepped up for all of us, working to improve our safety. And he did that without hesitation and under some of the most difficult of circumstances. To Pete's parents, Patty and Doug Jerving, his brothers, his sisters, I extend the city's deepest condolences. We're very grateful for all he did for Milwaukee, and we're grateful to you for welcoming his service as a Milwaukee police officer. And to Pete's friends, especially Megan Bradley, I understand your deep sadness and you have my sympathy. To Pete's coworkers on the department, this is an emotionally wrenching time for each and every single one of you. A colleague, a friend is now gone. At this most difficult occasion, I want you all to know how profoundly appreciative each and every single one of us is for your service, for what you do each and every single day. Your work is vital to Milwaukee. Peter Jerving was out there in the middle of the night, protecting our city and all of us who live here and work here. In fact, he came to work each and every single day, knowing full well the potential danger and understanding how important his work was to the safety of our city. That is the very definition of bravery. Peter Jerving, that's a name that we will honor and a name that we will revere in Milwaukee, not just for today, but forever.
Greetings, family. On June 15th, 2022, Officer Jerving and Keller were in the 1900 block of West North Avenue when they saw what they thought was a severe motor vehicle accident. However, it soon became evident that the driver of the car had been seriously wounded by gunfire. Officer Jerving repositioned the victim to stop the blood flow, and Officer Keller applied pressure to the gunshot wounds and treated the victim's other injuries. While Officer Keller worked to save the man's life, Officer Jerving ran to retrieve an extinguisher from their squad as the victim's car had just caught fire. For 8 long minutes, the officers worked to stabilize the scene and provide life-saving medical care before the fire department arrived to extract the victim and take him to Freighter Hospital. Officers Keller and Jerving worked through extremely dangerous conditions to provide life-saving care to the shooting victim. Their quick decisions, teamwork, and thoughtful actions exemplified courage in a challenging crisis. It is the department's pleasure to present the police officers Peter E. C. Jerving and Andrew M. Keller with this life-saving award. Now, you probably thought I was given a part from a movie or maybe a piece from a Marvel's action film. No, that was not actors playing heroes. That was heroes who happened to be Milwaukee police officers. While there are many variations on the definition of a hero, one of our MPD members located the correct one. A hero is an ordinary person who faces extraordinary challenges with courage, honor, and self-sacrifice. I cannot think of a better example of courage, honor, and self-sacrifice than Officer Peter E.C. Jerving. While I did not know him personally, through the many examples and stories told about him, I truly felt a connection, that we share the same passion and commitment for our department and for our city. As told to me by Patty, Peter's mother, he loved being a police officer, and so do I. As a noble and dedicated member of MPD, Peter was committed to our department, and as a resident of Milwaukee, he was committed to his community. Again, so am I. So even though our pathways may have crossed from time to time, like when I was honored to bestow upon him one of the most highest department awards, the Life Saving Award, I feel connected to him, for we share so many loves, like that photo of him smoking cigars. I said, wow, a man after my heart. As I got to know Peter more and more by talking to his family, colleagues, supervisors, and commander, I got to see that he has a good sense of humor, was a dutiful son, a funny brother, a loving significant other, a family nephew, a sports fan. As a student of Marian University, his professor stated he was an excellent student who submitted top-notch work. But most of all, he was a great person to hang out with, play with, and work with. In spite of the past and current challenges of police work, it is reassuring that individuals like Peter don the uniform of the Milwaukee Police Department and answer the call to help protect our city. Friends, family, men and women of the badge, how do we honor Peter's ultimate sacrifice, his act of heroism for our community? We can honor him by remaining steadfast to protect our communities, to be human in our treatment of each other, to take our health and wellness seriously, and ensure our brothers and sisters take their health and wellness seriously too. We must make every effort to live and serve in the best manner possible to bring the best version of ourselves to work and home. On behalf of the Milwaukee Police Department, we offer our deepest condolences to our family, the Jerving family. Please know this: we don't walk in front of you, we don't walk behind you, we walk with you as we heal together. To the men and women of the Milwaukee Police Department, to our fellow men and women of the badge, coming from various departments, far and wide, to our fellow men and women of the fireside, thank you. Thank you for your service, for we're all heroes working to help keep our respective communities safe. To our community, especially our Milwaukee community, thank you for your support and for allowing your Milwaukee Police Department to protect and serve you. I would like to close with a simple poem written by Robert Longley, A Hero's Welcome. Time to come home, dear brother, your tour of duty through. You're given as much as anyone could be expected to do. Just a few steps further, the smoke will start to clear. Others here will guide you. You have no need of fear. You have not failed your brothers. You clearly gave it all. And through your selfless actions, others will hear the call. So take your place of honor among those who have gone before, and know you will be remembered for now and evermore. Officer Peter E.C. Jerving, rest easy, brother. We got it from here. KSA 536.
I'm Captain Brad Schley from the 4th District, where Peter was a member of our family. Our hearts are heavy. We are grieving. Law enforcement, you lost a brother in blue. Fire and EMS, you lost a partner in our quest to serve and protect the community. To the family, you lost a son and a brother and a loved one. To District 4, you lost a family member, a partner, a best friend. We're all grieving, we're all hurting. But let's remember what Peter stood for and what he would want us to think and do. He would want us to celebrate his life. We all know what that contagious smile was all about. It put a smile on your face. I'm going to ask you a favor in a moment, on behalf of myself and to honor Peter. When you do what I ask, I want you to do it in the spirit of Pete. Do it with love, honor, dedication. I'd like everyone, if you're able to, please stand up. This next section, it doesn't matter who it is, a loved one, family, law enforcement, fire, or a stranger. Please turn to the person next to you and give them a good, meaningful, heartfelt hug. Come on, let's go. Give them a hug. Thank you. You may be seated. Didn't that feel good? Didn't that feel right? Didn't that feel the unity and the honor of Pete? I challenge you, I challenge all of you in this room and those of you watching, keep that unity, grasp it, hang on to it, and never let it go. In tragedy, in times like this, we're reminded of what we stand for and how we stand together. Not only law enforcement, fire and EMS, our doctors, nurses, and our community. Too often we forget that. Too often it goes to the wayside. I challenge you to somehow cherish this lesson and keep the strength in your hearts and minds as we try to make sense, pick up the pieces, and somehow move forward. We all know we have to. And honor the ultimate sacrifice that Peter gave. I want to tell you a little story. I became the commander of District 4 just about 3 short months ago. During the first week, as I reviewed reports in the morning when I got there and prepared for our briefing, studying, getting stats, the late shift was coming in to secure. And these 2 clowns kept coming in to the front office, loud and obnoxious, and making everybody bust out in laughter. And after a week or so, I finally got up out of my desk and I walked out. I looked at those 2 and I said, "Who are you?" And they said, "Oh, we're the late shift captain's car." Obviously, that was Jervin and Noah. I turned to him and I said, "Get in my office." And that's how I met Peter. I'll tell you, in the first 5 minutes of talking to him, I knew that he was someone special. I knew he had dedication and heart and a drive to do this job and serve his community that was way above. He was special. He had that winning attitude, a big smile. As time went on and I had tasks and assignments for them, Peter would always turn to me as he was walking out of my office and he would say, "I got you, Cap. We got you." I'll never forget those words. I had big plans for Peter, but God had bigger plans. We will always remember Peter and the smile he had and the dedication he had to his community and how much he loved this job. I'd like to take a moment to say thank you. I'd like to honor the outpouring of support for us and Peter's family. The weight of your sorrow, the community's sorrow. We are united. The grief and sadness is evident by the unbelievable gifts of honor, respect, and love sitting upon that squad car outside of District Number 4. If you don't believe it, go take a look at it. The wheels are about to pop off of it. Milwaukee Fire Department, we honor you. Engine 12, Med 17, you gave honor and dignity to our brother, and you gave all you had. Family, we will always be one with you. We are always here for you. Spouses, I cherish that we were able to have you close to your loved ones today. You watch your loved ones put on that uniform and leave out the door. And as evident here, we know the golden rule of everyone coming home at the end of the shift can't always be kept. For law enforcement in District 4, we know what Peter did for us. Our brother paid the ultimate sacrifice doing what he loved to do. He is our hero. And to Pete, as you always said to me, I got you, Cap, we got you. I say to you, I got you, son, we got you, brother. May you rest in peace with the Lord. May God give us all peace and bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
So hearing from the police chief in Milwaukee, as well as some other officers and those who knew Officer Jerving so well, a very sad story that we have been following since this all happened last week. Officer Peter Jerving killed in the line of duty, just 37 years old. We are going to step away for a commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Hope you all enjoyed Super Bowl Sunday. A great game. Of course, the Chiefs coming out on top. Here's another live look of State Farm Stadium. A much quieter view now than it was just this time last night. And of course, one of the big parts of the Super Bowl every year is the commercials. And we have a look at which ads from yesterday scored big this year. Here's Fox's Ashley Dvorkin.
Won the game of the Super Bowl ads. Your top 5.
Well, I have to definitely start off with Tubi. I don't think most people knew what Tubi was heading into the game, and so they had one very clear mission: introduce the audience to Tubi, and I think they did that with that bizarre rabbit hole ad, and then the TV takeover had America freaking out. Amazon is interesting because they typically go with that celebrity-heavy spot, a lot of press beforehand, and there was none, and it pretty much surprised everybody with a very charming ad about a dog. And so that one was very well received by the ad meter, the USA Today ad meter. The Farmer's Report, Farmer's Dog, I don't even know the brand, which maybe doesn't bode well for their memorability, but that was also a very well received ad during the game.
I gotta do me, Missy.
Doritos with Jack Harlow, Missy Elliott, Elton John. Was really strong. And then I'll give a shout to one regional ad, and I'll say the Sam Adams spot that ran mostly in the Northeast.
I like it. Yep. Not every ad scored a touchdown.
The Temu ad, I didn't really understand the strategy there, running the same ad twice during the game and then twice more after the game. I think a lot of the beer brands fell short throughout the game. Planters, we get the idea of roasting Mr. Peanut, but the jokes just really fell flat.
There were standouts in star-studded commercials.
Popcorners nailed the Breaking Bad spot. I think it's worth noting that, some of the best ads of the game didn't have celebrities.
Gonna be a good boy. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Always so much fun to watch all of the commercials on Super Bowl Sunday, and that Tubi one was pretty good. I'm sure it started a lot of arguments amongst family and friends while watching the game yesterday. And in the nation's capital, lawmakers are talking about TikTok. They think it needs to go. But at football's biggest game on Sunday, the app did still bring some more attention to itself with big ad sales and many celebrity endorsements. The push to ban it is looking more like a Hail Mary. Fox's Madeline Rivera has more on this from Glendale, Arizona.
The Kansas City Chiefs are celebrating after notching another Super Bowl victory, but they're not the only ones who had a big weekend, with TikTok holding the NFL's pregame party. Users across the country got hours-long programming on the league's TikTok page. Jason Derulo and the Black Keys headlined the tailgate, which was live-streamed to thousands of people, bringing part of the Super Bowl experience to people's homes. This is the NFL's third year in a row partnering with the app for the pregame festivities. NFL teams and their top athletes also use the app to promote their brands. Super Bowl rivals, the Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles, collectively have some 5 million followers on TikTok, and the app is cashing in. Some big-name brands like State Farm opted out of a traditional Super Bowl ad to advertise on the app instead, while other brands took a more interactive approach, using TikTok to entice consumers with challenges around the Super Bowl to win special sweepstakes.
As TikTok seeks a bigger footprint, momentum is growing in Congress to curb or ban the app.
We do know there's Chinese ownership of the company that owns TikTok. And so there are some people in the Commerce Committee that are looking into that right now.
There are mounting bipartisan privacy and security concerns surrounding the app's parent company, Chinese-owned ByteDance. Last year, Congress passed a measure banning the app on federal government devices. Several states have approved similar restrictions.
Well, you see it all the time with athletes and athletic organizations having deals with communist China and trying to excuse it.
Some football fans are wary too.
And I don't have it on my phone 90% of the time, just because I know about the security stuff.
But with TikTok leveraging so many celebrities and brand names, it may be hard to rein in. At least one business expert now leaving a warning for the NFL.
Were I the CEO of the NFL, I definitely would stay away from it.
In Phoenix, Arizona, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And if you thought the Super Bowl was over yesterday, well, you're kind of right. But today, listen to this, millions of U.S. employees may have missed work today after Super Bowl 57 following Kansas City's big 38-35 victory over the Philadelphia Eagles. One human resources firm conducting an online poll of more than 1,200 adults in the U.S. estimates that 18.8 million Americans called out sick today, which is known as Super Sick Monday. This survey finds that roughly 1 out of 5 people, or more than 26.5 million Americans, will miss some amount of work. Tennessee is even considering replacing Columbus Day with Super Bowl Monday. So some interesting statistics there. And now looking into some health news here on Live Now from Fox. If you ever wondered what could make fentanyl any worse, here is your answer. A new drug, not new, but one that we're learning more about. It's now one of the fastest spreading drugs in America. The drug is sometimes called a zombie drug. Fox 13's David Rose has more on this after confirming it's already turned up in fatal overdoses around the Seattle area.
See how it's hard? It's called necrotic. The tissue underneath is dead.
If you've ever wondered what could make fentanyl, probably the most lethal street drug in modern history, any worse, tonight we have the answer. Tranq. Drug users turned into real-life zombies right down to the rotten flesh. We didn't want to believe it either, but it is real and it is here. All documented in this DEA report, the growing threat of Xylazine mixing with illicit drugs. Xylazine is an animal tranquilizer. Tranq is what you get when you mix it with fentanyl. Lab hits for Xylazine are up 112% in the West. Deaths are rising, too, into the triple digits. Xylazine has been confirmed in overdose deaths in Snohomish and King counties, at least 12 that we know of. And those most familiar with the drug fear, it will get much worse.
He didn't have a flesh-eating disorder. He didn't have an abscess, and he doesn't know how his finger went missing. And to me, that is just strange. He said it was just miraculously gone.
A narcotic nightmare.
One young lady was telling me about it, and she was saying that she used it and then was out and didn't remember anything.
Moving like a chameleon through an already dangerous drug supply.
That scared her enough to want to go to detox.
As if fentanyl wasn't deadly enough, suppliers are mixing in a new ingredient and creating a new drug crisis from the East Coast to Puget Sound. It goes by many names.
Fetty powder, trank dope is the big one. Everyone seems to kind of know what trank dope is.
Rochelle Long is a mental health professional embedded with the Marysville Police Department. Just this month, she put out a warning to colleagues and clinics to brace themselves for the full-on arrival of trank. Trank is short for tranquilizer, in this case, Xylazine. It's strong enough for big animals like horses. When it's mixed with fentanyl, it gives users a brand new kind of high.
So like they start dancing and they seem kind of happy and they're just having fun, to an immediate like zombie-like trance, like staring through you as if like a horror film.
What it does to the human body is so terrible it looks like a film effect. But in cities on the East Coast, where trank first spread, it's all too real.
See how it's hard? It's called necrotic. The tissue underneath is dead. And right here where you see this green stuff coming out, that's because you have pus. It's infected.
Sarah Laurel is the founder of the Savage Sisters Outreach Program in Philadelphia. She says trank is everywhere now.
So it took us about 2 years for it to dominate and take over our supply. Whereas in Boston, for instance, it was almost non-existent in July and August, and it is now in 70% of their supply.
Sarah and her team are treating trank addicts every day.
You want to grab Sarah for me? We have somebody coming right now to transfer to the hospital. Is that okay?
Doing their best with bandages, compassion, and Narcan. But while it still remedies fentanyl overdoses, Narcan doesn't block the ill effects of xylazine in the body.
It's pretty terrifying, largely because we don't know much about it, and we don't have a reversal drug for it. We have to begin testing why it is causing these wounds within humans.
For people like Melanie Bettis, the euphoria trank produced almost seemed worth it. She recovered from her trank addiction after almost losing her arm.
So I had never heard the term xylazine. I didn't know what was happening to me. And I would go to urgent care and stuff like that, and they would, give me an antibiotic or tell me I had MRSA. So it was definitely scary, but then you hit a point where it just becomes normal and it's just another part of getting high.
Because no state is widely testing for trank, fentanyl users are at risk of getting hooked without even knowing they're taking it. That lack of awareness here is what scares Mike Kersey with Courage to Change, an addiction recovery service in Everett, who started to see the results firsthand.
Well, I'd heard about it, but only from a couple of addicts. One of them that got into detox and said that they'd been using the Fetty powder, and it was so much stronger than the Perk 30 or the fake Perk pills, the blues, that you heard so much about.
For now, it's a race against time, with Kersey trying to reach users and get them help before trank gets to them first. People like Nick Mackey, who just completed a 28-day treatment program.
It feels good. It feels really good. I could never imagine I've done this for myself.
Nick is on his way to transitional housing, where he plans to hang up his certificate of completion and hang on to his sobriety.
Taking that first step and cleaning yourself up is the best thing you can ever do. And you can live life. This is a good life to live.
Nick has never tried trank, but he knows enough about fentanyl to understand that anything that makes it more powerful will make it more deadly.
I couldn't imagine. That wouldn't be a very good combination. The by itself it's taking a lot of people out. You mix it with that, it's going to be completely overpowering. I'm worried about it.
If there's any good news to report on trank, it's this. Scientists are working on developing a test strip for xylazine like the ones developed to detect fentanyl. And members of Congress have even floated the idea of making it a controlled substance while still maintaining access to the drug for veterinarians.
Okay, so some scary developments about Trank and the effects that it can have on anyone who takes it. So you can understand why officials are understandably concerned about this drug and the impact it can have if it continues to make its way around the country. In some other news, of course, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. So in case you forgot, here is your reminder. Well, a Houston family says their elderly father was scammed of more than $100,000 after trying to find love on a dating site. Social Catfish reports that people seeking love lost a record of $547 million to romance scams last year, with Texas listed as the third highest state on that list. Fox 26 Houston consumer reporter Heather Sullivan has been investigating this, and you won't believe what she's uncovered.
That was when he was really young.
Craig Lane and his sister Kelly are looking at photos of their 82-year-old father, David Lane. But they have one rather unpleasant memory.
It's not the financial part of it, it's that she took advantage of who he was as a good, giving person.
Craig Lane says his father was scammed by a woman going by the name of Susan Rogers that he met on the dating site Match. Craig says Susan texted him these photos, lots of I love yous, and lots of requests to send money through Zelle.
I saw in his bank account and a number of places where he had sent money to her through that, like $2,000 here, $2,000 there.
Craig says Susan convinced David to invest in some oil interests.
I've given you over $100,000 in the past months. I don't have any more money.
And when Susan asked for an iPad, David sent her one to an address 3 states away. We emailed and called Susan, no response. Then we looked up that out-of-state home and its phone number. It was listed to a Susan Rogers, so we called.
We're investigating because someone is using your name and your address.
Turns out this Susan Rogers received that iPad.
Yes, I have received 2. One was from a David Lane.
A David Lane she says she's never heard of. And this 69-year-old widow revealed she has also been scammed by a Stephen Rojas that she says she met on Facebook.
It was playing on my need for a friend, I guess.
She says Stephen deposited a fake check into her account and convinced her to send him money.
How much do you think that he ended up taking from you?
$70,000 easy.
Did you ever report this to the police?
No, because I'm too embarrassed. You're the only one that I've really ever said anything about because I just feel so stupid.
We sent the photos David received to Social Catfish, which has reverse search technology. It says the pictures were likely stolen from this social media influencer in Russia. And her photos have been used in other romance scams, according to datingscams.cc. Social Catfish says romance scams have proliferated as scammers share playbooks.
And they just hone in on what works. They make changes every time something stops working, when there's a new tactic or social network, or there's a new agency that's trying to block them, or technology, they make adjustment and they share this information amongst each other.
Nigerian scammers can make tens of thousands of US dollars a year. Good money in a country with 37% unemployment. Social Catfish connected us with a former Nigerian scammer who calls himself Chris.
For the first few weeks, we have a good relationship. We talk, we chat, we understand each other. But at some point, I tell them I need money, maybe I'm on deployment.
Chris says he scammed because he needed the money. Until one day,
the woman scammed, she was depressed, she was sick, and I didn't feel good about that. So
Match Group, which owns dating sites Tinder, Hinge, Match, and others, say they have just added new warnings and safety tips for users. But for the Lanes, it's too late. Craig says the fake Susan Rogers continues to text David's phone, not knowing he passed away 6 weeks ago.
Her taking advantage of his big heart more than anything else is what hurts me.
The Federal Trade Commission just released the top lies that scammers use to get money. That someone is sick, hurt, or in jail. That they can teach you to invest. That they're in the military far away. Or that they need help with a delivery. With Sullivan Smart Sense, Heather Sullivan, Fox 26 News.
Okay, so an interesting story there. Amazing to see all that she uncovered in this, and also really sad to see how the father here was taken advantage of in that scamming situation. We are going to take a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. Here's a live look of the White House. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks for being here with us. Want to take you out to Chicago, where we're hearing from officials following the announcement today that Chicago residents will be able to cast their vote for mayor starting this morning from the comfort of their own wards. Early voting began at 9 o'clock this morning at sites in all 50 wards, roughly 2 weeks ahead of Election Day, which is February 28th. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Registration. We generally just have to go by wards or districts or area. And youth turnout in non-presidential years does tend to trend lower. We did see a much lower youth turnout for these last midterm elections. However, what we do hope is driving some of this turnout is that we do have the most amount of people running in a municipal race in Chicago ever. We have nearly 300 candidates total. Now, a lot of those are due to the candidates running in the new police district council office, but there's a lot of wards that have quite a bit of candidates. All of these new police district candidates, there are 9 candidates for mayor. What we do know is that voters of Chicago right now, whether they're getting sick of it or not, are getting lots of touch bases by these campaigns. They are hopefully aware of Election Day that's upcoming, as well as knowing their different options for voting. I think part of what we're seeing right now for these brisk numbers for vote by mail and early voting is that voters are catching up with this new way of voting, I think, at this point. They're becoming more comfortable. And specifically, voters are becoming more comfortable with vote by mail voting than they've had over previous years. Now, over the last 2 elections that we had in 2022, we saw by the end of Election Day, about 25% of voters early vote, about 25% of voters vote by mail, and 50% of voters vote on Election Day, waiting for Election Day. Nothing looks out of the sort here that wouldn't seem that we would hit those numbers, about that percentages again, although we might have a higher vote by mail turnout this time. But we are still expecting the majority of voters to turn up on Election Day. Given municipal races, people tend to make up their mind much later in the process already. You know, to the voters right now, 2 weeks is still a long time. I know to still kind of make up your mind or see where campaigns go. But if you have made up your mind, all early voting is open for you right now. Vote by mail is opening. And we've gotten a lot back more than we've had in previous elections so far.
Did you say you need 1,500 judges still?
We still do need 1,500 election judges. It's up to 230 for new judges. If you served in the November 8th election, it is up to 255. So right now we We want 1,500 because we want to have a little bit of extra space for eventual judge resignations and no-shows on Election Day. Right now, we have about 5,800 election judges. We need 6,450. So 1,500 would cover us a bit better. I know some of our friends around here were covering it over the weekend, but we just did a mass mailing. And I know we've been annoying some of Chicago's voters with the amount of mail or emails that we've been sending out, letting people know about their vote-by-mail options. But we did send some out to wards that had that don't have as much as we need right now. It's a longer list. I can happily share that, but right now we do have a little bit of a shortage. We're not worried yet. We still do have some time. We've got more applications coming in, but we would like to have at least 1,500 more judges to be fully safe for Election Day and get ahead of those resignations and no-shows.
Voters need to be the Chicago resident, but the judges can be suburb residents?
That's right. A judge can actually be a resident of Cook County. They don't have to be within the city of Chicago to serve as a poll worker in the city. And just as a clarification, this is just for election judges. We are set when it comes to our election coordinators. Similar poll worker duties, but we generally only need 1 per precinct. When it comes to election judges, we need 5 per precinct to consider it fully staffed. We need a mix of both Democratic and Republican judges when it comes to that. And wherever we can, we want to overstaff. We want 6 or 7 election judges. What has been helpful, and which we do think will lead to some better voter services for Election Day, is that this election we have in-person training for election judges and poll workers back again. Over the last 3 election cycles, we've had only online training for voters. We've brought back the in-person training for voters, which is always helpful for election judges and poll workers to actually get their hands on the machines, to learn how to set them up, to ask their questions in person. So while we do need some election judges, we've got some fully trained ones coming up on February 28th. And again, I don't have the pen on me, but we have retired the use of Sharpies, so we're hopeful between that, a singular ballot. All the ballots for most wards are going to be singular-sided this time because there's less races. You're not seeing the retention judges that you saw in November, and much fewer races. So we are hopeful that will cut down on polling place time on Election Day, and we'll see less lines there too. But part of why we want to get this message out for these 50 early voting sites is lines start to form as we get closer to Election Day, and lines start to form at our early voting sites too. I just remember last time the 44th Ward site at Murdaugh Library, the Sunday before, the last 2 days before Election Day, saw lines that went up to 2 to 3 hours. And we know, as we get close to Election Day, it's been a milder winter for us, but we don't know what, Election Day is going to bring for us. We might be in a blizzard, we might be sub-zero temperatures, we might be raining. And we know that that can be uncomfortable weather for people waiting, especially if lines get forced outside. So while we don't want to rush any voters, we do want to press upon them, if you, make a plan to vote, but if you can give yourself time and vote a bit earlier, that's probably a good idea, because you're going to see a lot less lines than if you're waiting before the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd days before Election Day.
How many registered voters in Chicago?
Got that number right here. So as of today, we've got 582,277 current registered voters in Chicago. I say current because that number is flexible each day. We have people canceling their voter registration. We have same-day registration, which brings in a lot of new registrations to us day by day now, especially that we have the 50 ward sites with same-day registration. Those are technically counted as grace period votes, but basically it's same registration votes at early voting sites. But right now we've got over 1.5 million voters. So it's something that I've often liked to say in front of media, but while we'd always like to see more registered voters in Chicago, we have less of a registered voter problem in Chicago than a turnout problem in Chicago. So we've got 1.5 million, and for the last few municipal elections, we've only seen around 36% of those voters turn out. We'd like to bump that up into the 40s. Yeah, I think that's it. Other than, well, I'm sure we'll talk about it again closer to Election Day, but we did release new accessibility tiers for all of our polling places on Election Day. I can take more questions. This is something we are working on with the Department of Justice and our partners at Equip for Equality. But just to reiterate again, all early voting sites, our super site and our board offices are completely ADA compliant and fully accessible to voters with disabilities.
The efforts of Chicago election boards to involve the immigrants in the different languages, what are the efforts that
Well, I would love for you to talk more with our community services team that I know a lot are around here. And I'm going to invite Kimmy up to speak just a bit more if everyone is done with questions, though, too. But we have a really fabulous community services team that has been working day in, day out for nearly a year and a half at this point, because we've had 4 elections in a row. And very specifically, a lot more outreach within the South Asian community. We have full-time folks for Spanish, for South Asian community, for Polish, for Chinese, and we also have part-time folks for Korean and Tagalog. Our ballots, both paper and our touch screens, also have 5 additional languages: Gujarati, Urdu, Arabic, Russian, and Ukrainian. So if you are a voter that is looking to vote in a different language, do recommend our early voting sites because they're all touchscreen. Many of the early voting sites have bilingual early voting officials on hand to help out. And the touchscreen comes within all 12 of those languages we just discussed. Everyone good on my end? Kimmy, you want to step up for a sec?
Sure. Hello, I'm Kimiko Mehta. I actually am the representative of South Asian region, and I would be able to answer any questions related to the immigrants or Hindi or Urdu judges. We do need a lot of Hindi judges who can read Hindi because our ballots are also in Hindi now, and as well as in other languages, in Chinese and Polish. And we would want the immigrants to come forward and become election judges. So they can actually contact us, and the number for that would be 312-269-7990 for me, for Hindi and Urdu, or they could go to hindivote@chicagoelections.gov. As long as they belong to Cook County, they can come and become election judges.
How do you spell your name?
It's K-I-M-I-C-O, Kimiko, and the last name is Mehta, M-E-H-T as in Tom, A.
M-E-H-T-A.
Right.
What is your title?
I'm kind of nervous and forgetting my title.
Okay.
But I'm the community services representative of South Asian Outreach. Thank you.
Okay, so an update from officials in Chicago ahead of the race for mayor. Of course, we'll keep you covered with everything involving that, but early voting opening starting today, this morning, in all 50 Chicago wards. Here's a live look at the White House. We are going to take another break here on Live Now from Fox. We have a lot more to get to. Stick with us. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks for being with us. Want to take you out to Houston, where we're learning more from officials there about a series of robberies that have been targeting libraries across the area. Let's listen into what they had to say here on Live Now from Fox.
Property and financial crimes. I was assigned the lead on these burglaries in the City of Houston public libraries. The evidence that we had that was given to us at the time with our limited information, we worked with and reached out to the community and within the library itself. Luckily for networking and meetings, we did have with the picture, we were able to pass it around. At that time, we were kind of stuck in a holding pattern. After that, I reached out to the other agencies, other departments, and luckily for me, City of Hedwig Village was out there. Detective Collins was the lead on that, and he made the arrest on the suspects there, so we can ask him questions. Right now, when he was in custody, well, luckily with the evidence that we did obtain, we were able to get charges on the suspect for some of those burglaries in Houston. You guys have any questions?
Talk about being able to, that partnership with the other agencies and being able to.
Yes. So we always have a cooperation with all the other agencies within Houston itself, and they've reached out, and I reached out to them about other burglaries, and they said yes. Within the day of finding out, we found out they arrested the suspect, or our related suspect in our case.
This is just one guy?
We have two suspects. We have one in custody right now. We have one possible they arrested two. We only confirmed one suspect in our burglaries.
Can you talk about what were they doing in those libraries? What were they taking and what were they looking for? I mean,
right. So the main MO on all these burglaries is they're going for the change machines and the money in the copy machines.
Roughly how much?
Depending on how much business they did, anywhere from $30 to $100 could be in those change machines at any given time. They are serviced by an out of city contractor, so we don't have access to the money, or we cannot empty it out at the time.
How many libraries were ahead?
So we have right now that we know about, that I can confirm, we have two right now. There are other related ones to it, but again, this is a work in progress. There's some of these date back a couple of months, so we're going to have to, go back through the system and check all the databases, cameras.
What are the charges they face?
It's going to be burglary of a building right now. The DA took it on our suspect.
The felony?
Yes, it is.
Which library was he caught in?
He was caught in
Spring Branch Library. I want to step up to the mic so you can introduce yourself and kind of talk about your Edward Village role.
Good afternoon. I'm Sergeant Collins, Marvin Collins, MARVIN-COLLINS with the Hedwig Village Police Department. On Monday, February 6, 2023 at 06:36 hours, officers with the Hedwig Village Police Department responded to a 911 call at the Spring Branch Library, 930 Carbondale Road in Hedwig Village. A witness reported she was on her balcony and observed a beige-colored Ford Expedition pull up in the rear parking lot of the library at a high rate of speed. Witness observed the passenger exit the vehicle and approached the rear exit of the library. Witness heard glass shatter and then called 911. First officers arrived at scene in less than 1 minute, observed the 2005 beige-colored Ford Expedition, license plate RCY 8074, parked in the rear of the library directly in front of the shattered back glass door. The beige-colored Ford Expedition.
Okay, so that was just a bit of what we heard from Houston police earlier today regarding a string of some robberies that were happening at libraries throughout the area. Thanks again for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich as we continue to follow all of these top stories and headlines from today, from coast to coast. And one of those stories that we want to bring you an update on here is the murder of a Microsoft executive out of Florida. Many of you might know this case and are familiar with it as it's drawn so much attention near and far. Well, the man who was arrested for killing Microsoft executive Jared Bridegan appeared in Florida court again today. Court records say that suspect had been plotting the murder with at least one accomplice, and this week marks exactly 1 year since Jared Bridegan's murder. We want to go out to Fox's Austin Westfall, who is live in Jacksonville, Florida, with an update. And Austin, you spoke with Jared Bridegan's family today.
That's right, Lexi. This was the first time that
The young Microsoft executive's widow had actually seen the suspect in person. She said it was a tough pill to swallow to see the man that may be responsible for the murder of her husband. But take a look at some footage from earlier this morning. This is the suspect, 61-year-old Henry Tenon, as he entered court today. During the short hearing, he pleaded not guilty to charges including second-degree murder and child abuse. Brightigan was gunned down in front of his then 2-year-old daughter after police say he was lured from his car by a tire placed in the middle of the road near Jacksonville. Court papers say Tenon planned the killing with at least one accomplice for over a month. Police have not said how they know that there was an accomplice in this case. Now, Brightigan's widow, Kirsten, was in court watching today. We spoke with her afterward, and she made a point to say that Tenon is only one piece of the puzzle here. She made a direct plea to him to give information about other people who may be connected to the crime.
Please help us receive justice sooner than later and allow us and your own family to move forward and focus on healing as quickly as possible. Please help us in this nightmare that we are living every single day.
Now, Fox News Digital reports Tenon has a connection to Brightigan's ex-wife. That's the woman he was married to before Kirsten. That woman's current husband owned a home that Tenon lived in. Tenon's next court appearance is slated for next month. Lexi?
Yeah, and Austin, I think one of the hardest things to grasp in this case is the fact that Brightigan's 2-year-old daughter was in the car at the time of his murder. Was there any update on how the kids are doing in this case?
Yeah, and it's an unfortunate detail of this crime is that the only witness in the whole event was that 2-year-old daughter. She was in the back seat of that SUV at the time of the murders. Previously, Kirsten had been asked if the toddler would be able to testify or not. She said that they're not ready to put their young daughter through anything like that, although she is able to recount generally what happened that night. We did ask Kirsten how the daughter is doing today. She said that she's doing as good as she could be. But ultimately what she's looking for and what the whole family is looking for is justice for their loved one that they miss so much, and ultimately they want more answers as far as those possible accomplices go. Lexi?
All right, Fox's Austin Westfall live in Jacksonville, Florida. Thanks, Austin, for that update.
Thank you.
Okay, so this story, there's so many pieces to it, and there's still so much that needs to be learned, especially considering that we do now know that it's believed that there was another person involved in Jared Brightigan's murder. What we want to do right now is take you out to that full conversation with his widow, Kirsten, from earlier today. Let's listen in here on LiveNOW from Fox.
Please choose now to do the right thing. Please help us receive justice sooner than later and allow us and your own family to move forward and focus on healing as quickly as possible. Please help us in this nightmare that we are living every single day. Thank you.
How are y'all? I'm sorry. How are y'all? I mean, it takes a lot of strength to go through this. And you have what looks like a pretty good support system. And that's going to come in handy, as this is going to be a long process.
Yeah, we know this is going to be a long process. This is just the very beginning. Thankfully, we've got a lot of support, a lot of prayers, and we're just going to brace ourselves for what's ahead.
Was that the first time you saw him in person?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that was like for you and for his?
Honestly, I think it's still sinking in. You know, they kind of opened the door and I saw his profile before he walked out, and just to think that that might have been one of the last people my husband saw is kind of a hard pill to swallow.
And if you don't mind, I know you may not be able to give as many details. I know you guys are going through an active investigation, but is there any details that you're learning about any other possible arrests that investigators are working on? Can you give any comment to that at all?
No comment on that today. Thank you.
Have you been able to talk to Bexley that someone's been arrested for hurting her dad?
Yeah, I did speak to her when we got home from the press conference, because I know she's going to hear about it. So I told her, you know, she talks about bad guys. I said, one of the bad guys that hurt Dad is not going to hurt anybody else, and he's in jail. And she, in her own toddler mind, said, so he's in a long timeout. And I said, yes, he's in a timeout that's not going to end. So she understands a little bit about that.
And another question you may not be able to answer, which we totally understand, but when your family sat down with News for Jax, you all let us know that Jared knew he was in danger. Can we talk a little bit about that? What was he in danger of? Is there any indication, anything that you can reveal on that?
Yeah, unfortunately we can't comment on that today.
Understood. Okay.
Anything else for you guys? Anything?
Thanks you all.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Okay, so a little bit more information today from Henry Tennant's court appearance. Of course, we'll continue to stay on this story for you here on Live Now from Fox. So many people wanting justice for this dad, and especially for his daughter, who had to witness this whole tragic event unfold at such a young age. It's just heartbreaking to follow this story. We are going to take another break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to be talking a little bit more about Super Bowl. The Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, Super Bowl MVP. Well, he was in a very fun place today following that Super Bowl win. We'll have a report from Disneyland coming up right after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Hope you all had a great Super Bowl Sunday. I know lots of Chiefs fans are very happy today after that 38-35 victory in Glendale, Arizona, State Farm Stadium. Speaking of, here's a live look of State Farm Stadium. A lot quieter now than it was yesterday during all of the Super Bowl festivities. And the party didn't stop in Arizona. Patrick Mahomes, Super Bowl MVP, and his family were in Disneyland. Here's Fox 11's Haley Winslow.
As confetti rained down on the Chiefs' big victory, MVP Patrick Mahomes revealed he's headed to the one place every NFL player longs for.
I'm going to Disneyland!
In addition to the Vince Lombardi Trophy and a Super Bowl ring, the champ of NFL's biggest showdown gets a holiday in the happiest place on earth. Kansas City Chiefs QB Patrick Mahomes, crowned MVP of Super Bowl 57, parades down Disneyland's Main Street, USA, in a sea of proud Chiefs fans from near and far.
Oh my God, Patrick Mahomes! I've never seen him in the flesh, and it was super cool.
We just love Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey and Juju. We love them all.
Oh, it's a crazy feeling being able to see my favorite football player.
It's a big day for some kids out of school with lots to celebrate.
Go Chiefs! I got to go on my two favorite rides,
and it's also my birthday. I was on my feet the entire game.
That's a long time to be on your feet.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was so intense. I knew once the Eagles made their first touchdown and then we made our first touchdown, I was like, man, this game's gonna be neck and neck, and it was till the end. It was so good to watch.
Disneyland's Sleeping Beauty Castle turned Chiefs Kingdom with Mahomes on the throne.
MVP, you've been named one of the most influential people in the world, quite a philanthropist. At 27 years old, what's left for you to accomplish?
Just want to keep becoming a better man and winning more Super Bowls.
And the MVP's advice to all the little Chiefs out there.
Follow your dreams. You can achieve anything you want if you work hard and follow your dreams, so make sure you do that every single day.
It's a bit of a whirlwind for Mahomes here at Disneyland the day after the big win. Of course, all about the fans, and he jets right out of here to Jimmy Kimmel. So he'll be able to come back to Disneyland with his family after he's gotten a little bit of sleep and spend a proper day at the happiest place on earth. At Disneyland with all these Chiefs fans, I'm Haley Winslow, Fox 11 News.
The happiest place on earth indeed. And we want to show you that full conversation with Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes and Super Bowl MVP at Disneyland. Let's listen into that full conversation here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, Patrick, you can stand here. I'm going to give the microphone to Brady McDonald from the Orange County Register.
Congratulations. You've been to Disney World and Disneyland as a Super Bowl MVP. You said Disney is going to have to build more parks so you can do a world tour. Disney has parks in Shanghai, Hong Kong, Tokyo, and Paris. Where would you like to go next, and where should Disney build a new park for you?
Man, that's a hard question. I think I've heard Shanghai is a great park, so maybe there. But I would like to travel to them all at some point. So I'll have to get to work and win some more Super Bowls. But as far as where they should build next, I don't know, man. I don't think Kansas City wouldn't be a bad place. So that'd probably be a good one.
All right, next question. Where are you from?
Hi, Sean with KMBC. Congratulations. It's only been about like 10 hours or something, and I'm sure you partied last night. This has been a whirlwind. Can you describe what the past 10 hours have been like for you?
Yeah, it's not a lot of sleep, but I enjoyed it with my teammates last night. You win the Super Bowl, you put in so much hard work. And to enjoy with my teammates, and then to be out here today with all the fans. I'm glad y'all got to celebrate with me. It's been an amazing experience.
All right, next. Who's next?
How's it going? Joseph with Spectrum News. What's it like for you when people are already comparing you to Brady?
Yeah, I got a long ways to go. Obviously, I've had a great start to my career. I've been blessed to be in a great organization with a great team. But what made Brady so great is how he was consistently great for a very long time. And I'm still 27 years old. I have a lot of years left ahead of me. So all I can do is focus on today, trying to get better to bring back as many rings as I can.
Thank you. Next.
Daniel for LA Time in Español. Recently there was a poll in the Latino community, and your name became the most popular for the fans outside of the team. What are your thoughts about that, and any message for the Hispanic community?
Yeah, I appreciate all the support. We were blessed to go down to Mexico City and play in Azteca Stadium, and the support we got there was second to none. So I appreciate all the support from the Latina community. I'm from Texas, and I love being out here in LA. So it's always great to be out here with everybody and celebrating together.
All right, Haley, there you go.
Thank you. Hey, Haley Winslow, Fox 11. Congratulations.
Thank you.
MVP, you've been named one of the most influential people in the world, quite a philanthropist. At 27 years old, what's left for you to accomplish?
Just want to keep becoming a better man and winning more Super Bowls. If I can do that, I'll be proud of where I'm at the end of my career.
Say thank you.
Yeah, the advice to the kids out here is just to follow your dreams. You can achieve anything you want if you work hard and follow your dreams, so make sure you do that every single day.
Thank you, everybody. Those are great last words from Patrick Mahomes. Thank you.
All right, a fun day as Patrick Mahomes, his wife Brittany, their 2 kids were all in Disneyland. You could see him talking with all of the fans there. We could also hear from Fox 11's Haley Winslow, as well as she asked him a question herself. And of course, no Super Bowl victory is the same without a welcome home parade. Well, we are hearing from Kansas City officials on how they're preparing for just that. Let's listen in here.
The folks who keep Kansas City running each and every day, who are helping us build these special events. With that, and with a hoarse voice, because I got back from the Super Bowl just today, I will turn it over to my good friend that I also had the chance to see in Arizona, Kathy Nelson, to give us details, who's done great work in making sure not just that this event is well planned, but so many others that are helping Kansas City grow each and every day. Kathy, please take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. I also have a little bit of a rasp voice after cheering last night like all of you, so thank you, Mayor Lucas. As he shared, my name is Kathy Nelson, President and CEO for the Kansas City Sports Commission and for Visit KC. And wow, I'd like to really thank the Chiefs for yet another exciting season and yet another opportunity and a reason to celebrate. So on Wednesday, as you all know, we will host a Chiefs Kingdom Champions Parade presented by Kansas City. The parade will begin at 12 noon at 6th and Grand Boulevard. The parade route will then head south on Grand all the way to Pershing, ending up at Union Station with the backdrop of the National World War I Museum and Memorial. Immediately following our Chiefs Kingdoms Champions Parade, we will then host a victory rally in front of Union Station at approximately 1:45 p.m. or shortly after the end of the parade, once those last few buses have arrived. For fans attending the parade, be sure and dress warm, or at least weather appropriate. Hopefully it's a little bit more like today. Be sure to try and carpool or use the KC ATA park and ride options and arrive early to find a spot to view the parade or rally. As Mayor Lucas shared, this is a family-friendly event. Fans are reminded that public consumption of alcoholic beverages is prohibited. We will offer designated space inside of Crown Center Square for wheelchairs and ADA accessibility. Please be advised that space is limited, as is first come, first served. The parade and rally will also be televised within the Crown Center area, and ASL interpreters will be present. Union Station will be closed to the public that day. Of course, we need that to celebrate. We expect mobile phone reception will be impacted due to large crowds, and please make a plan should you be separated from your friends and family. We will have police up here in a minute to talk about the 7 child reunification locations, and please do not bring drones. Federal law prohibits the use of those drones over parade crowds. The Kansas City Police Department has been working in tandem with us to create a very safe and secure parade route. Please welcome Chief Stacy Graves to share plans on street closures and child reunification locations.
Hi. The Kansas City, Missouri Police Department is ready to facilitate people having a good time and celebrating at the Chiefs Victory Parade. The parade route will shut down at 2 p.m. Tuesday, February 4th, and will remain closed until 7 p.m. on Wednesday, February the 5th. As Kathy said, the parade starts at 11:30, February 5th, followed by a celebration at Union Station. And I want you to know there will be hundreds and hundreds of officers along the route and at the Union Station. 19 local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies will be assisting KCPD with the celebration. Don't worry, this will not detract from police protection in the rest of the city. Our patrol divisions will also be staffed and ready to respond to calls for service citywide. But I want you to know that KCPD has brought in so many of not only our partners, but also our own members, everywhere from investigative units, from also to Academy, and we'll also have some of our new Academy recruits also helping us keep the security what it should be on the route on Wednesday. Otherwise, please need your help to make sure that the parade is enjoyable and safe for everyone. And on that, I just want to note that during the Royals Parade, we had about 100 kids that were lost. We will have 7 reunification locations along the route. Those will be posted on our social media and some of our websites. We just want you to make sure that you have a plan when you bring your kiddos with you. Like the mayor said, we want a safe family event. Make sure that if your kid is of the age where they could possibly run off and kind of get lost in the crowd, that they have some kind of maybe a wristband or maybe even write their name on their hand. That way when they come across an officer, we can make sure that they get reunified with their family as soon as possible. I just want to let you guys know we're excited. The men and women of the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department look forward to helping Kansas City celebrate this historic victory, and we thank the Kansas City Chiefs for making this possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Graves. One note of clarification. The parade start time is actually 12 noon. We did move it back this year, so we hosted it at 11:30 in 2020, yeah, now it's 2023, okay. So 12 noon start time. Next, I'd like to ask Jimmy Walker from the fire department to highlight how they will be handling medical services. Jimmy?
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so like Chief Graves was saying, Kansas City Fire Department has invited numerous mutual aid partners that we have throughout the region to come in and assist us with emergency medical services. We're not only providing emergency medical services, but rest assured that we're also working with the National Guard to provide air monitoring, as well as we'll have suppression units in case a fire were to break out along the route. So during the parade, we'll have numerous mobile foot crews working along the parade route with about eight areas where ambulances will be staged. Some of these ambulances might not be Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department ambulances, but rest assured they're part of our mutual aid partners, and they'll be there. We have approximately 200 firefighters from our department and from other departments that will be working medical. At the rally site, there will be two medical tents that will be ER, emergency room tents, set up, one on the east side of Union Station, one on the west side of Union Station. And if you go to the parade's website, you can see a map that will show exactly where those locations are. That pretty much sums up what the fire department's doing. Like I said, about 200 folks on our staff that day that are dedicated just to this event.
Great. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you. The Kansas City streetcar will cease operation starting at 12:01 a.m. on Wednesday. There is limited parking downtown. Be prepared to find time to park and walk to your viewing locations. And next, please welcome Chuck Ferguson with the KCATA to speak on our park and ride locations. Chuck?
Thank you, Kathy. Good afternoon. While our city's teams winning championships left and right never seems to get old, we are kind of practicing it so it's like a well-oiled machine. So I'm really thankful for that. I hope we have a lot more chances in the future. We again are offering 5 different park and rides for this event. There's the Kansas City Zoo, Worlds of Fun, Hy-Vee Arena, Oak Park Mall and Overland Park, and 47th and State Metro Center at the Unified Government. We're going to be operating more than 400 buses to get people cycled through the event, starting as early as 7 in the morning, and then we'll end at probably about 5 at night. We're going to have more than 300 school buses as part of this event, so thankfully schools canceled or we would be in a world of hurt. Everybody would be driving. So come on down. Find the park and ride closest to you. The chiefsparade.com will have all of the continuing updated information that we'll put on there from a transit perspective. So,
Great. Thank you. And like they have all mentioned, all of the updated information can be found on that website, chiefsparade.com. And again, all of these championships and opportunities to host big events in our cities continue to help us grow more and more and host events like the NFL Draft coming up in April. Numerous organizations have been working together to make the parade and rally a memorable event for everyone, showcasing our city, and the planning of a Super Bowl celebration certainly is not taken lightly, and it takes a lot of planning and a lot of hours to make this a success and safe and fun environment. And I'm so proud of the collaborative efforts of so many organizations and people. I really want to thank, of course, Mayor Lucas and the city of Kansas City, Missouri, and Brian Platt with the city manager's office. I know Melissa's here with the city manager's office. None of this happens without them. Jackson County, and of course Jackson County Executive Frank White. Frank, thank you for everything you're doing to support the parade. The Jackson County Sports Complex Authority and Jim Rowland. Thank you to Union Station, George. As always, thank you for allowing us to take over your building and use that as the front door to our city, and to the National World War I Museum and Memorial, Crown Center, and of course the Missouri National Guard in helping us out. Special thanks to Kelly O'Neill Wenzel, who's over here. Kelly, wave. We cannot do this. Our sports commission staff is a small staff of 15, and we ramp up when events like this happen with Kelly O'Neill and her staff at O'Neill Events. And to my team at the Kansas City Sports Commission, thank you. I know this is 7 days a week right now, preparing for parade and the draft, but we're all very passionate about creating a great memory for our city, and of course for the Kansas City Chiefs, their families, and friends. So thanks for being out here this afternoon. We're willing and able now to take questions if you have anything else for us. And Mayor? Sure. Yes, Stacy, I'll jump on this one, and you're welcome to jump on as well. So yes, we have been made aware of a tweet from Bud Light. We are in communication with them. Please know that they will only be able to hand out free Bud Light to licensed locations. They are not involved in the parade route. They will not be walking up and down the parade route, but you might see a celebrity or two inside of a licensed location that would be able to hand you a Bud Light. Great question.
All right.
Yes. Street closures. Chief Graves, I might have you come back up.
With the street closure, it will all be on our website. It breaks it down by what streets that are actually going to be closed. It shows you the parade route itself. And really, I can't stress enough, we are going to be shutting down the parade route tomorrow. And we won't be opening it back up until Wednesday after 7 p.m. So we will have the parade route shut down for more than 24 hours.
I've got a question to ask
Okay.
you. We got a news ticket with a bunch of buses in Chicago that were driving down with red tape and cheap stuff. Were those the buses coming in to carry the players for Wednesday?
There may have been a few buses from all different cities throughout the United States that are here to help us put on a terrific parade rally. Following a victory on Sunday night, the turnaround time is not quite long enough, so maybe not. Leave it at that. And back to Chief Graves and your question about that. Please know that this is for the security and the safety of everyone participating and enjoying the parade. We know that this is a disruption to residents and businesses. Please be willing to work with us. I do know that, at certain times, I believe that the police will allow residents, of course, in to maybe too light there on Grand and other opportunities. When we host big events, it's a disruption, and I think we'll be willing to work with anybody except, of course, during the parade itself.
If I could add, crossing during the parade, there may be some intersections where some of that will be allowed, but once the parade starts, or even I think it's like after 9, there will be nothing, no traffic, no pedestrian traffic allowed on the route. And we have added additional resources to our route this year to where we don't have a same situation that happened in 2020. So our route will be shut down and it will be secure. Mm-hmm. Yes, we do have a vehicle mitigation plan once again this year.
Thank you.
Okay, so an exciting update there from officials in Kansas City as they prepare for the parade to welcome home their Super Bowl champions. Here's a live look from Santa Monica, California, not far from where Patrick Mahomes and his family were hanging out in Disneyland today. So a live look there here on Live Now from Fox. And as we continue to talk about Super Bowl here, I want to take you out to where earlier today there was the handoff to Las Vegas as they're going to be hosting the Super Bowl next year. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox to that event from earlier today.
I'd like to introduce Steve Hill, who is the president and CEO of the Las Vegas. That would be a mistake. We are not going there yet. Just to be clear, Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Bureau. So, Steve, we look forward to working with you.
Likewise, Commissioner. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. The commissioner said we're on the clock. We know that, and usually that is a term that the commissioner uses at the draft. And if we had a draft choice right now, I think we'd pick Jay. We would.
She's available.
Yeah, that's good to know.
For the right price.
Yeah. The job that Arizona has done over the past week is hard to appreciate until you start to try and plan a Super Bowl in a city. Everything that it takes, and it was mentioned here, but when you're actually doing that work, when you're actually thinking about all the different aspects that it takes in order to put on a spectacular Super Bowl, we now appreciate that in Las Vegas, and so we have a heightened level of appreciation of what Arizona has accomplished over the past week. You know, we come into these things pretty confident. We, as the commissioner says, we know how to do events in Las Vegas. We'd feel a little more confident if you hadn't done quite as good a job. Set the bar exceptionally high. We wanted to acknowledge that. If you haven't had an opportunity to pick up the Arizona Republic today, please do. Our acknowledgement of both the help that Arizona has provided to us and the job that they did this week is recognized there. We also want to invite you to be at a Las Vegas-style reveal here at 9 o'clock. I don't know if you noticed the truck out front, but it's hard to miss, and we'd like to invite you to come out there at 9. We are very cognizant, and I've said this often publicly, that we have one opportunity to get the first Super Bowl in Las Vegas right. We are going to work very hard. We have an exceptional team. We've been working to do this for 60 years. So we are excited about the opportunity. We're excited about the team that we have put together in Las Vegas in order to make this happen. And I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce you to the CEO of Allegiant Airlines, who is also the chair of our host committee, Murray Gallagher.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. And Jay, congratulations. I'm a novice at this. I've been in business many years, but this is not business. This is an event. And one-off events are amazingly interesting to watch from afar, so to speak. Unfortunately or fortunately, I'm going to be right in the middle of it next year, and I can't be more excited about the team that's going to be putting this together. You see a number of them up here. It's a tough act to follow, but I put these guys up against it. You know, competition's a wonderful thing. It brings out the best in all of us. I personally want to thank our host committee already. They've been here for over a week, observing and doing the things needed to learn the steps that go into such an incredible event. On a personal note, we were fortunate enough to work with the Raiders to put our name on the stadium, Allegiant Stadium. It was a big bite for us at the time, but it's paying dividends, I can say that honestly. The Raiders have been a great partner for us. We look forward in the coming year working much closer with them as a Super Bowl host committee. They're going to be an exceptional host as we go forward, and they have a tough act to follow, but my money's on those guys. Lastly, I want to thank the NFL for giving us this opportunity. Las Vegas is, I think, entering a new era. It's always been known as a destination for entertainment. It now can arguably claim the best sports destination as well. We have to live up to that marker, but my money's on this group. Steve and his team, the host committee, all of those are going to be great. Well, with that, I want to turn it over to Sandra Douglas Morgan. Sandra is the president of the Raiders and my vice chair on the host committee. Sandra?
Well, good morning. It is so exciting to be here, not only to represent the Las Vegas Raiders, Mark Davis and the entire Raiders organization, to welcome the Super Bowl to our home at Allegiant Stadium. I would definitely start by thanking Michael Bidwell, the Bidwell family, and the Arizona Cardinals organization for being such gracious hosts to us as we transition the Super Bowl to Las Vegas. You know, the Silver and Black has had a long history of fight in our blood, of passion, and putting our hearts on the field for our incredible incredible fans, and I know that Las Vegas will do the same as a first-time host city for Super Bowl 58. I'm incredibly proud of my hometown of Las Vegas and to see it transform into one of the sports destinations in the world. Our ability to host a global audience, provide the highest level of hospitality, and infuse all of that with excitement, glitz, and glamour that naturally comes from being in Las Vegas and one of the greatest new football facilities in the NFL will be an unforgettable experience. So we look forward to working with the Commissioner, with Peter, and so many of the great people at the NFL to make sure that Super Bowl 58 will be an unforgettable experience. And with that, I'd like to announce and introduce you all to the great governor of the state of Nevada, Joe Lombardo.
All right, it's always a great honor to go last. So, what a fantastic day. It's such a quiet crowd, right? You got to build up. We just came off a fantastic Super Bowl, and we should be celebrating. You guys are really stoic. So, Governor Hobbs, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And Commissioner, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. What a great honor to host Super Bowl 58. And similar to what Mr. Hill said and the Commissioner said, we know how to do it in Las Vegas and the state of Nevada. So I have a few comments, and then we're going to get on with the ceremony here. So I can tell you, you're going to be dazzled by the lights of Las Vegas Strip, that you're going to be amazed at the world-class entertainment, that you're going to be impressed by the natural beauty of Nevada, and that you're going to enjoy the unforgettable Super Bowl experience at Allegiant Stadium. Thank you, Maury. But I can also tell you, you're going to enjoy a welcome like no other. Our whole city is excited to welcome you to open arms and to make sure that you have an experience that brings you coming back to Las Vegas even after the Super Bowl. And with that, it's an incredible honor to say to the host committee, to the NFL, and to the devoted fans from across the country and the world, welcome to Las Vegas. We can't wait to host you the Nevada way. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have the very first Las Vegas Super Bowl 58 football, so we have that over here. I think you're passing it over. Okay.
Come on, Fitz. Yeah, we got it. There you
Can
go.
you do it?
So if you guys could step forward with the Commissioner in the center for Arizona Forum.
We want that.
You're right here on the center. You're okay.
Big smile.
Okay, so Super Bowl Sunday ends here in Glendale, Arizona, and we're already talking about next year in Las Vegas. So a lot of exciting news and updates following yesterday's big game. Of course, we brought you all that footage of Patrick Mahomes in Disneyland, the Chiefs, Kansas City, everyone preparing for a parade welcoming the Super Bowl champs back home. I do want to turn your attention, though, to some breaking news that we are following here. You can see this tweet from Michigan State University. It says there have been shots fired near Berkeley Hall on the East Lansing campus. Please secure in place immediately. Police are active on scene. More information to follow. So we have our eyes glued to this news here that we are just getting in. We'll bring you any updates as they become available, but we do have this in the meantime from MSU Police and Public Safety. We are going to take a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks for being with us here. I want to pull up a tweet for you here as we continue to follow all of the latest developments following this fourth object that was shot down by the U.S. military yesterday. It's from Fox correspondent Lucas Tomlinson. You can see it says here, scoop, U.S. Air Force F-16 that shot down an unknown object over Lake Huron yesterday missed on its first attempt, according to U.S. officials. It's not clear where that first missile landed. A second one was needed, and each of them cost over $400,000. We also have another tweet from Lucas here from earlier today. It says potentially large piece of a 2,000-pound Chinese spy craft fished off the bottom of the Atlantic after being shot down on February 4th. So again, now the fourth object here that has been shot down by the U.S. military. Here's a map that might be able to help you follow this a little bit better. You can see the first object back on February 4th was that what is believed to be a Chinese spy balloon that was shot down off the coast of South Carolina. That second object happened over Alaska, the third one over Canada, and then the fourth one yesterday. So these are all back-to-back days here. These last three was that happened over Michigan over Lake Huron. So a lot of things that we're still trying to wrap our heads around here. We now want to go out live to an attorney and friend of the show, Andrew Cherkasky, who also is able to speak on this a little bit further. Andrew, thank you so much for being here with us. For viewers who might want to be brought up to speed here, because there's been a lot that has happened, help us understand exactly how we got to this point and what comes from here.
Well, thank you for having me on again. And, you know, speaking as a former Air Force officer, I can tell you that there are thousands of airmen who are standing by, essentially ready to respond to something just like this. When something unidentified is spotted in the skies, there's entire commands that are set up to handle these sorts of situations. And so what we've seen through the little bit of information that we've gotten from the Pentagon so far is that they did flybys past these objects. They got an idea of what they looked like. The pilots had indicated that they didn't suspect it to be manned type air vehicles, and so they went about shooting it down. Now, there's all sorts of different rationale that can go into thinking about where these came from and the threats that they pose, but that's really what they're going to be analyzing, I think, over the next few days and weeks, and ultimately, hopefully, we'll get that information as the public, but we have to compete against the classification interests that many in the Department of Defense and the intelligence community have.
Well, and of course, we keep hearing that these are being referred to as objects. Any idea what these objects may be? And I know we heard from Michigan Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin saying while there are a lot of unknowns, this is not a national security concern. So how are we able to hear that but not know exactly what these objects are?
Well, we are hearing from a senior Air Force general who's saying that they haven't ruled anything out, essentially to include extraterrestrial type aircraft coming into the country. I think that that's just a demonstration of how senior Air Force leaders look at a situation, in that they don't rule something out until they can look at all of the facts and data and really conduct a complete report on what actually occurred. Ultimately, I think that what we're seeing in these balloons and what we're hearing in terms of what they are is that they could be really from anything. There's a senator today who's saying that he's not sure that these are from China. So I think a lot of people are assuming that this is several balloons coming from China, since the first one that was shot down over the Atlantic had come from China, and then that had been confirmed. Now these three other, not so much. And in fact, perhaps not. Perhaps they could be commercial. They could be some company testing out balloons and it got away from them. It could be another country who's testing out balloons. So there's really a host of different explanations for this, and we're not getting much other than they don't think that it's manned, and not many people are suspecting that it came from outer space.
Well, I was just going to ask you just that, because there has been some chatter that what if this is a UFO? What are your thoughts on hearing some of that conversation circulating?
Well, of course, people wonder that. It's one of the great questions, I think, in human civilization is what else is out there. There's a lot of scientific voice today essentially talking about how that explanation is not the most rational under the circumstances. I would certainly hope that our president would let the American people know, politics aside, that we had some suspicion that was anything elevated under other than kind of the great wide range of possibilities. But if there was any sort of acute thought that this was extraterrestrial, I would certainly hope that we would hear about that. I think there's many people who have deep conspiracy thoughts that perhaps the government knows about extraterrestrial flying objects and withholds it from the American people and from the world at large. I would really hope that what we see in the next couple of weeks is a fast release of what would otherwise be classified information so that we can really get an idea of what this was, and people who are really concerned that this could pose a threat to the world at large really should know at least enough information to convince them that this is benign.
Well, and because we've seen these incidents now happen back-to-back days, a lot of people, I think, are fearful that, this might be happening again. How concerned are you that we might see more of this happening in the coming days?
I heard a really interesting theory about how once we start to look for something, we develop a bias for seeing those in greater quantity than before. And that ultimately kind of speaks to the idea of that there is a lot up in the sky, and that even NORAD in the last few days, it's said, has tuned up the sensitivity for certain types of flying objects. And so they're responding after the Chinese aircraft was spotted, that balloon, and that was downed. And I think that there was a pretty terrible message in terms of the timing and the transparency that came from the White House on that. And so perhaps they're swinging in the pendulum in the totally opposite direction, where they're just now being far more sensitive to things up in the sky, and that these are things that perhaps happen on a relatively regular basis. But I think in the coming days and weeks, we're going to hear a lot more about really any size balloon having even a tiny ping on a radar. I think that they're going to be going after these, even if they're not suspected to be from China or a national security threat.
Yeah, a lot of good insight here, Andrew. Thank you so much again for being on here with us. Is there anything else that you would like to touch on based on your experience that we may not have addressed already?
I think ultimately it's the question of transparency, and I think that people are going to be really desperate for clear answers with as much data as possible, photographs and other sorts of descriptions, because people really do tend to have a great deal of sensitivity towards things like this that could be a real danger. And so I think it's upon the president and the government at large to make sure that they're getting us as much information and as much transparency as possible, so that we can all at least rest a bit more assuredly that these are not real threats to the country. And if they are, that we're told that it is.
Yeah, hopefully we will get some answers here soon. As you said, a lot of people are expecting them, especially with all of the things that have transpired over the weekend. Thank you so much, Andrew Cherkasky, joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your time and insight and perspective into this developing story.
Thank you.
And as we do continue to follow all of this, I want to pull up this map one more time here where you can see exactly where all of those objects were shot down. So this really helps you understand it, follow it a little bit better. Of course, with it being 4 objects, it can be confusing to try to understand exactly where each incident happened. And again, want to pull up this tweet in case you missed it earlier from Fox's Lucas Tomlinson, where you can just see a piece of at least that first incident, what is believed to be Chinese spy balloon that was shot down on February 4th over the coast of South Carolina, an image of that large piece of it being taken out of the Atlantic where it was shot down into. So we're continuing to keep our eyes on this here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to take you out now to where we heard from the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, earlier today surrounding this mystery. Let's listen into what he had to say here on Live Now from Fox.
Operate in these altitudes or at these altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious, including legitimate research. That said, because we've not been able to definitively assess what these recent objects are. We've acted out of an abundance of caution to protect our security and interests. That's why we have teams working hard to track down the debris from over the weekend. We have extensive efforts in South Carolina, Alaska, and Lake Huron, and we're supporting our Canadian partners in their efforts there. Each of these recoveries are unique, and each pose their own challenges, as you know. In South Carolina, crews have collected a fair amount of debris from the site, and weather permitting, continue to search. In Alaska, the object landed on sea ice, and because of the wind chills and other weather impacts in the area, safety concerns are partially dictating recovery timelines. In Yukon Territory, Canada is leading recovery operations in the very remote area where the debris landed. And the FBI continues to liaison with Canadian officials, and U.S. Northern Command is ready to offer additional support as requested. In Lake Huron, U.S. Northern Command and the U.S. Coast Guard and the FBI are beginning operations to locate debris in close partnership with the Canadians. Because the recovery efforts are unique, the timelines will be unique as well. I want to be clear, the three objects taken down this weekend are very different from what we were talking about last week. We knew exactly what that was, a PRC surveillance balloon. And as we have said, we do not assess that the recent objects pose any direct threat to the people on the ground, and we will continue to focus on confirming their nature and purpose. So I'll stop there and take a couple of questions.
Mr. Secretary, have you been able to recover any part of the most recent three objects, and why continue to call them objects? Are these not balloons?
Well, we're going to confirm what they are once we have collected the debris, but to answer your question, we've not recovered any debris from the three most recent shoot-downs.
Oh, sure. So, as far as policy is concerned, is it American policy to now shoot down these unidentified objects on site? And is there been a delegation of authority from President Biden to yourself on making decisions on when to take down these objects?
Thanks. Our policy hasn't changed. We will evaluate each and every event on its own merits, and we'll make decisions based upon the recommendations of the NORTHCOM NORAD commander, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and they'll make recommendations to me, and I'll evaluate and make recommendations to the president. Again, these three events each of them presented a risk to safety of flight. And we don't know if they were actually collecting intelligence, but because of the route that they took, out of an abundance of caution, we want to make sure that we have the ability to examine what these things are and potentially what they were doing. So with that, I'll stop and we'll go ahead and move out to the hotel. But thanks a lot.
Okay, so a little bit of information there from Secretary Austin. We do want to now play out what we had heard from other leaders throughout the country on all of this and the mysterious objects, most recently, again, being yesterday, that fourth object that was shot down over Lake Huron, as we're still trying to understand more about exactly what this object is, what the last three objects were. Let's take you out now to where we're hearing from Michigan Congresswoman Slotkin here on Live Now from Fox.
Now three different objects that have been traversing North America. We had NORAD based out of Colorado Springs, which has the mission of protecting the United States, is paying extremely close attention now to anything that's flying in our skies. They've really lowered the threshold of what they're looking at, and this pinged on the radars early, about 24 hours ago. They determined that it wasn't a threat to national security. The NORAD commander has the ability to shoot down anything they want that's over the U.S. homeland if they deem it an immediate threat. We obviously watched it. You all watched it on open source media, but we watched it traverse from the Lake Michigan side to Lake Huron, and they chose to shoot it down over Lake Huron so that we could have a chance of collecting what it was. We do not know what it is right now. I've seen all kinds of speculation from another Chinese object to an academic who put up some sort of, sensing device. We don't know yet. That's why we like to collect things. As a former CIA officer, we like to exploit things that we find, and so that's the recovery effort that's going on right now in Lake Huron. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know that there's lots of talk about UFOs and all of that. Let's let our military do their job, collect the information. I have no reason to believe this is a UFO. And I noticed that the general's wording left open the door, so I know that's gotten all kinds of excitement. But the chances are this is just a normal run-of-the-mill thing that we and the intelligence community know how to exploit. That's what I expect to learn in the next couple of days.
Congressman, last night the NORAD commander, he described it that it was shot down 15 miles east of the UP in Lake Huron. Mm-hmm. That sounds like South Detroit to me because it's not exactly, that's land. Do you have a more approximate location for this shoot down? Have you been briefed by DOD on that?
No, I don't have anything more to add other than it was shot down over water, and Lake Huron has been choppy, so it's been difficult to recover. There's a joint U.S.-Canadian effort to make sure we keep eyes on that equipment and pick it up, but they're hampered by choppy water. So I don't know anything more about the exact GPS coordinates of the location, but they wanted to shoot it down over water. They shot it down over water, and they're trying to collect the gear.
Did you get briefed on where it floated over Michigan? Like, was it the entire UP? What was the path?
So this is actually, this is the interesting thing about having threats over our homeland. I'm sure our media in the back can tell you there were a lot of amateurs watching. There was a lot of folks online who could see the flight path. Certainly, the Wisconsin National Guard was mobilized and put up F-16s. The folks from the local base saw them go out. So there was a lot of unclassified information. The flight path is available through a simple Google. But I know that from our perspective, because it was coming from the Wisconsin side across Lake Michigan, that's when we got involved as Michiganders, and you can look the path up.
Once the object is recovered, can you explain the process in terms of going through it and learning more about its origin and role?
Yeah, well, it's similar to what we're seeing now with the Chinese balloon, right? We recovered the information, we take it to a facility, a classified facility, we start looking at everything from how it mobilized, what maybe surveillance packages are on it, just everything about it, the origin of some of the equipment on there. You've heard that story breaking, so that's a normal process of exploitation, and I'm sure we're going to do the exact same thing with these objects that we've more recently shot down. Yeah, so you saw the Chinese government today, I think, still on the defensive and flailing about when it comes to reacting to the fact that a Chinese-produced balloon traversed our homeland, and they made false accusations that we have balloons all over China. The National Security Council has already come out dismissing that and saying this is just a Chinese government reaction to be caught, frankly. So I have no reason to question when the White House puts out a statement that we have no balloons over China.
Okay, so before we go back into talking a little bit more about this most recent object that was shot down, we are still following this breaking news out of East Lansing, Michigan State University. This first tweet that was put out saying, MSU alert, there have been shots fired near Berkeley Hall on the East Lansing campus. Please secure in place immediately. Police are active on scene. More information to follow. We also have another tweet update now from police. Let's pull it up here. It says, update, the suspect is believed to be on foot right now. Community members on and off campus should continue to shelter in place. Police are continuing to respond. So this tweet just coming in moments ago. Wanted to pull it up for you here as we continue to monitor this breaking news live and in real time here on Live Now from Fox. So we're going to keep our eyes on this. We'll be following for any other updates from public safety and police crews in East Lansing as they are following this suspect who is, again, believed to be on foot right now, telling the community that they should remain sheltering in place. A very scary situation on the campus of Michigan State University. In the meantime, as we continue to cover this latest object, I do want to bring you remarks from a couple other officials. Let's first bring you out to Senator Mitch McConnell and listen into what he had to say regarding the latest on this fourth object.
Now, on an entirely different matter, there's something unusual going on in our nation's skies. President Biden needs to communicate and level with the American people. About 2 weeks ago, the American people learned that a Chinese spy balloon had crossed into our airspace and was taking its time surveilling our homeland. We watched it tour a big chunk of the country before the administration finally, belatedly, took it down. Since then, the public has seemingly heard about another new unidentified flying object, seemingly on a daily basis. Yesterday, one of our F-16s shot down something they still have not identified near Lake Huron. The day before that, in consultation with Canada, an American F-22 shot down something else over the Yukon. The day before that, we took out something else over Alaska. The administration has still not been able to divulge any meaningful information about what was shot down. What in the world is going on? Has the Biden administration just dialed the sensitivity of our radars all the way up? If so, what are these objects that we are just now noticing for the very first time? Are they benign science projects and wayward weather balloons, or something more nefarious that we've somehow been missing all this time? President Biden owes the American people some answers. What are we shooting down? Where did they come from? Whether they are hostile or not, is there coherent guidance about when to shoot them down? If the administration knew all along about China's surveillance efforts, why did it not have options to shoot that balloon down before it maneuvered itself all across the country? Did the right people in the government know about this surveillance threat? Did ODNI and DOD not adequately share intelligence about the growing threat? How did we get into a position where the greatest nation in the world doesn't know what is traversing our own airspace? How long has the domain awareness gap that NORTHCOM Commander General Van Herk has identified existed? And what has the department done about it? The Commander-in-Chief owes the country some answers.
Okay, so now we're going to hear from Senator Durbin out of Illinois, Democrat from Illinois. Let's hear what he had to say on the latest regarding this fourth object.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Illinois.
Madam President, I don't know what's up in the skies, what's going around, flying around, being spotted. And I think there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. If it's a threat to the United States in any way, shape, or form, it's absolutely unacceptable, and I think we all agree, both political parties. But when we start giving advice to this president and Department of Defense in these matters, we got to stop and reflect on the manager of my local car wash in Springfield, Illinois. I went there about a week ago when the first balloon was spotted, and he said, "Senator, what's going on up there?" I said, "I don't know. I think China's responsible for it." And he says, "What are they trying to tell us?" And I said, "Whatever it is, we better answer them and answer them decisively. We don't need anybody from China or any other country flying in our airspace and endangering Americans in the process." And then he said to me, "But what about those cowboys in Congress who want to shoot it down wherever it is?" Are they thinking about what's going to happen if the debris from that, whatever it is, falls on a city, hospital, school playground? They don't want to do that, do they, Senator? Well, I hope they don't. But I wonder, when I listen to the comments of some people here who argue that we should have shot down that balloon when it was going across the United States, if they reflect on what might have been the collateral damage. We didn't know what was on that balloon. We knew it was the size of 3 school buses. That is not a small operation. And whether it included anything that was dangerous to us, radioactive or some sort of explosive, we just didn't know. I think we did the right thing. We waited until it was off the coast, the Atlantic coast, still near our own territorial waters, and shot it down, and now we're recovering what was in it. As for the other elements, we're going to be briefed this week on China, and I believe those questions are certainly going to be asked and should be asked. I'll be there on a bipartisan basis as I was last week. It's serious, and we ought to take it seriously. But the notion that we would shoot this down over Louisville, Kentucky, or Springfield, Illinois, or Chicago, that's not responsible. I trust our military to make that decision and to understand where the debris field might be that would endanger.
Okay, and there's one other person that we do want to hear from here on this 4th object, and that's Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Let's listen into what he had to say earlier today.
On another subject, over the weekend, U.S. forces shot down 3 unknown objects that entered U.S. and Canadian airspace that were deemed to pose a potential threat to civilian aviation. At the moment, we only have preliminary details. I have scheduled for senators to receive a briefing tomorrow on what we know and do not know about where these objects come from and what threats, if any, they pose to the United States. So that's tomorrow. I believe, and my office can check me on this, it would be at 10 a.m., but we'll send a notice out so people check the time. I commend President Biden and all our service members who acted quickly to shoot these objects down before they endangered American aircraft or civilians. Unlike the balloon shot down last week, these objects demanded a swift response to ensure they didn't get in the way of commercial jets or pose any other risk on the ground. The American people can rest assured that our defense and intelligence agencies are focused like a laser to determine where these objects came from and what their capabilities were. And while there's still plenty that we don't know about this past weekend's events, in the case of the Chinese balloon, we do know now that it was not the first time Chinese surveillance balloons entered United States airspace. It has been confirmed that 3 balloons flew over the United States during the previous administration without detection. China's deployment of these balloons is brazen. I bring this up to emphasize that this issue is bigger than any one administration and should be free from partisan sniping. Congress is going to conduct a careful bipartisan examination at these various incidents and also look into why U.S. authorities didn't find these Chinese surveillance balloons sooner. My friend, Senator Tester, has been taking the lead in this effort. I want to commend him for his leadership. And so as we recover the items shot down over the weekend, I once again commend the President. And I fully support the Senate taking a thorough look at finding out why it took so long to find these balloons. It is something we must do because, as I mentioned, 3 of them occurred during the Trump administration, and the authorities knew nothing about them. I finally want to thank our service members for their excellent work. And Congress is going to work in the coming weeks to get the full story of what happened and how we keep the American people safe.
Okay, so that was the latest from different officials on this 4th object that was shot down yesterday over Lake Huron, over Michigan. We do, though, want to still bring your attention to this breaking news that we're continuing to follow out of East Lansing. I'm going to pull up the series of tweets because there's now 3 from Michigan State Police and Public Safety. So this is the first one here. It says, MSU, from MSU Police, MSU alert. There have been shots fired near Berkeley Hall on the East Lansing campus. Please secure in place immediately. Police are active on scene. More information to follow. Here is the second tweet that we have now. Update: the suspect is believed to be on foot right now. Community members on and off campus should continue to shelter in place. Police are continuing to respond. And we now have a third tweet from police as well from moments ago. There's another reported shooting at IM East. Police are responding. There are multiple reported injuries. Media staging area is currently being determined. So we are following this very closely. We're going to take a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. Any developments that we have with this, of course, we'll bring it to you here live. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Here is a live look at the White House as we are continuing to follow this breaking news out of Michigan. Want to leave this live picture up for you for just a minute here as we try to gather any new information. Okay, so apologize for that delay here. We're still trying to gather any new information on reports of this shots fired incident on Michigan State University's campus. We're getting some back-to-back tweets. Michigan State Police and Public Safety is doing a really good job of keeping us updated through social media. So I want to pull this up again, the series of tweets that we have this far. So the first tweet here saying that there have been shots fired near Berkeley Hall on the East Lansing campus, telling people to secure in place immediately, saying that police are active on scene, that there's more information to follow. We then had this tweet from Michigan State Police saying that the suspect is believed to be on foot. Community members on and off campus should continue to shelter in place. Police are continuing to respond. We then had a third tweet come in that there is another reported shooting at a different location that police are responding to, and there are multiple reported injuries. So we already know that there's going to be some sort of media update. So we are waiting to hear when that will be, where that will be, if they have found this individual that we're hearing of in these tweets. But this breaking news story that we are following out of Michigan State Police as we continue to follow all of these tragic events involving gun violence from across the country. So another not great update out of East Lansing, Michigan that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. While we continue to monitor this, we do want to bring you out to the White House press briefing as we heard from John Kirby and, of course, Karine Jean-Pierre regarding this fourth object, as well as some other top stories across the country. So let's listen into what they had to say earlier today. And if anything else develops, we'll cut in and bring you those updates here on Live Now from Fox regarding this Michigan State University situation.
It makes my job easier. I do have quite a few comments here at the top, so I do hope that you'll just bear with me and then be happy to take whatever questions you might have. So I'd like to begin today by updating you on our efforts to recover the debris of several objects that the United States Air Force shot down over the last few days, as well as that of the spy balloon belonging to the People's Republic of China. And I'd like to put into some context for you how we have worked and are still working to better understand the issue of high-altitude, low-speed craft. Now let me start with the Chinese program. When President Biden came into office, he directed the U.S. intelligence community to do a broad assessment of Chinese intelligence capabilities and to ensure that we were working to detect and to protect against them. I think for reasons that you will all understand, we cannot publicly go into many details about how we discover and counteract foreign intelligence collection efforts, because much of what we have done and are doing is, of course, sensitive. But we were able to determine that China has a high-altitude balloon program for intelligence collection that's connected to the People's Liberation Army. It was operating during the previous administration, but they did not detect it. We detected it. We tracked it. And we have been carefully studying it to learn as much as we can. We know that these PRC surveillance balloons have crossed over dozens of countries on multiple continents around the world, including some of our closest allies and partners. We assessed that at this time, these balloons have provided limited additive capabilities to the PRC's other intelligence platforms used over the United States. But in the future, if the PRC continues to advance this technology, it certainly could become more valuable to them. The President also instructed the intelligence community to take a broad look at the phenomenon of unidentified aerial objects. Indeed, President Biden conducted the first ever daily intelligence briefing session devoted to this phenomenon back in June of 2021. He was briefed that this is not just an issue for the United States, but one for the rest of the world. And as I said, our friends and our partners are dealing with this as well. We worked on a bipartisan basis to stand up an office at the Pentagon to study this in partnership with the intelligence community, academic institutions, and the private sector. These unidentified aerial phenomena have been reported for many years without explanation or deep examination by the government. President Biden has changed all that. We are finally trying to understand them better. Now, in light of the Chinese balloon program and this recent incursion into our airspace, the United States and Canada, through NORAD, have been more closely scrutinizing that airspace, including enhancing our radar capabilities, which, as the commander of NORTHCOM and NORAD, General Van Herk, said just last night, may at least partially explain the increase in the objects that have been detected. Slow-moving objects at high altitude with a small radar cross-section are difficult to detect on radar. Even objects the size of the Chinese spy balloon, which had a payload the size of roughly 3 school buses, were not picked up by previous administrations or other countries. We also know that a range of entities, including countries, companies, research, and academic organizations, operate objects at these altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious at all, including scientific research. That said, because we have not yet been able to definitively assess what these most recent objects are, we acted out of an abundance of caution to protect the security, our interest, and flight safety. In Saturday's case, we acted in consultation with the Canadian government, the President speaking personally with Prime Minister Trudeau. The spy balloon was, of course, different because we knew precisely where that was. As we have said, We do not assess that these most recent objects posed any direct threat to people on the ground, and we are laser focused on confirming their nature and purpose, including through intensive efforts to collect debris in the remote locations where they have fallen. In each instance, we have followed the same basic course. We assessed whether they posed any kinetic threat to people on the ground. They did not. We assessed whether they were sending any communication signals. We detected none. We looked to see whether they were maneuvering or had any propulsion capabilities. We saw no signs of that. And we made sure to determine whether or not they were manned. They were not. We did, however, assess that their altitudes were considerably lower than the Chinese high-altitude balloon and did pose a threat to civilian commercial air traffic. And while we have no specific reason to suspect that they were conducting surveillance of any kind, we couldn't rule that out. That is why the President, at the recommendation of the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the NORTHCOM NORAD commander, gave the order to shoot them down. These missions were completed successfully and safely. Efforts are actively underway right now at all sites to find what is left of those objects so that we can better understand and communicate with the American people what they are. I think it's important to remind the objects in Alaska and Canada are in pretty remote terrain, ice and wilderness, all of that making it difficult to find them in winter weather. The object over Lake Huron now lies in what is probably very deep water. So outside of recovery operations, what are we doing? Well, first, we are continuing to monitor. There are no active tracks today, but the professionals at NORAD will continue to do their important work. Secondly, we are consulting with allies and partners on the challenge of identified aerial phenomenon and how we can all work together to deal with that challenge. The President has directed the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and the Director of National Intelligence to engage with their relevant counterparts to share information and to try to gain their perspectives as well. Again, this is an issue that affects everybody around the world. Third, we will continue to brief members of Congress and relevant state leadership on what we are doing and what we learn. The President has made this a very top priority. We have, over the course of just the last few days, and certainly over the course of last week, reached out to inform and brief members of Congress and relevant state governors of the operations that we were conducting and of the recovery operations that are underway. We've also kept Congress briefed generally on this issue of Chinese surveillance balloons, including classified briefings last August. And last week, administration officials provided classified briefings for all senators and all members of the House of Representatives on the PRC surveillance balloon. We fully expect and anticipate and support the ability to continue these briefings in the days ahead. And fourth, the President, through his National Security Advisor, has today directed an interagency team to study the broader policy implications for detection, analysis, and disposition of unidentified aerial objects that pose either safety or security risks. Every element of the government will redouble their efforts to understand and mitigate these events. And I'm happy to take some questions.
John, if the objects don't pose a military threat and they don't pose a threat to anybody on the ground, why shoot them down? Particularly because the military is routinely monitoring radar blips and such.
I kind of covered that in the opening statement. Two real reasons here. First, there was a very real potential risk to civilian air traffic. The one shot down on yesterday was about 20,000 feet, and the two shot down Friday and Saturday were at about 40,000 feet. And as you know, transcontinental air traffic is roughly around 30,000 feet. It depends, of course, on weather. And so because we assessed that they weren't manned and weren't being controlled, therefore left to atmospheric conditions, the real risk to safety of flight was a problem. The second purpose, and I talked about this earlier too, was even though we had no indications that any of these three objects were surveilling, we couldn't rule that out. And so there, you want to err on the side of safety here in terms of protecting our national security interests, and the fact that these objects could have and likely did at some point in their path transit over potential military sites of ours or sensitive sites. So again, out of an abundance of.
Okay, we're going to step away from this for a minute here as we're following this breaking news out of Michigan State University. We're going to have you listen in right now to our team at Fox 2 Detroit as they're talking about this. Let's listen into their live feed here on Live Now from Fox.
Police just moments ago saying, please do not come to the campus. There is still an active shooter on the campus. Now, here's a look at what we know so far relative to the scenes that have been reported. Here are some of the locations that we're hearing that this active shooter may have visited. Berkey Hall, where we know for a fact a shooting did occur. Phillips, Owen, and the Union Halls. The Union, as Taryn and I know, as MSU alum, that's kind of the center hub of so much activity on the campus. And then also the East Intramural Sports Complex as well. Let's get right to Fox News' Dave Spencer. He's live in our newsroom with what we know. And Dave, I know we've had a chance to talk to multiple students who are on campus right now. What are we hearing? What are they telling you?
Yeah, utter chaos there, Roop and Taryn. The information is coming in as this is all unfolding. They're working to still secure the campus and make sure all the alleged shooters, if there's one, if there's multiple, and all the victims are accounted for. In the meantime, we're speaking with witnesses who are both on campus and off as they describe the chaos that's unfolding now in real time. And one such witness is a junior at MSU who tells us he was driving by one of the student dorms on campus just as the shots were being fired. He says the students were running for safety in terror and begging for help. Brianna Peterson, a student from the Detroit area, says she was on Grand River near the Union when MSU police and fire, along with EMS crews, rushed to the scene. Listen now.
We heard the gunshot go off. Then we see one guy screaming and running for help. And next thing you know, it's a lot of students running and screaming for help. And we got past Grand River, and all you can see is a whole bunch of cop cars and emergency vehicles outside the Union or near the Union and on Grand River. And they were constantly just coming down.
Yeah, unbelievable to hear there some of the witnesses describing what was going on. We know that obviously there's a lot more that's still coming out, that's still unfolding. All of this is happening now on the northern end of the campus. Multiple police crews working to set up staging areas, trying to coordinate where to set up areas for possible injuries that are in need of treatment. Witnesses, as well as a media staging area, were being told that Grand River is shut down to all incoming traffic. They don't want anyone to attempt to try and enter campus. We got agencies coming from state police, even here in Metro Detroit, all rushing to provide whatever assistance they can, as this is obviously still going on, still happening. Reporting now in the newsroom, Dave Spencer, Fox 2 News. Back to you two.
And Dave, yes, it is important to point out at this point that there have been, yes, we've heard multiple injuries at this point, possibly even a couple of fatalities. That part has still not been confirmed. But this is a very active scene. We know we have crews on the way right here from Fox 2, as well as we know police agencies from across Metro Detroit and, of course, in the Lansing area as well responding. So this is a very much an emergency point where all hands are on deck.
We're working right now to get pictures to you from campus as we have a team of reporters, of course, heading to the scene. Some of them are arriving there just shortly. But I should point out that we had the chance to speak with Sheriff Michael Bouchard of Oakland County. And he tells Fox 2 that, look, for all the moms and dads out there, as we say, relatives, family, they are sending right now an army from all over Metro Detroit to make sure that they join the team that you see on the ground right now. We're looking at Michigan State Police. We're looking at MSU Police. All of them are on the scene right now, but they're going to need some help. An active shooter situation where the shooter is apparently still on foot somewhere along that very large campus of more than 48,000 students. You can tell, obviously, it's a needle in a haystack to find this person who did this. They are actively searching for them, but the Oakland County Sheriff telling Fox 2 that he wants all the parents to know that the world is heading to East Lansing. The world is heading there now to make sure that the help that these police need will be there.
And the important thing for parents to be able to tell their students right now is to shelter in place because the shooter is still at large at this point. At first, I thought perhaps there might have been multiple shooters. Now we're hearing just one. This is a very large campus, as Roop mentioned. I believe 2 miles from one end to the other. But this person, the shooter, is on foot, we're told, and they're actively looking for him. So the best thing that people can do to stay safe is to be able to go in where they are, shut the door, and stay there at this point. Don't try to get pictures. Don't try to get videos.
No.
Just make sure that you do stay safe at this point because it is very active.
You know, there's one student who we had the chance to speak with just a few moments ago, I should say a former student, who tells us that he's about 1 minute walk away from Berkey Hall. Again, if you're just joining us, multiple shooting scenes here at Michigan State University in East Lansing, about an hour and 20 minutes away from here in Southfield. And we can tell you that as our crews head there, there are several scenes they'll be going to. Berkey Hall, one of them. We also understand that the IM, which is the intramural building east, is also a place where a shooting took place. Here's the deal. You're wondering right now, why don't we know? Why don't we know how many people were perhaps killed or hurt? Here's what we know right now. Multiple people were shot on the campus of Michigan State University, and right now we can confirm a few injuries. But at this point, we want to be really careful about, you know, when you have a shooting scene like this, you do want to be careful about jumping the gun, listening to what we call police scanner traffic, and reporting upon what we hear. But what we do know right now is that person who's a former student at MSU, he said that his friends who are on campus are actually hiding underneath desks. They're sheltering in place at the Union and elsewhere, making sure that they're safe as this scene hopefully soon clears up.
And from what we understand, this did start in the area of Berkey Hall and then move toward the Union, which is more in the central north end of campus, and then move on to other locations as well, as we mentioned, that Snyder Phillips Halls and perhaps IM East. Right now, you are looking at live pictures. We are going to now talk to our Randy Wimbley. He's now live there on the scene on his way, and he's gathering some information as we're told. And Randy, can you hear me? What do you know at this point?
Randy, can you hear us? Go ahead. What do you got?
Yes, I can hear you. Hey. Yeah, we are still making our way over to East Lansing. We're about 10 minutes out. On the drive up here, we saw an unmarked police vehicle racing up the freeway, headed likely to East Lansing as well. As you guys have been staying on top of this, we're just getting a lot of unconfirmed reports from just what we've been able to get from sources, and also following the scanner traffic of this very horrific incident that unfolded there in East Lansing. Unconfirmed reports of possibly more than one shooter, at the very least. More than one shooter is what we're hearing from a few different sources of information at the moment. Several people, multiple people shot. There have been some reports of fatalities. Again, this is unconfirmed, though we're still waiting from some confirmed information from Michigan State Police, as well as the other law enforcement agencies who are converging on the scene here. Was hearing on the scanner that you have some tactical teams here at the scene as well. Clinton County Sheriff's Department, from what I've heard on the scanner, was making their way to East Lansing as they search for the gunman or gunmen who are said to be still on foot and has yet to be apprehended at the moment. And so just a very horrific, tragic situation unfolding here in East Lansing, and still wrapping our heads around all that happened and the fallout from it, as we just try to piece together some information that we're getting from a number of sources as we wait to get all of this information confirmed.
Yes.
We are on Grand River now, headed to East Lansing, still a few minutes out. We're seeing, I believe this is an EMS unit we have coming towards us.
All right, Randy.
In fact, you guys can probably hear the sirens from here, but again, we're still just tracking some unconfirmed reports.
And right now, Randy, I do want to point out, we do have some up-to-date information that MSU police is reporting right now just one confirmed shooter at this point, but we do have multiple scenes and multiple injuries and possibly some fatalities. We're still working to confirm that. We are showing live pictures right now of Grand River, so we're going to let you head to the scene and gather more information. We'll check back with you later, Randy.
And if we could ask our producer, Aaron, if you could have that piece of video queued up from a student, Cassidy Zott, who was shooting some video from above. This is kind of a static view of the police lights that you'd expect to see at such a horrific and, as you say, terrible scene. They're trying to secure this right now. Multiple ambulances, and we are also seeing many police vehicles. We know that Metro Detroit, of course, the most populous area here in Michigan, sending squad car after squad car over and over again. They're literally sending drones. They're sending, I know that I talked to Sheriff Bouchard a few moments ago. He said they're sending drones. They're sending mobile units, those mobile command units that you see during large events like this that are just the worst events that you never want to see. I believe we have the Sheriff Bouchard interview queued up right now. Let's take a listen to some of the things that he wants all of the parents to know right now.
Bouchard, what is the latest in terms of how Oakland County is helping?
We got asked to send resources, and so we're going to send everything that we have available to do whatever we can to assist.
What do you tell the parents of Metro Detroit, parents of MSU students, in terms of the facts? They're really wanting to know what we really know right now. What do we know?
Well, I think it's really hard to say what we know at this point. In the initial phase of anything, as it starts to unfold, no one really knows exactly what's going on, and the initial information that comes in is oftentimes not factual. So I would urge them to, in communication with their kids or students, tell them to shelter in place, to do what they need to do to barricade their doors and do the things that we've taught the community until we get a better idea of exactly what's going on. Know that the whole world is headed there. We're sending our resources, our SWAT. I'm headed there. We're bringing drones, our mobile command, anything that could be of assistance. And if we don't need all that, that's great. If we need all that, then it's going to be there with us.
How many people would you say are coming from Oakland County to head over there?
I can't even put a number on it. A lot.
Yeah, you're talking like probably hundreds of or dozens of deputies.
Well, I know dozens are already on the way, but the page is going out to get more of our special assets, our SWAT, our tactical people, our armored personnel carriers, any kind of equipment. I have some of our drones being boxed up. Anything that we can possibly think of, we're going to send. If we don't need it, that's fine. If we need it, it's going to be there. If they need it, we're going to be there. So we're all headed that way.
If you're just joining us, we are following breaking news off of the campus of Michigan State University, where we understand there has been a mass shooting in which multiple people were shot, several people injured, reports of some fatalities. We don't want to give an exact number because, as we know, these situations are fluid. But Taryn, the entire state, as you heard here, Sheriff Bouchard saying, deploying the resources to make sure that East Lansing has what it needs.
And from what we understand, they want all the students to be able to shelter in place right now because they are trying to figure out exactly where this shooter, who is armed right now and on foot, is. They're trying to corner that person into an area so they are able to take him under custody. Yes, we have now a suspect description, a short male with a mask. That's basically all we have at this point. That's coming from MSU. Multiple calls, though, of still that active shooter on campus. So please make sure you tell your loved ones to shelter in place so police can do their job.
It is virtually impossible for us to tell any mom or dad out there to not head that way, but we have to at least pass along the onus is on us to make sure we give you this message from MSU police right now. They're urging parents, aunts and uncles to please stay away from the scene. Even if you think you know where your son or daughter is right now, you can't get through. And trying to get through to a scene right now in which we know there's an active shooter who's on foot, it's posing a danger to everybody. Police right now trying to figure out a way to catch this person. They understand it's a shorter male with a mask on. Everybody on that campus who is anyone in law enforcement is making sure they find who this person is. Any extra people who come out of that campus and disrupt that scene, it's going to make it harder for police to find this suspect. Right now, they're trying to isolate him, as Taryn pointed out, and nab him. In the meantime, we can tell you that if you're just joining us, Berkey Hall was the initial call that we got. About 8:18 p.m. today is when the first call came in of shots fired inside of Berkey Hall. Berkey Hall is not a residence hall. It's kind of like more of an activity hall where things happen, but people are not living in Berkey Hall. I believe that they're living nearby. In fact, I talked to one person who lives about a 1-minute walk away who says Berkey Hall is where some of the students that he still is friends with on campus were sheltering in place underneath desks, making sure that they were safe. In the meantime, these are the other locations where we know that at least this suspect has been through. We don't know if he shot at everybody at these places, but we know that these are the scenes that right now law enforcement looking at. Taryn, as you can take a look at them, we know that one of them was Berkey Hall. There are others, including IM East as well.
And Berkey Hall, that's right by the Union at that point. So that's the northern part of the camp. Yes, right there. And then we're also, from what we understand, there's an actual shooting scene at IM East. That is the intramural sports center where, you know, obviously people do sports, they work out and things of that nature. We're still trying to find out exactly where the injuries, where people were wounded, perhaps any fatalities at this point. We know that several police agencies from all over the area, the state, have come in to be able to assist at this point. Students being told to shelter in place. Again, the suspect description, short male with a mask, very vague, but they are looking for that person as we speak. Why this happened, unclear. I spoke to a student by phone. She's from the Detroit area. She's a junior. She said that they were heading down Grand River when they heard the shots by the Berkey Hall and then, of course, the Union area, and saw one man yell for help, please help, 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 and then multiple crowds of people running for help as well. It appears there might have been a shooting inside one of those locations, and then people running for help. We do have that sound. Let's play that again right now, and we can hear what she witnessed.
We heard the gunshot go off. Then we seen one guy screaming and running for help. And next thing you know, it's a lot of students running and screaming for help. And we got past Grand River, and all you can see is a whole bunch of cop cars and emergency vehicles outside the Union or near the Union and on Grand River. And they were constantly just coming down.
All right, back at looking at a live picture right now. If you're just joining us here at 10 o'clock, we are following a story that no one wanted to follow here. Breaking news out of East Lansing on the campus of Michigan State University. Multiple shooting scenes right now in which we understand one suspect is responsible for the shooting of several people on campus. At one point, they talked about close to a dozen people that may have been involved in this shooting relative to being hurt by it. We don't know for a fact if that's true. We do know that at least 2 people were severely injured. We know that multiple ambulances were immediately called to come onto the scene at about 8:18 p.m. when the first calls came out of Berkey Hall. Now, Berkey Hall is not a residence hall. It's actually the College of Sociology that kind of sits and lives in that hall. You know, this is a college campus. People are studying at all places at different times. One of the students that we spoke with said that they were actually heading to go study with somebody else on the other side of campus when they heard on their phone an alert about this particular thing. So we do know that there are multiple shooting scenes. Berkey Hall is a confirmed shooting site. Another confirmed shooting site is the Intramural East building, which is about, by the way, 20 minutes away by walk from that first location. You're seeing some police cars come in here. But Taryn, that gives you an indication if there's only one suspect and police are confident about that, the initial shooting taking place at 8:18 p.m. It's a 20-minute walk to get to the IM building. There was a good 45-minute lag between the second shooting at IM East, so perhaps the same shooter traveling across campus.
And in the dark, it might make it perhaps a little bit more easy for this person to be able to navigate their way as police try to track them down. We are hearing, though, as you look at live pictures, that the FBI is now on scene, ATF, Detroit Field Division, that they are heading there as well, that they're on scene. They're asking people really to follow social media for the latest in terms of the police agencies that will be reporting the information that you need to know at this point. We are working to find out exactly how many injuries. We're hearing multiple people wounded. We're trying to confirm fatalities at this point as well, possibly 2 at this point. We're still waiting for that information to come in. Again, that the shooter's still at large, and students and anyone in that area asked to shelter in place.
Social media can be your friend at times like this. It can also be your worst enemy. Right now, there are so many reports that are just not true on social media, on Twitter, on TikTok, on Facebook. People take one piece of information, and you know the telephone game. They tell 3 other people, and boom, it becomes something that it's not. What we know right now for a fact, one shooting took place at Berkey Hall. Another shooting took place at IM East, which is about 20 minutes away. We know that there are several people who have been hurt, and we are still trying to figure out whether or not there have been any fatalities. Some people reporting fatalities. I think it's safe to say we should wait from police confirmation before we report that.
And we are understanding our Jessica Dubnak is on the way right now to the scene. This
is a reporter who's getting ready for a live shot, I believe, out in Lansing at WLNS.
As we're looking at live pictures,
yeah, which is our station in Lansing.
And let me get back to that. Jessica Dubnak said that they're on their way, obviously, to the scene. They're getting passed on 96, presumably by parents getting kids. So, again, they are racing the scene. They're asked not to at this point. It could just make this perhaps more dangerous for everyone involved, but also agencies from all over the state just racing to the scene as well to be able to respond and make sure that everybody is safe at this point. Yeah, people who were at the IM East, we're also understanding that was one of the locations of the shootings. They are being told to shelter. They were playing basketball, and then they're being evacuated from there. So they're working to take people to safety.
It is important right now, but the one thing that one of the students, Taryn and I and our whole news team, we've been talking to people on the ground there. So many of them are just scared. One of them said just now on a tweet to me, saying, I'm about a 1-minute walk away, and I can tell you that it is eerily quiet with only the sounds of choppers above them in this apartment that he's in right now, right near the IM building, close by to where that second shooting scene happened. The first shooting happened about 8:18 p.m. The second shooting about 45 minutes later, taking place at the IM East. So Berkey Hall and IM East, right now you see countless police lights. I know we have Randy Wimbley, who's live right now. He's made it to the scene. Randy, I know that we're getting tentative information, some of it confirmed. Describe what you see around you and tell us what you know.
Hey guys, right now we're in front of Hubbard and Akers halls. You can see very active scenes, more so I believe at Akers than Hubbard. I just saw as we pulled up here a group of officers walking out of Hubbard Hall, about maybe 8 or 9 officers walking out. There was also a few of them posted up on the side road here going to Akers Hall, a few of them holding their service rifles and talking with a student who was walking up. But we did see something just recently from MSU Police and Public Safety, an update as of about 10 minutes ago now. They said that they have a suspect description, and it reads, the suspect description is a short male with a mask, possibly black. Please continue to shelter in place. We're still receiving multiple calls of an active shooter on campus. Now, as you guys mentioned, the shootings at Berkey, IM East, there are also reports that shots were fired at a number of other halls, and hence why you see all of these officers at the different halls here on campus. Again, we're over by Hubbard and Akers halls. Still waiting to get more information from police, but obviously a heavy police presence. In fact, if our photographer Lauren can pan over a bit to her left, you can see a group of officers walking over to one of their patrol SUVs coming from, I believe, what was this Akers Hall. You got Lansing Township PD here, MSU police, obviously, state police also here on campus, a number of other agencies, Michigan State Police, the Clinton County, the Sheriff's Office, they're out here. They had a TAC team, from what I was hearing over the scanner, that was on the scene as well. And one of the dispatchers was asking if a TAC team had made their way inside one of the halls here on campus. But again, an absolutely horrific situation here.
Randy, if we may, just for a moment, please stand by right where you're at. We just got another alert. As of 10:04 p.m., MSU put out another alert at 10:04 p.m., just about 4 minutes ago, saying that another active violent situation on or near MSU campus has occurred. Secure in place or evacuate safely. Run, hide, fight. Call 911 to report suspicious activity. This is the MSU police reporting that essentially the shooting is ongoing. The suspect that they're looking for, that's responsible for, according to them, 2 separate shootings, one at Berkey Hall, the other at IM East, which is the intramural building east, about 20 minutes away. And now, according to a young man who is an MSU grad, sending me screenshots of a text message that he just received from MSU police, alerting them of the shooting that is ongoing as of 10:04 p.m. To say that this scene is active is an understatement. It is very active right now, so much so that the shooter is not in custody. We know that people are sheltering in place. And we also know that as of 4 minutes ago, there was yet another alert sent to students indicating that perhaps there was another shooting or that the shooting is ongoing. Now, keep in mind, these are automated text messages that go out to students. Is this something that automatically went out to alert them of kind of the standard message, the template that went out to say, hey, stay where you're at because we're still dealing with this? Or is it yet another shooting, perhaps the third incident in which they believe one suspect is responsible? We can't confirm that at the moment, but I can confirm to you that students received yet another text as of 10:04 p.m. from MSU saying, quote, active violence situation on near MSU campus, secure in place or evacuate safely. Run, hide, fight, call 911 to report suspicious activity. We know that this is every parent's worst nightmare, to sit and watch and wonder if everything is okay. But here's the deal. We have to urge you again. MSU police urging everyone, do not rush to the scene. Even the highways and Grand River Avenue leading to campus, it's a really important place right now that MSU police, with the help of other police agencies and FBI, can secure the scene. I know that Michigan State Police also are indicating that they have their hands on this as well.
Yeah, we just have received this from Michigan State Police. It said, please do not go to MSU right now. Yes, it's hard to do when you have loved ones on campus or adjacent to the campus, but it is far too dangerous as this armed suspect is moving in the area and police attempt to take them into custody. As always, scanner traffic is inaccurate. And we also understand, just as of 12 minutes ago, when they talked about the suspect, there is only one suspect that's being reported at this point, and that they're still getting calls, multiple calls of an active shooter on campus.
We know that several students are being sent to Sparrow Hospital. We know that several, so Sparrow Hospital is the place where obviously these students who have been shot are taken. Aaron, if you could repeat to Taryn the places that have been cleared one more time. Several places have been cleared of the scene. What are those again, Aaron?
They're Brody, Snyder, Phillips, as we've mentioned before, the Union, Berkey, and Mason Hall. Landon as well, and as we mentioned, Berkey. Now these, it's interesting because this is really spanning. It appears that it was more in the central part of the campus when you talk about IM East or the Union, but then you have Brody, which is on one end of the campus, and then where Randy is Hubbard and Acres. That is the other end of campus. So this is really just the whole area, this whole 2-mile radius, if you will, is being currently just locked down as multiple agencies from all the way from Detroit to, we know, north of Lansing, all across the state, FBI, ATF heading to the scene to be able to get this. Now you're looking at live pictures. We are watching emergency vehicles, police vehicles right now, still rushing to the scene. It is really just a sea of police lights on campus. And just a frightening time for everybody that's involved. I can only imagine how parents are feeling, but please just make sure your students are sheltering in place.
And there you see students who are actually filing out of the buildings on the East Campus there with the help of SWAT, bringing them out safely. There doesn't seem to be at this particular place where they're at a great deal of urgency relative to people running or, trying to scurry out. They're simply being escorted out on the east side of campus, out of this dorm room, out of this building, with the help of SWAT that is obviously escorting all these students out as we speak. And so as they're being escorted out, they're obviously going to be taken to safety. Speaking of where people are being taken, those who have been hurt in this shooting have been taken to Sparrow Hospital. As you know, Taryn, of course, Sparrow Hospital is right down the road, so to speak, from East Lansing, right there in Lansing. And so that's the nearest place where they can get the kind of perhaps care that they need for any trauma wounds or anything else that they're dealing with. They have a full emergency room there, obviously ready and open for anybody who's been hurt. But there you look closely, you'll see the SWAT team. You see a young lady and a young man on his phone with another student being escorted out of this particular dorm, again, on the east side of campus right now.
And when we're looking at, 3 confirmed shooting locations, Berkey Hall, the Union, and Phillips Hall. Landon Hall, as we mentioned, though, that is reportedly being used for a staging area for the victims. So that might be where they're being taken at this point. And it's interesting, we're trying to confirm this information as it's coming in. We do know, though, unfortunately, there are multiple injuries. Still trying to confirm any sort of fatality at this point.
Do we have Randy with us still? Randy, if you're out there, chime on in.
Yeah,
what are you seeing right now? Give us an idea of what you're seeing and what's going on.
Well, right now, looking at a group of students who were just escorted out of, I believe, Acres Hall and now headed towards what I believe to be Hubbard Hall. As Taryn just mentioned, Landon seems to be where they are taking a number of students to as a secure location, a staging location. But what we're looking at right now, a number of students walking over to Hubbard Hall. They just left out what I believe was Acres Hall a few moments ago. And so still waiting for more information from MSU PD. So a very fluid situation, and the information, not a lot of it is being confirmed when we're hearing all, scanner traffic, a number of different sources of information, and things are trickling out, but we don't know for certain how much of it is accurate and what we can actually go with at the moment. And so, but as you guys mentioned earlier, one confirmed shooter. Several people have been hurt. As you mentioned, several people taken to Sparrow Hospital. A number of halls have been searched and cleared, but the suspect, the gunman, still very much on the loose and not yet taken into custody.
Acres Hall is where we find our Randy Wimbley. Right there, you'll see more students being escorted out. This is how close, obviously, as you know at home, this hits to everybody here in Metro Detroit. One of our Fox 2 family members who's in the studio with me right now says his son texted him to say, "Hey, Dad, I'm leaving Acres Hall right now." We're looking at Acres Hall right now. We're looking at the very building in which our guy here on the studio, our friend Bobby, tells us that his son was leaving from. This is Hubbard right now. Next door, right nearby, is where Acres is, and that's where, again, one of our Fox 2 staff members say his son indicated that they were all being escorted out. Listen, you got to remember one thing. If you're not hearing from your loved one right now on campus, that doesn't mean that something happened to them. This is a chaotic scene in which a lot of times when we're hearing from students who say they just had to drop everything and leave, and you're saying, wait a minute, my kid always has their phone with them. They're attached to the hip by their phone. This is a scary situation in which they may be tucking the phone in their pocket, being escorted out like you see these students, and being scurried away into yet another place, in this case, Landon Hall, which is going to be the staging area. So keep in mind right now this is a fluid situation in which they know there's an active shooter on campus, but they want to make sure that every single student is accounted for and is safely placed in the dorm that is the safest. That's Landon Hall right now. So if they're not answering your texts, if they're not answering your calls, it may also be because they're in the process of being transported from one place to another with the phone tucked away as they're running through campus.
And we do know that right now that police have shut down Grand River between, roughly between Division and Abbott. Grand River is where the original shooting scene, or near there, is from what we understand, Berkey Hall, the Union. We also know the FBI is responding to assist in reports of the active shooter on the campus of Michigan State University, but really MSU Police, if you are following on social media, that is the accurate agency that you want to stick with at this point. Michigan State Police, of course, helping as well, and they are telling people make sure to shelter in place, and of course the principles of run, hide, fight. And that is what unfortunately so many people are being taught these days with some of these mass shootings that we've unfortunately had to deal with.
You know, one of the young men who we've been speaking with, who just graduated from Michigan State recently, lives just a few minutes away from campus, still has a lot of friends who are active students, said that this was, on the anniversary, near the anniversary of the Marjorie Stoneman High School shooting, and he says that he just remembers that, and right away, that's what goes through his mind, is that he was traumatized then, but he says it keeps getting closer, and it keeps getting closer, these scenes, and now, of course, we know that it went way too close to home. This is a statement from MSU right now saying victims are currently being transported to Sparrow Hospital, Brody Hall, Snyder, Phillips Hall, Mason Hall, Abbott Hall, Landon Hall, the MSU Union, and Berkey Hall have all been cleared and secured. That should give you at least a moment of pause and perhaps some peace to know that there's some control in this situation that police and law enforcement have around this. FBI on the scene, multiple police agencies saying that these places that we thought just about an hour ago were the scenes of shootings are now secure. Phillips Hall, Mason Hall, Abbott Hall, Landon Hall, those are places that police have gone through and have cleared. The MSU Union cleared. Berkey Hall, the place where the initial shooting call came in at about 8:18 p.m., cleared as well, and they've been secured. Landon Hall right now is where all of the students are being sent to, being taken to from perhaps that particular area in campus. I mean, it's a big campus, and they have a lot of really important young people who are there trying to make sure are okay. More than 45,000 students that they're trying to make sure are okay. How many of them are on campus right now, where they're all heading to? Keep in mind, if you're not hearing from your loved one right now, it may be because they're on their way to one of these safe places. One of these places like Landon Hall, where right now police are staging to make sure that it's safe. Back now live at looking at pictures, you'll see now, start recognizing the decals for a while, and then all of a sudden you'll notice new decals on those police cars. That should give you some solace as well, as right now they have multiple police agencies from all over the state that are descending on East Lansing, ambulances from all over. That's Huron Valley that just pulled up, of course. But you know, East Lansing Police, MSU Police, they were the first to to be there, and then they requested others. Oakland County Sheriff Mike Bouchard said, hey, we're heading there too.
Right now it's 10:20. We're just receiving word that MSU police will be giving a briefing at 11 p.m. Of course, our information is going to be limited until we really find out who this shooter is, where this person is heading, perhaps a motive. That's, of course, going to take days. I'm sure there are a lot of people we know on social media who are saying it and are watching right now, shaking their heads, asking why. How could anybody do this? These are innocent people that are being victims of this senseless shooting. But it appears that there is plenty of law enforcement from several agencies on the campus of Michigan State University as they are working to track this suspect down. Our only description right now is that he was wearing a mask and that he was short. Yeah. That was it at this point, and that he is armed. So that's why everybody right now needs to shelter in place. But as we have showed you through these live pictures, SWAT teams are going into some of these campus halls. Brody, Snyder, Berkey, we know they're clearing them, safely taking the students out, and then searching and securing these halls. Landon is where many of these students are being taken, the victims, and of course, Sparrow Hospital to be treated.
Keep in mind, again, if you're looking at social media, which of course we expect that you would be at this time, especially if you have a loved one on campus, there were a couple reports that were just flat out false. There are people who are saying things that they're not sure of. What we're trying to make sure of here at Fox 2 is any information you hear on the air here has been confirmed by police. We have to make sure it's confirmed. If you look at social media, they'll say that there are images of the shooter himself that are being escorted by police right now. That doesn't seem to be true based on what we're hearing from police directly to Fox 2, telling us that right now this is still an active situation in which they do not have the shooter in custody. And so if that's true, they can't then have a photograph on social media showing police escorting the shooter. So please don't trust everything you're reading on social media. Understand that we are really working hard to talk to law enforcement and get confirmation from them.
And this is the latest alert issued by MSU that they're saying the police department on the East Lansing campus of MSU, a person is actively shooting on MSU's campus, an active and ongoing situation. Follow the run, hide, fight guidelines. Secure in place. Turn cell phones to silent. Remain quiet. Suspect description, this is all they have at this point. Short male with mask, possibly a black male. And make sure anybody contacts Michigan State University Police to report any sort of unusual or suspicious activity. And that is the latest that we're hearing from MSU Police in terms of information we want to pass along to you.
And while we have the Michigan State Police, as you say, Taryn, you know, this is not a situation where you want to run to the campus. You don't want anybody to interfere with this investigation. So the message is clear from Michigan State Police. As it's going to be safe to say hundreds upon hundreds of law enforcement agents are going to be descending and already have on the campus of Michigan State University. If you know where your young person is on that campus, you don't want to go running in there. They're saying this statement from Michigan State Police essentially said, please do not go to the campus right now. This, right, by the way, is right near the art museum, the Broad Art Museum. This is the scene over there. So we're getting some new angles, multiple angles of what we're seeing here. Many ambulances all throughout that area. That was one of the initial requests that came in at about 8:20 from the scanners, saying they were pushing for more ambulances. We need more backup. We need medical. Because when you have an active shooter situation that has not been yet resolved on a campus this large, you don't know how big it can be. And at this point, we still don't have a full idea as to how many people have been injured because of this active shooter situation. And so if you're asking that question, saying, come on, how come they don't know that yet? It's because we don't want to report unsubstantiated reports. We want to go with what we know.
And this is what we do know at this point. This is a timeline. If you're trying to check how this evening unfolded, at 8:18, shots were fired. The calls were, that was inside Berkey Hall on the northern boundary of campus. And that's where the calls started to come in about the shooting at Berkey Hall. At 9:16, the shooter is believed to be on foot. That's what police reported. 9:26, police reported a second shooting scene at IM East. That's the Intramural Sports Center complex. Many students locked down in there, and we're understanding that they have just been evacuated out. At 9:34, IM East, that's what happened, was being secured. Police report they believe there is just one shooter, and that person is described as a short male wearing a mask, according to MSU. Now, victims are being transported to Sparrow Hospital. We know at this point, Brody, Snyder, Phillips, Mason Hall, Abbott Hall, Landon Hall, and the MS Union, along with Berkey, have been cleared and secured. So those places are considered safe. The shooter is not in those areas, cleared and secured.
We have a student on the phone with us, a former student at Michigan State University, who literally is just a stone's throw away from IM East, one of the shooting scenes. And I want to thank you so much for joining us today. May I ask you, Jordan Robinson, how are you holding up right now? I know this is really tough, but can you give us a description of what you're hearing and seeing around you right outside of that area?
Yeah, first, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Right now, at least in my area, it's a little quiet. They have locked down the main road to my apartment, and we are hearing helicopters overhead. You know, my roommate and I are taking precautions right now, obviously, to make sure that we are safe and secure in our own place right now. So all of our blinds are shut. We're not really looking out too much, just again,
of course,
given the nature of the incident.
You were mentioning earlier that this comes so close to a terrible anniversary that you remember growing up with. You just recently graduated from MSU, and you were talking about the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting that took place on February 14th, several years back. And now you said this is hitting way too close to home.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I was just recently talking to someone that I know. We keep saying it keeps getting closer and closer and closer. It feels like it just keeps coming in. You know, we obviously heard about what happened at Okemos High School last week, and that's just down the road from Michigan State, and here we are dealing with this right now. But, you know, one thing is for sure about Michigan State, if there's anything that I learned, is that we are one community. Regardless of whether we know each other or not, everybody right now is checking in on each other, making sure that we're safe, figuring out everyone's location. And really what we're doing is just, you know, trying to stay strong through all of this right now.
I don't want you to reveal locations, but I just wanted to ask you, when you say that you've been in touch with friends who are on campus right now, can you give us an idea as to what those conversations are like via text or phone?
Yeah, I mean, they're not saying too much right now. They are telling me where their location is, but, you know, obviously I will not reveal that right now. But they are saying that they are sheltering in place right now, just saying whether they're basically staying in the last known location that they were in, essentially. So that could be a cafeteria, that could be their resident hall. I have a lot of friends who are off campus as well, both on the other side of Green River, as well as other areas within the East Lansing Okemos area that are also sheltering in place right now. But like I said, it is pretty quiet right now in my area, with the exception of helicopters flying overhead, which is really bizarre for us, considering, you know, Michigan State's a very active place, even where I live.
Jordan, I wanted to ask you one more question in terms of the correspondence. You're assuring your friends that they're going to be okay. They're hiding right now, or sheltering in place, perhaps hiding away from a potential shooter. Those conversations have to be so encouraging for them when you're able to actually text them or speak with them about kind of just encouraging each other. Isn't that important?
Yeah, it's definitely reassuring right now. And, like I just said a second ago, Michigan State is one big community. We are one big family. So just even though I can't physically talk to them right now, just hearing them say that I'm okay, I'm safe. I'm getting periodic updates from them as well, just asking them, have they moved locations, if they've been escorted by police or anything like that. But yeah, it's definitely very reassuring right now.
Have they been, any of your friends that you're talking to, have they told you that they've been moved by police?
The friends that I have talked to, they said that they have not been moved by police, just given where they are on location. I also want to update you right now. I am peeking through my blinds right now. No cars are moving outside from what I'm seeing. All the blinds are shut around me.
Please go. Again, please, Jordan, please shut the blinds and go back to where you were. I don't want you anywhere near a window. Please. Thank you very much for doing that. But please just stay where you were. Stay safe. We want you to be okay, and we don't want any signs from the inside out indicating that someone's in there. So please continue to remain safe and know that we're all thinking of you every step of the way, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you. Stay close. Be well.
All right, again, you're looking at live pictures right now where there has been multiple shootings on the campus of Michigan State University. This is the latest from Michigan State University Police. All campus activities are canceled for the next 48 hours. That includes athletics, classes, and all campus-related activities. Please do not come to campus tomorrow. That's from MSU Police. All campus activities are canceled for 48 hours, including athletics, classes, and all campus-related activities. We understand that our own Dina Senafani, who we know has children at Michigan State University, she joins us now on the phone. Hey, Dina, gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm sure this is so tough for you. What are you hearing at this point?
Well, it's challenging. So as a parent, I have been in contact, of course, with other parents who have students there, and of course my kids. At one point, I could not reach my son. He was playing basketball at IM East, and we knew that he had been told to shelter in place there in a racquetball room. And we were listening to police scanners, and we heard some activity. I'm not sure what's been confirmed and what hasn't. That's another thing, is that information is just flying fast and loose. So he was being evacuated from that facility, and we weren't quite able to reach him for a while, but we did. He's safe somewhere, and my daughter is a junior at Michigan State, and she is in an apartment rather close to the Union, and she has been just sheltering in her apartment, trying to, the kids are avoiding windows.
Sure.
They're trying to barricade doors. And just trying to stay safe. It's a terrifying situation. I want to go to East Lansing, and I know that I shouldn't do that, so I'm not. And I'm just watching you guys and listening to the scanner and hoping that they can get a suspect in custody.
Now, Dina, I know you want to hold your babies real tight right now, knowing, though, that you've been able to talk to them and that they are safe, I'm sure is a little bit reassuring. What about, those are two locations where we're hearing that the shootings actually happened. Were they able to hear or see anything, your kids?
No, there is so much police activity on campus right now. And there are, with social media, of course, among the kids especially, they're trying to figure things out too. As far as I know, neither one of them heard the gunfire. But as you guys know, both of you Spartans know, that campus it's one of the largest campuses in the United States. We're talking about thousands of acres, about 5,000 acres, I believe. We've got hundreds of buildings on that campus. We've got woods. You've got the Red Cedar River. It is it's a beautiful campus. It's elaborate. And when you think about those hundreds of buildings and looking for a suspect, it's daunting to me. So that is part of the fear that is created as these kids, look out their windows or sneak a peek out the window trying to figure out what's going on out there. There's just so many places that somebody could hide, and that's the terrifying part of this.
Well, and I think that, Dina, I would imagine that it feels a little bit in this really dark hour, somewhat reassuring to know that they have these staging areas like Landon Hall. When you saw those pictures of students being escorted by SWAT, not a picture anyone wants to see, but it is reassuring that those young people are being taken somewhere where they are then protected in almost the safest place on campus at that point, right? When police are surrounding and making a staging area, that's a good place to be.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's what we are telling my other daughter who is here with us, a senior in high school. And we're telling her that your brother and sister are safe, especially your brother who had to be evacuated from from sheltering in place in that racquetball room. He's now safe somewhere. We don't know exactly where, but we're going to believe that he is safe for now. The terrifying thing is the weapon that we're hearing about, a long gun, an AK-47. I don't want to say stuff that we don't have confirmed yet, guys, so you can correct anything. But, these are powerful weapons that can just, you guys know.
Yeah, hurt a lot of people, and we certainly we're waiting on confirmation from MSU police and investigators there in Ingham County to kind of give us a lay of the land. And that, by the way, Dina, is happening in about 35 minutes when they'll be holding a news conference where we'll get some facts here about how many people were hurt. Were there any fatalities? But I have to ask you, maybe actually just ask you to comment a little bit about this, because one thing that we keep telling moms and dads, just like you, Dina, out there is that, hey, you know what? You haven't heard from your son or daughter. That doesn't mean that there's something wrong. In fact, it could mean that something right happened here. It could mean that they've been put in a place where they're kind of being escorted to a safer place. Not having contact with your son or daughter can be really scary, but it seems as though you're having that issue with your kids and you know they're okay now.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The cell phone batteries die. There can be some weird signal areas, especially now with all this activity. So that is really true, Roop. We were panicked for a minute there when we couldn't reach my son, Casey, and we had people trying to reach him from from all fronts.
Sure.
And eventually he said, guys, I'm being evacuated. I'm on the move. And there's a protocol to that, as you know. And unfortunately, as we know from watching what happened in Oxford, when kids or when anyone's being evacuated from a shooting scene, it's a hands up in the air, because they have to be very clear that there's no suspects within the groups of kids being evacuated, right? So it's hands in the air. And so certainly if you haven't heard from your student, I would say that don't panic. But it is, even though I know my two Michigan State kids are okay, the sickness I feel in the pit of my stomach is, it's just heart-wrenching when I think of all these other parents and of any potential victims. And not just that, but just once again, our little bubble of safety has been shattered. And this thought that these kids are finally going to college. We celebrated that this was the first so-called normal year post-COVID, where they were finally, my junior in college was finally getting to go into buildings and classrooms and feel like a college student. And here we are.
Well, it's a lot. Again. Dina, you also obviously, live nearby or have community that shares a lot of social circles with the folks out in Oxford. And when that shooting happened, it's a terrible day, still dark, still so hard to handle and look at those pictures. Your kids were friends with people who went to school there, and now this is happening at the college campus. One student I spoke with just moments ago said, this is getting closer and closer, and this is just too close. And not that you want it to happen anywhere, but this is too much for young people who are still just trying to live their lives and get a, you wonder how they look at the world and how they look at the world through this lens of all these tragedies that they have to keep seeing over and over again.
Yeah, the shock of, and remember that the kids are not just watching the news and seeing, perhaps, well researched and reasonable reporting. Things are flying on social media between these kids of all ages, and you're exactly right, Roop. And these high school kids and younger, unfortunately, live with a fear. They've been through drills, and they now live with this fear. And when something like this happens again, whether you have a brother and sister at Michigan State like my high school daughter does or not, and whether you were friends with Oxford victims, it just reopens that wound. And it is, I know it's the reality we live in right now, but it's tough. It doesn't get any easier.
Time now is 10:40. We're talking to Fox 2's Dina Centofanti. You recognize her voice, but we didn't want to be talking to her about this right now. Her two kids on campus at Michigan State University on a very dark night in East Lansing, 8:18 p.m. at Berkey Hall. Reports of shots fired. Just about 45 minutes later at IM East, the intramural building in which one of Dina's children was playing basketball inside, when all of a sudden they were told to shelter in place in the racquetball room, and then now they're being taken to safety. Multiple shootings taking place on the campus of Michigan State University, and in about 20 minutes time we'll be hearing from law enforcement authorities, including East Lansing Police, MSU Police, and perhaps the FBI and others who are there right now to try to tell us what the latest is. Here's what we know so far. There is one person who is, go ahead. Is Dina?
She's done. She's done.
Dina's done. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I thought I heard you say Dina was back. Thank you, Dina, for your time today. And please know that we're all putting out a prayer for you and all the other moms and dads out there whose sons and daughters are on the campus of Michigan State University. As we say, a shooting on the campus of MSU happening at about 8:18 p.m. One call coming in at about 8:18 p.m. of multiple people shot inside of Berkey Hall. 20 minutes away, 45 minutes later, inside the IM East, which is the intramural building, another shooting taking place there. Multiple students hurt. Sparrow Hospital is the place where many students have been taken who have been hurt in this shooting. At this point, we are not making a confirmation on deaths because, honestly, that's just not fair to any mom and dad who's watching if we haven't gotten it completely confirmed from MSU Police. What we do know right now is that there's a possibility of fatalities, but we do know that there are several people who have been hurt and taken to the hospital. Sparrow Hospital, just next door, so to speak, in the city of Lansing. Of course, they're on the East Lansing campus. And in 20 minutes, of course, Taryn, we hope to get more information from law enforcement about the numbers, how many people were shot. And also, the most important thing that you're asking right now outside of that, about student injuries and fatalities, God forbid, is this question. Where is this suspect? We know that this suspect hit these 4 locations, making shots at several locations, including IM East, which is not on this map, but at some point going through Union Hall, Berkey Hall, as we say, Phillips Hall, and then Owen Hall. These are 4 locations we know that the shooter went through. And then on top of that, we're talking about IM East. This shooter, as of right now, is still on the loose on the campus of Michigan State, and that's why moms and dads like Dina and others who are watching are being told, stay where you are. Do not clutter the scene. The minute they have to take one police officer to tell someone to go away or move away, that's one fewer officer that's actually helping with the investigation. So please make sure you respect that.
We're still waiting for word to see if the suspect, the shooter, has been caught yet. You heard Dina say this is an enormous campus, Michigan State University, and on and off campus, where there are plenty of places for this individual to go. So with multiple police agencies on scene, hopefully it's just a matter of time before police are able to track this individual down. Now, right now, I do want to say that residents, students, again, shelter in place. Everything is canceled for the next 48 hours, including athletics, classes, campus-related activities. We're also hearing, and this is what we know at this point, any victim taken to Sparrow Hospital, but school officials, they do say that what areas have been cleared: Brody, Snyder Phillips, Berkey, Landon, the IM East, and that's good. It's cleared and secured at this point. Unfortunately, though, we are hearing that there are multiple victims, and But again, everybody is asked to just shelter in place till this individual is caught because he is considered armed and dangerous.
Berkey Hall is a residence hall as well, by the way. I know that's where a lot of the sociology stuff happens, but it is a residence hall in which that shooting first took place at 8:18 p.m. Let's get on the phone right now with an MSU student who's in the middle of all of this right now, Tim Grice. And Tim, first of all, I want you to know that we thank you for joining us under these really tough circumstances. We hope you're okay. Please tell us what you're seeing, what you're hearing, and how this all unfolded tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. So the night started. I was just watching my friends at an IM basketball game. The referees had stopped the game and just kind of paused. So they sent us to the racket courts and just had a shelter in place. We first heard the shooter was over by the Union and Berkey Hall, so we thought we were safe. But yeah, then we heard over the scanner that they were headed towards IM East. So yeah, it got really quiet really fast. I think we possibly heard a few gunshots, but thankfully the police escorted us out. But yeah, I'm back at my home now, so I'm just praying for everyone out there. Hopefully everyone's okay. So
Tim, I'm sorry. Did you say you heard several gunshots, and where were you if that's where you had heard?
Yeah, so I was at IM East. I believe I heard gunshots. I can't confirm it, but yeah, it was definitely quite terrifying.
And right now, Tim, are you made at home? You are safe at this point, and you are sheltering in place?
Yes. So this IM East incident that was back in the about an hour and a half ago. So it was a while ago, but.
So at that point, police were they allowed you to go home. They didn't transport you to a certain area. They were allowing everybody that was inside the building at the time to head back to their places.
Yeah.
All right. So when you're talking to friends right now, I'm sure there's a lot of information that is going around the feeling on campus. What are you feeling right now? I'm assuming a lot of fear.
Yeah, no, it's definitely very shocking right now. I'm just bunked up with my roommates, just making sure, just hoping this ends as soon as possible, and just hopefully soon a bit of relief once they catch them. So.
How are you getting your information right now? Is the school notifying you through social media? Are you receiving text messages or emails? How are you getting your up-to-date information as a student?
Yeah, so I'm mainly listening to the radio scanner, but with social media, there's always people just texting around. So I've heard. I for God hope not, but I've heard there may be explosives across campus as well, and I'm just praying that that's not true. So
we are too, Tim. But I have to ask you, in terms of official notification from MSU, I know they're sending out those text alerts. One of the students sending one to us about 10:04 p.m. tonight. What did that text message say? Because it seemed as though they were indicating that there could have been yet another scene. Is that what you got from that 10:04 p.m. text as well?
I know MSU has been trying to email us the best they can. Obviously, it's a difficult situation.
Sure.
But yeah, they're trying to alert us as much as possible. I know it's hard. MSU is a big campus. I know I heard that as well. So I'm just yeah.
Have you been able to talk through text to your mom or dad or your relatives?
Yep. I was able to reach out to them. Thank God. I was back at IM East. We were all okay, and then I heard shots, and I was like, Mom, I'm sorry if I don't make it. I love you. But so it was a little rough. But yeah, I was able to contact them, and we're all good, all safe.
Listen, I got to tell you something, Tim. You're going through something that people twice your age have never been through before. You're doing it with courage. You're doing it by doing the right thing, by getting where you need to go, by texting your parents, making sure that they know you're okay. And we really pray and hope that that text message that you sent to them will never come true for any student there. We hope that, if the very most there were just injuries, but at this point, please know that we're all thinking of you. You got a lot of people praying for East Lansing and for you and the entire family. Okay, Tim?
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, to all of Lansing, thank you guys so much. Stay strong, and we'll get through it together. So thank you.
We know we will. All right, Tim. Be well. Tim Grice, a student at Michigan State University, saying that he had those awful, chilling moments that you only hear about, it seems, until it happens to you, where you text a mom or dad saying, if I don't make it, I love you. Those text messages coming out from perhaps so many students today on the campus of East Lansing at Michigan State University, where we understand multiple people have been shot, multiple shooting scenes beginning at Berkey Hall at 8:18 p.m., about 20 minutes away from Berkey Hall. IM East, the intramural building where this young man, Tim Grice, was, Dina Santafante's son, also was in that location. They were able to safely evacuate Tim, Dina's son, so many others out of the IM East. And you saw the pictures kind of like what you're seeing here of law enforcement armed and ready for the challenge to go in and make sure that each and every student that's in these halls is taken out safely and placed in the sheltering place, which is right now Landon Hall. And so we're so glad that each and every one of the students that you've seen in some of the pictures we've been showing you that are leaving the hall, being removed from the hall and being taken to another part of the campus. They've secured a couple areas, including Landon Hall, and that's where these students are sheltering in place. And keep in mind that you really have to remember that this is a tough one for law enforcement. You know, they're sending people from all over the state right now on that campus. And at 11 o'clock, in about 11 minutes, we're going to hear from law enforcement. In the meantime, we had the chance to talk with Sheriff Mike Bouchard about the resources that will no doubtedly be on this campus for some time to come. Take a listen.
Bouchard, what is the latest in terms of how Oakland County is helping?
We got asked to send resources, and so we're going to send everything that we have available to do whatever we can to assist.
What do you tell the parents of Metro Detroit, parents of MSU students, in terms of the facts? They're really wanting to know what we really know right now. What do we know?
Well, I think it's really hard to say what we know at this point. In the initial phase of anything, as it starts to unfold, no one really knows exactly what's going on, and the initial information that comes in is oftentimes not factual. So I would urge them to, in communication with their kids or students, tell them to shelter in place, to do what they need to do to barricade their doors.
Hey, that was a taped interview with Sheriff Bouchard. We now have Sheriff Mike Bouchard on the phone with us. He's joining us now live, talking about the resources heading that way right now. Sheriff, what have you been able to gather relative to what's going on the scene right now at the Michigan State campus?
Well, we're in a caravan right now. I'm leading a group of all of our heavy equipment and our special resources and our special tactic kind of equipment and personnel. And then we're meeting at 2 different locations, and then we'll fill in wherever they need us.
What is it that you have with you in terms of the resources? This is the only reassuring thing that the parents who are watching right now could actually see.
Well, we have pretty much anything and everything they would need. We've got armor, so if we need to evacuate anybody or move in between anything to protect anybody, we've got 5 armored vehicles, armored. We've got mobile tactical command. We have mobile SWAT command. We have mobile radios, so we're going to try to patch in to bring all the different agencies together with the ability to patch our radio systems. Pretty much anything that I imagine that they might need, we're bringing. If they don't need it, that's fine. If they need it, we'll have it there.
Taryn Asher with me as well.
And Sheriff, maybe you could talk about when you do arrive, or perhaps how law enforcement goes about tracking down a suspect under these very difficult circumstances when you're dealing with the dark, when you're dealing with such a large campus and many places where this individual could be, how and why you want people to really shelter in place because of it.
Well, the more they shelter in place and stay out of any kind of movement or activity, the more likely it makes it easier to identify who is out and not have as many potential sightings or targets to go investigate. So in addition to all of our heavy vehicles, which is why we're running so slow, which is the only reason I can actually talk to you right now, because we're driving relatively slow to keep all these gears together. We're also bringing canines and drones. The drones obviously will have thermal and other kinds of things, and the canines can do tracking, so that, you know, again, anything that we need to plug in to assist, we're going to help any way we can.
Sheriff, one more question I had for you. I know you got a lot of phone calls coming in. When you have an active shooter situation like this on a campus like Michigan State University, a place that holds 45,000 plus people, it's a mini city. I went there, Taryn went there. I mean, we know, you know. What are some of the things that they have to really do to try to catch this person who's responsible?
Well, you know, when people see or hear something, they should call it in. They shouldn't go investigate it, but they should call it in if they if they hear or see something that is unusual, or any kinds of sightings or movements, any kind of things that they think may be related to this, but not go out. They should be sheltering in place, locking themselves down. That's the best way to stay safe. That's the hide part of the run, hide, fight, because if they go out, they don't know where the danger is, and you don't want to be going towards it. That's our job, to go towards the danger.
Run, hide, fight, something that through the Alice training, through the years of training that you've been doing at workplaces and schools, things changed in recent years, didn't they?
Well, the principles are pretty much the same. Run, hide, fight. Get away from it if you can, but in a situation like this where you don't know where the danger is and you don't know where you're running to, and it's nighttime, now's not the time to be running, across campus for a variety of reasons. So this is the time really that you're safest if you're in an apartment or a dorm and you've got your door locked and closed and barricaded. I think you're in a pretty good spot there.
The drones that you have, you mentioned the heavy artillery. We know what a command center looks like because we know that's kind of a nerve center for information and for dispatch, so to speak. But what about the drones? How will those work in a situation like this to help catch this person?
Well, we're bringing both large and small. So if we need to pop something up to check an area, if somebody said that, let's say one of the searching police teams, one of the REACT teams sees something or saw some movement, we can pop that up and look for heat signatures or thermal. We can do aerial coverage, and then we're bringing smaller ones if we need to search interior spaces potentially.
The people who are watching right now, the moms and dads out there, you're a dad yourself. Sheriff, what message do you have for the people all over Metro Detroit who are watching this as their kids are on that campus?
That everybody's going, every resource that's available is coming. MSU is a great organization. The state police, Ingham County sheriffs, they're all there already. East Lansing PD. A lot of other agencies like us are on the way, our federal partners. So there's not going to be a lack of resources there or a lack of people willing to put themselves in harm's way to separate your kids from the danger. The best thing they can do right now is to stay out of harm's way, to stay sheltered and barricaded in place, allow us to do the searching, allow the police resources of MSU and everybody else there to pursue, any kind of lead and direction to bring this to closure while they stay sheltered, safe.
We know that you're doing the best you can with all of the caravan that's coming through, and so we say thank you for the work you're doing. Obviously, you're doing your job, but you're doing it well, and we wish you well as you head over there. Sheriff Michael Bouchard, thanks for that report on the phone here with us tonight.
Sure thing.
And of course, we know the Oakland County Sheriff, his office, really did take the lead when it came to Oxford Community Schools back, sadly, that day where the mass shooting happened there. We know that the schools Oxford has put out some information as well, a statement. They said that their team is diligently working to put supports in place for our students, graduates, staff, parents, and the community at this point. We'll send further communications, but in addition, they said the Oxford Resiliency Center has added staff and will be open from 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. on February 14th, Tuesday. That's tomorrow. More information will be posted. That's coming from the superintendent of Oxford Community Schools. They said they're taken aback by the tragic news from Michigan State University. They know this is going to be a huge impact on the community, many who have lived through what happened, obviously, at Oxford's campus, and then watching what's unfolding at Michigan State University. So they're going to continue to be there for students if they need any sort of assistance mentally, emotionally, psychologically. They seem to be prepared for that. Right now you're looking at some additional video that we received from apartment on the campus of Michigan State University. This is overseeing Grand River it was, and there were some students, there was groups of people running, it appeared. Right now we're back to live pictures. It does seem that there is not, although there is a large police presence on the campus right now, that there doesn't seem as much of an urgency. It seems as if there are people who have been, students have been taken to safety, or they're able to shelter in place at this point, and police are just monitoring the situation as they work to track down that suspect. And really only thing we're being told is he's wearing a mask and that he is short and he is armed and he is dangerous. So police actively searching for that that individual. We have some sound we want to have you listen to that came from a student earlier today about what they saw when this unfolded.
So my friends and I, we were doing a little bit thing for Valentine's Day, and so we went to the store, went to Kroger, went to Michael's. As we're going down, we're on off of Division Street, Grand Rivers, 2 blocks away. Across the street, the hall, Berkey Hall. As we're pulling out, we see 20 plus cop cars all over the place. It was just insane, a little curious. Start going down Grand River towards the Kroger, towards the Michaels, and from Lansing, 7, 8, 9 cop cars going all over the place. And obviously, as we got the MSU alerts, active shooter, whatever, run, hide, fight, we kind of turned on the news, everything, and heard more and more cop cars. We saw an armored vehicle on the road as well. It was just insane, and heard the helicopters and everything.
There you have Fox News' Jessica Dupnack talking to a student as we take a live look right now. We are moments away from a news conference. Our own Randy Wimbley is live right now in a few moments, where he'll be bringing us that news conference with law enforcement as they talk about what unfolded on the campus of Michigan State University. What we know right now is that multiple people were shot on the campus of Michigan State University beginning at 8:18 p.m. inside of Berkey Hall. About 40 minutes later at the IM East, the intramural building, about a 20-minute walk away. There was yet reports of another shooting taking place. Police believe there is only one shooter. There is no report that that shooter has been apprehended at this time. At this point, that suspect is still at large. All we know is that that person is short and wearing a mask. Wayne County Sheriff Raphael Washington telling Fox 2 just moments ago that we are in touch with Colonel Gasper of MSP. Michigan State Police, remember, they're like one of the lead investigators here. The umbrella group who's, kind of checking everything out and making sure that they can glean on the resources of other law enforcement agents, including the Wayne County Sheriff's Office, and they say they are on standby. The Wayne County Sheriff's Office is likely heading to Lansing soon to assist. Chief James White with Detroit Police also on standby as well. The two agencies working together, and right now we have a student, Perry, who's on the phone right now, and he is. And if we have to break away from Perry to bring you the news, if we have to break away from the phone interview, then we will, but we want to get him on the line because he's inside of Brody Hall right now. Let's see. And
right now we are hearing from Jessica Dupnack right now. She is, we're still expecting the 11 o'clock presser. We are waiting right now to be able to take it live. We know our crews are walking into the area right now where Michigan State Police is giving a live update on what's going on. We know that we're going to be able to bring it to you live as soon as that takes place. They're going to police there at MSU's campus going to give an update. We know that there several people has been injured. We're waiting to find out more details on the exact amount of injuries. Right now you can see that is where the press conference will take place. Media have gathered in order to get the information out to the public, and hopefully we'll find out more about a possible suspect and whether that person is in custody yet. But in the meantime, you have someone on the phone, Rube.
We do. That person is about to join us on the phone. They're inside of Brody Hall right now, just trying to, figure out exactly where they're going, what they're doing. But they're currently their phone is down, but they'll be calling me, I think, shortly to give us an idea as to what's going on inside of that hall. But we can tell you that several students we've talked to, they've told us that, look, you know what, the ones that have been able to report back are saying that it was a little chaotic. They were taken out of certain buildings. For instance, inside of the IM East, they were removed from that building, told to come with law enforcement who are armed. And the press conference, I believe, is starting right now. Take a listen. I believe they're actually testing the microphone.
Provide you with the most accurate and updated information. We will not be taking questions at this time, but we will provide another update in an hour. So at midnight, same time, same spot, we will be giving you an additional update. Rozman is spelled R-O-Z-M-A-N.
So we are very saddened to report that there has been an incident on the campus of Michigan State University. There has been shots fired and a shooting in multiple locations near campus. Please understand that the information that we're sharing right now is preliminary. Our priority right now is the safety of our students and our campus. The information that we're sharing may change,
but we are going to be as transparent as we can and share as much information as we can, but that information may change as it's preliminary. This incident started this evening around 8:18 p.m. at Berkey Hall on campus. We received multiple 911 calls of a shooting inside Berkey Hall. Numerous officers responded. We were quickly on scene within minutes, and there we did locate several victims of a shooting. The incident did move to a building in close proximity, the Michigan State University Union building, where there was another report of a shooting immediately following the first incident. Police and emergency responders acted quickly. We tended to the victims at both of those scenes, and there was an overwhelming law enforcement response to campus to help with this situation. I can confirm that there were at least 5 victims. All 5 victims were transported to the hospital. Some of those victims do have life-threatening injuries. The suspect in this incident, and we believe there to be one suspect, was last seen leaving the MSU Union on foot out of the north side of that building. We are just receiving surveillance footage of that suspect that we will be releasing shortly. Initial information is that the suspect is a black male, shorter in stature, wearing red shoes, a jean jacket, and a ball cap. And we will follow up with additional descriptors of that suspect. Community members on and off campus should remain sheltered in place. We immediately launched our emergency notification system and advised the entire MSU campus to shelter in place as this suspect is still outstanding. For people on campus, please do not come to campus. I can't say that enough. For parents, we understand. I can only imagine the emotion that's involved right now. It's going to help us, and it's going to help our response, and it's going to help us identify the shooter, the less people that are on campus at this point. Please do not come to campus. We are doing everything we can to ensure the safety of our campus and all of our students. We currently have hundreds of police officers and law enforcement officials, state, local, and federal, on campus working in a coordinated effort to ensure the safety of campus and identify and apprehend the suspect. All campus activities will be canceled for the next 48 hours, including sporting events, classes, and all campus-related activities. Please follow our Twitter page for updates. We are sharing live updates at that location. I can't stress this enough. You're probably hearing a lot of information and misinformation right now from social media, the scanner, calls that we're receiving that are not accurate. We strongly encourage you to follow the accurate information source, and we will continue to provide as many updates and accurate updates as we can. There has been false reports of additional shootings. There has been false reports of the suspect seen in numerous different locations. Those reports are not accurate. Please follow us for accurate information. As I said, we're very early on in this investigation. It remains ongoing, and we are going to continue to meet back here and provide updates on the hour. We wanted to provide as much accurate information as possible right now, and we will continue to do that moving forward. As I said, information is very preliminary at this point, and we are working very hard to gather that information, to accurately get it out to our community, to students, to parents, and to everybody who needs that information. Please know that the safety and security of this campus and our students is our absolute priority at this point. We will meet back here at midnight for an additional update. We will push out some information, including a photograph of the suspect that we just obtained immediately following this briefing. Thank you, and we'll see you back here in an hour.
You all are welcome to be here.
Guys, Michigan State Police with a news conference just wrapping up, saying that a photo is coming soon of this suspect. We know that 5 people have been shot on the campus of Michigan State.
And we want to, now we have some official word about what actually happens. We want to walk you through the specifics coming from police. Of course, they did say this is preliminary information, but we do know, as we reported at Berkey Hall at 8:18, there was multiple 911 calls that came in because there was a shooting inside Berkey Hall. There were multiple victims. Police say the suspect then moved to the Union and opened fire inside the Union Hall. Others shot as well. There's a total of 5 victims with life-threatening injuries. They were taken to the hospital. He said there was, quote, an overwhelming police presence that responded to both scenes, the 5 victims, and transporting them to the hospital. That suspect was last seen at the MSU Union, left on the north side on foot, and they have been working to track down this individual ever since. They do have surveillance video, as Roop mentioned. They are working to get that out, but this is the brief description that we know at this point. This was an individual, short in stature. They said a black man with red shoes, a red jacket, or jean jacket rather, and a ball cap, and that he is armed and he's dangerous. They are working to track him down as we speak. They also went on to say that please don't pay attention to there have been many reports, Roop, of multiple areas where these shootings have taken place. At this point, we know that it's just the Union, he had mentioned, and Berkey Hall.
That's right, and we should stress that right now the students that are on campus are being held in safe places right now. On the phone with us right now is a young man named Perry. He's inside of Brody Hall. Perry, we just got a briefing from the police, and we'll repeat it for those who are watching and also for you on the phone, that they believe that 5 people were shot on the campus of Michigan State University, some in critical condition at Berkey Hall and also Union as well. They have a suspect picture that they're going to be releasing very soon of a young man who's short in stature, red shoes, jeans, and a ball cap, appears to be a black male. This is what we know so far. You're inside of Brody Hall, Perry. What is it that you're being told? And tell us what happened tonight as this unfolded in your experience.
Well, right now we're on lockdown here. We're being told to stay in our dorms. We have the doors locked. We're told that door access is not available right now, so people cannot get into the dorms unless they're police escorted. And we're told that one of the suspects wearing a white hoodie has been walking around and is just passed near Armstrong Hall. So the suspects are still at large, and we don't really know where they are right now. So we're just hanging low here and staying in our dorms.
Well, just so you know, and if you can spread the word over there at Brody Hall, because when young people look, as you know, Perry, and I don't want to be the old guy in the room saying this, but look just at social media and those police scanners, you hear a lot of reports that aren't true. But what we do know is true right now is that there is one suspect. That one suspect was last seen leaving Union Hall, and that happened after another shooting at Union Hall, wearing red shoes, jeans, a ball cap, short in stature. And that is something that we want to make sure that you can tell your friends at Brody Hall, that some of the scanner traffic, some of these tweets, they're all over the place, and we got to make sure that we're giving good information out there. This just came from Michigan State Police. 5 people shot, some in critical condition. What happened initially when you, where were you at 8:18 p.m., and what did you hear, and how did you know what was going on?
At 8:18 p.m., I was in my car initially, and I got a report via Outlook email that there was a suspected shooter. So then I went up to my dormitory to take shelter.
And when you got there, were you told, I know you were getting text messages, what were some of those text messages? What did they tell you, and what did some of the students tell you? Were they worried initially, or was there a general sense of calm that it wasn't happening right in your dorm?
Well, in the beginning, we actually thought it might have been a false alarm, but later on, we got 2 more reports that there were shots fired. And then we were quite confident that it was real. Of course, it was happening on the other end of campus, so we thought that we were probably safe. But we got a lot of reports. Most of them were probably false reports that they were nearby. And from then on, we were very much on edge.
I'll tell you, Perry, I know that as soon as something like this happens, however large that campus seems at first, becomes a pretty tight, small community. So clearly this is something that affected people so much so. Even if the building where this happened was across the other way of campus, when you know someone's out there on the loose, it can really be scary, can't it?
Yeah, it can.
Well,
we were all very scared. The general sentiment here is one that's of fright, I would say, generally.
Well,
we're all pretty scared here.
Just know that we're all thinking of you, and please know that we're all praying for safety, and we hope that at some point in this night, that person will be caught. And when that person is caught, you can try your best to resume this day, this night, in a way that at least allows you to have some solace in knowing that the campus is safe. We thank you for joining us today, Perry.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.
All right, and we understand it, and as we have reported, victims have been taken to the Sparrow Hospital, which is located in Lansing. We know that there are 5 that have been wounded with life-threatening injuries, according to police. That's where we're going to join now Randy Wimbley. He's standing by at Sparrow Hospital with the very latest. Randy, what else can you tell us at this point?
That guy's the media relations director here at Sparrow Hospital just told us that they do, in fact, have 5 people who were transported here after the shootings at MSU. He would not elaborate on their conditions or how they're doing at the moment, but as we heard from MSU PD just a few moments ago, they had life-threatening injuries, but the hospital is not commenting on the status and the conditions of those victims right now, or if they are expecting more victims to be brought in after this shooting. 5 people were hurt. The suspect still very much at large. The media relations director here at Sparrow said that he would come back out and give us some more information, but no word, nothing of a more formal briefing, if you will. But again, 5 victims were taken here to Sparrow Hospital, according to MSU PD, life-threatening injuries. The suspect, as you mentioned, as you guys know, still at large.
All right, Randy Wimbley for us live. Randy, when you take a look at the scene right now behind you, you have a lot of media from all over the place converging. 5 people shot. We understand, I know the Sparrow folks aren't telling you the conditions, but law enforcement say some critical. It just breaks your heart, because these are young people who are caring about their day today, caring about their evening.
And that's exactly right. No one thought that when they woke up this morning, something like this would occur. And so everyone here just still sort of wrapping their heads around the horrific tragedy that unfolded earlier this evening and sort of coming to terms with it, as we are as well. 5 people injured. Their condition or their injuries severe, according to MSU PD.
Randy Wimbley for us live. We'll be checking in with you again just in a few moments here. But by the way, the next update is coming up at midnight, in less than an hour here. So stay tuned for that here on Fox 2.
And right now, though, we're going to talk to Jessica Dupnack. She was live inside that press conference, and she's joining us now with the details. Jessica.
Yeah, hi. We are at what is being called a safe space here on campus, where all the media is gathering. Just wrapped up there talking to the MSU Deputy Chief Chris Rosman. He got up to the microphone and immediately broke down in tears, trying to hold it together, calling this a sad day here in East Lansing. So a little recap I know we've been giving you, but if you're just kind of tuning in here, 8:18 is when the first shots were fired over at Berkey Hall on campus. Police immediately responded there. Then there the reports shortly after nearby the MSU Union. Right now, police are confirming 5 injured. As you heard from my colleague there, Randy, they have been taken to Sparrow Hospital. Let's take a listen into the deputy chief and what he had to say about those victims.
I can confirm that there were at least 5 victims. All 5 victims were transported to the hospital. Some of those victims do have life-threatening injuries. The suspect in this incident, and we believe there to be one suspect, was last seen leaving the MSU Union on foot out of the north side of that building. We are just receiving surveillance footage of that suspect that we will be releasing shortly. Initial information is that the suspect is a black male, shorter in stature, wearing red shoes, a jean jacket, and a ball cap. And we will follow up with additional descriptors of that suspect.
Right now, there's literally hundreds of law enforcement officers sprawled across campus, and they are looking for that shooter who is still on the loose right now. Students, as we've been hearing throughout the night, still being asked to shelter in place. I talked to a student earlier who is at Hubbard Hall. He had the dresser in front of his doorway, and all the lights were off, and really just trying to distract himself, keeping in touch with family and friends. Speaking of that, parents are being asked not to come to campus, although on the way here, a lot of heavy traffic on 96, meaning a lot of parents are heading to MSU. But police are asking that parents refrain from coming to campus. They have a job to do, and of utmost importance right now is making sure they get that suspect in custody. Again, a vague description is a shorter black male with red shoes, a jean jacket, and a ball cap. Last seen leaving the second scene at the MSU Union, heading north on foot. But again, students sheltering in place. We are expected to get another briefing from the chief here, deputy chief, in a little while at midnight, and in between now and then hopefully getting a picture of the suspect. We're told there is video of that suspect. They'll be grabbing a still image, and we will of course put it out to you as soon as we can, because at this point, regardless of how many officers are out here, it's definitely going to take community tips and that kind of thing to really put this man in custody and give folks some sense of peace. Send it back to you guys for now.
Jessica, when you hear the description, and by the way, we're about to get that picture on TV in just a few moments here, but you hear about the picture, jean jacket, you hear, red shoes, a ball cap. At some point here, someone's going to see this guy. Someone saw this guy already, and it's just a matter of time. You've covered the police beat for years. It's going to take people who have to call the tip line right away, right? Jessica, I think we lost Jessica there, but it's going to take that effort to get people who are on campus who may have seen this person, or anybody who understands that this person may be somewhere. They should call police immediately.
And right now we're getting a look ourselves. We're going to put it out to you as soon as possible, just in moments, really, of this suspect. They were able to get video of this individual. It looks like he's walking in a hallway of one of the buildings on the campus, wearing a cap, a navy cap, a tan rim on that cap, a jean jacket, dark colored pants, and red shoes. Now, when they talked about a mask, it appears that it was just covering his mouth, and then you can see the upper side of his face, the individual's face. That is on there as well.
You can see something in the picture that we'll show you in just a few moments here. We're literally just about a minute away or so, I hope, to get this picture on TV. But when you see the picture, you'll see he's holding something that appears to be a weapon. But of course, that's up to law enforcement to determine. It's a bit blurry, but as you say, the jean jacket, the red shoes, the ball cap, pretty clear when you look at the picture. Once it starts going viral and being shared on campus, if someone saw something, someone saw this guy running somewhere, listen, it may not be right there on campus anymore, but perhaps somewhere in the Lansing, East Lansing area, that's where it's going to really be useful to have this picture out there for those folks who are on social media. Go to the MSU police Twitter site, find that picture and retweet it.
Okay, and thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Our team at Fox 2 in Detroit is doing a really good job of recapping everything that we know so far. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks for being with us here as we cover this breaking news out of East Lansing, Michigan State University. You just heard our team at Fox 2 talking about that suspect picture. We now have it. I want to pull it up here as we heard from police just moments ago talking about what we know regarding this shooting so far. You can see in this photo here what the suspect looks like as he is still on the loose right now. So police describe him as a black male, shorter in stature, red shoes, jean jacket. He was wearing a baseball cap that's navy with a lighter brim. So that is the image there. A little bit of a better look at his shoes as well as we remove the banner there for you to get a good look at the suspect. And we heard them recapping a little bit about what we know so far as well, but also just want to go through it again in case you are just joining us as we're following this breaking news out of East Lansing. We know that 5 people have been transported to a hospital following this shooting, the shooting that happened at multiple locations throughout Michigan State University's campus. Police saying that some of the victims are in life-threatening condition. Police acted quickly. They said they got to the scene within minutes. They tended to victims at both of the scenes that they were called to, and that there's one suspect. They say there's a lot of misinformation going on right now, a lot of rumors circulating on social media, but they want people to just follow what they're saying, any information that they're confirming, and that is that they are looking for one suspect. Again, that image here as we pull it up again of what the suspect is wearing as that suspect is still on the loose. So we are expecting another update here in about a half hour or so, hoping to be able to bring you more information then as soon as we hear from police. Now, again, our team at Fox 2 Detroit has reporters on the ground throughout Michigan State University's campus in different areas covering this extensively for us as we're waiting to see any new developments as they hopefully are able to find the suspect and bring him into custody. One of our reporters and colleagues at Fox 2 Detroit did talk with some students and people who were there in East Lansing at the time that all of this was happening. I want to play out what they had to say now here for you on Live Now from Fox.
20 plus cop cars all over the place. It was just insane, you know, a little curious. Start going down Grand River towards the Kroger, towards the Michaels, and from Lansing, 7, 8, 9 cop cars going all over the place. And obviously, as we got the MSU alerts, you know, active shooter, whatever, run, hide, fight, we kind of turned on the news, everything, and heard more and more cop cars. We saw an armored vehicle on the road as well. It was just insane, and heard the helicopters and everything.
What's going through your mind, man, when you're seeing all of this?
I mean, it's scary, yeah. Like, it's totally unannounced, you know. It's the day before Valentine's Day. You have no clue. We're just trying to do something. Everyone's probably, you know, going out to eat late night or whatever else, and we see people running across the street as we're going there. It's just, you know, chaotic. It's very scary. I mean, I still got chills down my spine right now.
Do you know of anybody, any of your friends that are hurt at all?
No, luckily I reached out to all my friends from Dearborn and everything, reaching out to me, making sure I'm safe. I'm making sure all our other friends are safe. At MSU, my little brother, he's in the dorms in Hubbard, which is, you know, where some activities going on, but we make sure he's safe and, you know, everyone's safe that I know.
What did he say to you? What's it like in Hubbard right now?
I mean, he was taking some videos. It's complete lockdown. He hears screams, people running across the street as he's looking down. He's on the 9th floor, luckily, so you know, he's got a little bit of buffer, a little bit of area to make sure no one can get up to him. But yeah, screams. I mean, he's scared as well. We told him to put his dresser in front of his door, make sure no one can come out. And it's just that area right there. I mean, that's where the suspects are. It's chaotic.
You guys have seen active shooter. This is the world that you all grew up in, but now it's real. Yeah, and I mean, this is something, you know, you always hear it in the news, and like, it was just a normal day, like we said, normal night. We're going out, and you know, it's a real thing. It's scary. I mean, we're lucky we were, you know, on the road driving away, making sure everyone's safe, but it's a scary world. You know, some messed up people as well. Thank you so much. You did amazing. Thank you. Did you guys want to look right at me? Say and spell your first and last name for me.
I'm Olivia Murray. Spell first and last. OLIVIAMURRAY.
And what year are you?
I'm a junior.
Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I mean, terrified. I was saying to my friends in the car, like, I haven't been able to like stop like getting this like shivering feeling like out of me since I heard what first was happening. And it's so terrifying because today we had chapter, and you know, a lot of girls are walking home to their dorms, and we have so many girls, and it's so scary hearing all of them saying they're like underneath their bed and they're barricading their doors and like crying. They hear screaming, and it's just like a really terrible feeling.
When you left campus, was it just total chaos?
Yeah, there were police cars everywhere, and I mean, luckily we were going in the opposite direction, but we didn't know what it was at the time when we were driving away. But I mean, there was so much commotion. It was definitely scary.
Have you checked in with folks, anybody that's hurt that you know of?
No one that I know of that's hurt, thank goodness, but I've been checking on everybody I know. Everyone's been checking on me from home and stuff, which is really nice, but no one hurt that I know of.
How good does it feel to be away from that right now and just safe?
Very, very grateful to even be like living off campus. Very, very grateful, and to be surrounded by my friends.
Thank you so much, honey. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just talked to Marshall a few minutes ago.
I got the boys. We're at the courtyard in Okemos. We're safe. I'm keeping them here.
Tom, just saying first and last, so we got it.
Tom, T-O-M, last name T as in Tom, A, F's in Frank, E as in Edward, L Larry, S-K-I.
Tell me who you got at campus.
So I have a couple, my two sons, two of my three sons are at Michigan State. I have a senior and then a freshman, and then I have a junior that's at Central Michigan, and we got together for dinner. I was kind of dropping off, tightening up some last minute things, and as I went to get on 96, 1, 2, 3, 4, I thought, okay, maybe it's just a terrible accident, and then 5, 6, and then a stream of, red lights heading westbound to get off at the Okemos exit. So
as a dad, you're sitting there thinking this ain't normal.
Yeah, and just kind of knowing the way society is nowadays, unfortunately, you're like, it's not a bad accident, it's something else. And my heart goes out to, I was fortunate enough to be right here, and I flipped around and said, hey, I'm just going to grab the ones that I can't. My one son can't get back to his place because it's kind of right there at off of Grand River, so we're going to put him up in the hotel tonight, and then my other one is still in one of the dorms. I'd like to be able to get him, but he's safe and he's okay. The lights are off inside his hall, his doors barricaded, but my heart goes out to obviously the families and the parents that can't be with their kids up here at Michigan State.
Tom, those conversations with your boy that's in Hubbard right now, what are you telling him? What do you say in this situation?
Well, no parent wants to do it, obviously, but it's, be safe, keep your head down, shut the lights off, just stay calm. Diversion, listen to your iPad or iPod, put your headphones on, do something, try not to think about it. But obviously he's sending photos and pictures of kids running across campus, and the one thing there is a ton of rumors, and until we actually have the facts, that's what creates kind of the panic and the emotions, and that's the terrible part of things like this. Unfortunately, there were some pictures circulating around. Hopefully they're not true, but I fear they are. So
the fact that he hasn't been brought into custody at this point, he or whoever the shooters are, I mean, that's alarming. That has to be alarming for you. You're sitting here safe, but you're just thinking, I'm sure, what's going on a few miles away.
Yeah, and I praise the law enforcement so many times. They're on the other end of what's happening in society, but these are the times you need those men and women that'll come out and actually go after somebody like this to keep our children safe and your children safe. So I just hope that the law enforcement, I know I heard the U.S. Marshals were coming in. I know there's helicopters we can see coming around. I mean, a lot of reports. I just hope that everything happens tonight and, life gets back to what kind of normal there can be over the next couple days up here in Lansing, in East Lansing.
We hear it all the time, the school now part of an awful club that you do not want to be a part of.
Yeah, and And again, my heart goes out to, the Michigan State community, those parents that have kids up there. Hopefully everybody is talking to kids. I know they're, from just listening to people, were some holding areas where they were bringing survivors and they were bringing witnesses. So, but it seemed like a very calculated event tonight, which is so unfortunate.
You guys staying put in Okemos at the hotel here?
Yeah, I mean, I'll stay here and get a few rooms at a couple I have a lot of friends that are calling me that their kids are going. There's a group of kids from high school that went up here, and I just said I'm around, but I don't think I'll be able to get to them because they're locked in their dorm rooms, obviously. But just the minute I can, if they need me to, got a big car, we'll bring them back, and they'll need a lot of hugs.
It's just terrifying to hear from all of these people who have loved ones on campus, students there, all of these horrifying moments that they have been dealing with as police continue to search for this suspect. I think one of the most devastating things that I've seen on Twitter so far has been a student who was standing in an area where they were holding students off wearing an Oxford Strong sweatshirt, and it's just terrifying to know that some of these students who went through a mass shooting not that long ago in Michigan, in Oxford, Michigan, are now students at Michigan State University going through this all over again. It's just incredibly scary. And we've been talking between our Fox 2 team and our team here at LiveNOW from Fox. We've been talking to students on Michigan State University's campus as well. I've been in contact with one who has been hiding in a classroom with other students and a professor, talking with her, saying that two of her classmates that she was with were in the Union, not far from where that initial report of shots fired came in at Berkey Hall, saying that everyone is just in shock, terrified. I mean, it's exactly what you would expect if you were, God forbid, in that type of situation. So we are constantly in contact with students as they are still hiding out, still waiting for an update from police, as police have been reminding people to remain sheltered in place. Let's listen to another MSU alum who spoke with Fox 2 Detroit on what they had to say.
Right now is just fear. My roommates and I have secured our whole apartment right now. But today's the anniversary of the Stoneman Douglas High School shooting. So it's kind of just bringing me back to where I was from there. I was just talking with my manager recently that it feels like it's getting closer and closer in. And it's too close. It's too close right now. I'm fearing right now. I don't know what's going on. Nobody knows what's going on. I have a friend who was going from his resident hall to go study with some friends on the other side of campus. I'm texting him right now. He's sheltering in place in one of the cafeterias.
And he just touched on it there, too, a reminder that tomorrow marks the 5-year anniversary since the mass shooting at in Parkland, Florida, where 17 people were killed, 17 others injured at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. So these occurrences are becoming, unfortunately, all too common as we're continuing to follow this yet again, another breaking news mass shooting story, this time out of East Lansing, Michigan, on Michigan State University's campus. Pull up this picture again of the suspect that police are still searching for. They described him as a black male, shorter, wearing a jean jacket, as you can see here, with red shoes. He's wearing a ball cap, and he is armed and dangerous. That's why they are telling everyone to remain sheltering in place. At least 5 victims taken to the hospital. Police responding to the scene within minutes, providing that first update that we just got at 11 o'clock Eastern time, expecting that next update in less than 30 minutes at midnight Eastern time. So we'll bring that to you as soon as that feed comes in here. We're also getting some live looks here. This is a live look outside of the hospital. We have our cameras rolling there. We also have a live look here at a police presence at another part on campus here. And just continuing to follow any news that's coming out of this. You could even hear from the police officer that we heard from at 11 o'clock during that first press briefing. You could see him getting noticeably emotional and choked up as he talked about this terrifying situation that's now happening in his area, in his home area on campus where so many families have loved ones who are near that area. A massive university at Michigan State, which also makes this search for the suspect that much more difficult. Also reminding the public to not believe all of these rumors that are circulating on social media, that they will provide that next update at midnight Eastern time, and that there's a lot of misinformation out there. So again, they are still just searching for that one suspect, and that is the photo of him there. So we're going to check back in with our Fox 2 team now, who is live during their newscast. Again, they're doing a really great job of covering everything in this breaking news situation with reporters on the ground in different areas as we continue to bring you all of the updates here. And here we go. We have another update that we are just getting right now from MSU police. There have been 3 confirmed fatalities. This is in addition to the 5 victims who have been transported to the hospital. So MSU police, public safety, sharing that information there. I'm sure we're going to hear more about this in any new details and new information in the next 20 minutes or so when they provide us that next update. So let's listen back in here to our Fox 2 team as they are live on the air right now.
Hospital, just getting word of these 3 fatalities and 5 others hurt on the campus of Michigan State University. There are no words to even put into perspective how hard that is to hear, and of course for the parents out there who are watching this right now.
Well, hopefully the picture of that suspect is circulating on social media, and this person is going to be caught soon. But like we've said, this is a very large campus, so it's going to be challenging for law enforcement.
Yeah, and police, as you were speaking with Sheriff Bouchard, I was speaking with Lieutenant Shaw. Pretty soon the police are going to outnumber the number of students there with just the sheer force that they're doing. And they're working in conjunction. They train for these scenarios, right?
Sure.
So you have multiple agencies that have to figure out who's the lead agency, figure out where we're going to stage and treat the injured, where are we going to make sure that these areas are clear, who's going to filter through all the social media reports, because as we were reporting earlier, there were many different scenes. Well, it turns out there really weren't. There was just a few. There's a coordinated effort that has to take place, and at the same time, they have to eliminate this threat, and that's priority 1.
And he was last seen, this individual, this is the suspect right there. The police just released that image. He was last seen leaving the Union Hall where the second shooting took place, north on foot. So we know that police have brought in canines to be able to track this person. Hopefully that will, certainly aid in their search, but that's where he was last seen as he was fleeing the scene.
This picture is probably, this is someone who, if this person is indeed responsible for this, is someone who we wish we never had to see again. But this is a picture that's critically important at this hour in the investigation to share as much as possible. If you have a phone and you have Twitter, if you have TikTok, if you have Facebook, if you have Instagram, find a way to share this picture because you don't know who's going to see it. Right now, Nerve Central is East Lansing and Lansing. This person was last seen running away from the union, the student union building. This person is somewhere in that area. They couldn't have gone that far. So the question is, where is this individual now, and how can all of us as a community help work to find this person and bring him to justice? Because that's right now what police want to do.
Yes, unfortunately, 5 hurt in this shooting, some life-threatening injuries. 3 others have been killed in this mass shooting on the campus of Michigan State University. Multiple police agencies on scene monitoring as they continue to look for the person responsible.
Dave Spencer, all of us, of course, remember so well, sadly, the Oxford shooting. You just finished talking to a mom whose child had to witness now this and that as well. You think a little bit about preparation and what law enforcement does to make sure that people can be safe. Ultimately, it seems almost impossible in some way to stop someone who wants to do that kind of harm on a campus this big.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's a giant campus. We've all been there, we've all experienced it, and you remember what it's like navigating it at night. He has the advantage of knowing where he's going and knowing the campus fairly well, we can assume. it's really hard then for the coordinated effort, which they are working to right now, to kind of box him in and figure out where this person is and make sure he doesn't leave and cause any more chaos. And obviously that's priority one.
We should mention that the interesting part about what the Oakland County Sheriff's Department and other agencies are deploying as they arrive there, and I'm sure they probably have by now, are thermal reading drones. Look, that basically means these things can see in the dark.
Yeah.
Drones that can be put up in the air and they can detect, as you can imagine, the infrared green imagery of the heat of a body being seen from these images. That's what they're hoping to do around this area. How they're going to use that, how they're going to get together and say, hey, who goes where? Let's figure this out.
Right.
We do know that every resource possible, as the sheriff said earlier, the world is heading to East Lansing.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, maybe we can bring up that image again. Still a lot of questions about this, and hopefully we'll find out in the coming days of this investigation. But when you see somebody like this who's wearing a mask, who's come prepared, why Berkey Hall? Why the Union Hall? What was behind this? What would make someone take such a hateful, destructive act to the campus of Michigan State University? What was in the mind of this individual? It's quite scary to think about it, but we need to get this person in custody. You can see the hat, the jean jacket with a Sherpa shearling collar, red shoes, jeans, a mask that covers up around his nose, and it appears some sort of vest or backpack, and I'm not really sure. I can't tell very well.
I think you make a good point about, you know, looking at motive and trying to figure out who may have been involved with something some kind of an altercation that could have happened. But beyond that, it is so hard, even with this picture though, outside of, you know, the jacket and the jeans and the red shoes, but the face itself is covered. And so you talk about the mask, you're looking at only half of a face, and even the other half kind of covered a little bit with the hat. You can't even tell the age of the person, really. You can't even tell much about the suspect. But again, you know, when you look at a campus, it's interesting when you look at how law enforcement sees this. They say, wait, someone saw something somewhere. And they are looking at surveillance cameras, no doubtedly right now, around the campus to see where this person could have ran off.
And all the more important then to heed what the police are telling people, to shelter in place and not go out there and you know, get in the way and as they're trying to hunt this person down. If you listen to them, if you stay where you are sheltering in place, they're more likely then to be able to track him down and take him into custody.
Absolutely, because they're gathering tips right now, information about the suspect, and that's coming in, and then they'll be able to concentrate on a specific area. And if there's an individual, a student, let's say, that's in the way of that, that is going to create a problem for law enforcement. So they're able to narrow their search field down and be able to hone in on the suspect if they have enough information from the public, and if there's, it's a clear area, and they're able to use, as Root mentioned, what the sheriff talked about, the drones, infrared cameras, you know, we have the K9s, they have the trucks, armored vehicles, they have the weapons, they have what's necessary. They just need to be able to have the proper information and the people out of the way to find them.
We do have a student who's joining us again, a young man who's been joining us throughout this evening to talk a little bit about what he's seeing now. He's in an apartment complex not far from the IM building, that intramural building east. And Jordan, thank you for taking our call. I know you were sheltering in place inside your apartment. You've obviously learned about the fact that 5 people were hurt, 3 students, apparently students we believe, are dead on the campus of Michigan State University after this shooting. I just have to ask you, as you learn about this and, you know, you're talking to other people on campus, give us an update as to, you know, what you're doing right now and where you are.
Yeah, right now I'm still sheltering in place in my apartment, along with my roommate. Everything is locked down. We're just kind of watching the news. We're also following along with the MSU Police Department alerts that we get via text message. Obviously, you know, my heart goes out to the families of the 3 fatalities. And like I was telling you earlier, we're a Spartan community. We stick together. We are one big family here. So when this hurts 3 people, 3 families, it hurts all of us. So definitely thinking about those people as well as the victims in the hospital at this time.
I'm with David Spencer and Taryn Asher, 2 other anchor reporters who are with us right now, and they also have their microphones open, so we'll allow them to ask some questions as well.
We've been talking just about the police presence here, and I was just curious to see from your vantage point as you kind of survey the scene from where you are, if you're noticing any sort of movement at all, or if, is it pretty much everybody's gotten their position and are staying there?
Yeah, so obviously I won't disclose the location of where I am right now for safety, but from what I can see, at least from my area, I do not see any cop cars just based on my location. We have been hearing helicopters overhead, an occasional police car. I will say the main road by where I am is blocked off. But my apartment complex, I would say, is a pretty big area, and normally, there's cars always driving people out. It has, ever since we got that text, it has been very silent. Everyone has their lights off, blinds shut. We have not heard movement from anyone in the apartment complex. So it's definitely a very interesting and yet eerie sight to see.
Yeah, so it does sound like people are adhering to the shelter-in-place order then.
Yeah, everyone is not moving right now. I have friends that are on campus right now, and they're still waiting to be cleared out as well. Obviously, I don't want to bombard them with text messages of getting periodic updates, but yeah, everyone's kind of just staying put until we hear something from university officials.
And we're curious about that as well. How have you been informed by the university about what is going on?
So there's a couple different ways that students are being informed. The first is through the text message system. So the Michigan State University Police Department has a text message system, set up for anyone that wants to sign up for it. So that's the most immediate thing that we've been seeing. Additionally, on Twitter, MSU PD and Public Safety has been tweeting out information as well. So we've been following that as well. It seems like a lot of students are pretty cognizant, pretty aware of the misinformation that's out there. So a lot of students are primarily focused on the text message system as well as tweets from MSU PD.
Well, because I think that's so critically important. Wouldn't you say, Jordan, right now the search is on for a suspect we're showing on TV right now wearing a jean jacket, dark pants, red shoes, a baseball cap, short in stature. This is important to show this picture, not to share random pictures that will kind of throw people off and look for the wrong things, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, as soon as the press conference was over, every single person that I know that has some relation to the MSU community was sharing out this picture. So it's definitely getting around on social media right now. A lot of people are looking at it right now. People are posting it on as many social media platforms as they can. So hopefully this guy is caught soon.
I know that this is going to take a while to sink in. It's still shocking for everybody involved, but you learned about the fact that it's not just 5 people hurt, but 5 people hurt and 3 people dead. It is almost impossible to frame that in your head, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's. I was just talking about it with my roommate earlier. It's very hard to conceptualize. I mean, hours ago we were walking around on campus. It was a beautiful day out. Everybody was out walking, hammocking. I mean, doing everyday college things. And the next thing you know, we see this. We see this going on, and we're getting these alerts. So it's very hard for us to process right now. I'm still having a very tough time processing. But thankfully, I have a really good support system around me. My parents are checking in on me constantly right now. So it's hard to process. It's going to take a while to process. But,
sure,
we're a Spartan community. So.
Well, and with that being said, in your opinion, just watching how this has unfolded the last few hours, how do you feel that the university has handled this and police and do you feel like, do you feel safe? Do you feel informed? Do you feel like that you're in good hands?
Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm safe right now. I feel like I'm in very good hands. I think the university is doing a great job of communicating with everyone. And I'm not sure if you've been aware as well, but the university has a physical emergency alert system that's located throughout campus. It's called the Emergency Green Light System. These are bright green poles that are located all throughout campus as well as in every single resident hall. And so when the alert went out, to my understanding, from what I've heard, that the physical alarm went off throughout campus as well, alerting people to shelter in place and to look at their phones as well.
Jordan, we can't really say enough to really express our real heartfelt sympathy to you and everybody else that's with you tonight. But I just want to let you know that all of us here at Fox 2 are thinking about you and all of your friends and all your family as well. This is a hard day, and I wish you well as we move forward. Be in touch.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hoping for brighter days ahead.
I certainly hope for that with you. Thank you, Jordan, for your time today. Jordan Robinson, one of the graduates of Michigan State University, lived on campus for a number of years, now lives right off campus, still has friends who are sheltering tonight. after hearing about the news that broke at 8:18 p.m. We should tell you in about 9 minutes, there's going to be a news conference in which we're going to hear yet another update. This one's going to be much tougher for the police representative who before was teared up talking about 5 people injured. Now we'll have to report that 3 students had died in addition to 5 who were hurt.
And the deputy chief did tell us during that press conference that there was preliminary information, that it would continue to change. They were going to be as transparent as possible with anything that they received and were able to confirm. Of course, we're all hoping to hear that the suspect has been captured. We will definitely know more, like Bruce said, in about 7 minutes or so. But in the meantime, there's parents like the ones you spoke with.
Jennifer, right?
And it's truly, we say nightmare, but this is what we're describing.
And the nightmare is ongoing. We're so used to these mass shootings happening in a confined school. I mean, for better or worse, they happen and then they end rather quickly. This one is continuing on for now hour 3 with still no end in sight because this person is still out there. You know, we continue to show the picture, which is important, right? And we need, you know, police need to do their job and everybody needs to listen to them. Don't go out and try to be part of the story. Don't try to get your own information and end up getting in the way because they need to stop this person. That needs to happen first.
That's so important. I think you're so right, your perspective about buildings. When there's an active shooter in a building in one structure, then there's, you know where the exits are to that building, and you know that that person could have gone one of how many ways.
On a campus, though.
On a campus, though, it literally, and look, I don't want to minimize the fact that these law enforcement agents are there in full force. So when I say full throttle, I mean, you're talking every law enforcement agent from Wayne County Sheriff's Department, Detroit Police on standby, Oakland County Sheriffs, everything that is on the west side of the state, they're ready. One of the students who's on campus right now has
we have him on the line, Eric Sabay. We want to speak with him about what he's seen. Eric, we understand you're on the line. Don't tell us specifically where you are located at this point, but what is your vantage point and what have you experienced as this day really started to unfold?
I've been more in the east neighborhood, so more on the east side of campus, from where everything occurred. And from here, it's been like a lot of police presence, especially here. We had all kinds of police rushing towards our dorm, people being evacuated, people that we saw from our window with their hands over their head, running out of the dorm and just trying to stay safe. We've had police coming through our hallways, knocking on our doors. And it's just been a crazy day. We've been almost under shelter now for about 3 hours, maybe even 4 hours.
When the police knocked on your door, what were they instructing you to do?
Nothing, really. They were just knocking on our door, I guess just checking to make sure if it was closed or not because of the shelter-in-place order.
How long has that been ongoing now? When did they come by?
The police came by maybe around 30 minutes ago, but I've been seeing them through the peephole through my door maybe for the last hour, 2 hours, ever since this all happened pretty much.
Right now, though, as you listen to perhaps what is going on around you, does it seem almost eerily quiet, or is there still a lot of activity that seems to be going on campus right now?
It's more quiet right now from where I'm at, but maybe about an hour and a half ago, we had all kinds of police, maybe 20 cars in front of our dorm building. Like I said, people rushing outside, people just trying to get out because of what we heard on the radio. We've all, everybody, including my roommates, we've just been listening to the radio, just trying to keep updated, trying to know what's going on, trying to figure out what's happening. It's all been so confusing. We keep hearing mixed reports all the time. We have no idea where they are and what to think.
How do you feel now? Do you feel safe?
I feel more safe now. I mean, I've heard reports that they secured the building, but I haven't seen many police in front of our building since, and I don't really know what's happening as of now. Even with what I hear on the news, even with what I hear on the radio, we're still all just very confused and trying to figure out what's going on.
I can tell you that right now, the one thing we do know, there's 2 things that we know right now, and that's that we know that 8 people were shot today. We know 5 of them were hurt, some of them seriously, 3 were killed. We also know that this picture we keep showing on the news is a guy who they really need to get a hold of. We understand he was leaving the student union. To give people an idea of how crowded the student union is on any given night, would you say on a weeknight like tonight? I know when I used to go to school there, it used to be pretty crowded, but I mean, is that usually the case?
Yeah, it usually is pretty crowded at the union. There could be anywhere from like hundreds of kids there to a few. On a night like tonight, maybe, yeah, it could be in the hundreds at the Union. It could be crazy because it's a school night. You know, it's not a weekend. There's kids here, kids that just came back.
Oh,
I'm not entirely sure.
Sure. What is the latest that you have heard from police or the university at this point? Just a shelter in place?
Just a shelter in place is issued to pretty much every kid on campus right now. We're not allowed to leave. We've been told that there's 48 hours of no classes, no activities, nothing. We're just all trying to make sense of it all and trying to figure out what happened or what's going on right now.
All right. Well,
how important, I just want to ask one thing. I mean, it is so important. We heard from another student who said, look, we got to make sure we're sharing the right stuff here. You know, those social media, there's a lot of stuff that's out there. There's false images of people that aren't even involved with the shooting. That's important to keep in mind, that people share the right information, because every moment counts when you're trying to catch someone, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, we have like all kinds of storyboards online, whether it be through like Snapchat or through Instagram, of all kinds of like conflicting news that we're hearing compared to like what we hear on the radio or what we hear on the news. We don't know what to believe. We don't know what's happening. We don't know where they are. And we're just always trying to keep figuring this out. I'm in a dorm right now with 3 of my other roommates, and we're just all trying to figure everything out. We're sitting around trying to listen to everything. It's really scary here. Yeah, this is my other roommate here. Hi, I'm Seth.
Hey there. I'm sorry that you're even dealing with this. We're live on the air here on Fox 2, and we just want to say that our prayers, our thoughts, our concerns are all with you all right now on campus, and we're just so sorry you have to deal with this. Could you tell us where you were when all this unfolded, and how you're doing now?
Well, I was about to head outside of my dorm, and I was with my roommate, and then I got the notification on my group meet from my RA, and he was like, everyone's staying inside. We have like a shooting lockdown. And then we got the MSU email saying that there's an active shooter. So we just locked our door, and we just stayed in. We barricaded our door just in case. And then my roommate actually opened the radio, and we just kept hearing things getting worse and worse. It was getting scary because we started hearing the police outside, and it was just getting louder and louder, and everything started getting confusing once we got on social media. So just a crazy day.
In terms of keeping track of one another on campus, that has to, I imagine the SMS and the text messages are on overload on the campus of Michigan State University. You're just checking on everybody that you know. I can only imagine, even though I'm a few years removed, right, from being in college. I just remember how much you care about your friends, and you think about, oh, what about this person? What about this person? A lot of checking on one another, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I've just been calling my friends pretty much this entire night, trying to figure out where everybody's at, how everybody's doing. I've had maybe dozens and dozens of text messages, mostly just me talking to my mom and to my parents especially, just trying to let them know that everything's going to be fine, hopefully, and that they're going to catch them and everything's going to be okay in the end.
Yeah, I can't imagine what that phone call was like to your parents. I'm sure they were very relieved to hear from you.
Yeah, they were. It was great to talk to them and be able to tell them.
Well, we thank you for your time today. The news conference, thank you very much, both of you, for talking to us on the phone. And please stay with us if you can near your phone. Charge up those batteries, though, too. I know that you'll be texting many more people who are much more important than us in your circles and in your family. But know that we're all praying and thinking about you all on MSU's campus tonight. Thank you. All right, so the news conference was supposed to happen at midnight. There's been a delay. Okay. There's
20 minutes.
A 20-minute delay, and when that news conference happens, you're going to hear some of what you've already heard about 5 people being shot, 3 others dead. At this point, we're just trying to figure out exactly what's going on with the search for the suspect. Sure. And that's perhaps why there's a delay. Perhaps there's some movement in trying to figure out what's going on with that suspect who we keep showing on TV.
Yeah, one would hope that they have narrowed down a location or possibly closer to apprehending him. Some capacity.
And likely they will probably have some additional information. That's why it was delayed. In the meantime, though, we do have the latest information on these numbers. We have it on the screen. There was 5 wounded, 3 dead in the shootings. We know there were 2 separate locations, Berkey Hall, and then it went over to the Union Hall where he also opened fire. It is very sad. All the students are sheltering in place at this point, And we know that there are multiple police agencies, including the FBI and ATF, that are on trying to track this individual down. We are going to get an update likely in about 15 minutes now or so on this person. We're hoping to hear that the suspect has been caught.
You know, there's a worker at the MSU union who wants to remain anonymous who was concerned about the location. He recognized right away when he saw that picture of the suspect, that area where you saw the suspect, the stairwell, and he says, look, that's actually a back loading door facing Grand River Avenue. And so that door that he was leaving from, that stairwell, was facing, according to the person who works there, he recognized it, and he says he's concerned about that doorway always being left unlocked. And he said it's been a concern for some time, and now he's concerned that perhaps that unlocked door could have been a way for this person to get in. Although we should point out that the MSU union is open late into the evening hours.
It's not a dorm. For people that don't know, I mean, we all know because we all went there, but you know, it's a social gathering place with restaurants and a bowling alley, if it still exists. But you know, this is a place where people gather, right? And so it's going to be populated.
But with this, luckily with the surveillance images, they are probably likely able to know, and that's why they did, that he was leaving north side of the building and taking off on foot there because they were able to track the surveillance.
Right, we're just getting the still. They have the video to watch, and they could see, hopefully track his movements better.
And the surveillance that they're showing us, this image, Dave and Taryn, obviously is one image that tells a bigger story, as you say, but they're going to be able to tell not only where he left, but then other surveillance cameras can catch where he was headed from there. That trail of cameras, which is something that didn't exist years and years ago, is really kind of like the
trail,
crumbs, the trail that you're kind of searching as you go and try to find this person. Hopefully they'll say in this 12:20 news conference or so, that's when we believe this will happen, that, hey, this person has been caught. That's what everybody is hoping for. And that would allay some of the immediate concerns that these students and parents have on campus of this person still being out there, because as of now, the suspect is still at large.
Yeah, and you know, another note for all those parents there. I was speaking with Lieutenant Shaw. He says, when you get that message to fight, run, and hide, you're also trained, as students are nowadays, to silence your phone so your ringer doesn't go off. So if you're having trouble getting a hold of a loved one in all the chaos and the panic, they might have silenced their phone and just not remember to turn it back up. And you know, hopefully you are able to get in touch with everybody that you're trying to. But if not, that might be a reason to. Again, just another note to not try and go to this campus. It is locked down for all intents and purposes. You cannot get on it. People are being turned away. We heard a report of a parent that is having to look now for a hotel room because they could not get there. So if that's any indication of how secure it is at this moment, I think that police have a good handle, at least on the campus.
You know, the student union, clearly this suspect isn't anywhere close to the student union right now. It's been well over an hour, I think, since they said, hey, you know, we caught this surveillance video of him at that stairwell. So clearly the search does continue. You think about for a moment the 45,000 plus students who are on campus, this one suspect who is moving about the campus and off campus, and now think for a moment, Dave and Taryn, about the number of law enforcement agents from across the state that have descended onto this campus. The ratio is incredible. The force that they have is incredible. They're going to be able to pinpoint and really see where this person went using each other's resources, including drones and command centers, communicating with one another in a way that you just haven't seen in such a great concerted way. So that should be some, I guess, solace for the parents out there who are watching.
You know, I'm looking at video on social media that's going around that it does very much look like the suspect wearing the same outfit with the backpack on that as well. Out in basically not appearing to hide whatsoever. If it is the same person, we don't know what time it was taken. But people are sending videos, we're told, of him walking around campus. So this individual doesn't appear to be hiding, so to speak.
Yeah,
if that is indeed him.
If that's a picture of the person who's just so brazen to walk onto a college campus at a little after 8 o'clock tonight and start opening fire, not in one location, but two. Someone who just leaves after shooting at multiple people in one building, Berkey Hall, at about 8:18 p.m. Then from there moving to the Student Union Hall, and then shooting again. And then from there leaving. This is someone who doesn't have a lot to lose, it seems. The guy that we keep talking about, as you see here again, we keep showing you the picture, but if you're just watching, if you're just tuning in, they believe this is the person who's responsible for the shooting that killed 3 people and injured 5 others on the campus of Michigan State University in the 8 o'clock hour tonight, wearing a short, wearing a denim jacket, red shoes and a baseball cap. A short male, appears to be a black male that was caught on the surveillance camera.
The last alert that came out was 11:34 p.m. from MSU, the police department, regarding the incident. And it says a person is actively shooting at the East Lansing campus. Follow the run, hide, and fight guidelines. Secure in place. Turn cell phones to silent. Remain quiet. And mention the description as well of this individual. We are waiting for an update. The presser we initially told you was going to be at midnight. It has been delayed. We're hoping to hear from Michigan State University Police, the Public Safety Department, the Deputy Chief, and possibly Michigan State Police as well in about 10 minutes.
If we could just ask the producer, Aaron, to cue up if he can, unless he has other ideas, please talk to us in our ear. The video that we have of Sheriff Bouchard talking about the resources that are now there, trying to help locate this person, trying to help in any way they can. I know that the sheriff basically said to us that, look, we understand how important it is to have all the boots on the ground. Yeah. And that's not just boots on the ground. We're talking about drones and all kinds of equipment, and that's what he's hoping will help in this investigation. MSU Police, as we all know, is a wonderful, you can tell, a great organization with a lot of heart. They need help in this particular instance, and they're getting it right now. Take a listen.
Bouchard, what is the latest in terms of how Oakland County is helping?
We got asked to send resources, and so we're going to send everything that we have available to do whatever we can to assist. And,
what do you tell the parents of Metro Detroit, parents of MSU students, in terms of the facts? They're really wanting to know what we really know right now. What do we know?
Well, I think it's really hard to say what we know at this point. In the initial phase of anything, as it starts to unfold, no one really knows exactly what's going on. And the initial information that comes in is oftentimes not factual. So I would urge them to, in communication with their kids or students, tell them to shelter in place, to do what they need to do to barricade their doors and do the things that we've taught the community until we get a better idea of exactly what's going on. Know that the whole world is headed there. We're sending our resources, our SWAT. I'm headed there. We're bringing drones, our mobile command, anything that could be of assistance. And if we don't need all that, that's great. If we need all that, then it's going to be there with us.
How many people would you say are coming from Oakland County to head over there?
I can't even put a number on it. A lot.
Yeah, you're talking like probably hundreds of or dozens of deputies.
Well, I know dozens are already on the way, but the page is going out to get more of our special assets, our SWAT, our tactical people, our armored personnel carriers, any kind of equipment. I have some of our drones being boxed up. Anything that we can possibly think of, we're going to send. If we don't need it, that's fine. If we need it, it's going to be there. If they need it, we're going to be there. So we're all headed that way.
Sheriff Mike Bouchard talking to us earlier tonight.
And right now, though, we're going to check in with Randy Wimbley. We understand he is live near Lake Lansing Road at a potential scene. Randy, what do you know?
Hey guys, we're over here at East and Lake Lansing. I want to show you what's going on behind me. This intersection is blocked off. You see a mass of police cruisers there. An EMS unit just rolled out of here a few moments ago. So this is scene just developed about 15 minutes or so ago. We just got wind of it about 10 minutes ago and raced over here from Sparrow Hospital. We believe that this may have something to do with, obviously, the suspect for this mass shooting at MSU. Nothing from police just yet, and this could be very well why that midnight briefing was postponed, because of the developments that are happening here right here. And I'm just hearing that one of my colleagues just confirmed with MSU PD that the suspect was found dead. That's what we suspected, what we heard. Some unconfirmed reports. I heard it from another source as well. My colleague Jessica Dupnack just now confirming it with someone else that the suspect was found dead here near East and Lake Lansing That's why you see all of these police cruisers here, and likely his body was in that EMS unit that just rolled out of here shortly before we came on air. Again, this scene, this development just happening. Police, from what I understand, found the suspect here, but it's unclear at the moment if they found him with a self-inflicted gunshot wound or if when they confronted him, he took his own life at that point. That much is unclear, but we can say with a great deal of certainty from sources that I have, what Jessica Dupnack, a colleague, what she heard, what she is confirming from someone else, that the suspect in the shooting at MSU had a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That is the cause of this scene here, and he was likely in the EMS unit that just rolled out of here about 5 minutes ago. And so likely that is why that press conference at noon was postponed. Again, we're east in Lake Lansing, a couple of miles away from the campus. While we were at Sparrow Hospital, we saw a few police cruisers jet from that location, racing down the street, coming over here, and now we know and we can see why.
Randy,
3 people dead, 5 people injured. They are in Sparrow Hospital with serious injuries. Roop, go ahead.
No, Randy, thank you for summing that up. Yes, it's just a terrible, dark day in mid-Michigan tonight, in Lansing. This scanner traffic that we had heard initially was something along the lines of this person may have shot himself. It's not clear tonight if that's what happened or he was shot by police. That's still unfolding, right?
I'm hearing that he may have, this was a self-inflicted gunshot wound, but we don't know that for certain. We have not heard that coming from the chief of MSU PD, so we can't say with certainty how it happened, but that he was somehow shot, whether by an officer or a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He was shot some way, somehow, and we saw an EMS unit roll out of here about 5-7 minutes ago.
And I think that was coming also from scanner traffic. Randy, a lot of people had said that he was spotted on Lake Lansing Road near Larch. Police approached him, and when they did, that's when he may have taken his own life. We're waiting for confirmation. At 12:20, we're told that the police are going to update us with a press conference. We plan to stream it live. But it seems like when you're looking at that scene behind you, it does not seem like a scene of urgency. It does seem like perhaps that is the case.
Well, and so in light of that, and I'm glad that you pointed that out, when we first arrived here, before we got our camera up, this scene was a lot more active than what it is now. But as soon as we pulled up here, we walked up, and other crews, other members of the press walked up, you had a number of officers boogie out of here, loading up in trucks, pickups, walking away from the scene, driving off. And so yet this scene not nearly as active as it was about 10 minutes ago, but there was a lot of activity about 11-12 minutes ago. So you pointed that out, and that is something to keep in mind. As soon as we showed up and more members of the press showed up, a number of officers, they went ahead and booked out of here.
Randy, Dave Spencer here. Curious to see if the scene is concentrating in the street there. Is there a vehicle or a car that they're surrounding? Were they searching a field? Was he just walking down the street? We obviously don't know that yet, but is there a vehicle or something that they have interest in?
No, that I could not tell. And so from what we can see right now, you just see a few officers next to, I want to say, a state police vehicle state police vehicle right now. That's what you saw. But there was also an EMS unit here, and I keep stressing that. And shortly after we arrived here, right before we went on air, that EMS unit headed out of here. But I can't tell if they were focusing their concentration on a vehicle, but pretty much that spot where you see, well, there's someone with a sheet. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but where everyone is right now, that's where most of the officers were when we showed up here. And so, but the EMS unit had drove out of here shortly before we came on air.
Randy, it's so, if this is indeed, as we say, however this unfolded, the fact that this suspect is dead, is a relief to so many people just on the campus a short ways from there. I mean, there are so many people who are literally under lockdown right now who will slowly but surely find the news and find a way to breathe and find a way to gather themselves after this terrible dark night.
And that's exactly right. But then you also have to consider, after people breathe that collective sigh of relief, you have the picking up of the pieces. You have the 3 people whose lives were taken. You have the 5 who are still at the hospital with very severe injuries. And then there's getting into what exactly caused this to happen. Why did this person shoot 8 people at MSU, and getting down to the investigation and all of the fallout that will come from this situation? So a heavy sigh of relief now, but a lot more to come, needless to say.
Tears of grief and so much pain yet to be even felt. I understand what you're saying here, Randy. Randy Wimbley for us live. We'll check in with you again. Stand by for us as we wait for police to hold a news conference on this situation. Maybe you can have your photographer pan off and just show us a little bit about what's going on behind you as we continue to talk about what this news conference is going to be about at 12:20. It's going to primarily be about 3 lives taken, 5 lives hanging in jeopardy tonight as this active shooter situation seems like it has come to an end with the suspect who they believed was responsible for this shot, killed there just a short ways away at Lake Lansing and Larch Roads. Look, at this point, how did this all unfold? We'll find out from police. But in the meantime, all of these parents, these aunts, these uncles, these friends, brothers and sisters who are watching from Metro Detroit, there's a lot of grief, Dave. I know that right now at the East Lansing Police Department, we have one person on the ground there saying that at the East Lansing Police Department right now, there's the Oxford Fire Department that's standing by with the East Lansing Fire Department. In addition to that, so many Oxford kids who are now at MSU. One of them seen in the distance watching this whole scene unfold with an Oxford Strong shirt on his shoulders. You can't even begin to put this into some kind of perspective because it's literally impossible to frame.
Well, you never think it's going to happen to you until it does, and then imagine it happens again.
Twice.
And, you know, that wasn't too long ago.
Well, it's also a sad statement about society right now and what is going on around us and what happens when we send our children off to school, whether it is, you know, middle school, high school, or college. And it is a frightening moment for not only the students, but the parents who are watching this. And unfortunately, that mother twice. And it is really disturbing and sad.
Yeah, and all indications are that this person, I mean, we have no reason to believe he didn't act it alone. So, it's safe to assume that this threat has been neutralized with the news that the suspect is dead. Obviously, that's going to leave open some doors as to what prompted this. We won't probably get those answers now that we can't speak to him, but that doesn't matter at this point, obviously.
Yeah. What kind of a trail, as you say, he could have left perhaps with people that he knows on social media, whatever it is. Perhaps there's someone that he knew on campus. All of those answers have yet to come. But tonight, as you say, it's just a moment of the depth of grief that's being felt on the campus of Michigan State University is numbing at best at this hour as people are still in shock at the fact that 3 people are dead, 5 are hurt in this shooting on the campus of Michigan State University. 8 o'clock, 9, 10, 11, we're talking 4 hours now of this scene.
And we know what happens in the coming days as well. Once the we identify, or police identify rather, the suspect, then they start digging for the information. They start tracking his social media. There are always signs, and we've reported that as well. Unfortunately, there are always signs that this could happen. What this individual may have left behind, that remains to be seen. We're waiting for more information as the East Lansing Michigan State Police get ready to present us with the latest details on how this unfolded. But right now we are hearing that they were able to track him to Lake Lansing Road near Larch and approached, and possibly unconfirmed at this point, but that's when the suspect then turned the gun on himself.
You're right, and this is an area, Taryn, when you talk about this depth of tragedy, no community should ever be ready to receive this news. But it is safe to say that on the campus of Michigan State University, it's a safe place that students feel like they could go to and feel as though they're going to be okay. And that's been taken away. That's been robbed from them. And also, more importantly, what's been robbed from this campus, what's been taken from this campus, are 3 precious lives. You know, and we're presuming that there are students that have died in this. But you think for a moment about a parent who sends their child off to school, to Michigan State University, and to have this happen to them at a place where they're supposed to be safe. 3 of them dead, 5 hurt. We understand of those 5, some are in critical condition at Sparrow Hospital. It's unimaginable, and there are simply no words to describe the depth of tragedy and sadness that is just reverberating through that campus right now.
Yeah, and when we heard at the initial news conference at, what was it, around 11 o'clock, that they wanted to be the single source of information, which is why they're taking their time to dot their I's and cross their T's, which is probably why we're still in delay as we wait for the next update, which would provide us further information here.
And it just shows just how many people, when you look at social media or what's online at this point, so many people want to know why, what happened, and there's so much care and concern for anybody involved, whether they were directly or not, just being there on campus. You just feel the love and so many prayers and thoughts going out to those who have been touched by this one way or another. And I believe this is Michigan State University's first mass shooting. I don't know for sure. I mean,
you know that in the last 25 years, since you've been connected to the school, even more, that we haven't heard that as alum. We haven't heard anything like that.
Of this in any way. We know it's happened at other universities. Yeah. It is very sad that Michigan, the state, had this first time happening at Oxford, and then to this level here at Michigan State University. Our hearts are certainly going out to everybody that's involved. Teachers, staff, students, parents, just even those just thinking about what it would be like. It is a very sad moment for residents in Michigan.
And we know, it's sad indeed, we know that it's also a great worrisome moment for so many parents out there. And so we ask again, it's hard to say to you as a parent. I think Dave and Taryn pointed this out to me. It's easy to say, just don't come, just don't come. Yeah, right. But it's your instinct, it's your child. Of course you want to run and I think as Taryn pointed out, hug your babies, hug your kids.
I said that to Dina. I'm sure she wants to, but she had to fight off her urge.
She had to fight off her urge. But the thing is right now that law enforcement, this is a crime scene that is still a crime scene. It's scanning blocks, blocks and blocks and blocks from Berkey Hall to the Union, beyond that to areas like Landon Hall where the students are currently kind of being sheltered in place. Keep in mind, if you haven't heard from your young person yet, if they're sheltered in place and they ran out of their dorm room, did they grab their cell phone charger? Have all they've been doing has been on that phone? It's possible that they're not able to get a hold of you right now because of the number of people who are on their cell phones in that room. So I know we had some employees or friends and family here at Fox 2 trying to get a hold of their family members, their sons and daughters on campus, and they weren't able to at first, and it's concerning and upsetting. But at this point, we do know that it seems as though the person who's responsible for doing this is dead. Right. And that is the only light piece of solace in this very terrible, dark day today.
And I don't think that opens up this news opens up the campus at all in terms of you can now safely move around, right? Because now we're in the process of collecting the evidence here and figuring out what happened. Clearly, he had to get from those 2 places to Lake Lansing Road and Larch. There's a trail there that needs to be followed. So again, just to hear this news and say, okay, now I can go get my child.
And we understand, though, that the press conference is
ongoing,
getting started at this moment. Do we have that live? Well, here we go. We have them walking. Let's take this live.
We're going to go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, or good evening, excuse me. I'm Marlon Lynch, Vice President for Public Safety, Chief of Police here at Michigan State University. Tragic series of events that have occurred here this evening. We've had a tremendous amount of support from our community, to include our law enforcement partners who are here with me at the moment as well. Standing at the far right, we have Ingham County Prosecutor John Duane. Next to him, we have Sheriff Scott Wigglesworth, Special Agent in Charge of the FBI, Jim Taraska, and you've already met Deputy Chief Chris Rosman. Wanted to thank you for coming to share us as we update our community in regards to tonight's events. We will get directly to the most recent update with that, and then we'll have comment and questions.
Thank you, Chief. Again, Chris Rosman, Deputy Chief with Michigan State University Police and Public Safety. So we start tonight by sharing an important update, and that update is the suspect in this incident was located outside of the MSU campus, and it does appear that that suspect has died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. It is confirmed that he is deceased. This truly has been a nightmare that we are living tonight, but we have remained laser focused on the safety of our campus, our students, and the surrounding community. We are relieved to no longer have an active threat on campus, while we realize that there is so much healing that will need to take place after this. Again, to reiterate the update, there is no longer a threat to campus. We believe there to only be one shooter in this incident, and there is no longer a need to shelter in place on campus. There is no longer a threat on campus. We are sad to report that there have been 3 confirmed fatalities. This is in addition to the 5 victims who were injured and transported to the hospital. Some of those 5 victims still have life-threatening injuries. Out of respect for the families, and while we continue our active investigation, we cannot confirm any personal information about any of the victims at this time. Again, we want to reiterate to everybody that we know there is a lot of information that's being shared on social media and being said on the scanner. Please continue to get your information from us. We are committed to sharing timely and transparent information. Our hearts are with those who have been affected by this senseless act of violence. Giving an update like this is never easy. As a father, I can only imagine how parents are feeling right now. This will be the beginning of a long healing process for everyone who has been affected. That is the initial information that we're able to share at this point. I'll conclude by saying again that this is still a fluid situation. There are several different crime scenes that we are processing with our state and federal partners, and there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Special Agent in Charge James Tarasca from the FBI.
Thanks, Chris. Good evening. I'm Jim Tarasca, Special Agent in Charge of the FBI in Michigan. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and the entire community. I'd like to thank Chief Lynch for your leadership tonight and your partnership. This evening, FBI agents and our response teams joined our law enforcement partners to assist in investigating this horrific incident. We will continue to investigate until we are sure no further threat is posed to the public, which at this point, we're pretty clear it's not. Additionally, we will provide victim services to all students impacted by this incident. We're asking the public, in addition to the other numbers provided to call in for information, we have the 1-800-CALL-FBI number. Please feel free to use that to call in any tips. This is an ongoing investigation. We'll continue investigating throughout the night and likely days. So with that, Chief, thank you.
In addition to the FBI tip line, we have countless investigators from not only the MSU, Police and Public Safety, but our local, county, state, and federal partners assisting us with this investigation, and there still is a lot to do. I'm going to provide another 800 number and email address for anybody that may have any information that will help our investigators as we put the pieces together for this incident. That phone number, and we'll also share it on our social media, is 844-99-MSU-PD. Again, 844-99-MSU-PD. And our tip line is tips, T-I-P-S, at police.msu.edu. Our investigators will continue to work tonight and around the clock to process the crime scenes and start to put the pieces together to try to understand what happened here tonight. At this time, we will open it up for a couple questions. I just want to say, please understand that we are sharing information as quick as we can. There's a lot that we don't know at this point. This is still dynamic, it's still fluid, and we will do our best to answer your questions. I'll start right here in the front.
Is the suspect a faculty member, a student? What can you tell us about him?
So we are unsure of any affiliation that the suspect had to the university. Our investigators and officers are still working to determine his identity. Once his identity is determined, we will then look to what connection he may have had to our community here. But at this time, that's still part of our investigation.
Just to follow up along the same lines, are the victims in this instance students?
So we continue to work to identify the victims in this case out of respect for their families. As we work through the process, we are not going to identify or confirm if any of the victims at this point are MSU students. That is something that we are quickly working to determine, and that will be a priority for us. In the back.
Can you describe if they're men or women for the victims?
I actually don't have that information. All we can confirm at this point is 3 fatalities at the scene on campus and 5 victims that were transported. That is all the information that we have. However, we will work to determine the specific identity of those victims and their affiliation to campus, if any. Over here.
Were the shootings limited to the Union and Berkey? And then also, there were reports that the suspect was found with a backpack with magazines and another gun. Are you able to say if that's the case?
So the first question was the location of the shootings. We can confirm that the first shooting occurred at Berkey Hall, and the second subsequent shooting occurred at the MSU Union, which is adjacent to Berkey Hall. Victims were located at both of those locations. There were no other scenes, or a shooting did not take place at any other location. There were erroneous reports that there were additional shooting scenes, and that is not true. The question about what the suspect had in his possession when he was contacted, I cannot confirm that right now. We did release some pictures of the suspect. I cannot confirm if he was possessing a bag at that time. Go over here.
Do we know what type of gun was used?
We do not at this point. We do not have that information. That will be part of this investigation in terms of what type of weapon was used. We do not have that information at this time. Our investigators are working. That's part of the investigation that we're putting the pieces together right now. Go over here.
Do you have any information about what the motive was for this?
We have absolutely no information right now on what the motive is, and I can't even begin to imagine what that motive would be. That will obviously be part of our investigation. I know that that is going to be a question that lingers on everybody's mind. We will do our best to determine that, but at this time we have no idea. Right.
How many law enforcement officers, agents assisted you in this entire incident?
The initial response to the initial shooting was overwhelming. Every one of our law enforcement partners in Ingham County responded to the scene, and additional counties in this area showed up along with our federal partners. I'm comfortable saying in the hundreds. We had hundreds of law enforcement officers from university, local, county, state, and federal from the mid-Michigan area that descended on campus today in a coordinated effort to resolve this incident and secure our campus. In the back, News 6.
Do you know where the MSU president is, and do you know why we haven't heard from her?
I don't have that information right now. My understanding is that she is returning to campus and has been briefed on this incident, and I can only imagine what she's feeling at this point. Our focus up to this point has really been on the safety of our campus and the public safety operations at hand. And we have briefed not only our president, but our executive leadership team every step of the way. In addition to that, we activated our emergency operations center and put our plans in place that we have planned for an incident similar to this. We initiated those plans, and part of the reason that it was as smooth on our end as it was in this tragic situation was because of the pre-planning, the emergency plans, and the training that we do countywide for responding to active violence incident. In the back, great.
Can you confirm how many fatalities and injuries there were at each shooting location, and how many people were at those locations when the shooting started?
Sure. The question was how many victims were at each shooting scene. I unfortunately do not have that information. Out of an abundance of transparency, I can share that 2 of the fatalities were at Berkey Hall and 1 was at the MSU Union. The other 5 victims, I don't have the specific locations where they were. We also don't have specific information on how many students or people were in those buildings when the shooting occurred. I do know that there were students in those buildings. I don't have a specific number. I want to commend the students and our community on how they reacted when we sent out our emergency messaging, instructing people to shelter in place, to run, hide, fight. Our community listened, and that's why a lot of folks in those buildings were able to escape, is because of following our instructions. I'm going to go over here in the back.
You talked a lot about the collaboration, the massive response. What led you to this guy? How did you find him?
So I actually don't have that information right now. The update that we provided about the contact that we had with the suspect off campus was very fluid and dynamic and occurred right before coming in here today. So unfortunately, I don't have that information on what led us to his location. He was contacted by law enforcement. He was contacted by law enforcement off campus. I cannot confirm that location right now. That scene is also being treated as a crime scene and is being investigated as we speak. We may have additional information to share relating to that in the future. I'll tell you what, over here, go ahead.
The 5 victims, are all of them still in critical condition? Are some in stable condition? What's the range of their condition?
So we do not have a current update on the 5 victims that are at the hospital. I am aware that they experienced life-threatening injuries. We hope to have an update from the hospital, and I think at future briefings we will have a representative from the hospital here that may be able to share additional information as well. Sir.
Yeah, thank you. The shooting victims in Berkey, were they all in one location, such as a particular classroom?
So I don't have that information right now. That will be part of our investigation in terms of where the victims were located within the building. We don't have that information available to us right now. Right here.
Are there plans to close campus beyond the 48 hours?
So at this point, we are declaring that campus will be closed for 48 hours. That is the current status right now. That is subject to change as we evaluate our response to this incident, keeping the victims and the students of our community who have been impacted by this tragedy at the forefront. If If we need to extend that we will, and the appropriate conversations are occurring to make those determinations right now. Sir?
Can you confirm that the suspect in the photos is the same person that was found dead?
I can confirm that the photograph that we pushed out immediately as part of our transparent information sharing is the same suspect that was found deceased, yes. Sir?
Just so I'm clear, can parents come to the campus now to pick up their students, and can students leave the campus?
Yes, so we have lifted the shelter in place. That communication was sent out during this conference. Students are free to leave and go about their business. If they would like to be picked up, they may do that. We encourage any student that experienced any part of this incident that may be a witness to contact us. We have already been in touch with several of them, but if there are any students that witnessed any of the tragedy that occurred tonight, we would refer them to our tip line and email. We would like to have an investigator speak with them to understand what their experience was during this tragic incident. In the back.
To your knowledge, was there anybody that confronted the shooter either at Berkey or the Student Union building?
We do not have any information on whether anybody confronted the shooter at either one of those buildings, one way or the other. Part of the investigation, we will look at the sequence of events and what occurred at each building, and that's why we encourage any students or witnesses to come forward to help us piece the sequence of events together. Go ahead.
Were any campus threats reported in the last few days or on social media? And then how did police find the suspect? Did he shoot himself prior to police interaction?
So we have not received any threats to campus in the last several days or before this incident. We have not received any threats to our knowledge.